Suddenly, one day the world was engulfed in extinction, and all the gods were completely powerless against the absolute strength they faced. Everyone had already accepted the worst outcome. At this moment, the great sage Heavenly Sovereign, only holding onto his staff with one hand, shouted that it's not over yet, while Olympus's hero sneered, "You talk big for someone about to die. You may be immortal, but before the external gods, do you still have the courage to act so arrogantly? Sooner or later, they will discover this place." Thinking that all hope was lost, suddenly Kronos, a divine being capable of seeing through time, appeared. He activated the watch in his hand and said, "Go back to the old timeline of the world and start over." However, the one entrusted by Kronos is not the great sage equal to Heaven's son Wukong, nor any other god, but this young man. Yu entered the tower after all the gods, yet he can adapt to this world faster than anyone else. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the beings who have reached the top of the tower, Yugon creates a legend and claims divine status and sacred titles. Under the trust of all the gods, Yan accepts Kronos' request, and after saying goodbye and promising to meet again, he immediately activates the time watch. My body feels heavy, and all the mystical stats and energies that once helped me are gone. So my time was rewound, not my body sent back to the past. So I have to start from zero. First, I need to find out how long ago I've gone back. Yugon was lost in thought when he was suddenly punched. The blonde guy, after hitting Yugon, smugly said, "You're lucky you could take that hit." "What's going on here?" Yugon looked at the university badge on the yellow-haired guy's chest. "That's right, before all that happened, I was a university student. It's been so long I completely forgot." "What's this guy's name again? You think you're so tough, huh? If you're respectful, show some deference to your senior." Seeing Yugon just stand there silently, the blonde guy takes the opportunity to throw his second punch. But Yugon just tilted his body slightly and easily dodged, leaving the blonde-haired guy in awe. "Is it today or tomorrow?" Yen muttered and then asked the blonde, "What date is today?" "If you answer quickly, I might forgive the punches just now, but your punches are so weak like flies." Hearing that, the blonde guy got furious, yelled insults, and raised his fist. But before he could strike, Yan punched him perfectly. At the same time, Yugon's phone in his pocket vibrated, displaying December 31st, 1500, 9 hours before the start of the 2000 tutorial on December 31st, 2019. Kim Mi-hun, a physical education student in a worn green uniform, put on her round hat and headed to the restaurant she had arranged with her friends in the busy dining area in Hongni. Being an hour late costs 50 W. Pay up. His friend jokingly told him to shut up, and Mi-young-hun gruffly replied before finishing his glass in one gulp. "This guy seems upset today. Didn't you just go vent your anger? If you're not going to say anything, then forget it." Bringing it up again makes Mi-hun's face even more unpleasant. "I don't want to talk about that anymore. Give me another glass." His brother just poured him a beer and asked casually, "So what did you do with that Kim Yu guy?" "Kim Yu-gon." Mi-young-hun grits his teeth in anger as he recalls what just happened. "Kim Mi-young-hun, the truant, now I remember you. You're really on break at school. But you have nothing else to do, right?" "Well, you've had enough trouble. This assembly is the trouble, and there's not much time left anyway." After saying that, Yoon turned and walked away, leaving Mi-hun with his nose bleeding and a spray bottle stuck there. The guy kept barking nonsense nobody understood before walking off. "I'll beat him until he can't take it anymore, then I'll stop," Mi-hun told himself, and kept fooling around with his friends. "I'm beating him to a pulp. Hope I have enough strength to get to the hospital. Hey, take it easy or it'll mess with his head. No one cares anyway. That guy doesn't even have parents, right? There's no one left to target us anymore." Mi-young firmly replied, "That's right, after throwing only a few punches and getting tired, it's his fault, not anyone else's." Everyone burst out laughing and raised their glasses happily. As 11:50, the time for the extra shift, approached, many people poured out onto the street. There is Mi-young's group among them. As they walk, someone in the group exclaims, "Hey, that's Kim Yugon." The whole group turned to look and saw Yugon pulling a suitcase, and he didn't seem at all like he had just been beaten by Mi-hun. "Why is that guy here?" "Guy." "Good, your life is over now." Mi-young-hun threw down his mask and approached Yugon with his friends. "Yugon, what are you doing here?" Yugon looked at his watch and calmly replied, "It's almost 12 o'clock. You should enjoy your last 3 minutes, because after that, it will be hell. This guy, just keep barking." As Mi-hun was speaking, he suddenly paused when he saw Yoon sit down and open his suitcase, which contained not only a backpack, but also all kinds of weapons. "Mai saw you grabbing a sword and an axe, so she hurriedly pulled Mi-hun back, trembling as she asked, 'How hard did you hit him?' Sorry, hurry up and finish it." A young man in the group also chimed in, "Yes, Kim Mi-hun, you're the one at fault. Even you shouldn't do this. No matter how angry, there's no need for that." Yugo didn't even bother to care about them. He was still lost in thought, thinking that this was the most densely populated area in Seoul. There are also many people here. Yu slung his backpack over his shoulder, holding a sword in his right hand and an axe at his waist with his left, then kicked his suitcase toward Mi-hun's group. As soon as the clock struck midnight, a deafening scream echoed out, followed by purple beams of light appearing. "Your 3 minutes are up." Yu said something and then walked past Mi-hun's group. District 20.131 with a population of 1,214. The tutorial will now begin. Survive the zombie horde. All the zombies will disappear after 30 minutes. As soon as the announcement ends, the zombies will emerge from the purple space gates like ants after rain. Yugon couldn't help but frown at the number of zombies. There are so many because of the difficulty settings in the tutorial. The more populated an area is, the higher the difficulty becomes. This is the only way to balance the districts. Hond has a very high population density compared to its size. The places you can reach are limited by the districts, and no matter how far you run, there will always be zombies waiting there. This place will soon turn into a sea of blood. You can check your stats by saying the activation command for the status screen. According to the notification, everyone received a random weapon. You received a basic weapon, an old knife. As soon as you got it, he immediately threw away the knife that the system confiscated. They are also given items that are hard to call weapons. The theme of the first tutorial is survival. If it were my old self, just surviving would be enough. But now, that's not enough anymore. You go grab the prepared sword, sprinkle the white powder onto the blade, then charge forward and swiftly cut down a zombie. You are the first to defeat a zombie in the area. You earn 100 points, and your experience has increased significantly. You have leveled up. Along with the notification, Yugon also feels his body starting to become lighter. Then, Yugon used his sword to sprinkle onion powder on the zombies. His level also increased rapidly. Seeing this, the others started to talk. Look at him. Are those zombies really that weak? It looks like we can do it. Yeah, let's take them out. A young man confidently charging with an axe to cut down a zombie. But surprisingly, his strike causes no harm to the zombie, and he ends up getting bitten on the neck right there. Actually, you can't cut through them just by strength alone. These guys are slow and weak, but each one is very tough and doesn't feel pain. Moreover, they become even more dangerous when they move in packs. A few people have managed to survive and climb the tower, but it's not easy at all. Yugon keeps swinging his sword, but this time the cut doesn't kill the zombie. Is it no longer effective? Yu stepped back from the zombie's attack, then pulled out the white powder from his shirt pocket and sprinkled it onto his sword. The zombies are not easy to kill, but they have one weakness: salt. Previously, during his tower climb, Yu knew an uncle who worked on a salt farm, and it was because of this job that he survived by chance after discovering the zombie's weakness. So, the white powder on Yugon's sword is salt. In 10 minutes, Yugon defeated 100 zombies, achieving an impossible feat and earning 3 additional skill points. Skill points are different from random stats points. You can use them to increase any attribute you want. You currently have 3. When the tutorial ends, any unused skill points will be automatically assigned to random slots. Skill points are something I can earn during the tutorial. Timiti, should I use it or not? After some hesitation, Yug decided not to waste these points fighting the zombies and continued searching for a better area, while there were 20 minutes left in the tutorial mission. But just as Yu-won was about to leave, he heard a growl right behind him, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. At the same time, Mi-hoon was struggling with the zombies. Seeing that the knife in his hand could only pierce a little through the zombie's thick skin, Mi-young-hoon angrily thought, "Damn it again, why is it so easy for Kim Yu to hit the target while I can't? I wish I had his weapon." The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and Mi-young-hoon kicked the zombie right in the stomach while shouting, "They're increasing in number, huh? Yugon, where did you go? If we follow him, we might survive," Mi-young-hoon said, then looked around to find Yugon's figure. Where the hell did he go? "Be careful, Mi-young-hoon," his brother shouted. Mi-young-hoon was startled and instinctively raised his weapon to block before confronting the zombie. The blade in his hand snapped in two. Mi-young-hoon thought he was about to die, but suddenly the zombie stopped moving and collapsed to the ground. What the hell is this? Why all of a sudden? It seems something is pouring onto them from above. Mi-hoon looked up at the sky and saw white particles falling from above. He reached out to let the droplets fall on his hand, then brought it to his mouth to taste. Too salty, like salt. At the same time, by jumping on rooftops and spreading salt crystals, the level kept increasing until the first tutorial section ended. The number of survivors is now 4,007. Rewards will be based on the number of enemies defeated. You have defeated 1,427 enemies and earned 1,427 points. You have received attribute points, 1 strength, 2 resilience, and 1 skill point. You have defeated the most enemies and earned 500 points. You have achieved the impossible and earned 1,000 points. IU was a bit surprised by the result. I did kill quite a few enemies after all. How many windows have appeared? I got 3,000 points. Last time I only got around 10 points. Since this is only the first part of the tutorial, this much is already quite a lot. A few seconds later, the system continued to display the message. The second tutorial will start soon. Yu sighed. There's no time to rest. Next. Just as Yu was about to think this, a voice suddenly spoke out. Hello, everyone. Congratulations, everyone, on surviving. There are so many people still alive, huh? With so many people here, I feel a bit embarrassed. The others hearing this voice are starting to panic. Who is that? Did you hear it too? Where are you from? I have a message for you. This should have been announced to you after the second tutorial, but this is an exception because someone here leveled up too quickly. So he's just a subordinate, huh? Yu thought to himself. Your announcement is about how to use the points. Everyone, let's give a round of applause. Hey, This guy looks confused. Aren't you going to show us how to get home? Another person shouted. Shut up. I didn't hear anything. At this moment, the anonymous person continued. There are two main ways to use the points. First, there are items in the shop that you would never even dream of in your wildest dreams. The other way is like a form of currency. You all really like money, don't you? You can exchange points by shaking hands with others. Yugon silently thought he already knew everything. Even reaching godhood with those points is still possible. Shops also play an important role in this world. From now on, it will be a battle to compete for levels and points. Let's get started. Are you enjoying your break? I've already said everything that needs to be said. Now, fight. Immediately after, an area surrounded by yellow light appears. A safe zone has been established at the center of each sector. Please enter the safe zone. Every 3 hours, you will earn 100 points. The second instruction will begin now. The safe zone is actually protecting that strange glowing spot. With this suspicion, all the survivors turn and head toward the safe zone. Amid the crowd, a friend of Mi Eung-hun pats his shoulder and says, "Let's go, Mi Eung-hun." Mi Eung-hun just stood there holding his face and shouting, "How the hell did it get so strong?" Seeing that Mi Eung-hun's mood was still unsettled after Vu almost passed out earlier, his friend let him be alone and turned to the other friend, asking, "Where's Chang-ho?" The other friend replied, "As if I know, he's probably gone." Suddenly, Mi-hun had a realization and started looking around anxiously. The friend who had just patted his shoulder asked, "What's wrong?" "What are you looking for?" Mi Eung-hun mumbled in response. "I don't have anything. It's just that the other friend spoke up, and now I remember. I don't see Yoon anywhere. He's not dead, is he?" The friend who just patted Mi-hun on the shoulder spoke up. Before, he fought like a monster. Maybe it's just his natural talent. At that moment, Mi Eung-hun saw Yoon not far away. "Get out of the way." As he said that, he pushed his two friends aside and walked straight toward Yugon. His two friends hurriedly asked, "Hey, where are you going?" Mi Eung-hun didn't answer. He ran straight to Yugon, grabbed his shoulder to pull him back, and forced a smile onto his face as he spoke. "Kim Yugon, where do you think you're going?" "That's the wrong way. Aren't you supposed to stay within the safe zone? Come on, I'll take care of you as your senior." He secretly thought that although he didn't want to admit it, staying with this guy was the safest choice right now. As long as he kept reaching out to him like this, it would definitely work. Mi Eung-hun was still in his delusions when Yeon pushed his arm away. "I know, but I have somewhere else to go. Goodbye. If you want to survive, don't try to rely on others. Stay obedient in the safe zone and know your place." Yu-Kwan patted Mi-hun lightly on the shoulder and then continued on his way. Mi-hun was momentarily stunned, and when he finally reacted, he angrily turned around and shouted, "Damn it!" But seeing Yugon not caring and continuing to walk away, he could only clench his fists in helplessness. "Kim Yugon, screw you. Anyway, being next to him isn't better than the safe zone, right?" Mi-hun comforted himself and turned to enter the safe zone. As soon as he stepped inside, the man behind him tried to follow but was blocked by the light barrier at the boundary. "What the hell is this? We're blocked. I thought they wanted us to go inside." Hearing the man's cry, Mi-hun suspiciously turned back and whispered, "Are we blocked?" The next moment, his eyes widened when he saw the capacity system display 2,083 over 283. The capacity is 2,000 people? So that's half of the remaining survivors? What about the people outside? This thought suddenly crossed Mi-hun's mind, and the answer was immediately clear to those inside the safe zone. Only outside the safe zone, giant earth tremors suddenly burst out from the ground and bite the unlucky person nearby with their mouths. "Help! Help me!" "What is that? Help me! Help me!" A series of desperate screams echoing loudly as people outside the safe zone hurriedly flee in all directions to find shelter. And the earthworms keep chasing without leaving. Elsewhere, EU has just defeated an earthworm. System notification. You are the first to defeat a landcrawler. You earn 300 points with 2 random attribute points allocated. 1 to strength and 1 to agility. You look up towards the distant cry for help. "It's starting," he whispered to himself and turned around to step onto the subway platform right next to him. Earthquake predators burrow up from underground, so they are invisible to the naked eye. But if I close my eyes and focus on my other senses, I wonder. With that thought, Yu-Won stopped walking, closed his eyes, and patiently waited. Very quickly, Yu-Won sensed a slight tremor under his feet, accompanied by a faint cracking sound. Right now, silently calling out U-World without hesitation, you attack straight down to the ground and successfully kill a newly emerged earthworm aiming to attack. The system notifies that you have leveled up, increasing strength, agility, and sharpness. Having just defeated 2, you have already leveled up. If this swarm continues, you'll gain many more stats points. Underground, they often create burrows and nests. In other words, this is the best spot to hunt earthworms. Based on past experience, it didn't take long before you reached a gathering place with dozens of earthworms together. The system announces the discovery of a hidden dungeon. You found the hidden passage. You've earned 10 points for the discovery. Once you've found their nest, hunting them will be as easy as pie. First, reach level 20. Set a small goal for himself. Yugon charged into battle with the earthworms, wielding 2 knives, actually leaning towards slaughter. With Yugon's extensive combat experience, no earthworm survived his second attack. Suddenly, Yugon noticed a marble falling out from the corpse of the earthworm he had just dealt with. His face showed surprise as he thought to himself, is this the kind of orb that can be found in the second guide? Interesting, these worms are becoming much more intriguing. Picking up that orb, Yu glances maliciously at the remaining earthworms and says, sorry, but I have even more reason to hunt you now. 3 hours have passed, and many outside the safe zone have become prey for the earthworms. The survivors are still fleeing for their lives within the safe zone, but suddenly a notification appears as they look outside in horror. 3 hours have passed. You have received 100 points. Someone curiously asked, what are points? Is this like money? Is 100 points a lot? At this moment, another system panel appeared before them, indicating that the red zone would be deactivated. Capacity, 1,867 over 1,500. When the maximum capacity is exceeded, some people will be randomly selected to be pushed out of the safe zone. According to the notification, a red area immediately appears at the outer edge of the safe zone. Huh? How much longer does it plan to stay hidden? What's going on? People are being dragged away. The people being led into the red zone are panicked and unsure what to do when suddenly they hear a growl right behind them. When they turn around, they see some earth tremors like hungry tigers staring intently at those inside the red zone. Additionally, a notification appeared. Capacity 1,768 over 1,500. There are 2 hours, 57 minutes, and 11 seconds left. Seeing this, everyone suddenly realized that when the countdown ends, the red zone will become unsafe. So they immediately panicked, pushing and shoving each other to get back to the safe zone before it fills up. Move aside. Get out of the way. You want me to punch you, huh? Get out of the way. I need to get in there. Stop blocking my way. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, and everyone fell silent. Everyone was startled, instinctively stopping their actions and turning to look at the person who shouted loudly. This person is none other than Mi-hun. He is now glaring fiercely at the crowd and speaking. From now on, we will decide who to attack to survive. If I don't act, I might also be thrown out of here. I have to take action against others to survive. Thinking this through, Mi-hun focused on an older man in the crowd and approached, grabbing his collar. Everyone around shouted, "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Mi-hun paid no mind, his words coming out through clenched teeth. "I will deal with this old man." Meanwhile, inside Honden Station, I just finished dealing with the last earthworm in the burrow I found. The system notified me that I leveled up. Agility increased by 1, endurance increased by 1, perception increased by 1, and I reached level 20. A new attribute, the mysterious power, has been unlocked. Yugon glanced over his current status and then collected the beads dropped from the earthworm, filling his backpack, quietly saying he had done it. It took about 3 hours, I guess, but it's not too bad. Thanks to the increased stats, my body feels much lighter now. I still gained 3 random stat points from hunting the earth runes, and 1 skill point, which isn't bad. Maybe I can't expect a better reward until I catch that thing. System notification. Remaining skill points. Would you like to use the 5 points? I choose yes. The system is distributing skill points. Mystic power increases by 5. Mystic power is now 18. Mystic ability is the stat that will become the foundation for all the power I achieve in the future. No stat is more important than this. Even those extremely rare people rumored to be blessed by the tower only start with 12 points, so this is a good beginning. Luckily, I saved up those points. The next step is to think about this now. You looked up at a hole in the ceiling and asked, "Hey, are you watching, right?" After a few seconds of silence, a voice suddenly asked from the hole, "How do you know?" Yuan smiled and said, "See, I'm quite a clever person, and looking from another place is pretty boring, right?" The voice from inside the hole echoes again. "You're right. And by the way, let me thank you for making this boring task much more entertaining. And also, you really did reach level 20. At the same time, a doll-sized creature flew down beside Yugon. I just got lucky. I'm not unfamiliar with this creature. It is the Administrator's Minion. The Administrator's Minion speaks. Luck, huh? You know what? Those who blame luck for everything are the most dangerous, so why am I being called? Yu neatly replied. The shop. The Administrator's assistant asked in surprise, "Oh, you want to buy something?" "No, I want to buy skills." The Administrator's assistant paused for a moment, then snapped his fingers to bring up the shop interface in front of Jan and said, "I think you're the first to want to buy skills from the second guide. Now, pick whatever you want to buy." Yugon also didn't hold back and started searching. In his mind, he thought that there were so many that browsing through all of this would take a lot of time. "Is this all the skills you have?" The Administrator's assistant replied, "The skills available in the tutorial are only these." "Why? Is there something specific you're looking for?" Yu says, "Not exactly." He thought to himself that asking more would only attract negative attention, then chose an item from the shop and said, "I'll take this one." Haonian, eyes that once belonged to a monkey on the fruit mountain, cost 2,000 points. The Administrator's subordinate tilted his head and asked curiously, "Haonian, but it's not really a good skill." Yoon chose to buy it and said, "I just think the name sounds pretty cool." System notification. Spent 2,000 points and received Haon Han. Total points 1,527. The Administrator's minion tilted his head and spoke. "Is that so?" Yugen ignores it and continues to buy more basic pumpkin items to enclose the sword with your mystical power. Depending on the user, the sword can become an extremely excellent and trustworthy ally. The 1,500 points EUW chose to buy it. The system notifies you that you have used 1,500 points and received a basic pumpkin. The total points from the administrator's 27 minions say, oh, I choose those two. The basic pumpkin can compensate for the attack power shortcomings among the contestants at the start. Yugen turned around and whispered to himself. That was a close call. Seeing Yugen finish shopping, the administrator's minion closed the shop interface and waved at him. Well then, goodbye. I hope you enjoy the rest of your time. I have high hopes for you. After finishing, it disappeared. Yugen paused, glancing at the empty space where the administrator's subordinate had just vanished, lost in thought. Expectations? So it intends to monitor me as a special overseen subject? It doesn't really matter how closely they observe me. As long as I don't break the rules, they can't punish me. The only thing I care about is the regression. But can they detect it? The clock device was created by Kronos, Mimia, and Odin. As for Kronos, the main character behind this item has been erased from existence due to the cost of using it. The minions are one thing, but even an administrator probably can't find any trace leading to their regression. However, even if someone notices, my goal remains the same. Thinking of this, Yuan resolutely turned and continued, while also activating the golden eye. The two pupils instantly turned into golden hawk eyes, eyes once belonging to a monkey on the fruit mountain. When activated, it enhances your 5 senses for better vision. Yu silently said, with proficiency at 0%. So this is that guy's eye? I need to quickly increase my proficiency, because the true value of this eye lies elsewhere. After a moment, in a corner of the station, a swarm of earth tremors was happily tearing apart prey when they suddenly stopped and all looked up at the young man holding 2 weapons nearby. This person is none other than Yon. He didn't rush forward but opened the system to check. There are 29 minutes and 58 seconds left. Now then, let's see, I still have quite a bit of time remaining. As Yugon spoke, he used the basic pumpkin, which enveloped the sword with your mystical power. Depending on the user, the sword can become an extremely excellent and reliable ally. F rank, 0% proficiency. When he saw a larger purple-blue earthworm among them, he whispered softly, I knew it would be somewhere around here. The earthworm from the second tutorial section. Mother Earthworm. After a while, Yugun cut a landworm blocking his path into several pieces, then looked at the mother earthworm and muttered, quite surprising. For a monster that eats people, it's really strongly attached to its offspring. Then he charged straight at the mother earthworm. The mother earthworm also screeches and rushes toward Yugon, opening its mouth to bite down, but even so, it still lacks enough intelligence. Then Yu immediately jumps high to avoid the mother earthworm's bite. In midair, his sharp eyes raise the sword in his hand and say, I will defeat you with a single strike. Now, what are you going to do? Are you flipping over? That's not very smart. After speaking, Yon quickly reacts and dodges the head of the earthworm, continuing to attack its body and inflict more wounds, silently telling himself it's not the right time yet. Just a little more. A few minutes later, Yugen seized the opportunity and jumped up high. The earthworm mother saw this and charged forward, opening its mouth to bite him. Yugen calmly thanked him for rushing to his aid, then delivered a sharp attack that pierced the head of the earthworm, fulfilling his words to defeat it with one strike. Meanwhile, in the safe zone near the light curtain border, a young man sat on the ground, trembling as he clung to Mihun's leg, crying and begging, Please forgive me. If I leave here, I will be doomed. Why did you do that? Mi-ung kicked the young man into the red zone and shouted. If you're obedient and know your place, everyone agreed to choose someone else to die in their place. The people in the red zone are shouting. This is ridiculous. Clearly you decided that yourself. That's right, we never agreed. Mi-young-hoon pointed to the people standing in the safe zone behind, shouting at those in the red area. Except for a few people, everyone here has agreed already, and then his face turned fierce as he pointed the knife at the young man he had just threatened. If you dare come back here, I'll deal with you myself. Got it? Watching me bark like a mad dog guarding the door, no one in the red zone dared to challenge him anymore. So those in the red zone, some holding their heads in fear, others hugging each other and crying, each with their own expression, but all sharing a sense of utter despair. And on the system timer, there were only 30 seconds left, but when it counted down to 3 seconds, it suddenly stopped. The system announces that you have completed the second tutorial. The safe zone will no longer shrink. You have earned 600 points. 15 hours remaining until the end of the second tutorial. Myung-hun stared blankly and muttered, Yi-san, why? The people in the red zone are overjoyed. Are we saved? We're alive. About 30 minutes later, in the pink station, the administrator's subordinate appeared again beside him and said, Well, I didn't expect you to actually handle it. Yu Quen hesitated quite a bit before speaking. Does the administrator's minion want to heal me? Yu flatly refuses. If that counts as a reward, then forget it. These minor injuries can be easily healed just by increasing endurance. The administrator's minion doesn't really fuss over such issues. It claps and says, So a human can go this far in the second guide? Truly remarkable. Clap your hands. Yugon complained, You're still noisy as always. Then he glanced at it briefly, thinking that it's been about 30 minutes since he defeated the mother earthworm, and it appeared later than he expected. The guide system's subordinate probably didn't expect that the creature, the monster maintaining the ecosystem of the second guide section, could be defeated. So clearly, the system hasn't assigned a fixed reward for killing it. In other words, they must have argued over their rewards. After a moment of contemplation, Yu asked, "What is the reward?" The administrator's assistant responded, "Since you know you'll receive a reward for this special action, it seems you understand this world quite well." Yu said, "After everything I've done, not knowing might even be stranger." The administrator's assistant said, "But most people don't know that." Yugon looked up and asked, "Reward?" The administrator's assistant said, "I understand. You can choose between these three options." Yugon asked curiously, "What are they?" The administrator's assistant explained, "The first option is the right to skip directly to the fifth guide. This option also includes information and rewards from the second and fourth guides." Yu silently thought, "Necromancers really do think that parts 3 and 4 are of little value to me, so they're just going to take me straight to part 5. The administrator's subordinate continued speaking. "The second option is the point. I probably don't need to explain this choice any further, right?" Yu asked what the third option was. The administrator's assistant replied, "The final choice is to connect you to the summit of Olympus. You probably don't know this, but the tutorial is just the beginning of this world. There are many major organizations and countless divine-powered entities inside that vast tower. I advise you to choose Olympus. Olympus is one of the dominant organizations in the tower. If you are supported by them, after completing the tutorial, you will be safe in the tower." Yu asked, "You mean Olympus?" You clenched your fists around your knees, thinking to yourself, "I never expected this." Olympus truly is one of the main factions ruling the tower. Even Kronos is part of Olympus. If I can borrow their power, I can climb the tower even faster and safer. However, then Yugon suddenly stood up and said, "I choose the second one." Immediately, a system notification panel appeared in front of him. "Claim your reward. You have earned 10,000 points." The administrator's henchman exclaimed in shock, "What do you mean?" "Hold on. Since you haven't used those points yet, I'll give you another chance to choose. You must choose wisely. I know your choice, so it's because you don't know anything about Olympus. But you'll regret it someday," Yu interrupted. "Hey minion, you're here in a lowly position, so at least do your job properly. You haven't even discussed the final choice with the other minions, right? And surely it hasn't been approved by the administrator either." The administrator's henchman gasped in shock. "Why do you know about the administrator?" Yu didn't answer directly but asked, "Do the other minions also receive the same agreement as you? Are they all from Olympus or some from the heavenly realm? Diva or even Lemon?" Hearing these terms from Yon, the administrator's minion was truly terrified. It stared at him questioning, "What are you?" "Anyway, thanks. Thanks to your blabbering, I've figured out one more thing I need to do." Then, you open the system panel and start to operate. The system notifies you that you want to request a meeting with the administrator for 1,000 points. The administrator's henchman shouted, "Wait, what are you doing?" EU didn't hesitate to press the return button and said, "You'll find out soon enough." The system notifies that the administrator has accepted your request. Yugon jumps off the Earthworm mother and patiently waits. The tutorial section must be a place completely separate from the tower. Yet somehow it's the stewards, not anyone else, who are connected to Mount Olympus. This could interfere with my plans in the future, so I can't ignore it. As I was pondering, Yu suddenly saw the space in front of him light up. A tall man steps out from there, smiles at you, and says, "You need to meet right now in the tutorial section, and it's only 1,000 points away." "Haha, are you the one who called me?" Yugon said. "I am Kim Yugon, a participant in the tutorial." The tutorial administrator said, "I understand. So you are the one who killed over 1,000 zombies in the first tutorial. I've heard a lot about you." Kim Yugon, the guide administrator, asks, "How do you know about my existence and how to request a meeting?" Iwan replied, "The first rule of the tutorial. The information you obtain must come from your own abilities, not from the administrator or the tower. It is a rule written by himself." He secretly thought to himself that all information had to be obtained on his own, and he was the one who knew better than anyone that he was not lying. He can distinguish whether all the words spoken within his domain are lies or truth. The guide administrator paused for a few seconds before speaking. It must be Yugon who said, "But I saw interference from the tower." The guidance administrator asked suspiciously, "Here? Olympus has contacted your minions, and I was just offered sponsorship as a reward." The administrator's subordinate shouted in fear, Sir, that's not how it is. Please listen." Without waiting for it to justify itself, the guide administrator swung his hand and struck it into a bloody mess on the ground, then softly said, "Those damn Olympus. They even dare to spread their influence all the way here." Then he flicked the fresh blood off his hand and looked up at Yujun. "Thank you. Because of you, I was able to eliminate the rotten elements among us," Yoon said. The second rule of the guide section, all achievements of participants must be rewarded with a corresponding prize. I used a considerable amount of points to summon you here, and through you, I was able to eliminate that treacherous subordinate. What do you think? Alright, that guy wasn't actually you, but it doesn't make much difference. A subordinate, an entity very close to John Ko, was eliminated in the second guide section, and it was at the hands of a mortal. Yuo looked at him and said, "I'll take that as a compliment. Alright, you've achieved quite an impressive feat. So what would be a fitting reward? Let's see. You've got quite a few points now. After some thought, he suddenly shouted, "All right." Then he stood up, reached out to Yugon and said, "This should be enough to match you." Yugon looked at the guiding administrator's hand extended in front of him. His hand. "This is the method used to exchange points. It seems the reward will be less special than I thought." He whispered to himself. Yuen reached out and grasped the guide's hand. Instantly, a system panel appeared. "You have gained the Master of Magic skill, increased mana recovery speed, resistance, and mana perception. Your mystical power has increased by 5. Haha, maybe that's enough to satisfy you. Well then, I have to deal with my subordinates now, so I'm leaving. See you after the 3rd tutorial." After finishing, the guide administrator immediately left. Only Jan remained standing there in shock, staring at his hand clenched with the guide administrator muttering, "A Master of Magic power? Such a skill at this level could also appear in the tutorial? S-Class Mana Master, one of the powers of the entity administrator who rules over mana. Mana recovery speed increased by 10%, resistance to mana increased by 10%, enhanced mana perception, proficiency at 0%. Although the proficiency is still low, this is still a skill for controlling magic energy, which is the most important type of energy in the entire tower." Thinking of this, Yugon silently called out, "Mana!" Immediately, the mana quickly gathered into a cluster in the palm of his hand. Demon Servant, a high-level magic control technique that can only be used when mystical energy reaches 40 points. Kim Yugon, mystical ability 26. Feeling contemplative, Yugon held the mana cluster for a few more seconds before unleashing it, causing a significant destructive wave. Is this really just a compensatory skill that can be this powerful? It's still unstable, but this is good enough. Should I be grateful to Mount Olympus or something? But that's not nearly enough. Just starting to regain and simulate my previous powers before time travel isn't enough. Furthermore, I need more elements that can defeat those unmatched foreign gods. With that in mind, Yuen immediately rushed forward and stabbed the earth trimmer that was crawling toward him. You want to maximize your abilities to earn more points in the remaining 13 hours before the second guide ends. In 13 hours, there will only be about 10 minutes left of the second guide. That's why I told us to wait a little longer. How can the government stay silent when things are such a mess like this? Mihun shouted. "Shut up! Does anyone dare to guarantee there won't be a 3rd or 4th guide after the second? Moreover, what if the safe zone disappears while we're waiting?" the man in the blue jacket asked. "Then at least let us stay until the time runs out." Before he could finish speaking, Mihun grabbed his collar and dragged him away, saying, "You're really a pain. Didn't I tell you to form a team to search for supplies and leave this place? If you can't do it, I'll personally send you out. Don't be so sad. Everyone was going to die anyway, but thanks to you, most of us will survive. The world is becoming like this, so hurry up." Just then, someone pointed outside the safe zone and shouted, "Huh? Wait, I think that's a human." The others turned to look in that direction as well. Mi-Eung-hun also looked over and immediately recognized that it was Yugon. Is he crazy for going outside the safe zone? Is he brave or just stupid? As everyone was discussing, someone with sharp eyes saw a slight bulge on the ground beneath Yugon and shouted urgently, "Wait, down there, be careful." A second later, a landworm lunged forward, opening its toothy mouth and rushing at Yugon. Yu calmly jumped to dodge and then stomped down hard, causing the worm to forever close its mouth. I quickly dealt with the earthworm, entered the safe zone and said, "Ignore me and continue your debate." At this point, there were only 5 minutes left for the second tutorial, and Yugon had already reached level 26. Yugon quietly thought, "I was planning to come here to claim my reward, but somehow a few fools have already started to act like leaders. Hey, where are you going? I've been looking for you all this time, and you suddenly disappeared, making me really worried. Come on, let's go inside." The others, seeing this, hesitated and looked at the two of them, whispering among themselves. Are they really that close? He just took down the monster with his foot. Yu Chuan glanced at them and immediately understood the issue. He pushed Mi-hun's hand away and asked, "Did you force them to go look for supplies?" Mi-hun was a bit stunned, then said, "They might sacrifice themselves, but this is beneficial for everyone." Yu Quan asked, "So you forced them to risk their lives to find food?" "Something's definitely wrong," Mi-Eung-hun shouted in anger. "Listen carefully. Yugon, if you want to survive, you have to be cowardly. Do you still think rules and regulations matter in this situation? To survive in this chaotic world, you have to become selfish. Cruelty and brutality are also natural. Don't tell me you don't understand that." Yu sneered and said, "So what?" At this moment, the second tutorial phase has ended. The system announces. The second tutorial phase has ended. Everyone in the safe zone will lose 500 points and receive a bag of items. In case of death, the items in the bag will be completely erased. According to the announcement, a bag appears above everyone's head and drops down. Yug reached out and grabbed the bag, saying, "If that's your way of surviving, then go ahead. I won't join and I won't tell you what to do. Just do whatever, but absolutely don't cross the line." Mi-hun glared as Yan walked away, muttering to himself, "Too much. He's threatening your father again." The announcement is still ongoing. The third tutorial will begin right now. Eliminate 50 monsters in the zone and collect 50 cores. There are 72 hours remaining before the zone is destroyed when time runs out, and the gate will activate after 70 hours. The announcement just ended. A vortex suddenly appeared with a sign above showing 0/50, and at the same time, many monsters of various shapes appeared all over the streets and buildings. Everyone spoke up, saying, "Damn it, it's a monster again. When will this end?" But the safe zone is still okay. Yeah, that's right. Is that the exit over there? It's like a game, isn't it? Mihun muttered with a frown. Fight monsters and collect cores? Do I really have to gather 50 of them myself? Then he let out a sigh and said to those around him, "You heard everything, right? You know what to do now." Meanwhile, Yu returned into the gate leading down to Hongdi Station. The first thing he did was transfer all 132 magic cores from his backpack to his system supply bag and wear it around his waist, while the old backpack was casually discarded aside. Then he turned to assess the monsters creeping up the stairs. There are so many, I wonder if they'll reach 1,000. I was lucky with the second guide part and got many cores, but that alone isn't enough to satisfy me. System notification, Magic Mastery Proficiency 0.5%, Magic Puppet 100% complete. Magic Puppet has been perfected. The Magic Puppet has been added as a skill. At this moment, Yu softly shouted and forcefully shot the magic orb in his hand toward the crowd of monsters. The places it passed through were instantly annihilated, and the ground was carved into a deep groove. Yugon quietly mutters, "My fingers are a bit tense from forcing the use of my mana puppet. I succeeded. I have to use all my mana to fire the puppet. Controlling it isn't easy, but if I can increase the stats and proficiency, it will definitely be useful." Then he picked up the magic cores from the ground, put them into his bag, and sighed. After all, using a golem is fundamental to adjusting and controlling magic, but that's not really my style. At this point, Yuan stood up, pulled out a knife, looked at the trembling monster, stepped back, and said, "Why are you afraid? Come on, let's try again. I don't want to waste the remaining time." The next day, with 22 hours and 43 minutes remaining, a group of 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, all level 10, were carefully exploring a place at Hongdi Station, observing their surroundings and talking to each other. "We went too deep already. Yeah, this place is too eerie. What can we do now? We started with 1,400 people. Now only 400 remain. We just have to find a place to hide. Is Han Station always this spacious? I don't know. The world is falling apart, so this place probably isn't any better." Suddenly, June looked in one direction and shouted, "Wait, everyone! Look over there! What is that?" "Is it a convenience store?" June said with a smile. "Thank God I can fill my bag with food now." Junho ran straight to the convenience store and said with a smile, "Let's go! I'm starving. Do you think they have ramen?" Mr. Transkar chuckled and scolded, "I don't even have water to boil, you fool. Whatever, I'll just eat it raw." As soon as he finished speaking, Junho was suddenly bitten and knocked out by a spider-like monster dropping from the ceiling. Seeing this, the other two were both terrified. Jun covered his mouth and shouted, "Junho! More monsters are coming out from the dark corners. Damn it, there are too many of them." Sungchan hurriedly drew his weapon. Jun also grabbed his weapon, but inside he was panicking, wondering if they could really win. "I've tried so hard to survive and even leveled up quite a bit, so why can't I move?" Mr. Chan's vehicle saw a monster about to pounce on Joyeon and quickly shouted, "Jun!" Joyeon suddenly wakes up in shock, screams and swings wildly forward, luckily blocking one monster but getting bitten on the arm by another. "Damn it!" Mr. Chan shouted and swung his weapon hard at the monster's head, causing it to tilt to one side. However, the monster's head quickly returned to normal and lunged to bite his hand. Jun silently thought in despair, "It can't be like this. I just want to live. I have suffered enough. Why do I have to die here?" Seeing the monster rushing to attack, she was powerless and could only watch as its sharp teeth drew closer and closer. Just when she thought she was doomed, a distant attack suddenly shattered the monster. Yu appeared with a can of water in hand and said, "You're making too much noise. I was sleeping and you woke me up." Jun whispered in disbelief, "Impossible. It's true that now there are levels and stats, but can he really defeat a monster with just a can?" But her doubt was quickly shattered. Yugon only used the can in his hand to throw at the monster's head as it curled up with Zanchan, then pulled out a knife. It only took a few breaths to eliminate all the monsters here. After finishing, Yuan looked at Jun and Xianchan. "Well, thank you." "Thank you for saving us." Just then, Zanchan cried out in pain, clutching his bitten arm and kneeling on the ground. Jun anxiously supports him as he cries out. Seonong is overwhelmed. Yuko hesitated for a moment, then threw an item to the two of them. "Put this on first. It should work pretty well." Then he asked how much stamina he had left. Mr. Chan replied, Mine is about 17, so at least you won't die." However, he might not be able to use that arm anymore. Hearing that, Jun hurriedly urged Songchan, "Come on, do it quickly." Mr. Chan's car also reacted, hurriedly applying the ointment Yugon handed to the bite mark. Yu twisted his neck and thought to himself, "I think I slept about 6 hours. I'm exhausted, but I wish I could sleep a little longer. It's my first sleep in 4 days, and I might have pushed myself a bit too hard, especially since I even bought that unscented powder just to sleep. Yet I still end up being disturbed." He glanced at the two of them and then turned to leave without saying anything. Seeing that, Jun hurriedly asked, "Do you plan to continue hunting around here? There are more monsters underground than on the surface, and if you're unlucky, you might also encounter land snakes." Yugon said, "I don't plan to stay here. This is my restaurant and resting place." Jun skeptically asked, a place to rest. Yu turned to look at her and said, "The place I hunt is somewhere else." After a while, Yuan moved to a different location. Jun and Sion Chan are right behind him. Mr. Chan's car looks around and says, "There's a dungeon beneath the second basement." "Really? The architecture is completely different." "This really is a hunting ground," Yuan questioned. "So why do people still come down here even knowing it's dangerous?" Jun stammered in response. "Since you've been down here the whole time, you probably don't know what's happening outside. On the surface, people have formed groups and started killing each other due to a lack of trust. Not to mention the people fighting over the cores, it's already become a hell on earth up there." You asked, so after the attack, everyone just ran away? Jun replied, "Yes." Mr. Chan's car said, "They didn't even bother to follow us down here," you said. "But isn't it true that everyone almost died here too?" Joy said, "But thanks to you, we survived." Suddenly, a roar came from ahead, along with a strong gust of wind that nearly blew Joyeon and Sion-chan away, forcing them to struggle to stay upright. The two people screamed in fear, "What is that sound?" In front, Yu-won seemed unaffected at all. He calmly looked at the two of them and said, "I just told you I was the reason you survived, but there's no guarantee I won't attack and steal your cores." Hearing that, Sion-chan and the others were taken aback, thinking to themselves, "It's only because he saved us that we didn't consider that possibility. Compared to the people on the surface and the monsters here, he is far more dangerous." Regaining his composure, Mr. Chan spoke with some unease. "You probably already collected enough cores yourself, so you have no reason to attack us, do you, Yugon?"
"So what if I said I'm collecting even more cores?" Mr. Chan's voice asked.
But even so, before he finished speaking, Yugon spoke up. "Even if I don't act myself, you guys will end up dead here, and I probably don't need to explain why, right?" Jun suddenly felt confused and thought to himself, "Wait a minute, something feels off. If he intended to harm us, why would he bother saying all these things? Could it be that she looked at Yu Chuan and asked what he wanted from us?" Hearing that, Yu-won finally smiled and spoke. "I promise this offer won't be bad. If you do well, I might even share some cores with you." "All right, let's go." 2 hours later, Mr. Chan is now fleeing for his life because a giant monster is chasing him from right behind. "Is this really not bad?" he muttered to himself, recalling what happened a few hours ago. Yug looked at him and asked, "Are your legs still okay?" Mr. Chan's car replied, "Huh? All right then, run away." Returning to the present, Song-chan keeps running and shouting for help. At that moment, Yu-gon appears and delivers an attack that pierces the throat of the monster chasing after the car. He didn't stop yet, so you immediately stomped your foot, charged at another approaching monster, and chopped it into pieces. Mr. Chan's car saw that he was temporarily out of danger and stopped, catching his breath. Then he quickly ran over to pick up the pile of magic cores on the ground. Inside, he marveled that such a hunting speed was truly unbelievable. If he's been hunting like this all along, how many cores does he have in total? Also, maybe because the monsters here are of higher level, the core drop rate is much higher. He collected 50 cores in just 2 hours. This person is not only strong anymore, he's on a completely different level. How many was that just now? Kang X, who was lost in thought, was startled by Yan's question. "Oh, there's one more, so a total of 6. One for you, take it." Tran handed 5 cores to Yan, thinking to himself that even their speed in luring monsters couldn't keep up with his hunting pace. What is he planning to do with those cores? Thinking about this, he felt a bit worried. Jun is coming back a bit late, isn't he? "She'll probably be back soon," Yu reassures. While waiting, Mr. Chan's car curiously asked, "What level are you at now?" "With that hunting speed, you must level up quickly, right? It's slowed down significantly now. So to level up properly, you'll have to wait for the next tutorial section." When Mr. Chan's car heard that, his eyes turned strange as he looked at Yugon. How high must his level be to reach a point where he can't level up anymore? And by the way, level is personal information, so don't ask anyone about it. And if you are asked, don't answer. The same goes for the stats. Yu reminds. Mr. Chan retorted, "But wasn't it you who didn't ask about my stamina earlier?" "Yeah, what you said makes sense. I should have just ignored that jerk and let him do his thing back then." Mr. Chan's car was speechless, and after a moment he replied, "I will try to remember this. Also, when luring monsters occasionally, you should kill a few too. Besides collecting cores, you should also pay attention to leveling up." Yugon didn't hesitate and immediately charged to attack. Mr. Chan's car also followed Yugon's lead, actively taking down a few monsters. Their levels also increased accordingly. After finishing, Chan and Jun each received the cores of the monsters they personally defeated. "So both of you have collected enough 50 cores, right?" "Yes." John gratefully said, "Before coming down here, we only had 20. Collecting them this quickly is thanks to you, big brother, right? Yugon." "Me too. Thanks to both of you, my hunting efficiency has increased by as much as 50%. Even the number of cores you collected exceeded expectations." Yugon looked at the countdown timer. There are 2 hours and 57 minutes left, and the gate is about to activate. Yugon sneers and says, "If you two are done, let's go up now." "Finally, we're in," Mr. Chan happily said. "Do you think it's still chaotic outside?" John asks. Mr. Chan guesses. "It seems the situation outside is even worse." Anyway, the third guide is almost over. I'm worried about everyone outside. At the same time outside, the gate had turned red and was divided into two clear factions, one following Myun and the other following the brown-haired person. Everyone secretly hides their weapons and tries to join the awkward conversations with others. The man with brown hair spoke cautiously while watching over the core bag hanging at his waist. No one knows whether the core drop rate is high or low, so instead of risking their lives hunting monsters, they just move others and quickly take their cores. The guy with the spiky hair said, "Everyone thinks that, but it doesn't seem like they intend to fight at all." When the gate opens, everything will change. The brown-haired guy gritted his teeth and thought to himself, as soon as the gate opens, I must seize it and run as fast as I can. The truth proved that everything was progressing even faster than the brown-haired guy thought. Before the gate even opened, Mi-hoon had already stepped forward to greet. "It's been a long time since we last met. How long has it been?" 2 days, right? I didn't think we were close enough to greet each other so warmly." You already knew what was going to happen, but still act confident as always. You understand the situation, right? Once the gate opens, the bloodshed will begin. This guy has been calling for people to be ready for this moment. The brown-haired one, despite grinding his teeth in anger, still asked how many cores you needed for the greater good. Mi-hoon smiled and replied, "Well, compared to you, we have many mouths to feed, so about 700. Talk Now's face immediately darkened after hearing this. They only have over 300 cores. This demand is unreasonable. As a result, they cannot avoid facing Mi-hoon's group. At this point, Mi-hoon offered a different price. "Just give us 400 of them and we will leave you alone. The rest we will handle ourselves." In truth, if I refuse, a full-scale war between the two sides will break out with a 50-to-20 ratio. Our side is heavily outnumbered, so should I feel lucky that we only have to give him 400? It's still better than fighting to the death. While the brown-haired one was about to go solo in a fierce fight, suddenly Yugon's group appeared, drawing everyone's attention. "Kim Yugon, I haven't seen you in days. Where have you been?" Myung-hoon leaves the brown-haired guy behind and approaches Yugon to ask, "I have something to do." Yugon put the box on the ground and replied, "Of course." As Yugon spoke, he opened the box and poured all the cores from his shoulder bag into it, causing the onlookers to be shocked. "Oh my god, how many cores does he have in total? It must be at least 1,000 or more. How did that guy collect so many cores? Wait a minute, maybe I'm not worried because I managed to gather this many people. There are at least 50 of us, so no matter how strong he is, he can't face all of us at once." Mi-hoon is quietly calculating when Yugon reminds her to look at the ground carefully. Mi-hoon looked down and saw a line right at her feet. "Does everyone need this spot?" "I don't need any, I already have plenty." Seeing Yugon's cores, everyone started to murmur. "Then give me a little more too," Yujun said next. "But there's no such thing as free here. Each one costs 100 points. If you want to buy, ask for my opinion first before entering the circle. 100 points? That's too expensive. How many points do I have? The shop doesn't sell cores, so if we want to buy, we can only get them from him." While everyone hesitated, Mi-hoon stepped forward and criticized. "Are you serious? You selfish bastard. You could give up this place and save hundreds of lives. So why did you still choose to sell it? This is a joke. What do you think we should do if we don't have money?" Yugon calmly replied, "That's a stupid question. Whoever wants to buy, then buy. I'm not forcing anyone. If you want to buy, come here. You can sell items or stats first to earn points. How you earn points is up to you. I don't care." Everyone started to whisper and discuss after hearing that. "Selling items, huh? Is that allowed?" Seeing his plan failed, Mi-hoon grits his teeth in anger. He started causing trouble and destroying everything because he couldn't get what he wanted. "I bet you killed someone else and stole this essence. So you still dare to sell and make money? Do you think everyone will accept that?" Despite the insults, I remain unshaken. "If I didn't steal, then what?" Myung-hoon is determined to argue stubbornly. "Who would believe that, huh?" At the same time, from afar, Jun quickly ran over. "He has no right to accuse others of theft. You killed my friend. Do you know how hard it was for us to run away from you?" Mr. Trang's car also stood up to accuse. "If he had stolen, as you say, we would be dead. We've been with him the whole time. You're just stealing and shouting. What do you even know about this person?" Mi-hoon clenched his teeth, trembling for a moment. This is truly the height of nonsense. "So what if that's the case? What can the three of you do? You probably think you're safe just because you're riding on Yen's coattails." As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted orders to his underlings. "Kill them all for me." Soon after, everyone charged fiercely towards the crowd with their weapons. A figure like a lightning bolt rushes forward at an incredible speed, so fast that no one can see anything. But the two sword-wielding men in front were quickly beheaded by Yugon in a single slash. "It seems you really have been provoked." Yugon glared fiercely upward. "You've gone too far." He stood closest, staring at the two bodies bleeding out uncontrollably, and for a moment he was panicked. Not only Mi-hoon, but the others also shivered in fear. Mi-hoon only then remembered what you said. Could it be that what he called too far earlier was just a memory and your message remained the same? He continued, "If you can afford it, I will sell the core to everyone. Those who want to buy, after I give permission, step into the circle. Whether to buy or not is everyone's choice. I don't force it. But if anyone intends to cross this line with other motives..." "Stop for a moment," Yugon fiercely warns the crowd. "You will all die. The system displayed a notification that the basic pumpkin was activated. Mi Eung-hun still didn't listen to him and shouted loudly, "Damn it, scoop it up quickly and finish it off." They all decided to fight against you together, but Yugon was not intimidated, facing them alone and taking on the whole group. Anyone who charged at him was struck with a blow to the head and sent flying. You just swept around a few times and they all fell to the ground like straw. Mi Eung-hun was so terrified he couldn't believe his eyes and instinctively stepped back. How is that possible? At this moment, he feels utterly terrified. Am I the one who forgot the true nature of this world? I have to run now. That line, it says, only those who pass will die. I can do it. I will be safe. I will survive. Yu glared fiercely at him. You think you'll be safe just by standing there? He gives him a sneaky smile. I remember all of your faces now. Mi Eung-hun suddenly felt a chill and broke out in a sweat. It remembers all of our faces. What does that mean? Before he could find the answer, Yu Wan had already fiercely drawn his sword and chopped through, another head rolling away. Bloodstains covered the ground along the line he drew. Not only that, but the corpses are piled up in a terrifying mess. None of the people Mi-hun brought, including him, managed to escape alive from where you were. Yu Quan muttered irritably, this is really a mess. You walk ahead, with everyone here watching in horror, as if they are looking at a strange creature. No one dared to speak a word. In front of his dominance, everyone automatically stepped aside to make way. The guy standing far away watching couldn't help but tremble. Someone who can kill that many people? A single person with overwhelming strength can crush an entire gang. This is exactly the kind of world where such things happen. I thought I had adapted well, but I was wrong. As I was thinking about this and wondering what I had calculated, he suddenly raised his hand and loudly said, I will buy your core. A young subordinate looked confused. Hey, brother, he asked, how do I get points? The other replied, I already asked them. This knife can be sold for 500 points. That guy was still stammering, but he explained, think carefully. All of his cores could just be from hunting monsters. The young thug looked confused. How do you know? He patiently continued, do you think he's killed how many monsters? He doesn't even bother to take cores from those he's just defeated. All of this shows that these cores were not stolen and that this is a completely trustworthy deal. Yu turned his head back and saw that he had also approached the boy, hoping to buy the cores. Sell me 7 of them, he thought silently, as the rules and laws of this world are set by the strong like him. Both of them quickly shook hands as if the deal was done, and you were also quickly awarded 700 points. Everyone buzzed with excitement. Yes, if we buy the cores, we can move on to the next training gate. How many points do I have? I only have 200 points. Seeing him gradually disappear behind the training gate, everyone started to get excited. Me too. I want to buy as well. I'll buy 7. I'll buy 10. If anyone has extra points, I promise I'll return them in the next training round. The administrator's henchmen here are actively inspecting the item. It's slightly damaged, so I'll buy it for 300. That person didn't agree. He was overpricing. When it was someone else's turn, he did the same again. So, this item isn't popular, just pay 200 and everyone will be annoyed. Scam artist, you sold me 1,000 points and now you're buying back for that much. Next, someone else. Each attribute only has 100 points, so 3 attributes would total 300 points, right? UWorld keeps gaining over 1,000 points at once. He thought helplessly, dishonest trading has its limits, even pressuring others. He thought, anyway, it's better than dying here, but later when climbing the tower, they'll regret losing their stats today. Your total points now exceed the initial estimate of 167,400. You quietly calculate that it's still beneficial for you. I thought having 100,000 points was already good, but with this, earning that amount is as easy as flipping a hand and you can easily exchange for it. June from afar loudly said, are you planning to leave now? I don't intend to form an alliance. Sung Chan sincerely said, if you see us as sacrificial pawns like before, then fine. If we are no longer useful, just throw us away. Hearing this, the boy fell silent and didn't say anything for a long time. In the end, Yan finally spoke. Unfortunately, this is where we have to part ways. He continued, don't rely on anyone else or you two won't survive. Moreover, I have no intention of leaving. Mr. Chan was surprised. Huh? You're not leaving? Hearing this, both of them fell silent and looked at him in surprise, not knowing what to say. Yugon raised his empty bag. As you can see, I don't have a single core left. After saying that, he forcefully threw the empty bag onto the ground. Mr. Chan's car was so shocked he couldn't speak. Why did you do that? So what are you going to do now? You should return the 50 pieces to yourself. Idiot, Yugon said calmly. I'm not going anywhere. Hurry up and leave. This place is about to become chaotic. June runs after and shouts loudly. Yugon, you won't look back anymore. She watched Yugon's back as if she was about to cry. Mr. Chan's car didn't know what to say and could only gently take her hand and say, come on, Joy. And so, the two of them finally went down the path they were meant to take, while Yugon had his own affairs to attend to. You told yourself that the next training session would be a defense course with 4 stages: survival, competition, hunting, and finally, defense. A man quickly approached and asked, wait, have you sold all the cores? He coldly replied, yes, I sold everything. The man trembled at this moment and desperately knelt to the ground. I didn't care. He thought he should move quickly. This place is about to become a battlefield over the core, and so you walk alone through the streets, leaving behind those suffering and tormenting themselves. Yugo calculates that there's only an hour left when suddenly he notices a nearby shop. The city quickly flashes a streak of purple across the sky. That aura is growing stronger and stronger. This thing suddenly surprises him. Something makes Jan momentarily alert. What is he thinking? A casually dressed man suddenly appears in front of him in midair. He looked at Yugen with curiosity and asked, "Do you call me?" Yu replied, "I wasn't planning to call you. Where's that lackey of yours?" The man said, "I am currently recruiting new people, but I am also short-staffed. A group of workers was just laid off. Are you going to cut them too?" Yu was surprised. "So you've narrowed down the scope?" He said that for every 3, 1 is linked. These days, everyone is so lazy. And thanks to you, most of your subordinates are wasting time here, and progress in other areas is slowing down. I wonder why it's my fault. He irritably explained that over 100 people had used the shop to buy items through him. The boy calmly asked, "Isn't it better to do business this way? Do you really need so many people just to run each shop? Is that why you came here?" He was annoyed. "Each one? This isn't just about the store. Do you really not understand what's happening? You're calculating that you're a special target of the manager. If the manager can't control something, they usually ignore it. But this time, it seems that's not the case." You continue, saying that you completed round 3 with 160,000 points. Your level is high, and your strength is enough to overthrow this training system. Yugon calmly says, "That is what I want. If there are no issues, I will proceed. This is the path I will take. I will use the store." You really are an annoyingly stubborn person. I've been a manager for a long time, but this is the first time I've met someone like you. Immediately after, he reached out his hand. The shop quickly opened, revealing a store in the sky with everything you need. The administrator spoke and said, "I have what you need." I pressed start with this. The system quickly displays a notification. You have used 10,000 points and received an intermediate player's bag. Your items will be displayed using the Yang diagram command. Yugon continues to buy a sword that emits cold air from the north. You have used another 50,000 points. Yugon quickly opens the storage. The administrator was surprised. The North Pole Ice Blade, huh? You picked a pretty difficult item to use. Then, he spent another 80,000 points on the fire crystal and magic resistance. The cloak is enchanted with ancient magic and made from special materials, while the shield can resist magic. Yu thought to himself that it was not surprising that the training system had been disrupted. These items would be quite useful for the higher floors as well, especially since he managed to acquire them. And you spent an additional 20,000 points to buy 4 ice crystals. These ice crystals form at temperatures below 0 degrees Celsius. You continue to choose. And finally, I wanted a sharp sword, and you spent an extra 2,000 points to buy this sword. The administrator speaks. Your final item is just an ordinary sword. It doesn't stand out compared to your other special items. On the contrary, you didn't seem satisfied, but I like it, and your remaining points are 5,400. The guide continued. Now no one can challenge you anymore. None of the players in the tutorial can pierce through it, but that only applies to players. Hearing this, Iwan was a bit surprised. After the instructor quickly left, I was really looking forward to this. Once he disappeared, only Jan was left here. He silently thought for a moment, looked up at the clock on the system notification, and quietly realized it was starting. The third training round had ended. Right after the notification, the screen shatters. The system then announces that you have failed this round. The destruction of this area will begin. An electric grid quickly surrounds the city and those monsters. Yu remains calm. It's been a while since I last saw this guy. Take a closer look at the introduction of the cloak. It is a cloak imbued with ancient magic, made from special materials that resist fire magic and enhance spell power. Yugon calculates that it will protect me from the heat of the fire. This is a good item to help me withstand the flames in this tower. At the same time, he heard screams echoing out. "It's too hot, save me. Someone please, I don't want to die." Yuen followed the cry and moved forward, hearing that 3 people still hadn't escaped. Those 3 are trying to crawl forward to escape the heat. When they saw Yugen, one of the men couldn't help but grit his teeth. "Why you?" He looked at Jan, standing calmly as if nothing had happened, and was very surprised. Suddenly, a massive tremor shook the ground, which began to crack open, and a devastating explosion followed immediately after. The 3 of them are burning in the flames, screaming in pain, "Save me, please!" The sound was incredibly chilling. The suddenness of the event left Jan unable to react in time. You can only stand there in shock as the system displays a notification that the destruction of 176 giants has begun. In just a moment, the entire city was engulfed in a sea of flames, and the scene everywhere was in complete ruin. From those cracks, a gaunt skeleton monster crawled out, its eyes blazing with strange sparks. But the problem is, it's not just one. There are a whole pack of them. They're the discarded demons. Yu stood ready with his weapon and shield, unable to help but marvel at how many there were. But they're not the most dangerous ones. Yugon glanced at them briefly before speaking. "We meet again." Yugon thought that there must be a reason why this was called destruction, and very quickly, a low-level demon appeared. Demon Serucha. Yugon calmly and unwaveringly looks at him. "We meet again. Serucha," Yugon thinks. In Ragnarok, he was known as a giant mountain during the event, but here he is only as tall as a house. His true form gradually becomes clear, revealing a full-body monster made of fire. Yu thinks to himself that another world has been destroyed and swallowed by it, with the 176th Sinner Demon followed by a swarm of discarded demons. Yugon sighs in frustration. A world ruled by destruction and decay shouldn't have been born in the first place. He challenges, Serucha, are you going through menopause or something that you seem so emotional? Stop pretending to be important and just get started. He looked at Yu with a face that resembled an old rival of Serucha. He couldn't hold back and said, do you have eyes like the monkey on Hyugu Mountain? He roared. I wonder if you can survive and get out of here. And then it ordered the small demons to attack him. Yugon fought back fiercely, unshaken, charging straight at them. Your sword viciously slashed the face of the monster in front of you, and Serucha quickly threw fire to burn you. He eagerly waited to see Yugon struggle after the attack. After the explosion, thick smoke billowed up. They all stood waiting to see the outcome, but unfortunately for them, you remained safe and unharmed. Serucha immediately realized that it wasn't an ordinary cloak. You prepared it to face me. The system quickly announced that the fire protection armor blocked damage from the explosion. The fire protection armor was added to resist fire attribute attacks. Yu smiles faintly, looking at the monster in front of him. Everything has its price. He continues, I didn't prepare this just to deal with you, but to defeat you. He found it extremely funny. Winning against me is such arrogant and boastful words. You're new here and already talking like that, huh, young man? You annoyed, stop talking so much. Serucha raised his voice. Let's see how long you can keep this arrogance. I don't want to argue with these monsters anymore. You glared and said, you're talking too much. Immediately after that, you quickly jumped into the air and charged into the circle of enemies. The system then notified you of a successful level up right after you cleared a group of small monsters. But what makes it even more frustrating is that the demon played dirty and ambushed him. He attacked from the side and in an instant, a deafening explosion erupted. Tabi. This demon's destructive power is no joke. EU is fine, but it seems your magic resistance shield has been cracked after this attack. But you still didn't give up. Yugon quickly ran forward. He charges straight at Serucha alone. The notification appears, you have leveled up. All agility, strength, and mystical power stats have increased by 1. Yu feels that breathing is a bit difficult right now. You start calculating, even though I'm wearing a fire magic robe, after 2 hours of enduring this heat, my whole body is also heating up. The explosions from these school monsters are extremely dangerous when they die. It doesn't cause much damage, but I can't avoid it, so I have to take the explosion head on. I could use a mana bridge to attack from afar, but it's not sustainable for the long run and also consumes a lot of mana. The shield is about to reach its limit. It's about to break after absorbing nearly 100 explosions. I guess it's time for me to do that. Hearing this, you look up at the monster and shout loudly, Suru, why don't you get your ass down here and let these little pests get lost? Serucha glared and said, these are special items. I am truly curious how you managed to face them during training. Hearing this, he was momentarily surprised. Then he launched a fierce attack towards him. And what about you? Don't you see Hothan just sitting around during the training? Serucha said that is the punishment for the unworthy, but you are worthy. You have all the qualities to climb higher levels, become a top-tier player, and dominate the tower. But why are you still here? Are you planning to sacrifice yourself for those weaklings? You continued. I told you before, I did it to hunt you. Hearing this, Serucha chuckled with amusement and said, do you really intend to defeat me? Then he aggressively raised the sword in his hand. All right, that's why I will face you. Yun gritted his teeth, holding his shield in front of him, secretly thinking that he was already prepared inside. He is absolutely sure he will succeed. After blocking this attack, Yugon's shield's wound becomes even deeper. That massive sword swung fiercely toward him, but luckily Yugon, small and steady, remained unharmed. Your resilient and noble eyes are exactly like the person Serucha met before. Yugon has heard the voice of the great sage Tien. Do you want to know how I got these eyes? Actually, there is a special method. I failed in the 3rd round. I didn't lose because I was weak, but for a special reason. But it doesn't matter. The most important thing is whether after the battle you have the power of destruction that the training circle grants. Listen carefully. Yugon's eyes actually slightly shifted towards Serucha. You make him feel amazed. He looks at the shattered rocks and thinks, it's strange. I sense he didn't throw that punch, but why is it different from what I thought? You still didn't die. Serucha was more surprised than anyone that he could still stand up. He felt it was incredibly strange. I thought he was dead after that heat. Yugon thought of the great sage equal to heaven. This aggressive guy challenged me hundreds of times, and during those battles, I only managed to defeat him a few times. There are several reasons for that. With the wish-fulfilling golden cudgel that can extend infinitely and the cloud vortex capable of summoning rain and wind and reaching the horizon at the speed of light, along with the immortal secret power he gained from eating the celestial peach, a treasure of the world. But the most important reason why he is so strong, as he speaks here, the system sounds a notification. You are eligible to unlock the item seal and the Hao-nan will appear. The hidden item is part of the system and appears as an item or skill that supports the player. Trenyon is a slave mark that can synchronize with fire monsters. It can detect good and evil as well as truth and lies. Adds fire resistance. Effect. A reduces fire attribute impact and increases resistance by 12.14%. And at this moment, Yugon received the Tra-Non. Returning to the main issue, Yugon let out a sigh of relief. Even with this whole outfit, I still feel like I'm burning alive. Don't tell me he endured all that just to get these eyes without any special item. His body truly disregards all challenges. Serucha was surprised, those eyes of yours. You think, I can't believe I ever felt respect for that monkey. Yugon is so arrogant. Thanks, Serucha. Now I'm ready to kill you. Yugo is ready to face the battle. He looks at you with contempt. It's truly ridiculous. You think you can do anything in that pathetic state? Yugon quickly swallowed the icy crystal, and immediately his temperature started to drop, removing the freezing attribute effect added to his mystical power. Yugon felt the warmth surrounding him quickly fade away, and he clenched his teeth as his whole body was now freezing cold again. You should be satisfied. Serucha, you know better than anyone. The surrounding air is completely different from your fire. At the same time, he fiercely delivered a deadly blow towards you. The surrounding space is heating up due to this enormous power. The Starfire armor is resisting Serucha's destructive flames and has gained additional resistance to fire attribute attacks. At this moment, the Fire Eye Golden Star is also fighting against Serucha's destructive fire. His body temperature is dropping rapidly, resisting the burn effect. Serucha never expected to finally face such a formidable enemy after all this time. At that moment, Yoon quickly launched a freezing attack towards him. This attack surprised him so much that he couldn't react in time. Yu didn't stop there. He leapt forward and kicked fiercely at Serucha. His massive body couldn't dodge in time, and a sharp pain shot through him. Serucha roared fiercely, "You dare!" His eyes flashed with fierce determination, and he said, "Well done, I can do this." But Serucha still refused to give up. He continued to strike another deadly blow at him. Yugon immediately became alert. "Damn it, that attack is too dangerous. I have to dodge." At that moment, the Fire Eye Gold Star skill, which allows predicting attacks, was activated. Serucha still didn't give up, continuing to strike repeatedly at you, causing the surrounding rocks to keep crashing. The sword in Yugon's hand melted the ice surrounding it due to the intense heat, and because of all the dodging, he was starting to feel a bit exhausted. Yuw stood still, breathing heavily, swallowing 2 icy crystals and being affected by the cold burn effect, which caused his body temperature to drop sharply. He silently considered that his body couldn't withstand these cold effects for much longer and needed to end this quickly. Thinking this, Yugon quietly observed the situation for a moment, also taking the opportunity to think of a plan. Very quickly after that, he leapt to dodge another attack from him and flew straight up into the air. He figured that at this point, there was no need to hold back his magic power anymore. The secret scythe skill was quickly activated, and he immediately seized his sword to switch from a defensive to an offensive stance. As Yugon predicted, he couldn't react in time and let out a loud cry of pain. Riding on the momentum, Yugon continued to use his Demon Beast skill to strike. It seems he wanted to end this fight quickly. The force of this attack causes everything around to explode. He shifts from a frontal assault to a back attack, bringing a wave of pain upon him. His hand forcefully delivered a powerful palm strike to Serucha's back of the head. Yu charged straight onto his back, as if he had decided to end him right then and there. The angry monster shouted, "How dare you talk back when you're just a little brat who hasn't even climbed the tower?" Serucha roars in fury as the ice and fire star attributes clash against Swatch's flames. I thought I had used up all my precautions to counter his fire, but I still couldn't close the gap. Yugon used the Fire Eye Gold Star to absorb Swatch's fire, but failed to counteract it. The burn effect increased to level 2, then level 3. Your fire element resistance increases by 1. Swatcha roars in anger, demonstrating his power. I am the one who won. But he didn't expect that I had used all my strength to stab straight into Swatch's back of the head. Because the opponent was quite strong, after this stab, Yugon's sword also developed many cracks, and immediately afterward, the system quickly displayed a notification. You have defeated the destroyer of the training circle. Yugon, exhausted, gasped for breath, his hand swollen from the cold burn. Finally, you have leveled up. Yugon tiredly shouted, I really defeated him, but this is just the beginning of the journey. As he spoke, he remembered the hardships he faced fighting alongside everyone in the past, and Yu smiled contentedly. What a tough journey that was. Damn those bastards. A notification appears, an unimaginable achievement because you have accomplished the impossible, and your reward calculation will be temporarily suspended. Yugon slowly opened his eyes after a tiring battle, seeming to have slept very well. He tried to get up despite his body still hurting a lot. Yugon let out a sigh of relief as he looked at his hand. The burn still fresh, so he probably fainted not long ago. My body still feels a bit cold, but I'm completely battered. I recall the battle and sigh, thinking I almost lost my life just to get the Fire Eye Gold Crystal, going through all sorts of trouble for it. The guide isn't over yet, the road is still long, so I won't complain. Seeing Serucha lying motionless on the ground, I quietly think he doesn't look so bad without fire. But this isn't an ordinary corpse. Demons' bodies usually contain valuable items. Since this is Serucha, it must be so. As he thought, he rummaged through his corpse to see if there was anything interesting. Just as Yugon thought, there really was something good inside. That item made his eyes shine brightly. It is the heart of the giant, the heart of the demon Serucha. The giant was born on the land of fire. This heart is soaked with the strength of a giant and radiates a fierce aura. Classifying the elixirs grants the power of the giant and a corresponding amount of magic energy. I want to use it right away, but I'm not strong enough yet. It will significantly change my body, but I need a lot more stamina to get there. A familiar voice interrupted Yugon's train of thought as the impatient administrator asked him, "Are you done?" You felt annoyed. "You're back again? If anyone should be angry, it's me telling you off." "There," you told him. "My path is still long." The administrator is disappointed. "The balance of the tutorial has been completely thrown off because of you. Those guys keep complaining about me all the time." He recalled how you kept searching for and killing all the monsters. Couldn't help but feel exhausted and frustrated. Truly a headache. He told Yugon that you will be taken directly to the area. The 4th tutorial has already started, and they are almost finished. "You really? How much time is left?" The administrator told you there are about 4 hours left. Jan is satisfied. 4 hours? That's more than enough. He replied, "Of course. I need to discuss your reward with the administrators from the other floors. It's been a long time since I finished." Right after that, the system immediately awarded the reward. You received 10,000 points and the Celestial Annihilation skill. Yuwo was surprised. Destroying the Celestial Killer? I thought I knew everything about high-level skills, but this is the first time I've heard of it. An A+ rank skill A is just an ordinary thing that can't be found in the guide. The instructions appear, and you are already determined to destroy the heavens with all your power. The value of fate will change based on the lives you have taken. An A+ grade with 0.00% completion. All stats increase by 3 points. The stat increase depends on the enemies you kill. It's not a high-level skill, but since it boosts your stats, it will be quite useful. Here it is. Not to mention, it also has a completion rate. This skill is still not fully developed, but increasing the stats is still good. The administrator continued, "Do you need anything else besides the reward? Buy me another small red potion." The administrator was surprised and said, "You spend money like water, huh?" He quickly obtained the item, spending all 10,000 points. It's a very bitter elixir that boosts magic power and endurance. After the transaction, the administrator quickly left, advising you to rest and wait after finishing that pill. Right after using that, your magic power and endurance increased by 1. The administrator then bid farewell and disappeared from the guidance system. Your wounds and stamina will quickly recover. Yugon relaxes and ponders. I only have 4 hours until then to recover my energy and prepare for the 5th tutorial, which is a battle against time. He thought for a moment before leaning back and sighing. After a long while, he finally opened his eyes and woke up. The corpse of the monster still remains there, and Yugon seems to have regained some strength after resting for a while. A blue light begins to emerge from beneath his feet surrounding him. Yugon was quickly taken to another place. The final instruction was starting, and he soon found himself in a different scene. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he started looking around to observe the surroundings. It seemed like he wasn't alone here. It looked like they had arrived earlier. A man takes a deep breath and smells the sea. The person next to him asks, "Where is this place?" There are so many people, and this place is huge. Just to give a quick overview, this is the first time participants from different worlds have gathered for the final guide. This is what the tower calls the final guidance. The quick notification board quickly displays that the world is merging and the final guidance will begin now. The crowd is buzzing. The final tutorial? Is it really over? Of course not. It's just the tutorial. Be quiet. A warning sounds. Paraganda Island is gradually sinking, and there is only one condition to escape and prove your worth. Kill the boss at the top of the island. The contribution levels for defeating the boss will be converted into points. The final reward will be determined based on your points and remaining time. The time limit is 30 days. The island will sink when time runs out. The system starts counting down immediately after the instructions are announced. Everyone's surprised. That's a win, Yon thought to himself. They are surprised because before, the time was only about 1 to 4 days, so there was no need to rush into battle. Having more time to reach the finish line is a good thing, but on the other hand, it also means it will take a month to defeat the boss. It's that strong. You observed everyone's expressions around him and made an assessment. A few people have already understood. A man stepped forward and said, "Do you all hear that? There must be a reason why everyone gathered here. How about we work together? I wonder if everyone is hesitant, right?" He said quickly. "All right, let's introduce ourselves now." Someone from the crowd coldly spoke up. "I refuse." Everyone fell silent. He arrogantly said, "Who said we are teammates? Teammates are those I trust to support me, so I want to choose them myself. Just by looking, I can tell you're not worthy yet." Someone among them was surprised. "What do you mean? It seems like Yuwo knows him. That guy is also here." The arrogant blonde man shouted angrily and charged at him. The man who just refused with a cold face, his eyes shining like lights, radiated lightning-like energy all over his body. He tensed up, and the group of people around him seemed to be struck by a powerful electric current swaying wildly. It seems the arrogant guy didn't intend to hold back, causing the others to be thrown into the air. Then he casually flicked his hand, making them fall heavily to the ground. The deafening sound of bones cracking echoed. Immediately after, he coldly sneered with contempt. "They're just bugs." That person is Awakens. He claims to be the heir to the throne of Olympus, a descendant of the fallen god. Everyone looked at the people lying stiff on the ground, continuously angrily cursing. The madman, some wondered, is that a skill? Yu thought that after the 5th tutorial, he was already this strong. No wonder he attracted so much attention from the tower. That is the power of a purebred. Purebreds are those born and raised in the tower and decided to climb it. They have experienced mystical things inside the tower since the moment they were born, so they are on a completely different level from the other players. This game is not fair at all. He also contributed the most during the 5th tutorial before. Yu silently left with no reason to get involved with that guy. I really hate noisy people. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted out to call me. That guy really is unlucky in a narrow alley. Yu glanced over, puzzled as Han suddenly ran up to him and he asked, "What are you?" Yujun calmly asked, "Are you talking to me?" I wonder silently, when did he arrive here? He looked at Yu directly and asked, "It's you." Then he pointed directly at Yugon's cloak. "That's the thermobaric star chart, right?" "That's not an item you can obtain in the tutorial. So how did you get it?" Yugon calmly replied to the point, "I bought it with points." This astonished Hagen silently in admiration. Did he really manage to buy something so expensive? I can't hide my curiosity. Hagen asked directly, "What level are you at now?" Yu didn't hesitate to ask again. "Isn't that a bit rude?" Hagen shyly scratched his head. "Yeah, you have a point. But isn't that already common knowledge in the guide?" Seeing that you didn't want to say anything, he quickly waved his hand and said, "Well, I won't ask anymore. Instead, do you want to form a team with me?" Yugo bluntly refused. "Forget it, I don't want to join." "Wait a moment, you may not know who I am, but I am Yu Gun," cutting him off without even bothering to look back, uninterested. "Goodbye." A talented person being rejected like that instantly made Aishgan furious and speechless. That guy, the spot where he stood had already been pierced with a small hole, causing the ground to leak. Perhaps this is Han's fury, a scream echoing through the deep forest. "Stay back from me." After a while, everyone quickly started fighting the monsters. Han fights the giant beasts alone without showing any fear, and his strikes are very decisive. In just a moment, those giant monsters were slain, their bodies sprawled on the ground. But Hawk still felt a bit exhausted and couldn't help but be shocked inside. How was that bastard so fast? He doesn't seem to be using a speed boosting skill, so how high are his stats? Could he also be a purebred? There are probably a few quick ones too. Is he from Alfredo? Maybe a martial arts master from the martial world? Could he be a descendant of the moon god? A flood of thoughts and doubts rushed through Han's mind about him, and for a moment he feels a surge of excitement. I thought this would be really boring, but it looks like it's getting interesting. Meanwhile, Yan is rushing forward as fast as he can. "It seems you've run quite far." You stop and look back. Have I managed to shake him off yet? He's really fast. Although Min was quite sure that his expertise was not speed but pure strength from electric energy, after a moment, Yan quickly and lightly leapt down from the tree. You remember the words, "The balance of this guide has been completely disrupted." Yu guesses that the administrator said that not just because of himself, but anyway, it's unrelated. As you pondered, you arrived at a large cave entrance. After a while, blood and gore covered the inside, and a notification appeared. You have defeated a boss, and the completion rate of the Heavenly Annihilation increases by 0.001%. Every time a monster is defeated, Yugon gains 0.001%. The amount is a bit small. I don't know where they came from, but Yuan keeps killing one after another. The system display shows that your Heavenly Extinction level has reached grade A+ with 0.01% completion. He looked at the pile of monster corpses in silent disappointment. Killing dozens of Glon only raised the completion rate by 0.01%. To improve it properly, he would probably need to kill stronger monsters. But my purpose here isn't to hunt, he thought as he sprinkled unscented powder all around. Yu thinks that his body has recovered even better than enough, and that the freezing effects inside him have also disappeared. I'm ready. Quickly activate the system and touch the floating screen. You take out the giant's heart and a familiar voice echoes, "Listen carefully. Kim Yugon?" The giant's heart must be absorbed before the instructions end, and at the same time, you quickly insert the heart into your stomach and bite down fiercely. You feel a sudden change in your heart and blood vessels right after eating it. The system quickly notifies you that you have absorbed the fresh blood of the demon and the giant. The giant's blood is starting to flow through you. The demon's blood is beginning to flow through you. Yugon felt his chest being painfully constricted as a struggle between human demon and giant blood began inside his body. Yu gasped heavily, his breathing growing more difficult, feeling a heat that threatened to burn his internal organs. He grit his teeth and endured because the fire coming from inside him couldn't be stopped by the starfire absorption. Meanwhile, the blazing eye of the golden star was fighting against the giant's flames. He couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to the ground, feeling as if his bones and muscles were twisting together and his blood was flowing backward. At this moment, the fire eye of the golden core has failed against the giant's flames. His mind kept fighting, with no easier way to overcome the pain, only relying on willpower to push through, enduring and absorbing as much strength as possible. The great sage, Tien, is speechless, saying the giant's horn is for boosting oneself, not for eating. And eating it in the guide is almost suicidal. No matter what, you must have the Fire Eye Gold Crystal. If something happens and you can't get it, then abandon your heart. You only have one chance. At this moment, your strength and endurance have increased by 1. The more Yugun struggled to endure the pain, the higher those two indicators rose over time. Veins on his face and forehead bulged from the agony. Yu wondered how much time had passed. Based on his calculations, it was probably about to appear soon. At the same time, a notification appears showing the golden fire eye and the giant's flames clashing. You can now control the giant's fire through the golden fire eye. Because the conditions for concealment are met, you have obtained the great heat fire. Yugon gritted his teeth, sweating profusely. What the hell is great heat fire? The skill I want just won't appear. He tried to crawl up, but his body couldn't handle it, and he collapsed. Yugon seemed about to go crazy. Time gradually moved into the evening. The toy was as clear as summer water. The time on the system bar is slowly passing by now. Yugon lies motionless on the ground, as if on fire. Now he has no strength left to sit up. His whole body trembles with pain. Yugon looked up in despair as half a day had already passed and his vision blurred from the pain. Did I alone make a mistake? Honestly, that skill can only be achieved by killing 10,000 giants and covering oneself in their blood. There's no way it would be that easy to get it. Yu clenched his fist. Should I be satisfied with just this? Suddenly, another notification appeared, startling him. You have met the hidden requirements. It seems there is some hope. Yugon tries to shift his body. The notification appears again. You have fully absorbed the blood of the demon and the giant. You have successfully absorbed the giant's heart in the tutorial. Reading this, it seems your endurance has also reached its limit. Yugon's eyes slowly close. He was satisfied. I did it. Yugon fainted like that. You didn't realize that you would also be enlarged immediately afterward. Yugon woke up and looked up at the time display. You're confused. Minute fainted for half a day? I didn't think you'd pass out twice during the training. I need to hurry. The fastest record for clearing the last training session was 1 week. I've wasted a bit of time here already. The one who set that record is the greatest mage warrior. You are the leader of the great Osla Odin sect. Yugon just woke up and checked the system, then silently vowed that he would not lose to him. You looked at the rankings just as I thought. Agan is at the top, far ahead of the others. Elidor and Paladinte are John's sisters from the Pantomime world, where magic and swordsmanship are highly developed. If I remember correctly, they participated in the training sessions of both worlds. Even more than that. Is G pure blood? I've never heard of this name before. And regarding this person, based on his name, he probably comes from the same world as me, but I've never heard of him either. Maybe the people I don't know will never enter the tower and will die here. Forget it. No matter how much I think about it now, it won't change anything. I've spent too much time already. Let's check my status and get going. Thanks to absorbing the giant's heart, my physique has grown a bit too much. I need to be more careful and keep my stats balanced. And as I thought of this, the information immediately appeared. The Great Fire Disaster. Firestones born with flames inside, and the small flames within them will never go out. Even after death, maintaining for a long time, and for future generations, the power of the skill will increase along with efficiency and hidden strength. IU's level isn't high, but I guess it can be used. I need a technique that affects a specific area. Thinking of that, he didn't linger for long. When Yug stepped out of the cave, it was already morning. He quickly tested his new skill as soon as he regained his composure. The quick acting tracking skill is now being effectively used by its new owner, and in his eyes, a small TV screen appears. Yugon could see from afar where he was standing. The area was extremely deserted. Not far from there, Yugon spotted a group of monsters living here. You quickly rush towards them, and as soon as they see you, they shout out, "Humans are prey." Yu raises his hand and silently thinks, "Owl tribe. Not bad for testing the Great Fire Disaster." Soon after, the monsters were engulfed by fierce flames. They panicked and chaos ensued. The scorching fire, that human is humanity's fault. Immediately after, Yu fiercely charged with his sharp sword towards them, burning from the heat and under direct attack, causing the OCs to panic like 7 ducks. Yugon, like a fierce demon, charged alone to defeat them all. As he fought, he kept an eye on the timer, with only seconds left, silently determined to finish this training faster. Odin on Han's side is also checking the rankings. That name belongs to him. I don't know what his name is, but that must be him. Han smirked. That's interesting. I used to think he was just a guy with very fast legs because he had never stood out before. But he quickly climbed all the way up here. A young man arrives at the same time. What makes you so happy? I can't hide my mischievous grin. There is someone I want to recruit no matter what. Do you think it's Kim Yu-won? This person is Lai Sung-jan, who participated in the Earthworm. His mana control ability is outstanding. Hagen was surprised. Do you know him? Sung-jo said, I think he might share the same nationality as me. I don't know him personally. I just guessed his name. But he stands out on that ranking. Sung Jahoon guesses that at this level he will probably take your place. So let's see how the scores turn out. Hagen justifies it by saying he's busy gathering everyone. Hagen figures he has assembled a pretty strong team, but there's still one spot left. His name is Kim Yugon, right? Aishan then immediately felt confident. Now let the real hunt begin. Cut to another location and one of them speaks up. Aussie, is that right? I found him. This is Paladinte, a participant in the live between the elf and the dark elf from Pantomium. Han snapped, I told you I'm not as kid. Anyway, come closer and let's see how well you do. Han warns everyone to step back to avoid getting electrocuted, then channels his internal energy. Hagen's entire body is quickly enveloped by a surge of intense positive electricity, and he immediately strikes forward with a fierce blow. The earth and rocks quickly explode apart due to the internal energy, leaving Shung stunned. "Is this the place you've been searching for all day?" Hagen said. "Without Paladinte, it will take us a few more days to find it. Do you understand? Anyway, let's go in together." As soon as we entered, one of them started to attack. "This place is quite spacious, like a cave. Paladinte, be careful and check the area before taking action." Seeing Han's attitude upon entering, Paladinte anxiously asked loudly, "What's wrong?" "Ajuzi, he seems to be thinking that something is strange. The announcement that the dungeon had been found should have gone out by now, so why hasn't it appeared yet?" Han curiously stepped in. "Has someone already found this place?" John Shung shouted in panic. "Captain, check the leaderboard." Ishgan wondered why Yuan said that, but quickly followed suit. Surprisingly, in just a short time, Yuan had taken the top spot while he fell behind. Seeing his name drop from the top, Hgan couldn't help but hesitate. The name Kim Yugon in the top position haunted and echoed endlessly in his mind. Immediately after, Han unleashed his fury on the monsters. The giant worms are now cut apart by Hgan's powerful electric current. The girl outside, witnessing Hgan's fury, speaks up. "It seems he's quite troublesome," Zhengzhan replied. "I'm not so sure about that. To me, he's not annoying, but actually gives me quite a lot of motivation." She wondered, "Do you think it's the enemy?" Zheng hesitated for a moment, blushing shyly. I guess so." A voice from behind says, "But at this rate, we won't be able to hunt properly." He hunted all those monsters himself. Zheng decided to split the team in half. Ji nodded silently in satisfaction. Hgan spoke up. "It's perfect timing since we're at a crossroads. Elidor and Paladinte can each lead a team down different paths and stay in contact. Janchi, Sungzon, Elidor, File E, and Typhon, you guys go to the right. You guys should be fine." Zai quickly drew his sword and spoke up. "Understood." Then they quickly said goodbye to each other. "See you all again soon." Immediately after, Zhengzhan uses a mana skill to attack the monsters. His inner strength is quite powerful. A single move sent the monsters flying away. Ji is not inferior. He leaps forward to attack the monsters directly, a gentle slash that cuts them apart in a series. In no time, Hgan's army had eliminated all the monsters here. The tired, black-skinned man in the back. "Hunting for hours without rest really is exhausting," Deng Johan replied. "I think so too. You believe you can only use the mana bridge about 2 more times. Now I should save my mana, but what is that door?" "That's too much," one of them spoke up. "I'm not sure, it could be something like a boss room," Elidor wondered. "Boss room?" Xing Johan explained. "It's like in a video game. I mean, in the world I used to live in. I've experienced places like this before, and there's usually a boss behind that door. Stay alert and don't lower your guard just because the hunt is over. When you're distracted and relaxed like this, it's the moment you're closest to death," Zhang Zhan cheerfully said with a bright smile. Yes. Then he reached out to open the ranking board. Not sure why, but his face turned pale and he looked momentarily stunned. Seeing his reaction, Jie Qi stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong?" Deng Zhou stammered over the leaderboard when suddenly a violent tremor struck, causing everyone to lose their footing. "Everyone is noisy. What's going on?" "I think it's coming from behind the door." Zhou Chai shouted, "Watch out, everyone. Sung, go back to your position at the end." She suspects that this shocking event and her top contribution points are definitely connected. The door gradually opens. Zochi alert, don't tell me he's inside. Inside the bloodstained room, strange limbs of monsters are scattered across the floor. As everyone enters, a system notification immediately appears. The boss raid is over. Jung Jo-hoon immediately recognized the person in front of him. He remembers the person who surpassed them on the top of the leaderboard, Kim Yu-gon, with a huge lace lead of 10,149 points. He sits there with a dark gaze, staring at the crowd. Next to it lies the corpse of the monster. The boss raid has been completed. His gaze still burned with fierce anger and lingering hostility, recalling how he had just personally defeated the boss in this room. It looks like a giant worm crawling around him. Its tough scales and sharp spines could cause serious injury if not dodged in time. Yugon couldn't help but marvel at how stubborn he was. Immediately after, he skillfully increased his power level and added one to his secret strength. I think I've tried all the skills in my weapon stash and defeated it with my current combat ability, so this should be good enough. But I should pay more attention to my physical condition before using giantization on myself. It's still a bit difficult to use. Immediately after, he received 3,000 points for clearing the boss room, and the progress of refining the Heavenly Spirit increased by 1%. Yu silently thought that the progress of completing the Heavenly Spirit Stone was really slow. At least I still gained 1% for defeating the boss. It seems that just killing a mountain of monsters isn't the answer. Maybe I should focus on defeating the higher level monsters instead of the 20-something bosses. Since there's no way to determine how much each skill will affect, I have to speed up the progress even more. Yun coldly looked at the crowd and shouted loudly, "You guys are a bit late. This just died a moment ago." Elidor wasn't sure, but the person next to him cut in. "Isn't it impossible for you to have killed all these monsters by yourself?" Shocked and terrified inside, Can the captain, considered the strongest in the training session, clear out the boss room alone? How powerful are the skills of someone who grew up in the same world and underwent the same training as me? He is a brutal monster. No wonder the captain wants him so badly. Dungjo politely spoke up. Are you Kim Yu World? Do you have any teammates around you? Yugen calmly, as everyone could see, I am going alone. Zheng's mind sounded a warning. I am sure we need you on our team. No, you are a dangerous character if we are not on the same team. Zheng Zhan quickly spoke up. If that's the case, do you want to join our team? Yon silently observed Sung and evaluated him. The Korean guy, he's Lai Sung. He thought for a moment, his gaze deepening with an inscrutable look as he observed them. Based on Elidor's presence, this must be Hagen's army. They split up to hunt, increasing their meager points. I don't recognize that face. Is she G? She ranks just below Han. Based on the fact that she came all the way here, she must be a big fish in this training session. That guy chose a good teammate. This team has a bright future. However, seeing you so silent, Zheng Dan spoke up. Yugon, still the same old answer. Yugon coldly replied, I have to say no now. Zheng Zhan is disappointed. I knew it. The captain was also refused. G spoke up. So, are you planning to take on the boss propaganda by yourself? We have a win for this training session, and the boss is set up so that many people can team up and defeat it. Yugon asked again, so what? John Chi continued to emphasize that the main focus of the final training was the team. It's about how far you can develop within the given time, how many teammates you can gather, and how well you work with them. It seems like she's right. Yugon listened silently without saying a word. You ask straightforwardly, so what is it that you want? Elidor whispered. I have contacted the captain. When I told him that we had found Yugon, he said he would come here immediately. Sanju looked confused, thinking this was going to be very troublesome. At the same time, a flash of light quickly shot in from outside the door. Aegon shouted in excitement, Kim Yugon, I finally found you. Before he finished speaking, Yugon forcefully pushed him away. Your actions here have everyone present momentarily panicked. You coldly ask, do you want to survive? Wait a moment, you continue, and say, do you want to become a Jianko? Ji is startled. Why would someone not fully blooded from the tower know what a rancor is? In short, a rancor is a creature that has completed all the tests in the tower and cleared all the floors, possessing radiant power and immortality. You replied seriously, I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in that. I finally realized I have to become a Ganku, but that's just part of the process. Ji is furious. Something like that. For someone not chosen by the tower, becoming a cultivator is nothing but a dream. The king leading his tribe is a respected cultivator. Thinking about this, she kept looking down on him. What's the difference with you? Aren't you saying that you'll become a high-level core? You listened silently as she finished speaking. Only then did you speak coldly. Even if it's a higher level, I will break through the top of the tower. You thought that his final destination was not something like the top of the tower. Hearing him say that, everyone looked grim. Ji couldn't help but speak up in protest. That's just unreasonable. Han suddenly jumped up and shouted loudly. Kim Yugon paused for a moment, then yelled back like a child. What do you think you're doing? It hurts. Yugon calmly replied, If you come at me with that much force, I thought you were trying to kill me. Aegon irritably said, I just wanted to catch you. Yugon continued arguing. If someone as strong as you rushed at me, of course I would be scared. Hearing this, my sudden anger quickly disappeared. Aegon whispered, So? Then I apologize. Sighing, he said, Is that enough for you? Shgan continued, You say you will tear down the top of the tower. That's an interesting idea, a really clever plan. I heard my father once say that outside the tower there is an even greater power. You wouldn't know who he is, but he is extremely important. Yugon didn't bother to expose him, just thought to himself, how could I not know that the king of Olympus would fall? Hagen continued, Yugon, I heard that you once again refused our invitation to join our team. I guess you're going to say that a small fish can't compare to a whale, but don't think I'm a lowly sardine. Because one day I will become the king of Olympus. Hearing him say this, all the team members were momentarily stunned. Captain Yuan happily pondered, a statement from the direct descendant of Olympus. At least he has a noble goal. Seeing your silence, Hagen continued, I will prove it to you. Let's bet on who defeats the boss first and gets more shares. You are free to form your own team. I don't care how many people you have, but I can promise you my team will not have more than 9 members. Yugon remained silent. That's a good proposal. I could form a team with dozens or even hundreds of people, but they would only keep the team to 9 members. And if I win, what happens then? Aegon straightforwardly said, I will work for you under the name Human. Hearing this, Yugon felt a bit intrigued. He smiled contentedly. Really? He propped his chin with his hand and said, You can put the Hungmin incident aside. I don't need a brother like you. He thought to himself that anyway, the future had to change. Shgan could be a pretty useful card in that event. Instead, if I win, help me once when I need it. Hagen was surprised. Just once? Are you sure? Hagen said excitedly. I'll accept since that request isn't too much. If you want, I can even give you my item. Yugon was not interested. We can discuss that after we finish. All right, that's enough now. I'll meet you on the first floor later. Don't pretend not to know me then. Yoon looked grim. I feel it every time I see him, but he's just too energetic. However, I guess that was how he managed to finish the training in just 9 days. Han is now full of energy and everyone can hear it. Right, we'll be very busy, so let's go quickly. Yu said, I don't want to dampen the mood, but there's no need to rush. He pointed to the timeline and said, I will pause time for a moment. Suddenly the time system stopped working. Igan was confused what was happening to it. Why did the clock stop? Yugon reminded him, Baraganda isn't an island, it's a mythical beast. Shgan wondered, and Yugon replied, they are parasites. They cling tightly to the giant beasts and drain their strength. Baraganda sank because of them. If the seawater floods in, the parasites won't survive either. Hgan asked further, so is that the king of parasites or something else? Yugon explains, it's a creature even more than a parasite. He cautiously wondered if he should believe what he was told. Oh, then go on. The remaining time will stop counting down until the system reverts to its original state when the management or subordinates intervene. Yugon remembered that Odin had told him a secret about Barak. During the 5th training round, the fight against time was the key, and defeating the leader was the way to win. Odin then asked how he could kill it within a week. It's really not just a week. I paused time. Yugon calculated that he had to make the most of this time after becoming stronger. And when the time resumes, the training will end. The 2 members of Hgon's team are surprised. Wait, is there a glitch? I'm not the only one who saw it stop, right? Will it decrease everything all at once then? Damn it, maybe it will start counting down again soon. What are you doing? Hurry up and increase your points while you still have time. Let's go. At the same time, the subordinates were rushing around. Are the air dragons already dead? This is the first time since Odin. What about the manager? Does he know there was a mistake during the training session? He's arguing with Olympus now. He's busy with that. Someone contact the manager quickly. It's not easy to find the dragon's signature. The scene shifts back to a deserted forest, the ground here cracking apart. A powerful tremor causes the birds to scatter in fear. The giant monster is being stabbed in the head by a sword, fresh blood pouring out, but it still stands dazed. Yu jumps onto it alone and then strikes down fiercely. More importantly, they don't just have one. Seeing their leader fall, the other 2 are taken aback. His group has already killed the leader. Before they could recover, your sword was fiercely thrust forward. One of them shouted loudly, Monster! He's a monster! His eyes turned red and his face showed a fierce expression. Who are you calling a monster? The monsters shouted in fear, yelling at each other. It's dangerous, let's run. Yugo was momentarily stunned and speechless. He looked up at the timeline and it started counting down again. It seems like the subordinates have fixed it. Just as I thought, the parasitic dragon is useless. No one bathes twice in the same river. Anyway, I've gained 4 days more than I expected. Looking at the sky, I quietly wonder if I should go or not. Arriving at the God's Tower, which is on the high peak across, a loud explosion also suddenly erupted on the mountaintop. The shockwave caused the ground around to collapse into a huge pink hole. Watching the process, everyone is starting to gather. Elad said they can only earn good points by defeating the leader. So, capable players are trying to get involved. He hesitated. Well, I think most of them are above level 20, based on mana. Chi calmly said, fine, they will come here by any means. They must be at least that level to enter the tower. Zungjan wondered, do all players know how to use mana? Ji replied, only those who are not residents of the tower. He was surprised, residents? Ji explained, those born and raised in the tower, like us or the leader, if chosen by the tower, will be blessed by the system and become pure-blooded. Hearing this, Zhengzhan quickly understood and felt a bit worried. So, do you think we can defeat the leader? Zhou asked. I don't know, I think there's no way. At the same time, Han quickly slid over to join everyone. Ji looked at him and then continued. But I can't tell how strong our leader really is anymore. Right after that, she spoke to Han. We've already been trying to make the most of our time. Sung Yohan looked around and asked, Kim Yugon isn't coming? Elidor said he's already here. You are wearing a dazzling red cloak and slowly approaching everyone. You are secretly calculating whether it looks like you plan to take down these monsters alone. Yugon is calculating, and Elidor and Leong John Mana's aura is completely different from before. They must have leveled up quite a bit. Then he looked over at Aegon and this bastard, and as soon as he saw you, he cheered with delight. Kim Yugon. He's pretending. You're here? Where are your teammates? Are you planning to fight the Alpha alone again? Yugon, be honest. That's right, my score will be higher if I do that. Han sighed with boredom. Everyone says I'm crazy, but you're even worse. He plans to score 7,000 points more than himself, so I'll kill the leader before him and his team. At the same time, someone stepped forward to greet. Are you Kim Yugon? It seems like you don't have a team, but we're all on our way to fight the leader. If you don't have a team, then before he could finish speaking, Han angrily shot an electric current through him, furious as if someone had stolen his lover, glaring fiercely at that person. You bugs, run away in fear and scream loudly. It's Han Yugon's team quietly celebrating inside. Fine, I think I just need to stand still. Han smirkingly looked at him. Did I do well? What? Are you planning to leave now? Yugon didn't turn back. That time is crucial during training. Han smiled with satisfaction. It took a month, but you managed to clear them in less than 5 days. You're amazing! Ishgan shouted loudly. Today Yugon is coming along too. Suddenly, he stops just in time at a precipice. Immediately after, Yugon swiftly leaps down. As he lands, the system announces, "You have entered the first boss room." Inside, there are countless monsters. The mission appears. Complete it to find the first boss. The fierce spear tips stand tall, waiting for the opponent to advance, quickly forming a solid shield wall in front. Facing the small number of people, they stood tall and firm, blocking the way. Han's two members couldn't help but sweat. What is all this? There are so many. You thought there are many circles we need to clear before facing the boss, right? All the monsters have come here to fight. Maybe it's not possible, but you can control them. Yogon quickly drew his sword, calculating that he knew where the boss was. We need to hurry. The notification appears, indicating the skill of the Great Firestorm Magic Sword. The two skills have been combined. Both of them silently exchange thoughts as they watch him. In the end, we'll get to see him fight. He's a monster ranked higher than the leader, so we'll meet him if he's high enough or truly that powerful. Scan stands silently behind him, eagerly awaiting to see him fight. He silently screams, "Come on, show me, Kim Yugon." Yugon quickly rushed forward so fast that no one even had time to see his move. The other person is stunned. He's gone. Where did he go? Zhang stammered there as a fierce blaze from his side swept through the entire space. Zhang was stunned and wide-eyed, gaping. What is that? He broke through the circle of giant monsters alone. They couldn't even get close to him. Yu, fiercely like a demon from hell, stabbed straight into the red demon's body. Everyone was stunned. He's a monster stronger than even the leader. Zhang realized he had spoken too soon, saw Hack's face darkening with murderous intent, and quickly covered his mouth in surprise. Ogan is excited. Just as he expected, he can't lose, right? Then he shouts loudly, "Wait for me! Kim Yugon." The monster's spears surround Hishgan, but he remained unshaken. In fact, Hishgan seemed to gain even more motivation. He leapt forward and kicked the spears. Suddenly, Hishgan sensed a surge of deadly energy approaching from behind, and a flash of yellow light shot out rapidly. Yugon arrived just in time to support Hishgan. Both of them instinctively worked together, while everyone outside dared not rush in. Zhang said, "We shouldn't just stand here and watch, right? But I have nothing to do." John Shi said, "There are still traps. Don't let your guard down." Paladinte and Elidor quickly rushed to kill the monsters together. Paladinte loudly told Zhang to lead the way, while they would support from behind. He quickly uses his mana skill to attack and also reminds his teammates to be careful, everyone. At the same time, Yugon quickly drew his sword and glided across the ground. He thought that at least they were strong enough not to become an obstacle. And it seems they won't die if something happens ahead. That's pretty reliable. A voice rang out. "Hey, Jan! I think there's something over there, on this side." Han quickly runs over to check the situation, standing there in confusion as he looks up at the wall, muttering to himself. This is a strange drawing with patterns and designs that seem ancient and mysterious. Everyone is excitedly discussing it. Is it war? Almost like it. Yugo quietly thinks that this is also the first time he's seen it in real life. He reaches out to touch the wall and feels it behind this door. Ha saw you sneaking in silently again and shouted, "Are you planning to break in without saying a word?" Yu calmly replied, "Anyway, I was planning to go in by myself from the start." He is annoyed. That's not the issue. We're on the same team, right? You're going to die if you wait a little longer. Suddenly, a terrible sound quickly echoes, making the surrounding space become extremely dark. Shivering, he asks, "What about that boss?" One of them replied, "Its crying alone was enough to silence me." "What kind of creature is it?" Hagen cautiously thought to himself that he had information about the boss, but it was truly a terrifying beast. Then he quickly spoke up. "All right, let's go." Inside the door, there was no significant movement for a moment, and the boss had not yet appeared. Han began to gather power in his hand, and everyone stepped back. Everyone was terrified to see a chained dragon with glowing shackles thrashing endlessly. It fiercely glared at those bothering it. The system displays a message. You have entered the third boss's room. It is imprisoned behind iron bars, but it remains very aggressive. The mission prompt appears. Defeat the imprisoned Chimera boss. Once achieved, the training session will end. Ichigan hesitated and stepped forward, asking, "Is that the final boss of the training round?" You pondered the question for a long time. "Are you saying that's the final boss?" The guidance system states only one person can break Chimera's chains and get familiar with it. If you break the crystal ceiling sphere, the time limit will end and you can pass the training round regardless of its requirements. The owner of the Chimera will gain additional points based on the number of participants they have killed. Sung Johan was surprised. The owner of the Chimera? Elidor also wondered. "Do I have to hunt this Chimera and at the same time protect the crystal seal sphere from my allies?" John Shi asked. "There are 10 people here, so it's not hard to observe others' movements with this number, so it doesn't seem too difficult, right?" She thought. "Even if someone tries to deceive us, we have the leader here, and no one is faster than the leader." While everyone was silent and hesitant to act, Yugon moved forward alone. Han was startled and stopped him, saying, "What do you think you're doing?" Yugon coldly replied, "I'll go. You can't betray us after coming this far together, right?" Hkin annoyed, "Do you forget our promise? You shouldn't do this alone. But with everyone and finish the training session, right?" Yu coldly replied, "I will win that bet and I will be the only one to finish this training round." Hearing this, Aegon was extremely furious. What are you talking about? Why do you need that? You added, that's why I wanted to be alone. You can't wait any longer, so I pulled out my sword from the system. A loud explosion quickly echoed, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Aegon was furious and shouted, Kim Yugon, system alert, the crystal ceiling sphere has been destroyed. Chimera boss will be released from its chains. The owner of the Chimera is Kim Yugon. That dragon was quickly released from its chains. The barrier imprisoning it is gradually dissolving now. The monster's furious eyes blaze brightly, and the notification again appears. Defeated the released Chimera. It is a 3-headed dragon that looks enormous, and as soon as it was released, its power caused the surroundings to shake constantly. Scan was furious, grinding his teeth as he looked at Yugon. How dare you? Yugon said nothing, only let out a sound. Chimera, upon hearing the voice of its master, approached to receive orders. It pointed at the wall and commanded, Destroy this wall. As soon as the command was given, the dragon swiftly stomped down the wall with fierce force, while Yugon and Aegon watched silently throughout the entire process. Everyone around was pushed back a few steps by the tremors, and at this moment, everyone was pale with fear at the terrible power of this 3-headed dragon. Yugon looked at everyone and said, I am controlling the Chimera, and it will not attack you. From now on, I have to face a different enemy. Hearing this, Aegon asked in surprise, What? Keep going. Chimera is a monster created by combining countless monsters on this island. Who do you think created it? Look at the dragon now. It has changed color from blue to purple. Aegon was momentarily stunned. If Chimera isn't really the boss, then what is it? Yu continues. Whether you fight with me or not, you need to make that decision. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly led his dragon ahead toward the cave entrance. Jung Boy stepped forward nervously and asked, What should we do now? Leader? Han gritted his teeth and went to check first, and then his group entered the cave with him. They went a little deeper inside, where bizarre corpses surrounded them, and everyone was terrified. What is all of this? Those people are Han secretly cautious. I didn't think the road would be this long. What kind of place is this? Yugon silently calculates that there are no messages informing us about the 4th room of the 5th training round. And you're sure this is where he's hiding? The system sounds an alert. You have entered the 4th boss room. Yugon gasped in surprise. The notification says the boss has been upgraded. Yugon moves forward. Are you sleeping there? On the other side is a thin hand constantly sewing the hides of dragons. And that person is none other than the creator of Chimera. Defeat the boss, the creator of Chimera. Your dragon just got more aggressive when it saw him. I guess it's not the first time either. The creator of the dragons advances, and although he controls the Chimera, you didn't betray them but instead came to my room. He grins slyly and looks at you. That's interesting. And the one standing over there looks like a descendant of Jost, right? Maybe you're just a half-blood after all, but you still have some use. Hearing this, Han's anger flared up. He impulsively stepped forward to curse. Who are you calling a mongrel? Which bastard are you talking about? I am Mage Chen. He is a ranker who disappeared from the tower a long time ago. Han quickly realized that Raider was the ranker who used to guard the corpse on the 5th floor. Didn't he? He thought to himself, I've heard a lot about him before. He has used thousands of participants as test subjects to create Chimera by combining countless monsters. Why would there be someone like him in the training round? Don't be surprised. In the end, he was humiliated by a player and lost almost all his power for breaking the tower's rules. That's also why he had to become the boss in the training round for 1,000 years. And 1,000 years have passed. He won't regain his strength anymore. Hearing this, he was startled and asked again, How do you know about me? Yugon pointed to his face and asked, Maybe you remember this? That's it. Your face is full of provocation, and the red eyes like the great sage Ten appear again. Not understanding what you're talking about, he only sees him shout angrily, You bastard! I was momentarily startled and asked what kind of mana that was. I thought you said he had lost his power. Yugon explains, This is him even without all his power, but if he still had his strength like when he was a ranker, we would be killed in an instant. Chen still shouts loudly, Where did you get those eyes from? Are you related to that monkey or something? He casually challenged. Why are you so angry? You've imprisoned and experimented on the participants, even though you're supposed to be the guardian of the dead. He answered my question crazily. Of course, Yugo wouldn't say anything. Sorry, but I didn't come here to satisfy your curiosity. I came because I can't stand the fact that a scoundrel like you is still alive. He shouted angrily. Damn it. What is that? Jung continued. I don't know what those are, but we just need to take care of these, right, leader? Han glared fiercely at everyone and said, Clear them out. As soon as Han gave the order, his army quickly advanced to fight the corpses. Although they were just patched together corpses, their strength was still terrifying. Everyone has to fight hard, which is extremely difficult with these troubles. Yu calculates that these are Chimera that can level up. They will start appearing in the tower within a year from now. It seems like there are still many, but it looks like his experiment is not yet complete. Thanks to Achen's team's fighting skills, everything became much easier for me. But suddenly, while I was thinking, a wave of aura rushed toward me, making Yu cautious. That is a purple ancient coffin made of stone, with the dark coffin skill activated. He grins cunningly. This coffin cannot be broken. Even Chimera can't escape once caught in it. So even if I fail and lose my strength, how dare those low-level trainees look down on me, I wonder. He continued, I also intended to turn you into a Chimera, but before I could finish my sentence, a strange noise echoed from the coffin. Cracks gradually appeared, and in an instant, his coffin was shattered into more and more pieces. Yo charged forward fiercely, smashing it to pieces with his hands, shards flying everywhere. He shouted loudly, What the hell is this? How? I don't know what method you used. At this moment, his arm suddenly became incredibly huge. He gritted his teeth in panic. Wait a minute, that arm can't possibly be real. At this moment, your face in the mirror looks like his old enemy from the past. With a furious expression, he shouts, You bastard, what do you have to do with Olympus? Olympus is the key player in the Jigen Tamchi battle against the giant race, the son of the main character from the 12 Labors and the holder of the Destroyer of Giants title. A person who unhesitatingly punishes monsters and is extremely compassionate to the weak. Someone with greater strength than anyone else and the most revered hero. You use the giantization skill and the system message appeared. Your arm has integrated the power of a giant. Low proficiency causes temporary fluctuations in strength. If stamina is too low, the dispersion of giantization will occur. Yu clenched his teeth and thought to himself, damn it. Even after consuming the heart of the giant and boosting my strength and stamina, is this really my weakness? Anyway, this should be enough. Chen annoyed. Fine, I'll hear your answer when I crush you apart. Even if you are a descendant of Olympus, you are still just a tiny brat. Yugon seems truly angry now. He speaks coldly and silences you. As he finished speaking, the surrounding debris quickly soared up in Yugon's fury. The system then announced a skill 3 times more powerful than the dark coffin. And this time he aggressively used his bare hands to smash that coffin apart. Che also struck back. Good, you're not dead yet. I still have many things I want to hear you say. You remember the conversation between the two. What I want is to become a giant if I can't control it properly. I have to give up on defeating the one who created the Chimera. Even though he has lost his power and been exiled to the training circle, he is still very dangerous. The plan is too rushed. HQlet, do you think you can master humanization in just a few days? It's not that easy, but it's not impossible either. Thinking this, you gather your inner strength and fiercely slash at the poisonous smoke. Everything quickly vanished into nothingness as if it had never existed. Yugon let out a relieved sigh. Chen was so surprised he stammered. How could that be? Even though he is a descendant of Herculet, he can still break everything with that strength stat? I won't let you gain the upper hand for long. He quickly swung his staff up. The Black Twin Thorn wall skill is activated, and towering spikes rise up majestically. It seems very confident. My ultimate defensive skill. Let's see how you try to break through it. Before you break it, your hand will... He hadn't finished speaking when a strange noise sounded. He couldn't believe his trump card was exposed so quickly and gaped in shock. What is this stupid idiot doing? That thorn wall was struck by a fierce force, leaving behind countless bloody wounds. Chen was thrown far away from the old skeleton and couldn't help but let out cracking sounds. But after observing for a while, he saw no major movement and felt secretly relieved. Is he stopping? I bet he's exhausted. He probably broke his hand trying to smash through the wall, Chen thought, feeling extremely happy for the moment. But surprisingly, just as he approached, a hand suddenly grabbed his neck forcefully. It's Yugon! He doesn't know how you did it, but right now you're rushing straight toward him. Yugon kicks out, hitting the bottle and causing him to fall flat on the ground. Even now, he still seems unable to regain his composure, staring blankly with his mouth agape. Without giving Che a chance to fight back, Yan viciously punches him directly in the face, delivering another blow that makes his face seem to sink inward. Alright, let's continue. If he fails to acquire both the trait label and the giantization, don't try to fight him. If you succeed in obtaining one of the two, we will let you decide. If you succeed in obtaining both, you must defeat the one who created Chimera. The scene shifts to Hercules and his group, with him saying, Hey Goku, do you have nothing more to say? If I remember correctly, you're the one who defeated the father of Chimera while clearing level 50. Neja cheekily added, I don't have much to say. As long as I have these eyes, I can see everything. At this point, Tien's face grew serious and the smile disappeared from his face. Yan had already beaten Chuden to a pulp on this side. He lies on the ground weak and gasping but still challenges with a sneer. You can try as hard as you want, but you won't be able to kill me. I am an immortal. Hearing this, a look of contempt appeared on his face. Do you know? Stop for a moment and then continue, you say. You truly are as legendary as they say. His body has been enhanced through 1,000 years of dark magic experiments to become stronger than steel. Truly an immortal chimera. But with a body patched together from different parts, bites are unavoidable. Yugen was completely confident. I can see everything as long as I have these eyes. Eat? Mommy, not like. You use the Fire Eye Gold Star skill to see his twisted experiments. Then Yan viciously broke his arm and his leg in pain shouted, No! I can't stop my hand, don't! Before he could finish speaking, a wave of pain suddenly struck him, and Yuquan wondered why he kept insisting that he stop. Yuquan asked, Why do you want me to stop? Do you forget how many people you have torn apart? The scene shifts back to the gods' side, where they are fighting Serucha to obtain the Firestar medal and achieve gigantification by absorbing the giant's heart. Yugon, in their eyes, is truly an extraordinary person about to be born. You have achieved an impossible feat. You have defeated the boss father of the Chimera. Because you have achieved an impossible feat, your reward calculation will be temporarily postponed. The tutorial has ended and you have successfully leveled up. Strength and agility increased by 2. Endurance and agility also increased by 1. The completion rate of the Heavenly Annihilation Star increased by 8.34%. Yuan was surprised and thought, I didn't expect I would become a human. Since he's considered a boss similar to Serucha, the rewards will probably be quite generous. I also leveled up twice and increased some stats thanks to the completion level of the Destruction Heaven Star. A notification appears. Diet Tiantin, you wield the power and destiny to destroy the Heavenly Sect. Rank A plus 10.30% completion, your stats will increase based on the number of enemies and the enemies you kill. All stats will increase by 3%. So you're calculating that my stats will increase by 5% for each 10% completion, meaning when I reach 100%, all my stats will be boosted by 20 points. Everyone here is confused and puzzled. What's going on? Why did they all suddenly collapse? Is it over? They probably won't get up on their own, right? Hurry out and share the good news with everyone. Don't worry, the boss is dead so they won't wake up. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief. So it turns out the fight was real. I thought I was really going to die this time. Elidor hurriedly ran over to Han, asking if anyone was hurt. Someone shouted loudly, Over here! Over here! We need help! G is injured. Hearing this, H-Gon's mood slightly darkened. He silently watched his exhausted teammates kneeling on the ground. A strange feeling quickly overwhelmed him. Aiken said, I will handle the rest. Take care of John Chi. Everyone quickly followed his orders. When he saw the boy about to leave, Hagon stepped forward to block him. Kim Yu, I need to talk to you. Both of their faces now show a serious expression. H-Gan got straight to the point. I won't ask who you are or why you know about the connection between that traitor and the tutorial, but because of your decision. He paused, then continued. Do you really have to defeat that father of his? Usually, that's true. He wondered and asked, normally, you could set the greatest record of all time without doing things like this. How much further do you plan to go before you're satisfied? Is it only when all your teammates are dead that you'll finally be content? Hearing that question, he closed his eyes and concentrated deeply. He asked, Go far away? I wonder how far I have to go before I can stop. Recalling old memories, the outside world gods, the gods from other worlds beyond the tower, beings who cannot be born, their despair reaching up to the heavens. The darkness emanating from them is trapped in the swamp of death, along with the foolish chaos they create. And that sunset sky was only to kill one of them without knowing how many lives were lost. But even then, I still couldn't know exactly how many of those bastards there really are. So that's why I have to keep getting stronger. I need to purge the rotten core of this world and turn it into a stronger place so it won't face destruction. So, how much further do I have to go to achieve that? Thinking about all this, he honestly replied, I don't know. Ichigon angrily asked again. You don't know? I replied. Yes, you're looking for a team that can stand shoulder to shoulder with you, right? That's why I'm not looking for teammates, because they can't walk the same path as I do. Yugon, how difficult does the path you chose look? At the same time, he spoke up. Drop the cooperation. If you drag me into this, who knows when something like this might happen again and again. And since we're done talking now, you quickly walk past him and say to the administrator, Sorry, have you been waiting long? If you're feeling shy, it seems like a serious matter, so I will. Gon wondered, Who is that? Are you homeless? Yugon introduced. This is the guide management, which surprised him greatly. Ishgan silently wondered why someone of his status was here, then immediately bowed politely. I am the liver of Mount Olympus. Nice to meet you. Sir. The administrator simply responded coldly. Yu speaks up. Don't do that. You should greet him properly. He's not involved in that matter at all. The administrator looked at him with an annoyed expression. Just thinking about my current workload makes me want to tear that old man apart. And yet, just thinking about having to listen to those guys' complaints because of you makes me feel helpless and exhausted. The contract to create the boss for the guidance part of Chimera's father figure was for 1,000 years. But in the end, he died before I could prepare the next boss. The administrator can't help but glance sideways at you. Thanks to someone, the guidance work is about to become much easier. Hugo is losing patience. Are you just here to complain? Just give me the reward already. He took out his stuff while complaining. You look so impatient, but how you use it is entirely up to you. How you protect it is entirely up to you. This is the Black Holy Crystal, a fragment containing the darkness of the origin. It contains magic power with infinite darkness properties. The fragment has not yet been refined. Only a skilled artisan can unleash its true power. You stare at the dark saint crystal in your hand for a long time, still feeling amazed. It is also known as the fragment of Hades' invisibility helmet, one of the 3 great gods of Olympus. The invisibility helmet is one of the equipment used by him and one of the most powerful artifacts of Olympus. The most essential material to create the hat is the dark holy crystal. Yuo thought to himself that this was one of the items he needed to find after returning to the past, but he didn't expect to get it so soon. I also know where the holy crystal is, only the fragment of the lightning bolt remains. Suddenly, I saw you staring at me. Han wondered what was going on. Yugon thinks to himself, I guess I'll get it sooner than I expected. The administrator continues, Are you satisfied now? Since you now meet the requirements, you will be taken to the tower, and everyone else will also be rewarded based on their contribution points. Blackheart, your reward won't be bad. He is pleased. Thank you, administrator. He looked at you and said, This will be our last meeting here, so you probably won't cause much trouble like you did down there. Where is it? Yugon calmly says I am not so sure anymore. The administrator quickly understood the meaning and seemed to be saying that once you have that thing, you'll definitely cause even more chaos. If you're going to cause trouble anyway, becoming a wave that shakes the entire tower isn't so bad. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yu quickly disappeared. I don't know if he heard what he said. The time notification appears, the clock is still running, and you're still at the top of the leaderboard. After this mission, you have earned 67,488 points. Since you set a new record, you received an additional 50,000 points. But Jan's inventory now seems to be overflowing. Something is vibrating, and the system notified you that you received a certificate from an unidentified creature. A notification appears welcoming you to the first floor. As soon as you arrived, you thought you received a reward during the teleportation, but I wonder if there's anything else besides points. He looked at the egg in his inventory with annoyance. It doesn't even have a name. What kind of crap is this? At the same time, Ichigon quickly descended just after him. What? The rookies? There still seem to be quite a bit of time left before the tutorial ends. You're here already? Yugon looked around. Are the contestants here? Now that they are players, there are probably quite a few from the GUI faction here to recruit new players. Ichigan looked around, puzzled by the outfits of the people here. Just a glance and he knew Olympus was here too. I recognized a few familiar faces, then asked you, so what about GUI? Are you planning to join any of them? Yun replied coldly. Not sure, Hagen replied. I knew it. If I haven't even joined a team, then of course I wouldn't join GUI either. Since I lost badly, I will keep my promise. Remembering how the administrator acted earlier, he asked curiously, so what happened during the discussion between the administrator and Olympus? At this point, he suddenly fell silent. Are you saying that Olympus is always a place that operates for justice and maintains order inside the tower? Ichigon still doesn't understand, so he asks again, what do you mean? But you still choose not to say it out loud. If you want to understand people's true nature, you'd better discover it for yourself gradually. I guess you probably wouldn't believe me anyway. Ichigon shouted loudly from behind you. Hey, are you planning to leave just like that? Register as a player when you enter the town. So at least we still keep in touch. It seems he's also very worried about you, so he gave you that last piece of advice. Also, watch out for the dog stopping there. Yugen didn't turn back, only waved to signal he understood and bid farewell. He kept watching you walk away without noticing the shadow behind him. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Hi. Agamemnon, request an audience with the descendant of the legendary bloodline. Ichigan turns around. You're here already? Please go on. I believe I have met you before, Agamemnon said respectfully. Thank you for remembering me, Ichigan continued. You are the apostle of Ares, right? I heard he just became a high-ranking general. Please send my regards to him, he said. Thank you, Agamemnon continued. However, Ares considers lineage more important than anything else. It was he who ordered me not to deliver any of his messages until he finds his biological mother. Hak Gan was surprised. What? His words began to carry a mocking tone, knowing full well that the sky god in charge wasn't very interested in children. But since he doesn't know who his mother is, Han angrily responds to his fury with a rude reply. He simply bows his head gently. Please don't behave like that. I'm sure you already know Ares' personality well. Your lineage is something you have created yourself. I hope that one day you will establish your own family. Han gritted his teeth in anger as that bastard kept punching and rubbing at the same time, but of course, the one who looked down on him wasn't that guy, but the eccentric Ares. If I cause trouble with him, my relationship with Mount Olympus will be ruined. He quickly regained his composure. All right, I forgive you, King Agamemnon respectfully. Yes, sir. He's curious. That's right. Who was the person who just left with you earlier? Seeing you leave alone, it seems he's not a member of your team, right? When he heard your name, he hesitated. That guy? Is he your friend? Yeah, kind of like my friends, Agman wondered. Like friends? Speaking of wolves, that's the nickname for those who have given up on advancing to the next level. They only focus on robbing and killing new players at the starting area. Their preferred prey are those who haven't joined yet, and they call the period after the tutorial ends the harvest time. Yugo calculated that they have already started tracking me. Thanks to my sharp senses, I didn't need to use my fire eye to notice there are about 20 of them. He read through the functions of the Dark Saint Crystal. It is a shattered image containing the darkness of the origin. It contains magic power with infinite darkness properties. The shard is still unrefined, only a skilled artisan can unleash its true power. Yugo is pleased. A wild dog is indeed the perfect target to test his invisibility ability. As he predicted, sharp eyes are constantly watching his every move from behind. The dogs are chatting, and the tutorial ended even before we expected, faster than anyone predicted. That's a new record, which means there are probably a lot of good stuff around. Their leader is called Fatio. They are planning together. None of them are following, right? Even your companion is missing. Something feels strange. Just let it go. Why shouldn't we let it go? Don't you know? That's the Zodiac Fireball. What? So you really got lucky then? Commander, there is one problem. Suddenly you disappeared without a trace. Fowl looked confused. That guy has disappeared. What? It was just here a moment ago. Not letting them wait any longer, you quickly attacked from behind, causing the whole group to panic and shout loudly. The leader shouted in fear, "There's an enemy!"
Who are you?
Show yourself, I said, show yourself. The little ones are panicking, and so are we. Boss, it seems he's just bait. No wonder. How could a rookie suddenly have a Starfire scrying skill? That wolf used the Hawkeye skill to observe the situation. Wasn't it an illusion skill? They're panicking, leader. Let's retreat. Fatale was stunned. How could a rookie who just entered the tower use invisibility skills? Impossible. You acted very decisively, successfully decapitating them with a single strike. But how could you let them escape? Yugen decided to chase and eliminate these hunters to the end. After being caught by him, Fa trembled as he realized this guy was not a worthless prey. He was the sword that could kill us. This is a player from the upper level. You. Don't run around and make things worse. You're going to get caught anyway. Fao keeps thinking, if he gets punished for interfering in the first floor, then why is he fighting us? You look serious. I have a few questions for you guys. If you answer honestly, I'll let you go. Fatio shouted loudly and confidently. I'd rather die. Before he could finish speaking, Yu fiercely kicked him hard near the leg, causing blood to spray everywhere. Yu threatens. Keep being stubborn and I'll make it so you can't even want to live, let alone die. Understand? At this point, he was truly scared and lowered his voice. I will answer. I will tell everything. You go straight to the point without beating around the bush. Do you know where Mu Unchun is? Hearing this, Fadio suddenly reacted strongly. How do you know his name? Yu smirked with a cunning and triumphant smile. Just tried for the first time and already got shot. The scene shifts to a quiet town at night. Inside that house, a feast of food and warm tea has been prepared on a lavish table. This is the first floor, the central area where U-World is sitting alone, observing. He thought that this was also one of the good things about going back to the past. Luckily, I got the necessary information quickly, so I also have some free time. The exhaustion from giving it your all is starting to fade. Looking around, the gathering vendors and the peaceful atmosphere fill his heart with calm. I wonder what kind of places the world people are living in are like. The image of two glasses clinking together appears in Yan's mind. At this moment, he remembers the days long ago when he and two friends shared such joyful moments, and his smile was truly radiant. Those were carefree days. Then he quickly calmed himself down. Being so pitiful is enough. Let's see. This works on those who have given up like the wolves, but it's not yet a perfect invisibility like the invisibility hat. Maybe it's because my abilities are still weak, but partly it's also because I haven't fully refined it yet. If the power of this shard were amplified, invisibility would be nothing. I don't know what the limits of its power are, but for now I just need to refine it. The reason he might have taken the throne of the sky and become the king of Olympus is probably because he possesses a shard of lightning. Hades never fights without carrying his invisibility helmet. They are treasures that can ensure Olympus remains strong now and in the distant future. And the only person who can refine such an object is thinking about this, and a slight smile appears on his face. It's been a long time since I last had the chance to see him again. The person your uncle mentioned seems to be a blacksmith. He's still busy with his work right now. Yoon calls this person uncle. The player's device is activated by channeling the owner's mana. After registering their unique magic signature at the ranking office, the player's information and number will appear on their equipment, basic item classification, internet browsing ability, and item communication with other players. A very important item inside the tower. Yug holds the object in his hand, thinking he has already registered as a player. If I'm not mistaken, it should be somewhere around here. Is it that way? I can't remember the exact location, so it's hard to find. Suddenly, a faint voice called out. Sorry, sir, please have mercy and give me some points. The person tremblingly moved closer. Please, my child is very hungry. Seeing that you still don't respond, he finally loses patience and reveals his true nature. Hey, spit it out if you have something to say. Before I finish speaking, you turn around and attack. So, they are a gang of robbers. Seeing their comrades fall, the others panicked and shouted loudly before fleeing. Michael, you bastard, how dare you cause trouble with our organization? Yugon, with a dark face, slashed at the fat guy, shouting arrogantly and said, If you're so tough, try crawling up, but don't take your anger out on others. B. You said you handled them all by yourself. After dealing with the gang, you continued on your way to find something else. After arriving at a big alley, he looked at the signboard in his mind, thinking I found it. You stepped in alone and loudly called out, Is anyone here? A wave of heat rushes over him, making it feel like he's in a steam room. A voice echoes from inside the room. Didn't you say you were busy this morning? Varro quickly stepped out of the room, seeing the man with an expression of surprise. Huh? What the hell? King Caro asked loudly in confusion. That's the Zodiac Fire Crystal. You don't seem to be from around here. Are you lost? No, I've arrived at the right place. This is not a forge. He was surprised. What? You want to buy equipment? If you think those trash are good, go ahead, but I'm not sure they're better than your equipment either. You pick up a sword, but it's a dull blade. roughly made, with no sharp edge, more like a weapon for smashing than a real sword. You think everything here is just junk. Looks like you're not very good at messing things up either. Your name is Vonkaro, uncle, right? Your eyes quickly show signs of irritation, and your whole body radiates hostility. Who sent you here? But Yugon remained calm. I don't think you need to be so cautious. I just introduced myself as a player who just stepped into the first floor. Varro silently thought. The highest floor number he has conquered is 1, so he's not lying. Yugon silently sighed. If he swung that hammer, disaster would ensue, and if I dared to call him by his real name, that hammer would come flying straight at me. I should just be more careful. Uncle asked, "What do you want?" I quickly stated my purpose for coming here. It's nothing much, I just want to entrust you with an item. Vonkaro was excited as soon as he saw it. Can I take a closer look at that? He was so amazed he opened his mouth wide. This is an unrefined crystal. Yu asks if it can be refined, and Vonkaro observes carefully. Of course I can do it, but where did you find this? You're not hiding it, this is the reward for completing my tutorial. He shouted in shock. What, did you get this during the tutorial? Come to think of it, the tutorial should still be going on right now, right? How many days did it take you to finish? Yug said about 5 days and 2 hours. I ranked the highest. Vonkaro immediately knew this was a new record. He thought to himself, no wonder that even on the first floor, he already had such expensive equipment. This is definitely not an ordinary human. Then he continued, I might only be able to refine it. Using cheap materials will damage this item. You need a material capable of handling the power of this crystal. But looking at the condition of the equipment here, are you still confident enough to entrust this to me? Yu calmly replied, yes. He clenched his fists and couldn't help but curse. You're truly crazy. Aren't you afraid I'll run off with this item? I'm not that bad looking either. If you want the crystal, I can see the greed in your eyes. Now all I see when I look at you is a color of excitement. But I didn't think you would mess things up. I may seem picky, but I am very selective. While the uncle was fumbling around, the boy swung the dull sword in his hand up and down to test it, balancing perfectly. This is not something that can be done just with time and good materials. It can only be crafted with the experience and skill of an old master blacksmith. A talented blacksmith like him, being left in such a forgotten corner, Yu thought about this and then spoke up. He might wear down the blade's edge, make a shabby handle, but habits are hard to break. He forgot to ruin the sword's balance. Hearing this, he suddenly froze in confusion. Then Varro burst out laughing loudly. You really are quite the interesting one. Are you a purebred? Which guild are you a member of? Yugi, I don't belong to any guild and I might even sound quite like a purebred. The man cheerfully responds, what do you mean by quite like? Why not? Fine, I will accept your request because you trust me enough to confide in me. I will refine it with all my abilities, but I have one condition. At this point, his face becomes very serious. You must keep this secret. Where was it refined and by whom? You can do it, right? She smiled softly. Of course, the scene shifts to the city's food court. A hearty hot meal has been served on the table. Yugen used 3 points to buy a breakfast for one person. You eat while thinking. I already gave him the number. Now I just need to wait. He said it would take about 10 days. Anyway, I need to stay on this floor for a while, so waiting that long is fine. Based on the information I got from catching the wild dogs, their meeting will be held in 2 days. Killing them all myself would be the easiest, but since I can't do that yet. Before he could eat, a familiar figure quickly sat down across from him. Yugen was surprised, wondering how he found this place. Han calmly said, I just went around the inn asking for someone named Kim Yugon. My connections are pretty broad anyway, just abusing a little authority. You think it's probably because Olympus has the most influence on the first floor, and since he's Rot's son, this probably isn't too difficult, right? Ichigan asked further, do you already have the game equipment registered? Give me your number. Yu joked as he dialed, never expecting that one day a guy would ask for his number. Ichigan shouted, so you do know how to joke. I thought you were just dull and boring from the start, but it seems like you're in a good mood today and talking to him a bit. I wouldn't dare say I'm funny either. So when do you plan to climb the tower? Han replied while eating. Around 5 days or so, I plan to level up in the outer areas first. I also want to improve team coordination a bit, so I need some time, Yugam said perfunctorily. Is that so? Yugam suggested. Then come do something with me. Han wondered. One thing. What is it? Keep going. I want you to eliminate those wild dogs completely. Han replied casually. Those wild dogs, dealing with them is already a problem. But if we include our team, I don't think this is feasible with just 10 people. Yugon interrupted. No, just the 2 of us, me and you. Upon hearing this, he momentarily hesitated. Han quickly became anxious. Wait, we need more information. Yugon remains calm. It's still a bit early. Come back the night after tomorrow and I will tell you. If not, I guess I'll have to do it alone. Han tried to hide his excitement. No, let's do it together then. The night after tomorrow. Then he quickly stood up. Well then, see you later. Yug was surprised. You're leaving so early? Aitken seems to be very serious. If I want to have time, I need to hurry up. Today, I'll leave first. Yugo let out a breath. He really values the team he built during the tutorial. Keep leveling them up and climbing the tower together. You're really dedicated. Keep calculating. Looks like I made you wait. You said, I'm done with my business. Why didn't he just say what he wanted from me? That man suddenly appeared, and I was a bit surprised too. He approached and greeted him. This is our first meeting, isn't it? Nice to meet you. I come from Olympus. Do you have a moment to talk? Yugon wondered. Hagen is a descendant of the ruler of the sky. Shouldn't he at least say hello? Agamemnon sat down directly. My purpose here is to meet you, so there's no blame in that. Yoon heard that you ranked first in this guide, while Lord Hagen only came in second. I've heard there's a huge gap between first and second place. People are even gossiping that a monster dragon entered the tower. Yoojun politely replied, truly a sincere compliment. Thank you, sir. He takes a sip of tea. Lord Blackheart said the two of you are like friends. Like friends indeed. Sounds strange, huh? Yugon replied casually, not exactly. He was surprised and wondered, is he trying to make friends? He probably wants to get close to me. Might as well go along with it. Agamemnon continued, yet you still haven't teamed up with Han. That was a smart decision. The relationships built during the tutorial usually don't last long, because not many people want to climb the tower. The number of those who can become a Jianko is even smaller. However, you are different. You have the potential to surpass a Jianko and become a high-level Jianko, a great being within the tower. So you don't think you should find someone suitable to climb the tower with you? Join Olympus. Joining under the protection of Ares, we can prepare anything you ask for. Ares is different from those lowlifes who don't even know their own mother. He is the son of Lady Hera and he fell. Great beings have long since become high-level parasites. Become one of Lord Ares' people. It's better than joining that half-blood. Yugon seems displeased. Stop there. You said nothing afterward, then tilted your head back and took a big sip of tea, lost in thought. Olympus really puts a lot of effort into recruiting new recruits. However, thinking about it, he set everything down and continued. Thank you for the tea. I'll take my leave now. Agamemnon was very surprised by this attitude and couldn't help but ask, are you refusing an offer from Olympus? Yu nonchalantly said, yes. I don't plan to join even if it's a personal request from the son of a god. So what if I refuse even his father? Does it suit me to not even know how inferior my mother is? A hybrid? Huh? Hera and Ares are your parents. They are not yours, right? Agamemnon didn't expect your words to be so sharp. He was so angry that his face was full of veins. What's wrong? Stop for a moment, he said. An quickly interrupted. I only have one answer. I refuse to join you cowards. Then Jan quickly left, leaving him sitting there alone. His fighting spirit flared up fiercely, and seeing him remain silent for so long, a worried voice asked, Are you okay? Lord Agamemnon? He asked grimly. How many of these wild dogs can we call upon? That wild dog has fallen. Don't tell me you're planning to. Ah, right now the wild dogs are gathering. I need to finish that matter first, before I can gather my forces. He was angry? Why prepare so much just to kill a rookie? Please, reconsider your excellency. He set a new record and even defeated you, the Black Heart. You think just a few wolves can do anything to him? Agamemnon sighed and stood up. Then prepare about 100 men. He cruelly ordered, when this harvest time ends, we will kill Kim Yugon. 2 days later, Yugon and Hagen meet, and he keeps asking him about the plan. So how do you plan to kill those wolves? First, I need to meet someone. It took me a while to find his location. Hagen hurriedly followed and asked, Who do you need to meet? Yoon replied, For now, just follow me. His eyes suddenly turned red again, Hagen thought to himself. Those eyes once more. He recalled what Chen said in his room earlier. You bastard, are you a relative of that monkey? At that moment, it was clearly referring to the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Aegon knew he was the most talented warrior in the history of the flags. Since starting to climb the tower, he took less than 100 years to reach a high level. However, Yugon not only controls fire like Sun Wukong, but also like Apollo. Looking at his back, Haegon couldn't help but wonder who this person really was. Could it be that the reason he didn't join Olympus was because he was already a member of somewhere else? Looking at your arm, I remember that he also has giantization. That's a skill only Hercules possesses, which you could only acquire after killing thousands of giants. But if you're a giant, everyone has that ability. Could it be that Yugon also belongs to the giant race? If that's the reason he didn't join Olympus, suddenly a voice interrupted his thoughts, and Ichigon, lost in his own mind, didn't realize they had reached a door. Before opening it, you were advised to behave nicely. Han wondered why. What do you mean by behave? He didn't explain anymore and directly called out to the shop owner, then stepped inside. The person inside loudly said, sorry, we're closed now, but if you're looking for something, please leave your name and number. I'll get back to you tomorrow. You only said Muon. His hand suddenly froze. Yoon continued, I am looking for someone named Moonchan. Suddenly, he broke into a run and cursed under his breath. Damn it! Yugon quickly ran after him. Where do you think you're going? Even though he ran ahead, I quickly grabbed the back of his neck. His hand quickly freed itself and he drew a knife to stab at you, but U-World didn't give him time to react, immediately kicking him to the ground. His eyes now bloodshot, emitting murderous intent, he coldly ordered, Don't stay there. As soon as he finished speaking, the spot he was guarding was pierced by a large red hole. That Unon guy couldn't help but be stunned, teeth clenched as he thought, Damn it, why is he so strong? You quickly confirmed the identity of your opponent, whose real name is Mu Unon, a nickname for Namgun, a martial arts player who has given up climbing the tower.
Your eyes hold a threatening glare as you look at him. This is the king of the wolf packs.
Unchan shouted, "Why did you do that to me? You've got the wrong person." Yu exposes him. "That damn monkey. So why did you try to run just now?" He trembles in pain as he explains it's just because his eyes look too terrifying. Huygen steps forward. "Are you sure this is the person you're looking for?" Just because he hurriedly ran away and quickly concluded that he's the king of the wild dogs, I think that's a bit too much. He looks so weak. Yu quickly explained. "Does this look like an ordinary knife? Look closely at the ground where he just fell." Han was surprised. "It's melted away. Is it poison?" Yu answer. "This is the extremely powerful poison taken from the upper floors. Using it on other players has already been banned. Obtaining this item was difficult enough, not to mention needing a license from the guild. Could an owner of an ordinary shop even possess something like that? Not to mention he's always hiding it tightly in his sleeve. Only now does he reveal his true face. Where did you get that information? How do you know my true identity? And more importantly, how do you know my name?" Han is a bit startled by his face and voice now, as he has aged from a young man into an old man. "I don't know, maybe I just realized it somehow," he grumbled. "That damn Diok isn't afraid of guns, and if you knew who was backing him." At this point, he suddenly looked closely at Han's face. Could it be that your hair color and eyes are the ones he vaguely remembered, just as he had instructed you to behave properly? Han realized that the way he said to behave nicely was about this, so he quickly activated his internal energy, and golden lightning rays spread out around him. Unun understood himself, "So Olympus has betrayed me, right?" Han was extremely surprised by this statement. Yu continued, "You're saying betrayal is a bit too much. We just need to ask for one thing. You just received a request from Agamemnon, right?" He quickly admitted, "Yes." "So what?" Yu continued. "Right now, the ruler of the sky is paying some attention to a few issues on the first floor. His son just finished the tutorial. So how long do you plan to remain a dog for Agamemnon on this first floor? He isn't even among the three great gods. Agamemnon is just a newcomer trying to rise to a high-level schemer. If things go well, the one ruling the sky himself will personally protect your wolf packs." Hgon remained silent, still stunned and lost in thought. What the hell is he talking about? Yu continued to try to persuade. "If you do well, you might even be assigned an important position in Olympus." Unun seems to have been convinced. "So what do you want me to do? How can I help you?" Looking at the scene before him, he couldn't help feeling a bit terrified inside. Yugun began to investigate from his side. "How many wild dogs do you have in total?" Unchan said there are about 1,000 of them. He hands over a piece of paper, saying to gather everyone at this location by midnight tomorrow. Yu adds, "Don't let the members of Agamemnon and Ares find out. It'll be better for you. Can you do that?" Then he approached, patted Hagen, who was still standing stiffly there, and said, "Let's go. It seems he still has many questions he wants you to answer." The two of them went to a nearby cafe. Han said, "You're good at pretending to be close to someone else's father." He shouted angrily, "Explain everything. Not a single detail should be missed." Yoon remained calm. He just listened as he always does. "The wild dogs and Olympus are working together." Hyan trembles with anger. "You think I'll just believe that? There's no way. They're definitely just exploiting the Olympus name. Olympus can see how agitated you are and speaks up. Hgan, I don't know what kind of place Olympus is for you, but now it's time for you to see the true face of Olympus. And it's time to stop seeing everything through rose-colored glasses." As he said this, his face quickly darkened. Han seriously summarized the situation and remembered the administrator's words. "Just thinking about all the mess I just brought in makes me want to tear the old man's beard right off." Unchan also secretly confirms his relationship. "Olympus has betrayed me already?" And Yugon said, "If you want to know everyone's true nature, you should discover it for yourself. Even if I tell you, you won't believe me." Hagen is exposing Olympus's true face. 2 days later, Yugon is sitting alone, deep in thought. "It seems like you're waiting for someone. A sound approaching makes you furrow your brow. If you had arrived a little later, I would have left already. Have you made up your mind now?" Hagen continued, "I was born and raised in Olympus. Olympus is my home and family, and my father is a hero. I don't have many memories with my mother. Actually, I can't even remember her face, but I remember her voice and something she said to me. Son of my mother, don't forget the pride of Olympus. The name Olympus is my pride. I've thought it through, even if this is wrong or if I am betraying Olympus." Yugon interrupted. "Your decision?" Hgon didn't answer, but continued speaking. "Yugon, whether you're right or not, the wild dogs still need to be eliminated. They are parasites of this first level. And if it is a shameful secret of Olympus, I will personally wipe them out forever." As he said this, Hgon's face turned fierce and a wave of anger radiated around him. And so the two of them headed into a dark, spacious cave illuminated by small torches mounted on the walls. Countless yellow eyes are staring there, as if all the wild dogs have gathered together. They marvel and say to each other, "Wow, is there really such a huge place like this?" It's true, but it feels so damp and the ground is all mud. I didn't expect there to be so many of us wild dogs. At the very least, there are 1,000 people here, all divided and scattered around. This is the first time we've all gathered together. I heard that the team over there managed to get Flog's venom. What? That's worth 10,000 points. It's unbelievable. Our team didn't even get anything this time. After a while, the Wolf King finally arrived and loudly asked, "Has everyone arrived yet?" They quickly stopped their conversation and lined up neatly, bowing and greeting. Unan looked them over, then nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Raise your heads." They whispered to each other below. "Wow, is this Munchin really the team leader? I've never seen him step forward before, so why now?" Then he aggressively drew his sword and held it high in the sky, declaring boldly. The leader drew his sword and shouted, "Shut up now!" Unan continues, "We have an upcoming mission that everyone must participate in, so I'm sure it won't be easy. But I can guarantee one thing. After today, we will rise to the sky." Everyone cheered loudly. Unan continued, "I would like to introduce to you my backers this time." As he finished speaking, two tall figures wearing masks entered. Nan turned around, bowed respectfully, and thanked them for coming all this way. "Although it's just a small gift, I hope you two will accept it as Asga money." To explain briefly, Asga money is a currency created from the Asga realm. You can use them to buy points and as a real currency. Unan continued, "Each note is worth 1,000 points and is the result of this harvest. One of them is Yugon. He thinks that being controlled by Asga means their value can be guaranteed." Then he asked, "Do you swear this is everything?" Unan quickly replied, "Yes, your majesty." Yu smiled contentedly, glancing briefly. He also knew this place was worth at least hundreds of thousands of points. So he has completely decided to switch sides? I bet Agamem is really counting on this money. He quickly stored it in his system and then said, "I understand. Thank you for the gift." Unan bowed his head. "Nothing more to say, sir." Then he asked, "Do you want us to do anything now?" Yu also didn't beat around the bush and quickly revealed his hand, saying his farewell. "You just snap your fingers lightly, and this entire place is engulfed in a sea of flames. This is the Great Fire technique." The pack of wolves was burned by the heat and howled in panic. "Ah, what is this?" Unchan's fire couldn't keep up, he shouted in horror, thinking how could the flames spread so quickly? Could the liquid underground actually be oil and not water? But I don't smell anything. They keep shouting non-stop. "It's too hot. Get away. Everyone go outside quickly." Only then does he realize that what's under the ground is odorless powder. Unan's fierce eyes flash with hatred as he looks at Yu. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Yu replied nonchalantly, "What do you think we're doing? Just cleaning up. What else would I be doing?" Unan stammered. "You guys don't come from Olympus." Hagen viciously stabbed at a nearby wolf dog. "No, I come from Olympus." Unan couldn't help but wonder. "Then why did you attack us?" Hagen is furious because you are a stain of Olympus. "I will personally wipe you out." Yugen quickly joins the slaughter. You wield your sword fiercely, charging like a fierce god and slaughtering dozens at once. Unchan shouts, "Disgusting! I will kill you all." Then he quickly ordered his brothers to attack them. Just the two of them. But of course their overwhelming presence made him panic. "Damn it, it's ruined. They're planning to wipe out everyone. I must quickly contact Lord Agamemnon." With that in mind, he quickly took out the communication orb. But things didn't go as Unan expected. His message couldn't be sent right now, leaving him extremely puzzled. Unan shouted in despair, "Why can't the message go through?" "Why isn't it working?" Yugon explained. "Do you think it can still function normally in the middle of this chaos?" The player's device sends messages encoded into magic, so in a place filled with magic like this, it becomes useless. This information made his heart suddenly stop for a moment. Unan just stood there watching his comrades being swallowed by the flames. With nowhere left to run, he had no choice but to charge forward recklessly. Unan charged fiercely at him, cursing non-stop. "You damn idiot, just die already!" His old, withered face struggled against death in a bizarre way, as Yugon suddenly stared directly at him with wide red eyes. Unan secretly felt terrified inside, his body refusing to move. Yug quickly spun around and swung his sword, glaring at the king of the wolves, shouting fiercely, "Unchan, it's time for you to say goodbye." As soon as the words finished, your sword swiftly struck out forcefully at him. After finishing, the leader approached Han and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" He sighed in relief. "And you? We just killed 1,000 people together," Yoon said in surprise. "So he's not tired but feels guilty? I'm fine." Yoon looked like he hadn't been on the battlefield. Maybe killing people was just something natural to him. Hagen wondered, "Why are you so indifferent?" Yugon continued, "Killing, stealing, kidnapping, and enslaving. That's how the wolf pack makes money. Killing one can save dozens or even hundreds of people. So why should I hesitate?" Hagen continued. "You're right about that," but Yan interrupted. "Of course, for some people, ignoring that in their half-hearted guilt is more convenient." Hearing this, Hagen was momentarily stunned into silence. He slowly stood up and said, "You look innocent, but your tongue is sharp like Yuan. You're not one to be easily provoked," the boy said casually. "Is that a compliment?" Han chuckled. "It must be a compliment," he thought. "I noticed it before, but this guy's mental resilience is impressive. Just hearing a few words from me was enough to settle his mind again." "You can't help but exclaim that you're truly someone suited to a tiring life." Han chuckled softly, teasing. "You're the one who doesn't match your appearance. You don't seem to be the type to do good deeds, do you? I'll just take that as a compliment." Han continued, "It's just a compliment, so it's not easy to go out of your way for something that doesn't bring any benefit. Also, like during the guidance part, you're always acting with a broader perspective than mine. When I was a kid, I was taught those things were for the greater good. You looked upset. I didn't expect you to be someone who can easily say such embarrassing things. But there's one thing you're wrong about. Of course there has to be some benefit. You said that while holding out a bag full of money. Ishgan was taken aback and stammered. That thing. Yun continued. He played a pretty important role in this case. So, are you planning to take it? If you're not interested in dirty money, just refuse. Han just saw the money and immediately felt dizzy, the machine replied. So, in the end, you still couldn't resist the temptation of those banknotes. Just give me a little. You is satisfied. That's more like it, right? Go on. All right, I have a question. You're ranked second in the guide section, right? Ichgan looked confused. So what? At this point, your face suddenly turned serious. What is your reward? In a different scene, a fierce hand slammed down on the table and shouted loudly. Why? Agamemnon was angry and asked, why can't I get in touch with him? His subordinate stammered in fear, I don't know either. I messaged Unchan, but Agamemnon was secretly thinking how crazy it was. Unless he was insane, there was no way he would run away with my love. At that moment, another subordinate hurriedly ran in and shouted, Sir, Agamemnon, we found the wild dogs, but I think you should see for yourself. Immediately after, he and his subordinates quickly arrived at the scene. The area was filled with charred bodies, their identities unrecognizable. What's going on? He stammers and guesses nervously. Could it be that even Unchan is among them? Agamemnon hurriedly counted the money. What about the collected funds? Not knowing where that large sum of money is, he freaked out and shouted angrily, then turned back to Yugon, who was counting his total of 384,000 points. An impressive amount, and keep in mind this is already split with Akon. Thanks to that, I don't have to worry about food or a place to stay anymore. I wish I could go to Asga and exchange these points right now. But if that happens, Olympus will figure out that I was the one who killed the wolf dogs. Getting involved in the complicated matters of this first floor won't do Cam any good. This probably isn't enough to gather materials for crafting, but I should be able to find the core ingredients for the black sacred crystal, so I can create the item sooner than expected. The dark sacred crystal is currently the highest ranked item I possess. By now, it's probably gradually revealing its form in the hand of the greatest blacksmith of the tower. The problem is, when I think about this, I reach out my hand to channel my internal energy and observe its power. I examine the nameless egg, with no way to tell what kind of creature's egg it is. What will hatch from the egg, or how to make it open, has already been incubated 100%. You pondered. This description is really tricky. I don't know where to use this thing now. A crafted item that is only half finished might have an unclear description because it's not yet complete. But I've never seen a description like this for an egg before. Odin, ranked second, received a pair of Thunderlord gloves. Those gloves are a high-level equipment, even used by mechanical engineers. If that's the standard, then this item can't be an ordinary object. It is likely to be on par with, or even surpass, the Black Holy Crystal. He rubbed his head in frustration, sighed deeply, and couldn't think of anything. Suddenly, he looked more closely at the egg and was startled. Wait a minute, what are these patterns? I didn't see them when I checked before. I've seen these before. Outer World Deity. At the same time, a notification appeared, welcoming you. Yugo still couldn't help but wonder, what is Ni? He rested for a moment, then headed to the blacksmith's place. The area was still deserted with no one around. Yugo sighed deeply, having had too many things to think about over the past few days. I wonder if what hatches from the egg will be an ally to support me or a being capable of destroying the world once again. Most creatures that hatch from eggs will recognize and stay with the first creature they see during incubation, acting as their mother. That's why some rankers go to great lengths to find evidence of legendary beasts to hatch them into companions. If developing this egg goes as planned, this gamble will be beyond imagination. Just calm yourself and don't overthink it for now. Worrying about it won't change anything. For now, just focus on what's in front of you. Then you stopped thinking and stepped inside. It's me. As soon as he saw you, he greeted you happily. You're here, huh? Von Kuro's hand kept moving without stopping. He placed the crystal on the table and said, that thing is really tough. I called you here because I have a question. Show me the weapon and armor you're using. If you're using a sword, what kind is it? What's its length and thickness? What kind of armor is it? How much does it weigh? You wondered why he was asking that. Von Kuro explained, because I have some byproducts from the crystal here. I want to use this to create an item. That crystal is so powerful that this dust is worth more than most crystals in the world. You quietly remember, oh, right. The scythe Hades uses was also made from dust during the refining of the invisibility helmet fragment, you wonder. But isn't he looking for a material that matches it? Von Kuro quickly stood up. Although we don't have a material like adamantium, I have something similar. Since it's dust from a crystal, Midran should be fine. This is about 1.8 kilograms. Although not much, mixing them together should be enough to make a piece of equipment. The annotation shows that Midran, while not the hardest material, is a metal with very sensitive mana conductivity. This is a rare metal, and it can even possess magic depending on how it is refined and classified for crafting. You can tell at a glance that this metal is quite expensive. Just half a kilogram mixed with other metals is enough to make good equipment, let alone 1.8 kilograms, which would be worth at least 300,000 points. If I take the money from the wolves, I'd have enough, but I can't do that right now. It's a pity, but I can probably only buy a third of that now. Seeing how Mr. Treon is hesitating, he quickly understood the situation and then suggested, I will let you keep a record. Yu Gun was surprised. Write it down? So what if I decide to run away without paying you? The man said casually. If I want to craft something from this, it's because I'm greedy, and I was the one who suggested it in the first place. So, if you take the item without paying, I won't hold a grudge against you. Besides, what you left here for me must be worth tens of times more than this stupid midrin. But in truth, by this point, that item can no longer be exchanged for points. Since you trusted me enough to give me this, isn't it natural that I would do the same in return? Yu was momentarily stunned when he heard him say that. The old man was still just as he remembered. Then he happily smiled warmly and took a sword out of the system. Yu presented it to him. King Karo couldn't hold back and opened his mouth. He handed it to him and said, I need a sword, as long as it's not too heavy for me to hold. Weight doesn't matter, and the shape and length should be like this sword here. Varro smiled happily, his face full of confidence. A sword, that's definitely my specialty. Time quickly passed, and a week later at the Olympus branch hall, Agamemnon was pacing back and forth, seemingly plotting his own scheme. He smiled smugly, never expecting such an opportunity would come his way. The downfall of the wolf packs is just a test from the tower to lead me to a greater opportunity. If I can complete this task, not only will I be forgiven for my past mistakes, but the ruler of the sky might also take notice of me. Sir Agamemnon, we have gathered all the players between floors 1 and 10, about 200 people. And what about reinforcements? The subordinate quickly reported that after calculating the tower's limits and the intervention of the administrator, a suitable reinforcement has just arrived. Agamemnon happily sheathed his sword and couldn't help but exclaim, Perfect. Then he loudly declared, O army of Mount Olympus, I am leaving. Agamemnon ordered, From now on we will hunt down a criminal. You are still fighting giant beasts here, with the carcass of a jaguar lying right under Yugon's feet. The notification appears, indicating the completion rate of the Celestial Destroyer has increased by 0.006%. You secretly think grinding this is really taking a long time. And during these 10 days waiting for the refined crystal, I've only been killing monsters. There, the guidance panel appears near the heavenly spirit. You possess the destiny and power to destroy the heavens. From now on, your fate and worth will change based on the lives you take. Your stats will increase according to the number and value of the enemies you have slain. Are all the stats just increasing? Yugon calculated that the level of perfection I can reach at this stage is indeed limited. I've been hunting and killing for so long and I've only gained one more level. I guess I'll just accept it. Better than doing nothing sitting around. The contact sphere suddenly rang, interrupting Yugon's thoughts. The new message was from Vonkuro. He happily announces, I have finished refining it. Come quickly. On this side, he is very pleased as he admires his work. Truly beautiful. No matter how much I look at it, I never get tired of it. I never thought I would see this light again one day. I really want to craft a perfect item with this. But I guess it's not possible anymore. The crystal, repeatedly polished by him, makes it shine even more brilliantly and beautifully. While admiring the masterpiece, a loud noise suddenly sounded outside. Lord Karo frowned as he quickly realized what the noise was. Immediately afterward, he approached his friend and grabbed his hammer in frustration. I wonder why it had to happen at this exact moment. Even though I knew Kiel would come today, having an extra day, does that count? As he thought this, he just pulled back the curtain and stepped outside. What awaits him is a mighty army from Olympus. Agamemnon boomed. I never expected the old man to be hiding in such a remote place. No wonder it took us so long to find him. Vonkaro felt uneasy inside. What are you bothering the neighbors for, and what brings you all the way here? He spoke, indeed, a question full of elegance. The sinner Hephaestus. As he finished speaking, his sword was fiercely pointed directly at him, causing the soldiers to startle. What? Hephaestus, the blacksmith of Mount Olympus? I thought this time we were dealing with the rookie causing trouble on the first floor. Turns out it's a ranker. One of them also spoke up. How can a ranker be made to do that? Although our side has the numerical advantage, Agamemnon reassures the soldiers not to be afraid. Vano's strength is heavily limited on this first floor. As soon as he heard that, he fiercely raised his hammer and struck hard at them. Limiting power, huh? Vano glared and said, Don't make me laugh if you're so brave. Come here and I'll crush all of you. Agamemnon sneered contemptuously and said, After being crippled by the punishment from the Sky Ruler, you still dare to boast as a ranker with no armor at all? We also have a ranker on our side. The person just introduced is a high-level ranker under Apollo Crisis. Hearing this name, Vonkuro was momentarily surprised. Crisis? Me is already a ranker? You know how serious the punishment is for interfering with what's happening on the first floor, right? He's still so calm. He's a ranker too, so what's the big deal? Vonkaro aggressively raised his hammer, channeling his power. You guys are really good at coming up with sneaky tactics. Then he fiercely looked at the opponent and shouted loudly, Charge in here! Crisis saw him like that and immediately became alert. Both sides quickly clashed in chaos, with light and storms raging around his house. The trembling soldiers couldn't withstand this power. His power source is so immense that they scream in pain, while King Karo now looks like a furious thunder god fighting back wildly. Under the fury of an elder vanquer, Crisis was momentarily overwhelmed. blood quickly staining the ground with countless casualties. Crisis coldly looked at Bunkuro and said, I once greatly admired you.
Thousands of years ago, after becoming a traitor, he didn't crave power but chose to wield the hammer and follow his own creed. Vero sneered, do you admire me for that?
As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly alertly leapt away, narrowly avoiding a strike from him, but Bunkuro didn't stop there. He continued to glare fiercely, gripping his hammer tightly and channeling his inner strength, preparing to strike again. And of course, Crisis could not withstand that fury. He was quickly struck down. Bunkuro now looked like a man who had lost control, his eyes blazing with fury. It seems he has decided that no one will be allowed to leave alive here. The soldiers are quickly beaten into retreat. His entire body was covered in the enemy's blood, yet the fury within Bunkuro still had not reached its end. Crisis, with a sarcastic tone. Since you just attacked a player many floors below you, the punishment you received must be pretty severe. My respect for you is real. It's your unwavering determination to abandon power and throw everything away to follow your own beliefs that I truly admire. Immediately after, he extended his spear and said, I have no desire to fight you at all. That said, as soon as he finished speaking, he aggressively struck towards Bunkuro. He quickly used his hammer to block the face full of contempt and shouted loudly, Stop talking nonsense! Two sources of power clashed, causing a huge shockwave that blew away several rooftops. The surrounding scene is hazy with smoke and fire, and a wall of bloodied teeth appears behind the smoke. It seems that Bunkuro is also injured now, his hand bleeding. But a more serious problem is that his entire body is gradually turning to stone. Bunkuro, he shouted, that bastard made it happen. Crisis calmly responds to Bunkuro's suspicion, saying this is a product of Mr. Aegis. Even though it's just a fake, once you're exhausted, this is enough. They watch you gradually turn into a lifeless stone and feel satisfied. Crisis's face is cold, but his eyes are somewhat sad as he silently contemplates. Everything ends here. Agamemnon couldn't hide his excitement. It was all over his face. Finally, he turned around and gave the order. Quickly eliminate this criminal. That's not allowed. You finally arrived. Yug quickly swooped in and decisively cut off the leg of the man near Agamemnon, who couldn't bear the pain and shouted loudly. My leg! You quickly stand in front of Bunkuro. Yoon coldly asked, What's the point of you bunch of fools coming to such an important place? Agamemnon looked at him, his voice laced with sarcasm. Oh, so it's you, Yugon. He still didn't say anything, silently staring at him intently. Yugon wanted to see what he could really do. The soldiers buzzed. Could Yoon be the new recruit who set a new record in the training section? You mean the new recruit swept everything up? I thought he was some kind of con artist or something. One of them sneered loudly and said, Hey, who do you think you are to interfere in this? You can tell just by looking that he's a ranker Crisis. 2 rankers fighting in this little slum area. It really is boring. If the fight drags on and the administrator has to intervene, Olympus will lose quite a bit of influence in the first layer. Agamemnon spoke up. Do you think you're doing something right now? Are you thinking they need Uncle to start a giant war just to get things done? He laughed loudly. So are you planning to stand there until you turn to stone? He calmly replied, What if I am? Agamemnon glanced at the statue, feeling a bit of fear in his heart. It seems like it just moved. Aegis can only turn things to stone once a day, and this is just a copy. I don't know how long it will still be effective. If the petrification ends and he can move again, we can't waste any more time. The statues are increasingly coming to life. Agamemnon shouted, What are you standing there for? Kill him and bring Hephaestus here?
The soldier spoke, Sorry, sir, but if we kill a recruit, we will face punishment. He said nothing and directly swung his sword fiercely at the one who just spoke.
Fresh blood quickly splattered all over his armor. So what if there's a punishment? Seeing the fate of those who oppose Agamemnon, the soldiers closed their eyes and made a final gamble. I will be the one to kill him. But on this side, the system quickly notified that the power of the Great Heat Fire had been added to the secret pumpkin. Yu swung his sword, flames from his power burning everything around them. The group was overwhelmed by the intense heat, and some shouted as they were caught in it. Agamemnon roared fiercely, ordering to keep your distance and attack him. Yugo glared fiercely, and his system appeared. Fire Eye is analyzing the tactics, breaking through the encirclement alone, causing the soldiers to scatter in defeat. At the same time, Fire Eye is fighting against the fire attribute Mana. They don't seem to be a match for him. Every Songlen is cut down to death. Suddenly, a strange light shines directly into Yan's face from behind, making him momentarily surprised. The lightning-infused eggs are planning a surprise attack on Yugon. They soar into the sky with incredible force, but he remains unfazed and fights back against the soldiers, causing them to panic. Yugon sneers and says, So this is what you can show? Looks like being many doesn't necessarily mean being strong. They told each other not to give up and to corner him quickly. Agamemnon was trembling. What is going on? Some of them even reached the 100th floor. I know he's ranked first and has defeated H-Gon. But seeing his aura and strength, Thang couldn't help but be surprised. Is this really a rookie? You use the Great Fire Pillar skill and fiercely sweep it toward the enemy. Yuguno grits his teeth, glancing at the statue behind him, and shouts angrily, Uncle, how long are you planning to sleep? It seems the statue still shows no promising signs. You keep trying to hold them off so he can wake up.
The system notification appears. Fire Eyes fighting against the Sun Shard. Heat Cannon confronting the Sun Shard. He can't help but wonder and ask, what is your relationship with Hephaestus?
I am a customer. Crisis is unbelievable. A customer? You got involved in this fight just because of that crazy relationship? Jan thought to himself that he was indeed a ranker. Despite his battered body from the punishment, the pressure he exuded was formidable. The opponent was Apollo's right hand, the fire controller, and if he made even a small mistake, he would be burned to ash instantly. Including the wounds and the penalty for attacking me, he can only attack 5 more times. I quickly used the gigantification skill. Luckily, the opponent is just right, and my fire resistance from the fire eye and the heat of the cosmic armor are quite good, so I can do it, especially after enduring the destructive fire from Serucha. Crisis said, "You have so many skills that Jang doesn't even have yet, huh?" Then he looked down on him. But what can a rookie who just arrived at the tower do? Yugen clenched his teeth, trying to stand his ground against the flames. The power analysis system, gigantification, collided with the solar fragment. The fire eye was resisting the solar fragment, and the thermal astrology was resisting the solar fragment. A massive explosion quickly erupted, echoing across the sky. The system's countermeasure against the solar fragment failed, and the burn effect was activated. Yu thought to himself, I knew it, pure strength alone isn't enough. If I had bought some ice crystals in advance, I could at least boost my fire resistance. You're annoyed, he's not planning to let me rest at all. Then Yugon uses an explosive skill. From the raging fire, 3 strange blue circles appeared. Crisis's flames are so powerful they could burn down this entire neighborhood. The surrounding houses are also affected by the battle. Soon after that attack, the dust and smoke quickly thickened. The system continues to report that the thermobaric star is fighting against the solar fragment. The attempt to resist the solar fragment failed, and the burn effect has now escalated to level 2. Yug gasped for breath. Damn it, if this keeps up, I'm going to be burned alive. But after unleashing all that power, the punishment probably isn't a joke, right? As you guessed, he's now trembling with pain from the punishment and can't help but cry out. Yugon secretly calculated twice in his mind that if he could hold on a little longer without giving you a chance to breathe, he would quickly launch another attack, catching you off guard. Jan's entire body was soon engulfed in fierce flames. You couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Crisis's attack caused you to be thrown far away. It seems Yuan has been injured, but he quickly spits out a mouthful of blood, looking extremely surprised. Crisis's whole body is covered in blood and wounds, and it seems he's not much better off than you. Yugon's whole body is in great pain, and he keeps vomiting blood. Yugon thinks to himself, I underestimated him just because we were fighting on the first floor. Although injured and punished, he is still very strong. I can still fight on, but I don't think I can defeat him. If I have to get up 2 more times, I look around and thought I was flying somewhere, but it turns out I was in my uncle's workshop. The black crystal just finished being crafted and is still on the table. It emits a sparkling light that draws your attention. This item is the key to the Holy Crystal, a fragment containing the primordial darkness's power, holding an endless source of dark mana, a refined artifact. Crisis remembered someone once told him, punishment you'll understand once you experience it. Crisis realized how powerful the energy flowing through the Great Tower was. Immediately afterward, he struggled to stand up. You're right. It's as if the tower itself is alive. This is the power to prevent those who lose control and to protect the lower levels. This is the will and punishment of the tower. Thinking this over, he respectfully bowed and thanked you very much. Agamemnon, impatient, now quickly captured the traitor. Check the number of dead and wounded. The soldiers responded, Yes, your grace. Agamemnon looked toward the spot where you were knocked away, and also at Yugon. Crisis said, Let him be. He was surprised, but in the future, Crisis said, The mission is already complete. We have broken the tower's rules by making noise on the first floor. I want to avoid unnecessary killing. Agamemnon continued. I understand. So just as he finished speaking, a loud noise echoed from the wall. Agamemnon hurriedly said, That damn guy is alive or dead now. Crisis stepped forward to stop him. Wait, he's annoyed. Are you planning to tell me to spare him? Crisis observed and replied. No, he's very dangerous. Once he emits negative attribute mana, everything changes. Although he looks dazed, Agamemnon still doesn't listen to him. It's okay. Your Majesty is tired. Please rest now. We will take care of him. But what surprised him even more was that you had disappeared without a trace. Agamemnon was startled, spinning around and shouting nonstop as he searched everywhere. Where is he? You quickly approached Vankuro's statue and stole it. Agamemnon panicked. Damn it, petrification doesn't freeze the target's consciousness, and if he breaks it, it'll be ruined. He hurriedly ordered, What are you doing, you bunch of fools? Are you just going to stand there and watch? Kill him. You quickly channel your inner strength, a blue aura gathering into a powerful surge, then fiercely strike the ground, sending that energy rushing toward your opponent. After being hit by this attack, they feel the world spinning and struggle to breathe. Crisis chuckles softly. What he's holding is truly dangerous. It seems the tower has summoned a monster. Agamemnon, stay alert. This is no time to be surprised, sir. Crisis said casually. What's going on? Didn't you just say you would handle him yourself? My only mission from the start was to bring Hephaestus back. Are you serious? Seeing him so tense, Crisis reassures. Calm down, I see everything clearly now.
Then a fierce look appeared on his face as he looked at you.
Meanwhile, Yoon is also relentlessly attacking everywhere, causing the vengeful soldiers to fall back in chaos. He fights while keeping an eye on his surroundings, sensing a powerful aura approaching, and he thinks to himself, "Crisis, you're here already?" Amidst the chaos of war, the two formidable opponents stand side by side and look at each other. Crisis extends his hand, channeling his inner strength as a black mist envelops him. He thinks to himself, impressive. Controlling two types of mana with different attributes at the same time is still beyond his reach. If this guy joins Olympus, he will be a precious diamond. I want to have him. Crisis thought for a moment before speaking. You're Kim Yu World, right? Why not join our team? If you're looking for gear, I promise to give you something even better than what that guy has. He calmly replied, this is not yet everything I need. Besides, I already told that guy. Crisis channels his inner strength. Are you refusing? That's really sad. Then he quickly charged at you like a hungry beast pouncing on its prey. Yugon still looked defiant. Do you think you can still fight? Listen to what the rookie is asking. Crisis thought to himself, but maybe 100 years from now I can proudly tell the story of today. Talking nonsense about the fight with Kim Yugi, he's only at the first level, fighting someone who will later be stronger than the mechs, but he has to survive this first. Judging by his attitude, I can tell he's about to risk his life. You want your uncle to get involved that much? If he doesn't join Olympus, the next great war might be prevented. To prevent that disaster, I have to hold my ground. With that in mind, your feet stubbornly stay firm on the ground. And on this side, Crisis also charged fiercely towards him with overwhelming power. Soon after, the two engaged in a fiery confrontation. He quickly launched an attack at Yugon. The boy was extremely surprised. Could he really deliver such a powerful strike? Yugon said, "You're more impressive than you think." Crisis was stunned by his words, and immediately after, an explosive blast shook the area. This can be considered the most intense confrontation so far between the trap and the first floor players. Agamemnon is stunned. What kind of crazy thing is this? No guild has ever dared to use all their strength like this on the first floor. He should be glad he wasn't wiped out by the punishment. How did the battle turn out? Agamemnon saw you lying motionless and laughed joyfully. It's over. Even Kim Yugon's name couldn't withstand such a blow. Suddenly, someone from behind struck him so hard he coughed up blood. Agamemnon was surprised to see Volcano and shouted fiercely, "Finish your little trick." His eyes flashed with ferocity as he shouted, "It's not over yet, you bastards." Your father, aren't you afraid of punishment? The fierce hammer swung past me without a care. Agamemnon vomited blood. Volcano confidently declares, "I don't care about the others, but I definitely have to kill you." Agamemnon trembles all over, whispering a plea as he sees his terrifying appearance. "Someone save me!" Suddenly, a tall man appeared quickly to block Volcano's deadly attack. That voice rang out boldly. "You've gone too far." Volcano is annoyed. Why does it have to be right now? Agamemnon was so frightened that he couldn't speak, trembling as he looked at the person who just explained and saved him. Turns out, it was no stranger but the administrator of the first floor. The administrator is annoyed. What do you mean by that? So you're telling me to just let a big boss run wild on the first floor like that? Is that okay? If you want a proper fight, then go and see for yourself. Agamemnon's voice sounded softly. It seems there has been some misunderstanding here. I wasn't planning to fight at all, the administrator asked him impatiently. So you guys are from Olympus? Agamemnon was afraid. Yes, that's right. The administrator pointed at him and said loudly, "Go back and tell your worthless master this." Agamemnon gasped in surprise. After the mark appears, he continues, "If he dares to play tricks like this again, I will come and shave his beard off myself." Agamemnon looked puzzled. The administrator continued, "Remember to pass on my message properly." Volcano stood happily to the side, secretly glad you're dead. Volcano silently thought that once that mark was branded on his head, he would have to relay exactly what was demanded. His face showed a clear expression of satisfaction. "You damn Olympus dogs, today you have been defeated." Let's go back a bit to the fight between Yuan and Crisis earlier. When the situation is critical, the system immediately alerts that the certificate is showing its fangs. You secretly startle, this is too dangerous. Is it trying to take advantage of my weakness to swallow me up, or is it trying to protect me? Immediately after completing the mission, it returns to hibernation. Yu gradually regains consciousness. You keep wondering when you fainted? Just me. A loud voice suddenly pulls me back to reality. What should I do? You weakly looked at Vu. An uncle, huh? Volcano annoyed. What uncle? Watch your tongue. Seeing you sit up straight, the old man asked anxiously, "How is your body?" You replied, "It's okay for now." "And what about your uncle?" Volcano wondered. "How much longer do you plan to call me uncle?" You teased. "So it's not Anthan?" He shouted angrily, still not willing to stop. You hesitated. "But it's thanks to me that you survived. So I can just call you whatever I want then?" The uncle muttered, shaking his head. "You're really a troublemaker." Suddenly his lips pressed tightly together. Perhaps Volcano wanted to say something. A usually blunt person now stammered. "Are you pretending not to hear what Yon did?" Volcano snapped in frustration. "I told you to say thank you. Are you trying to make me repeat it over and over until you understand?" Yon feels wronged. It's only been twice. He grumbles that he still doesn't understand which name was supposed to do this, and Yu chuckles softly. Probably feeling embarrassed, he spoke honestly to you. Voncaro is not actually my name. I am Hefa Estes. I used to be a blacksmith for Olympus. Actually, you already knew this. But seeing you so silent, he was surprised. Aren't you amazed? You said, I am more surprised than this. The old man is really annoyed, like he doesn't know whether to lie or not bother lying. He looked at the boy thoughtfully, realizing he already knew his true identity. That's why the first time he came here, I suspected he was from Olympus. But now I'm sure that he's not from Olympus, but also not an ordinary player. Thinking of this, he continued, let's forget about it for now. After this event, the Olympus folks will have to stay quiet for a while. That's why I decided to spend money to rent a large and good forge for a few days. Heya Estes hinted, I am someone who will repay 10 times over, whether with kindness or revenge. Just wait a few days, I will forge the best sword for you. Hearing this, he simply sat silently on the bed without saying anything more. It seems that Yugen has a very good impression of Hefa Estes. Since they met again, he has been watching him and then smiling warmly. Then Yon got off the bed and said, I understand now you've made your calculations. After forging the sword, I will start climbing the tower. Hearing this, I honestly told Hefa Estes, I am really looking forward to it. Seeing how torn up your hand is, he glared angrily and shouted, get to the hospital first. After recovering, you immediately went to train to loosen your tendons. And this time, Yugen is targeting those huge apes. Yugen lets out a breath and begins to plan. After a few days in the hospital, I finally feel like I can move better than before. I was planning to face Olympus around level 10, but it seems my plan has shifted a bit. And that also works quite well for me. Olympus won't be able to interfere with the first floor for at least a few years due to the oversight of the administrator. Moreover, my relationship with my uncle has become quite similar to before, especially now that I have this. It will be a crucial factor in the second giant war. However, this Dark Saint Stone is particularly difficult to control, but the power it emits is vastly different from Hades' invisibility hat. But if it's not like the invisibility hat, I wonder if the user's differences could cause any other variations. The three biggest differences I found after it was refined are that the Dark Holy Crystal is a shard holding the essence of darkness. It contains an endless dark attribute of magical power. The unrefined description has disappeared. All stats such as resistance, durability, and consumption are increased, and finally the ability to summon Hell. Hell, a word symbolizing Hades, very much aligned with his source of power. Looking at the restricted text, it seems I can't use its full strength. But that's enough for me to understand the true power of the Dark Holy Crystal. The Dark Holy Crystal seems more like a catalyst to summon power rather than an item that holds power itself. After using it all day, I finally figured out what I should do to make it work. Thinking of that, I let out a sigh of relief. Maybe it's time to head back now. At the same time, he received a message from Hefa Estes with a brief content. Let's go through it. Yugon was amazed. He's always so timely. The scene shifts to a busy street, and you quickly followed the address here. Yugon stepped inside, unable to hide his amazement. That's a big forge. It must have cost quite a bit, and whatever he's working on is at least worth hundreds of thousands of points. Moreover, since a portion of the profits from Olympus sales go straight into his pocket, he might even be among the richest con artists. I feel a bit jealous. Yug quickly stepped inside and said, It's so quiet. It must be over, right? Are you excited that he's here? Hava Estes said generously as he handed you an item. Take this, Yugen thought to himself. Just like always, he went straight to the point. I'm already clear about your curiosity about the sword, but what is this? He urged him to open it. Yugon curiously lifted the box. You're very curious to know what your uncle gave you again. You're confused, surprised by the box? There's nothing inside at all. He patiently looks closely at this fool. You reached out and touched, but there was nothing there. Suddenly, he stopped, feeling how soft it was. Is this a glove? It's an invisible glove, a thin glove made from a special material. It has excellent mana conductivity. The gloves can be set to make them visible. Yugon guesses that what was just made is a blend of materials with Midrin. Hefa Estes is pleased. You're quick to catch on. You observe this item quite carefully. It feels like I'm not wearing anything. Why did he create this? It can't be easy to make it invisible like this. Yug examined every detail and found a groove here. When pressed, the crystal quickly appeared and shone brightly. He turns his face away. I guess I don't need to explain how to use it, right? Since I didn't have enough time or materials, I just randomly put it together and made it. You can use it however you want. Yug quickly caught on, probably because he was annoyed seeing me hold the black holy crystal in my hand while using it. It is an exquisitely crafted black sword, with every detail and pattern on it meticulously made. Yugen was stunned, completely amazed, with not a single flaw. Just holding it, I can already feel its sharpness. I can't help but marvel internally. It's truly amazing. Hefa Estes said, You name it. The system sounded a warning, requesting a name for the sword. Please choose a name. You thoughtfully considered it. The deep black of the dark holy crystal powder swallowing the green of men and the sword's effects, a blade of the night. Thinking of that, he told him, I will call it Da Mak Chinyak. Yugon happily hummed the tune in his mouth while he was momentarily stunned. What? Gu's naming is really one of a kind. The notification appears, informing you that you have received Da Mak Chinya. Da Mak Chinya will now bond with you as Hefa Estes intended. a sword characterized by its calm black color like the night sky, named not only for its appearance, but also for its effects. Yes, Da Mak Chinya is a weapon forged from Midrin and remnants of a special crystal by blacksmith Hefa Estes, capable of accumulating dark magic to increase stamina recovery by up to 200% in darkness, enhance maximum dark magic deficiency by up to 100%, and boost magic recovery by up to 100% in darkness. Yu is demonstrating the ability to accumulate magic power with these recovery effects of the sword, which are so real it's almost unbelievable. With this, I might never be able to finish a fight in the darkness. It's exceeding my expectations, but I don't know why Hefa Estes keeps a stern face around it. The reason he's annoyed is simply because that name is the last missing piece of a work. And yet, he just gave it a name like a graveyard tomb. But seeing you happily singing, I can only shrug it off. At least you seem satisfied. If they're a good match, then how can they be together? He asks again. Are you planning to go upstairs now? Of course, Hea Estes asked further. So what are your plans for Olympus? You calmly replied. What do you mean by what I plan to do? Of course, I will take them down. You points as an example from way up top to all the way down below. So that's how you respond just formally? But Hose was seriously thinking, even though he's caught up in something so big, he still doesn't seem worried at all. He really is a strange kid. He shows no fear or hesitation at all. With that, he quickly dismissed him. Now go. Our business is done. I won't see you off. The boy quickly walks out the door, but still seems very reluctant to leave his uncle. Yugon thought to himself, still saying goodbye quickly, as always. It's been a long time since we last met. I feel nostalgic thinking about this, uncle. Is this made from adamantium? Aren't we running low on iron? So how did you do it then? At that time, he calmly said, you said you lost your sword. If you want to face those outsiders, you need at least one weapon. I was deeply moved at that moment. He melted down his own hammer, didn't he? Did he use his hand instead of a hammer to make it? Why? Hefa Estes grimaced tiredly at you. Stop complaining and just take it. Despite his gruff nature, he is a very caring person. Thinking of this, his hand reached for the sword. He was the one who entrusted his whole heart to me. I'm so happy to see you again. Then she bowed deeply to thank and say goodbye to her old friend. And of course, Hefa Estes couldn't see this. The scene shifts to a study room, where everything is neatly arranged. Inside the room, a girl is happily humming a tune from a song in her mouth. She is the Suri Arena judge. She bites into a piece of chocolate while reading the information. Kim Yugon, a newcomer who entered the first floor 12 days ago. He set a new record in the tutorial section and even has the potential to be rated S. This rookie truly is impressive. Shikan is also strong, so he's quite confident, but Kim Yugon was able to surpass him and take the top spot. Coming here alone, even though he could team up with others, does he think there's no one on this floor who can challenge him? This is an indestructible structure that can withstand Vayner's attacks, so go ahead and show what you've got. The scene shifts to the first floor testing area of the Coliseum, where Yu observes the surroundings during a strength test, a crucial element for a warrior. This test is very simple. Just defeat all the opponents that appear. You can tell by looking at the leaderboard. The top of the leaderboard is Sun Wukong. Compared to my achievements before returning, it's really impressive. Back then, I only reached round 12. There's also a familiar name here. Round 16 is pretty high up too. I think it's even higher than before I came back. It's probably thanks to this lightning gauntlet. You're ready. I don't know which floor he's on, but I'll be there soon. The system notification says the test will start now. Your mission is to defeat your opponent. This is a test with an ending no one has ever seen, because the more enemies you defeat, the greater the reward. Any player aiming for the secret chamber will try their luck here. Thinking of that, you open the gate. A monster was waiting aggressively inside. He was enormous and looked very fierce. The loud noise of the door alerted him immediately to the presence of an intruder. He roared loudly and then stood still, waiting for you to come a little closer. You hesitated for a moment before seeing him and immediately used the secret dagger skill to strike. He clenched his sword tightly and fiercely kicked up, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to shatter. In just a moment, the monster's head was split in two. You turned to leave just as the heavy body collapsed and the completeness of the Heavenly Annihilation Star increased by 0.008%, marking his passing of the first floor's test. Yugon thought that the first floor's test was just that, but this was only the beginning of what he had to do. The system displayed the survey section. Do you want to try the next challenge? Yugon said one word. The continue notification keeps appearing. You have chosen to take on the next challenge. Starting the second challenge. Over here, Suri is still watching him in disbelief. She shouted, "How is that possible?" Of course, it's no surprise that he tore apart those brains because Hagan has done the same thing. But being that fast, isn't that the first time in history? He's even faster than Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven, and the victory Buddha in battle. Watching his fierce figure rush past the screen, Suri couldn't help but be stunned. Many monsters were also quickly defeated by Yan afterward. Suri screams alone. He keeps fighting without taking a break. And to preserve his magic power and stamina, he didn't use any skills at all. He wasn't focused on this challenge at all, only aiming for a much bigger goal, surpassing the achievements of the higher tiers. The system interface continues to appear. Do you want to try the next challenge? Yuja responds briefly. Attack. Immediately after, he clenched his sword tightly. The Fire Eye had harnessed the Great Heat Fire, and Yugon had activated his ultimate fire skill. Your great sword surprised you. Did he block it? All right, I shouldn't prolong this battle any further. At that moment, a fierce flame quickly swept through, illuminating the entire space. The system appears, your hand covered with giant's power. Your proficiency is too low, your stamina is too low, so the giant form will only be partial. The sword in that guy's hand quickly slipped away because of your fierce flames. Not stopping there, your sword fiercely slashed through his hand. The knight's helmet on his head was quickly cut in half by Yon. Overwhelmed by your bravery, he knelt down on the ground, completely defeated. This is probably an older man. He says, "This is already my second defeat. That blonde kid is pretty strong too. He's the first one who refuses to give up, no matter how many times I cut or stab him." That battle was truly evenly matched. But what about you? You're much stronger. You said, "If it weren't for your sword being very worn and old, I would have had a much harder time too." He continued, "That's just empty praise. No matter what, you will win anyway. But I am also very grateful. Thanks to you, I was able to fight again and find this joy." The system quickly notified me that I leveled up, with my strength increasing by 1, agility by 1, stamina by 1, and the completeness of the Heavenly Destruction Star increasing by 4.78%. You have passed the 19th challenge. Yugen thought. Now his achievement was on par with Sun Wukong. I finally reached challenge 20, which no one has ever beaten. Yug muttered angrily to himself, "They really don't even give you a moment to breathe." And indeed, if you give people enough time to rest, this arena would lose all meaning. He quickly regained his strength, preparing for the next round. Yugon has begun the final challenge. His face remains completely without hesitation. Immediately after, a fierce storm rose, with wind and with wind and sand swirling around him. Yugon secretly felt terrified inside. The amount of magic and murderous aura was truly magnificent. I'm getting goosebumps all over. Is that thing really going to come out here? Your teammate's system notification has been enveloped by the power of the giant. From beyond that gate, a fierce, murderous aura radiates, causing the earth and stones to scatter uncontrollably. The final challenge boss has appeared. Savage hissing sounds echo loudly. Yugon clenched his teeth, trying his best to withstand its tremendous power. He hadn't even clearly seen the human world when it charged at him fiercely. Yugon secretly marveled that even after using gigantification, he was still pushed back by it. It relentlessly somersaulted toward him. At this moment, Yon struggled to dodge, his hand fiercely gripping the ground to keep himself from being blown away. The words of the great sage Heavenly King rang out fiercely, recounting, "In the 20th challenge of the first level, I was knocked out and eliminated by that bastard's tail. To survive, you need to have strength comparable to mine, because if you get hit like that, almost no one makes it out alive. Although it has only one head and tail, it truly is that thing. I know it's the final challenge, but this is only the first level." You're tiredly asking again, are you sure you're not confusing it with some other creature? The great sage, Heaven's equal, is very serious. Yugen, do you think I could mistake something like that? A snake with 8 massive heads stretching across 8 mountains and filling 8 valleys. An entity close to mythical beasts or even dragons. And a fragment of ancient relic from otherworldly divine realms. It should have been sealed away by Susanu long ago. Who would have thought it would appear here? Yugo angrily snapped, "Those damn administrators really do whatever they want. Your mission this time is to defeat the 8th head of the 8 divisions Orochi." Yugun couldn't help but feel annoyed. What kind of ridiculous difficulty is this? The ferocious monster with glowing yellow eyes stared at him as if it wanted to devour him, then suddenly charged at him aggressively, roaring with a deafening sound. Yugon thinks to himself, just as he was told, it only has one head and it seems to be the smallest one. However, with its current body, one mistake or misstep could be his death. Its massive body then aggressively slithered up as if to wrap around you tightly. Yugo struggled to move his body to avoid being hit by the monster. Needless to say, his body kept sliding across the ground, now looking a bit disheveled, and he still hadn't had a chance to attack it. The serpent kept rushing around recklessly, but its large body made it difficult for the player. Yuen challenged, "Your attacks lack coordination. The Orochi I know wouldn't act like this." You only now found an opportunity to attack. The monster continued to make unpleasant noises. Your whole body is feeling hot from what the serpent spat out. You're doing your best to dodge. On this side, it keeps spewing that hot, suffocating smoke. Then, it continues to move its heavy body, aiming to hit you. Yugo is annoyed. Mo Daji Na has been empowered by the Dark Holy Crystal, yet even with its strike, his attack is significantly less effective. It seems like an impossible challenge. Lost in thought, its tail brushed past and hit him, causing Yugon to tumble. He clenched his teeth and analyzed, but the tower would never create an unbeatable challenge. I just need to find it. It must still be on Orochi's body. Up on the high floor, Suri is still watching the ongoing fight of yours. She wondered why he had stopped attacking for a while, so in the end, he finally realized how reckless he had been. Anyway, he achieved quite an incredible feat. Give up, Yugon managed to hurt Orochi. She hadn't finished thinking, but he had already figured it out. Suri didn't expect that he could find the weakness of that serpent. Then, he used all his strength to fiercely strike at that spot. His foot forcefully stomped on its body as he launched himself upward. It saw you and immediately turned its head, hissing to warn. Your eyes flashed with fierce intent. Who would have thought it would be here? Suri observed that he was aiming for a small dent near Orochi's heart and knew this was the only spot on its body without scales. Yugun guessed that this was Orochi's chest scale, the only yellow scale. Once he identified the target, he fiercely drove his sword straight into that spot. As you predicted, as soon as you stabbed that scale, the serpent thrashed in pain and quickly lost its breath, its eyes gradually becoming vacant. Seeing it no longer move, you slowly withdrew your sword, unable to hold back a heavy breath. Its heavy body falls to the ground, causing the earth to crack open under the weight, and it finally erupts in a loud noise. Suri stammered in shock, unable to believe this had never happened before. No, this can't be! A giant serpent of sin capable of covering all 8 mountains and valleys with strange spells and magic. The one who prevented an entire layer from destruction by that catastrophe is the high-ranking Susanu. Susanu used an indestructible magic sword enchanted with a sealing spell capable of imprisoning any entity it pierces, creating a wound on Orochi's chest that could never be erased, forming the reverse scale on its body. Seeing the majestic image of Suri, I conclude this is a reenactment of a legend. The system reports that you have defeated Yamato Orochi's 8th head. You have leveled up. The completeness of the Heavenly Slayer star increases your agility and strength by 12.85% and your stamina by 1. You have completed the final achievement. Your glory will be engraved in the Roman arena. I figured I also leveled up at stage 19, but judging by my current level, if I'm at stage 60, it's hard to level up once just by hunting. I only need 31 more levels to reach level 100, so my leveling speed is faster than expected. Suddenly, a voice rang out, leaving the boy momentarily stunned. The player, Kim Yugon. You observe Suri carefully, noting her swift and discreet movements that conceal her actions, with an elf woman carrying 6 knives on her back and belt. Supervisor Suri asked, "Do you know how to reverse the spin, the one who defeated Yamato Orochi?" Yugon explained. The tower won't set an unbeatable challenge, so even if it's the final test, I find it too difficult. So I came to check and I found the answer. She observed you. Are those eyes the fire eye of gold essence? Yugun said he's not a fire eye gold yet. Suri guessed that he's a parent eye and a giant human, a player using skills from 2 top-tier mechs. She found it interesting. Olympus, or maybe he's on the heavenly side like the successor of the great sage Kidian or something like that. Don't worry, the challenge supervisor cannot reveal the challenge or any information related to the participating players. He thought, maybe she misunderstood something, but it probably doesn't matter. She handed him a sword, which was an extra reward given by the administrator. I was told to give this to the player who completes all the challenges on the first floor, but I thought the day I had to draw this sword would never come because of Orochi. But in the end, the owner of the sword has arrived. Check it yourself because I don't know what it is either. The sword was just drawn and Suri was extremely surprised. What? Is it broken? Yugen looked at it for a long time, so this is where it was. The information appears, revealing this is Tosca's sword. A fragment from long ago, Susanu used this sword to seal Yamato no Orochi. A special power is sealed inside it, but since it is broken, you need to gather the other pieces to uncover its true strength. He was satisfied. Good. With this, my plan can proceed smoothly. Suri continued, if you have any complaints about the reward, I can report it to the administrator. He replied, no, it's enough as it is. He thought to himself, this is just a gift. I still have the real reward coming. Then a series of rewards appeared. You have completed all the challenges on the first floor. You earned 20,000 points. All stats increased by 2. You receive a fragment of Tosca's sword. You receive Yamato Orochi's 8th heart. The 8th heart of Yamato Orochi was separated when it was sealed by Susanu. It contains a very powerful poison. You're calculating a potent toxin inside the heart. I can't use it in the usual way, but if I neutralize it, it will become a powerful drug that even high-level officials would want to possess. Suri continued, I suspected, but it seems it was truly given as a reward. It's a very hard item to identify and convert into points. Congratulations, she added. If I were to give you advice, it would be not to use it in the usual way. Yugi, I will gratefully accept your advice. As he was about to reach out to press the system, a sound rang out, causing Yugon to stop in his tracks. The system's voice rings out. The egg is reacting. The egg is hungry. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be stunned and confused. Yugon still doesn't understand what's happening. The system announces that the egg has revealed itself, and at that moment, a powerful aura rushes in, surrounding him. Suri was momentarily stunned. What kind of power is this? Yu thought to himself that the egg hadn't hatched, so revealing itself meant thinking about this, and his face looked a bit confused. At this moment, countless spines like those on a scorpion's body appeared around, and Suri wondered how it managed to burrow into the place protected by the tower's power. Orochi's body is moving on its own, Yuan shouted in panic. Wait a moment, please! Before he could finish, the system sounded again. The creature is devouring Orochi's 8th head, and its sharp spines are now greedily feeding on the creature. Suri was extremely surprised when she saw this scene and shivered with fear, screaming. Is it eating the corpse? I've never seen a creature like that before. So what exactly is that? Thinking about it, she continued speaking. I won't ask further since the rights to the corpse belong to you, but is that also your skill? Yoon also couldn't help but be stunned. I think it's something similar. Hold on a moment, he said again, but honestly, I'm not sure either. That creature still keeps absorbing that huge corpse. After a while, he asked it, Are you full? The system responded, the egg nodded, the egg was singing. Yuo silently wondered. It looks like a weird monster but behaves like a child. What exactly is it? Right after it finished eating the remains of the giant monster, it had already started to fall asleep. Yugon was suspicious as the egg, which had shown no reaction all this time, suddenly appeared. Could the hatching rate have increased? Suri asked curiously. Do you know what that was just now? Yu is honest, just a little. She was terrified, thinking he was just a second-rate Sun Wukong. But after seeing that power, she wasn't so sure anymore because heaven wouldn't hide such a strange strength. Thinking of this, she continued, Maybe you have many secrets, so I won't reveal what happened today. I hope I will hear news about you from a higher place. Yugon quietly smiles. She is still the same, her habit of saying goodbye to those who pass this challenge. Remembering the past based on what you know about her, a knowledgeable yet upright warrior. Quick and beautiful. Yu took her hand gently and said, It's a pleasure to meet you. Right now on the ranking board, your name is at the top. Outside, everyone is buzzing and talking. Have you heard anything? The one who has held the top spot for over 1,000 years has changed. I've heard about it too. I heard that guy is also ranked first in the trial. Is there another monster like Sun Wukong? Is he the pure-blood moon? Where is he from? It seems it must be Earth. I've never heard of that place before. The other person continued, He always wins first place in any challenge he takes part in. Maybe in a few years he will become a mechanical valve. The scene shifts to a vast maze. This is the 9th floor challenge of the maze. A loud explosion echoed as rocks and debris suddenly kept bursting apart, revealing that Yugon was continuously smashing everything around him. A notification appears. You have cleared the 9th floor maze challenge. A new path has opened. Another reward will be added for your first achievement. Several exits exist in the maze challenge, but only one true path. So many challengers worry about how difficult it is. But this can't be avoided because the reward for it is very generous. The boy smiled thoughtfully. Should I go see that person now? The scene shifts back to Hefa Estes' forge, his face tense and beads of sweat on his body, while the boy tries to put on the most adorable face he can manage, finally speaking up to greet him. It's been a month already, hasn't it, Uncle? My smile is even brighter. I'm here to pick up what I left with you, Uncle. Are you calling me Uncle now? You really don't know shame. Wait there, I'm almost done. Yun obediently stands still and waits. On this side, the uncle is still fully focused, his hands never stopping. Sweat poured down his body like a shower. His face was now extremely focused. Suddenly he looked up at you. He Estes asked with curiosity. Don't you feel hot? Yu nonchalantly replies. It's hot, isn't it? I can't help but wonder. He looks completely unaffected even in the extremely hot workshop. I wonder how high his fire resistance is. Suddenly, he remembers. It seems the 9th floor test took you 10 days. Why did it take so long? What are you going to do with it? Yugen said. I don't know. He Estes irritably threatens. Tell me already. Maybe you don't want to accept what you asked for. Yugen obediently started to recount. The maze isn't necessarily just one exit. I need some time to create new paths. He Estes thought. Not just a path, but paths, huh? He's doing something crazy again just to get extra rewards. I'm speechless. Why don't you do anything the normal way? I'm starting to wonder what you'll do in the next test. Yugen laughed loudly. I'll come back and check it out for you later. Hefa Estes guesses this is also what you need for the next test. I've never created a weapon like this before instead of one with high mana conductivity. This item is the Nameless Sword, a blade forged from various different materials. Its mana conduction is very low, but the blade is extremely sharp and can be used to cut meat. He explained that its mana conduction stat is the worst. But low mana conductivity means very strong mana resistance, so I mainly used armor materials to create it. Yu secretly guesses it's made from minerals, like Philta and obsidian. Hia Estes says it's the worst failure with extremely poor mana conduction. But based on your requirements, it's quite successful. We can be sure of that. You quickly activate the secret sword technique, but its activation fails, and an unknown force blocks the flow of mana. Yu is pleased, even more than he expected. I honestly like it. Hefa Estes also felt happy. I think this challenge is quite fun too. Who would think of creating a weapon from armor materials? As soon as he finished speaking, you quickly grabbed his clenched hand. Then, the system immediately notified you that you had given the blacksmith Hefa Estes 10,000 A's points, which left him so surprised he was at a loss for words. What is this? Jan said with a sly smile. Keep going. If you're used to using stolen items, I'll get into trouble. Finally, it's time to say goodbye. He smiled softly and said to him, I will come back, Uncle. The scene shifts closer to the workshop, and the teleportation gate arrives swiftly. The system announces, the record for clearing the level 9 test has been confirmed. You spent 10 points to use the teleportation gate. Please choose your destination. UGW happily thought, finally reaching the floor with 2 digits. Immediately, he requested that level 10 take him to the martial world. The mission confirmation appeared again, verifying his eligibility to teleport to level 10. Welcome to the martial world. This is the starting point of the 10th floor, the martial city in the north. A vast continent surrounded by the sea. Beneath the martial world is an ecosystem where the strong dominate. Unlike the other floors, the test on the 10th floor begins as soon as you step onto this level. The fighters here keep shouting, "We are recruiting members for the Dragon Sword sect. You're welcome to join as long as you have passion. If you're a swordsman, come and join the Langsword sect." The Iron Heavy sect is a place to train a body as tough as iron. Mastering any martial art is as good as ours for climbing the tower. At the same time, the system announces that the 10th floor test will now begin. Please, choose to join a sect and pass their trial. Over here, everyone is still shouting, "Come join our sect." Our sect. This test requires passing the sect's trial by learning their martial arts. Due to the differences in the test compared to the previous ones, many players have stopped here and never managed to pass. Yugo glanced around for a while before judging it as chaotic as a bustling market. A sudden voice rang out. "Hello there, young man. Is this your first time in the martial world? Looking at your outfit, Trin must be pretty skilled too. Do you maybe use a sword? This must be fate that you join our sword merchant sect." Seeing your silence, he continued explaining about their sect. Actually, the sword merchant sect was established before that tower. The major sects probably aren't interested in this place. Even if they come, they wouldn't actively seek out people like this. He kept talking about the swordsmanship sect. Noticing the boy's distraction, he asked, "Do you hear what I'm saying?" You said, "Sorry, but I have already decided to join a sect, so I must take my leave." He was angry. "Are you looking down on me and my sect?" The boy replied calmly. "I didn't mean it that way, but you're not wrong either." That person immediately drew his sword in anger. "You look like a straw man, so if you're here for luck, don't expect to get anything you want. You don't know how great our thousand sword is, do you?" The boy thought. This perverted person is about to get into trouble. Showing no strength in front of a novice player, this small courtyard still manages to attract attention. He calmly asked back, "Do you not fear punishment? Moreover, provoking a player who just entered this level isn't good for your sect's reputation." He snorted coldly, "But the martial world still has rules. I can't let our sect's name be humiliated." Then he shouted loudly, "It's too late for you to beg for mercy." You replied, "I have no intention of begging for forgiveness. And if you are stubborn, then I guess I have no other choice." As soon as he finished speaking, his face turned grim, and his eyes full of murderous intent looked at the warrior. "Come on." He was momentarily terrified inside, wondering why he had such an expression, and the fighter's whole body couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably. He clenched his teeth and stared intently at you. The crowd was noisy. What was happening? "Isn't that John Goonan? The shame of the swordsmanship sect, ow! I heard he's caused some trouble recently. What is he doing here?" You know full well what the outer sect master of the Thuong Kim Monthang Kad is like, so he was probably sent to recruit. Why is he acting so strangely then? Everyone kept talking. Just now I saw a foreigner. Jang Goonan, feeling deeply ashamed, stood up and shouted loudly, "Get out of the way!" Then he ran quickly away. Jang Goonan gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, I'm so humiliated if I ever see that bastard again." The scene shifts to a large forest as he runs forward at full speed. This is the 10th day since reaching the 10th level. At this point, he was a bit exhausted. "It's too far. I've traveled over 4,000 kilometers in 10 days. You seriously considered this is truly a problem for the martial arts world. Since there was no good way to teleport, he had to run everywhere. He reached his destination very quickly. Yugen looked down from the mountaintop, continuously marveling. "So this is Tian Mountain. Right here is the 10th level, Tian Mountain in the west. But it seems I'm almost there. I need to hurry up." The scenery quickly shifts to the afternoon. The sunset in this forest is incredibly beautiful. He still wanders alone in the forest, surrounded by tangled trees and grass in utter desolation. Yugo walks quietly behind the canopy, his footsteps extremely lonely. Suddenly he stopped because he felt someone watching him from behind. Yugen seemed to realize that there were about 20 people. Not just a large group, but also very skilled. He kept marveling. As expected, "The Inn Sun truly is a den of monsters," a dark voice from the bushes responded. "Who are you? You don't look like Lok Duong. You came all the way here?" he asked. "Please don't be so suspicious. I am not an enemy." Yuo guessed and asked, "This place is the Western Tian Mountain and also the stronghold of the Heavenly Demon sect, right?" The group no longer hid and directly stepped out. One of them spoke. "So you already know." Yugo thought he was facing a situation similar to the Wolfpack, but this time it couldn't be compared to before. The Heavenly Demon sect is a sect that is always opposed to the Martial Alliance. It is a sect that cannot leave the Heavenly Mountain, but it is also a place worthy of being called the #1 sect in the world. Looking at the energy emanating from you, it seems you are more than just an ordinary person. What floor are you from? If you want to join, tell us your name and the floor number, then we can check your skills." Yun interrupted. "No." Hearing this, he looked at you with a surprised and scrutinizing gaze. You quickly introduced yourself. "Player Kim Yugon, I want to undertake the trial of the Heavenly Demon sect." Wang Hammock looked interested. "It's been a long time since we had a player attempt our trial. If you've come all this way, then you should understand why players avoid our trials, right?" Yugon replied. "Isn't it because the chances of passing are very low?" He rebutted, "No, it's not that the passing ability is very low, but that it's impossible. No player has ever passed our trial, so there's an unwritten rule that the trial cannot be conducted. Yugon thought that besides accepting players from higher levels, there was no other way to join this sect, so no matter how strong they were, their power would gradually weaken. Wang Hamu spoke as he led the way, and Yugon quickly stepped into the barrier. The system immediately announced, "You are resisting the barrier's effectiveness. You are resisting the barrier's effectiveness." Failure. Yugon did not observe. This path looks different from before. Do I have to find the right way among so many options? Wang Hamuk warned, "Be careful. One wrong step and you'll get lost. If the heavenly demon doesn't intervene directly, there's no way to find you, so be careful and follow." He hadn't finished speaking when suddenly he froze. Looking around, no one was there and he had disappeared. He was surprised. Clearly, he was right here. The scene shifts back to a deserted spot in the forest, thick fog enveloping everything. The area around here is covered by a massive network. Yugon used his tracking skill to find the way. He wondered where the end of this path was after walking through more than 10 trails. The area around this forest is shrouded in thick fog. Yu is focusing all his hearing and sight to find the correct path. Suddenly, he came to a path and discovered there were actually 2 routes. After analyzing with his tracking skill, he confirmed both paths were real. Yugon calculates that no path is fake, so I won't fall into the illusion, but I'm sure only one path is real. He tilts his head up, focusing on sensing if there's wind on his left. Yugon stood still for a long time, carefully observing and choosing the correct path, and finally, his feet moved toward the route he had selected. He thought as he walked and observed, the surroundings changing more and more as he moved forward. Damn. He reached a small alley, and in front of Yan appeared a house where there used to be a weaving loom. But strangely, there is a burning candle placed above it. The flickering flame illuminates the loom, making it stand out even more in the darkness. Yugon quietly approached an old man with white hair and beard sitting nearby, silently observing without making a sound. And he knew this was the living scene from martial arts history, and this person was the senior trader who had survived before the entire martial world entered the tower. Feeling the aura of the approaching person, he opened his mouth and said, "You are here. This is the Heavenly Demon God. Sect Heavenly Demon, and the surrounding scene is as ominous and dark as its name suggests." Yugon ponders, as the wind blows into a room with no open doors. Perhaps this place is different from what he can see. "Actually, the room you're standing in isn't this small room," the old man continued. "I will ask you, when did you realize this was also in test?" Yugon replied calmly, "I knew from the start that there was no test that only required following others before entering the barrier." He couldn't help but praise him. "It seems you are someone who knows how to find your own way." As he finished speaking, a blue light suddenly rose. Yugon couldn't bear it and covered his face with his hand. When he opened his eyes, he was standing in a forest where the voice from before echoed. "You moved? Does he approve of me now?" Yugon couldn't help but feel troubled inside. It seems meeting his expectations will be quite exhausting. Rumor has it that a demon lives within the Heavenly Demon sect. The scene shifts to the crowded village, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Loud noises and chaos echo around. "Listen, you seem to have met an old acquaintance." Kamuk was very surprised. "Why are you here?" he wondered to himself. Is it too much to tell him the truth? "I have already met that celestial demon." Thinking of this, I said, "I will go in first." Kamuk was startled by that answer. "Going in here? Did he break through the barrier himself? Is he faster than us who know the way?" Yu asked further. "The way I got here isn't as important, right?" Then he calmly said, "I'm tired of wandering around. Let's go. Since this is the infamous Heavenly Demon sect, at least you'll provide dormitories for the testers, right?" "I'll have my subordinate go ask the Lord if this is appropriate. I've never heard of outsiders passing through the barrier." Kangham Muk interrupted. "Not even I, after 50 years here, can go through except by the path I remember." He cautiously watches the figure's back, ultimately wondering who he really is. The scene shifts to a steaming hot spring. Yu is now taken to a clean bath and happily washes his face. Naked and muscular, he sits quietly in the bath, lost in thought. After so many exhausting days, this is probably the longest time he's had to relax like this. Yu looked around and thought to himself, "It's too small. If the trial were a bit easier, more people would want to attempt it, and they would also have more opportunities to interact with different realms." He dipped his head in the water, thinking about Hefa Estes and how stubborn my uncle is. He must have his reasons. I looked at my unhatched egg, and no one knows what's inside. Thinking of this, Yugon immediately dismissed it, but it certainly wouldn't be useless. The system is updating the status of the egg. The egg is wriggling. The egg is feeling comfortable. I look at it, and after reaching the land of the Heavenly Demon, this guy refuses to sit still for even a minute. "What are you doing on the 10th floor?" "Of course, trying your luck with the test of the Heavenly Demon sect. It's so difficult that many believe passing the test is impossible. But if the rumors are true, the reward will be very worth it. However, Lord Heavenly Demon passed away around the first half of this battle. Chrono's watch has been created, so I can't get any more information now. The only option left is to just try it. Since we're talking about the martial world, we can't forget the martial arts tournament. If you win, you'll receive a great shichdan. Not to mention, you could also learn the greatest secret technique from Shaolin or the Southern Gung sect." Someone else interrupted. "The reward is great, but winning is easier said than done." At that time, you wondered, over there, has no one here ever won the martial arts tournament yet?
The great sage Tian Tan fiercely said, "Are you trying to pick a fight with me?"
The tournament? How dare they organize something like that without telling me? Who was the one who organized it? Has something like this always existed from the beginning? At that moment, the other person broke out in a sweat and explained, "Well, who told you to just run up to the next floor?" The great Saint Tathian shouted loudly, "I told you I didn't know. Damn it, why am I the only one clueless about this?" Thinking of that, a warm smile unconsciously appeared on his face. With that personality, he couldn't stand missing the martial arts tournament. The boy silently continued to think, not knowing what would be there, but he was sure it wouldn't be boring at all. The egg keeps showing its emotions. The egg is moving, and it feels warm. And ever since I entered the territory of the Heavenly Demon Sect, this thing hasn't calmed down at all. I remember about a month ago, a few days after trying my strength against the fighter on the first floor, on the second floor, I was holding it and observing, and it had grown several times larger than before. A mysterious egg bearing the mark of an otherworldly deity. After watching it devour Orochi, a fragment of that deity, I felt an oddly certain feeling again. This could very well be evidence of an outer god. Dozens of eyes and sharp fangs sprouting everywhere. I wonder if it looks like that when it opens its mouth. No, even after fighting them for a long time, I still can't figure it out. The Outer Realm gods have no fixed form. They are mysterious entities that reflect each person's emotions, like fear, for example. As he thought about this, he remembered his friends. If they were here, at least I could discuss with them. Suddenly, a voice interrupted your train of thought. "Hey, are you sleeping? I don't know whether I should let this thing live or die." But it seems to understand what the king said. The system sounds a notification indicating a shake of the head. Yugen, annoyed, says, "So you only react when I show my intention to kill? So you've been hearing me all along but ignoring me?" He pressed his face close and it frowned and cursed under its breath. The wind monkey egg. "In that case, I have no other choice. This isn't about revenge or anything. Seeing you draw your sword like that, it suddenly startled and retreated back into the system. Yugen thought it was provoking you to strike fiercely at the egg. The egg feels shocked and screams. A cloud of dust quickly billows up inside your room. But it seems like nothing is happening at all. The egg is just hugging itself. He thinks to himself that although it can clearly manifest a physical body like it did with Orochi, does it see himself as the master? Not sure if it's intentionally attacking or unable to attack anymore. So he'll just have to keep observing it. Back in the present on the 10th floor, the egg is relaxing in a hot bath with you, feeling warm. Yugen asked it in confusion. "Do you like it?" The egg Tie quickly nodded. "You look pleased and ask it. Are you reacting now?" But the egg quickly fell asleep again. You said with annoyance, "Ma slept straight for a month and now that he's finally reacting a little, he goes back to sleep. What's going on? At least give some hints to people. Outside the divine realm and the heavenly demon sect, I hope I didn't just walk into a tiger's den." Time quickly passes and soon at the heavenly demon sect, 4 people are gathered in a room for a meeting. "Our demon sect's meeting today has a pretty interesting topic to discuss." War King spoke up, a challenger. "Since Jarian's trolling, he's been the first. It's been 30 years, right?" Heavenly King and Power King corrected himself. "It must be exactly 34 years. Who is this Kim Y guy?" Dao Vuong continued, still knowing he's always howling in this heavenly mountain, but I've told him countless times not to be clueless about outside matters of the tower. The old man with white hair and beard snapped, "Say it already! Who is he?" "He is the Heavenly King, Sword King." When the Sword King explained, he is the top ranked among all the leaderboards since the tutorial. The Sword King finds it hard to believe. Rumors are often just exaggerated versions of the truth. Everyone was talking, but the records engraved on the tower are undeniable. This is not something that can be changed just by words. "Let's meet him. Start the attack, King of Weapons." As soon as they finished speaking, he raised his hand to give the order to his subordinates, and the entire army moved swiftly to their location.
In just a moment, this office was filled with people. They shouted respectfully, "Lord Thuong." The warriors all knelt down without daring to lift their heads.
A familiar figure quickly stepped out from outside and strode in confidently. When Thuong Vuong saw him, he immediately darkened his face and asked in a deep voice, "Is that Kim Yu Kwan?" Standing in front of so many warriors, he remains unshaken even before our heavenly demon sect's heavenly king.
This guy's guts are impressive. Just by a quick glance, you can tell these 4 are the sword, the blade, the spear, and the fist.
"So you are the one who passed his test? You are indeed a bit different. I hope the rumors are not unfounded. All right, let's start with the second test." Suddenly, a loud voice shouted, "Please wait." Vice Captain John Jarian of the Black Storm Society steps forward. "Sorry to interrupt you, but I have a request to make to the 2 Thien Vuong. Could you give me the chance to challenge him?" Sword King asked his fellow disciples, feeling intrigued. "A challenge? What do you all think?" King Da spoke. "Do as you wish, Jarian." He quickly bowed in respect. "Thank you, everyone," Yugen silently observes. Considering that just by showing hostility he has already been punished by the tower, he must be very strong. You feel intrigued, thinking this will definitely be a formidable opponent. Yuan then spoke, thinking, "This doesn't seem to be a real test from the demon sect." Sword King examined. "Well, that's true. Without a reward, how can it be called a test? Let's see." Jarion said, "I will reward you with one of the demon sect's Shich Huyet Dawn pills." Are you satisfied with that? Yoon said with a satisfied smile. That's enough. The system displays a message. You have accepted the test from Vice Captain of the Black Storm Society, John Jarian. The restrictions on John Jarian have been partially eased. The penalties for Jarian have been partially reduced. The mission appears. Defeat Jarian to earn his recognition. As for that pill, the blood red pill is a medicinal elixir with a blood red color. This is one of the best elixirs of the Heavenly Demon sect, more valuable than the little crimson pill. The two quickly face off against each other. Two powerful waves of rage surged up. Storms appeared everywhere around him. He thought to himself that the punishment had been adjusted to around level 30, but the difficulty was still too high for a combat test at level 10. How difficult could the real test be? But with such great figures like the Celestial Lords here, it's clear that the Heavenly Demon has ordered them to deal with the one who passed the first trial, making it a truly surprising event. Hey, your name is Kim Yugon, right? So you've passed the first trial of the Heavenly Demon. Yugon calmly. So what? Jarian looked down on him. I don't understand what Heavenly Demon sees in you to acknowledge you, but Ayug also didn't hold back. If I talk this much, it means I haven't been recognized yet. At this point, he smirked cunningly and looked at him with a slightly proud tone. Not like me. Jarian gritted his teeth, a flash of yellow lightning in his eyes as he shouted loudly, Damn it! Immediately afterward, he quickly raised his sword and fiercely swung it toward Yugon. But he was no pushover either. The sword just swung past you and you dodged. Jarian shouted loudly and continued to curse at you fiercely. Damn it, the quick moves are unleashed. One person fights while the other dodges. Both seem evenly matched. He speaks fiercely. It must be that I haven't been recognized yet. I have sworn to dedicate my life to the Heavenly Demon sect and have spent my entire life overcoming the trials. I risked my life climbing the tower to become a martial artist who brings prosperity to the sect. I mastered martial arts, trained diligently, and challenged the trials. So how can an outsider like you, who are you to be recognized by him? Why not me? His words are filled with resentment and envy. Yugo calmly responds, You're just like a child. At this moment, Yugon finally drew his sword. The murderous aura from the sword is extremely intense, but he still doesn't draw it from its sheath, just holding it there and continuing to block the attack. He remains incredibly calm, as if he's just practicing, while Jarian keeps charging forward aggressively. At this moment, he once again raises his voice in challenge, wanting to know why. You put away your sword and decide to fight hand to hand. Yu leaps into the air. Jarian wondered, what was that? The system announces that your arm, containing the strength of a giant, will be partially enhanced. Before he can regain his composure, you punch fiercely, knocking Jarian to the ground. Blood quickly gushed from his nose, leaving him stunned and unable to react to the attack. He slowly stands up and calmly says, The reason is simple because you're weak, right? The entire arena quickly falls silent, everyone surprised by this attack. For the first time in a long while, Sword King felt this kind of satisfaction. He said with amusement, I haven't seen something interesting in a long time. I didn't expect him to be so strong despite not mastering the sword. King of 10,000 also happily said, What if there were no punishments? Power King interjected, What good is assuming that do? Look at him. The Sword King was so excited he thought about giving him a blood essence pill. The system quickly displayed a warning. You have passed John Jarian's test and received a blood chain pill. The Sword King speaks. The item isn't very valuable, but just take it. You can feel satisfied. That's enough. I didn't have to struggle much. The Sword King interrupted and asked, Do you know the true value of that pill? Most new players haven't even seen items like that until they reach level 10. Sword King was surprised. He treats the test against Jerry like a child's game. I can't tell if he's just pretending or if he's truly brave anymore. Da Vuong asked curiously, Have you ever learned any martial arts? I don't know which sect that swordsmanship is from, but the way you deflected his sword was very impressive. You honestly replied, I was just imitating. The Sword King laughed loudly. You've left us speechless. All right, let me tell you the details of the next test. The Lord of Pung Bim stepped forward and announced, The second trial of the Heavenly Demon sect will be a fight against me, Pung Bim. Of course, it won't be a normal one-on-one. You only need to endure 3 of my moves. The trial will take place in 3 months. Until then, aside from high-level pills and martial arts, we will provide you with everything you need. Training grounds, pill stocks, clothes, a place to sleep. Just tell us what you require. You are calculating Pung Bim's power. His skills may be the weakest among the 4 great celestial pillars, but his strength after the attacks is comparable to the others. There will definitely be consequences. But this is still a match with Dan, making me think they don't intend for anyone to pass the test. But if it's just 3 moves, then thinking about it, Yugon spoke up. Let's start right now. Hearing these words from you, everyone here was stunned. No one dared to breathe heavily at this moment. Thuong Vuong warns you, Yugon. Unlike your team leader, whom you just defeated, the boss is a business empire. Speaking without proper thought sounds like you're looking down on the Heavenly Demon sect. Yog says sincerely, I apologize if you think that, but I absolutely do not look down on the Demon sect. King Thuong was about to speak when Dao Vuong interrupted. It's fine. Balin begins to emit killing intent. If he wants to come, I am very willing. The Sword King steps in to stop him. Master of the Fist, this is a trial set by the sect leader, not like the previous test. He continued. The only one allowed to change this trial is the Heavenly Demon. The Sword King spoke, I will say, Yon, we will give you 3 months. In the meantime, train yourself and find a way to block the 3 strikes of the Lord of Rights. Yugon knew there was probably no other choice left, so he said nothing more. I understand. After the match ended, everyone here looked at me with disdain and whispered, Is it him? The foolish outsider who underestimates the sovereign? I thought I was hearing things. He doesn't look like a weakling. He just doesn't know the skills of the 4 great heavenly lords. You momentarily felt a bit down, thinking they were too dismissive. I didn't expect the second-ranked swordmaster to personally guide me. Are you just curious, or do you have malicious intent? I ask out of curiosity. This is also an order from the sect leader. He speaks frankly. It's not like you should just see this as a personal hobby, Mug continued. It's been a long time since I met someone from outside. After meeting you in person, I have high expectations. It feels like you might be able to pass the sect leader's test, you thought to himself. He spoke as if he wanted me to succeed, but for some reason it sounded different from what most sects desire. Those people want new members to join and help the sect thrive. I don't know what made him speak so seriously, but after a moment of thought, I arrived at my destination. The Sword King continued, If you need to prepare, you should go to the armory or the martial arts library. Why are you coming to the medicine room? You said, I will go to the armory and martial arts hall later. He suddenly asked back. You said you would provide anything I need besides pills and high-level martial arts, right? Mug confirms. Exactly. Then he headed to his room, leaving one last word behind. You will regret this. In the morning at the courtyard, everyone is drying herbs together. Everyone was busy. The precious herbs were neatly arranged in baskets and jars, each labeled carefully. At this moment, the alchemist tremblingly recalls Yoon earlier demanding all the rare medicinal herbs in the pharmacy. It turns out they weren't drying their herbs, but were actually taking them out to transfer to him. The alchemist was stunned, at least a few £100 worth. That much could be enough for the demonic sect to challenge the Martial Alliance. How could he plan to use all of this alone? He hesitated and said, I will remind you that any remaining medicinal herbs after 3 months must be returned. And besides, only you can use it, and if any medicinal herbs are damaged, you better cut him off quickly. I'll have to pay out of pocket, I remember now. The entire courtyard is now filled with shelves of medicinal herbs that have been cleared out and become slippery. After grabbing what he needed, he immediately left. Then, see you in 3 months. The alchemist looks about to cry. Don't forget you have to return the excess. You look discouraged, but come on. I told you I'd make sure nothing is left behind. The headquarters of the Heavenly Demon Sect is located on a remote mountain, far from the outside world. You can see planes passing by from here, in a large cave which is used by the sect for training. It cannot be broken into from the outside, making it an ideal place for him. Yu came here alone and then took out the pile of medicinal herbs he had just stripped. These could be said to fill an entire large shop in the town below. He scattered the herbs onto the ground and then ate each one individually, as if Yuan wanted to swallow everything here. Yugon now feels like he's going to vomit. He grimly thinks to himself that he's never eaten until he's completely full. This thing is disgusting. It seems some herbs are mixed into poison, but I've avoided combining deadly substances and can withstand the severe stomach pain. I already have Orochi's heart, which also contains extremely potent toxins. I was just thinking about where to find enough herbs to neutralize Orochi's powerful poison, and unexpectedly I got lucky here. At the same time, the egg opened its mouth. UW looked at it with a dark face, causing the egg to startle suddenly. He was annoyed. What? You've already done that to him and you still won't? If you dare to think about that again, I'll beat you up and eat you. The system sounds a warning. The egg is terrified of dying. The egg goes back to sleep. At that moment, a bold idea flashed through his mind, and he immediately absorbed Orochi's 8th heart. Orochi's poison spreads throughout your body. Your poison resistance has countered the effects of the poison status. Your poison resistance has increased by 1. Your power continues to rapidly grow stronger by 1. At this moment, he seems to be poisoned, and a mouthful of blood involuntarily pours out. Yu felt his whole body constantly in pain. He hunched over. I need more herbs. At this moment, his mysterious power kept increasing. Yu struggled to reach for more herbs, but the pain caused him to collapse once again. Yu tremblingly realizes that the sudden increase in the secret power is abnormal, and then a notification appears saying you have gained a new skill called Mana Domination. Yu is still wondering what raining mana is, as if the mana is actively following him. Maybe he can absorb every last drop of mana from Orochi's heart. He struggles to get up, biting into the rabbit medicine with his mouth, never expecting it to come to this. The secret power continues to grow. You think this will take quite a bit of time. A month later, you're still outside the training cave, where 2 people are already waiting. Jarian wondered why he hadn't done anything after a month, expecting at least him to come out halfway to learn a secret technique or something, but it seems he plans to stay inside for 3 months straight. Ham-Muk seriously considered this, knowing that anyone reaching the 10th floor wouldn't miss the chance to learn a secret technique from the martial world. He should know that much, but what is he doing? To relax his muscles, the master has been closed-door training diligently. Thien Sun shakes every day, but what about Kim Yugon? Beating him was too quiet. I even thought he was dead. Jarian couldn't help but wonder what he was doing with that pile of medicinal herbs. Hawmuk suddenly froze. Wait a minute, the cave door is opening! Both of them held their breath, staring intently at the door, waiting. Yu quickly stepped out and casually asked, "Are you here to pick me up?" Seeing his face, the two couldn't help but be surprised. It seemed that even after staying in the cave, they no longer recognized his true identity. The scene shifts to them taking him to a restaurant where Jan is voraciously chewing on a chicken leg as if he has been starving for years. The two sit silently watching him, while Yugon pays no attention to anyone and keeps stuffing food into his mouth. Jarian couldn't help but ask, "Hey, have you been starving for a month or what? Are there lots of energy pills in the training cave?" "I plan to go out at least once, so I don't want to eat something with a bad taste," he said, holding up a chicken leg. Jarian was surprised. "Are you still eating? Does he have 3 stomachs or what?" He wondered. "Have you really only been eating medicinal herbs lately?" "Why is that?" Hamuk also added, "I don't see you injured or poisoned at all." Hamuk suddenly remembered. The poison and the antidote, there are rare elixirs with amazing effects but very hard to absorb because they contain strong toxins. Most people wouldn't go out of their way to absorb such elixirs, but if the person is given herbs for free, it makes sense. But how strong the effects and toxins are that someone would need that kind of medicinal herb? After finishing the meal, he quickly stood up. "Thanks for the meal. I'll head back now." Hamuk is curious. "Where are you planning to go? Are you heading back to the training cave?" He answers, "No." At this moment, he returned to his serious demeanor and asked, "Where is the martial arts library?" The scene shifts to the Heavenly Demon Sect's martial library, where the air is incredibly fresh and peaceful. Yu arrives and surveys the surroundings, noticing 2 guards on duty, and guesses that the security is very tight. Are they all players? It seems like some of them are almost as skilled as a master chef. The martial arts hall is probably the most important place for any sect. It is where the roots and foundation of the sect are preserved. And of course, the place where the strongest warriors are born. This heavenly demon is even more important to the Heavenly Demon Sect. Suddenly, someone stepped forward, bowing respectfully to interrupt your thoughts. "Are you Lord Kim Yugon? I was informed you would be arriving. I am your guide." So Yugon followed that person to the place he wanted to go. They arrived very quickly. He quickly opened this door and politely said to Yu, "We're here." Yu was very impressed. "Can I read any book here?" Exactly. The person didn't forget to warn. But beyond that door are books you are not allowed to read, as long as you remember that. You are free to use this place as you wish. Please take your time to browse. Immediately after, the guide also left, leaving the boy alone standing in the middle of the vast library. Yugen couldn't help but be stunned, quickly searching for a suitable book for himself. There are indeed many low-level martial arts for outsiders to read. This must be 3 times, not 4 times, 5 guns fired. I've been through many martial arts bookstores, but haven't seen a place this big. I only have 2 months before the exam. I must find it in 1 month. Dealing with the Lord of the 4 great celestial lords of the Heavenly Demon Sect is also one of the top martial artists in the martial world. It must be somewhere around here. The roots of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The beginning of the martial arts that Chan Mujin mastered in the Heavenly Demon Spirit. The scene shifts to the Sword King's study, where he is surprised. "A few months?" the messenger continued. "Yes, he spent a whole month training in the cave and another month reading martial arts books in the library. I went to check, and it seems he's planning to read all the books in the library." Mug couldn't understand. Well, 3 years gone and still nothing, let alone 3 months. He continued, "Those things he does are truly strange, like when he came to get herbs," Jarian added. "Not only that, what he's doing is just a waste of time. No matter how I look at it, I don't think he's worth your attention." The man casually sips his tea. "You are right, I cannot imagine or predict his actions." After a moment, he smiles softly, which makes me look forward to him even more. "It's only midday. Why have you already left? You're always staying late. You step out from inside." "Oh, I just finished my work. You look a lot better now than when you were in the cave. I have found everything I need." On this side, the Sword King is still pondering, and he even challenges my expectations. Another month has passed, and in his private room, a voice echoed. One who secluded himself, one who won in the study, and he spent another month training in the cave. Betchlim wondered, "Am I wasting my time? Does he have to do those things in the last 3 months?" But it seems everyone is waiting for Tonsin's appearance, so I will try not to kill him. The scene shifts to the training ground, where the atmosphere is incredibly quiet. Everyone around is chatting excitedly, as it's been a long time since the mood changed. Wow, it's rare to get a chance to see the skills of the Celestial Lords. I heard Kim Yugon is quite famous too. The major guilds are causing chaos to recruit him. The King of Authority is now ready. He stepped out of the dressing room with an imposing aura, causing everyone to marvel and whisper in awe. "That's the true Lord of Power. I've never seen him before. He's terrifying. No joking about it." He looked around and saw that the morale had dropped, and he didn't expect to see so many people like this. And so Bim finally couldn't stand the noise anymore. He shouted angrily, "All order now! This match is not an ordinary fight, but a test from the Heavenly Demon. You must learn to keep your manners." From afar, a powerful aura quickly approaches. Yugon seems to have changed a bit after these 3 months, and seeing his imposing presence, everyone can't help but take a deep breath. Noticing the tense atmosphere, he wondered what was going on. B. Lim spoke up. "You're late. Kim Yugon, draw your sword quickly." "I thought I arrived on time." The main character always shows up right on schedule. "You're worth it. It seems your way of speaking hasn't changed." "Very good. Then let's start right away. I'm curious to see how far you've come in 3 months." And the second trial of the Heavenly Demon Sect begins. Yugon is full of confidence. "He won't regret giving me 3 months. Your mission this time is to dodge or block Pungbim's 3 punches." As soon as you finished speaking, he aggressively unleashed his internal energy. His aura is incredibly powerful. Even with just internal energy, the surrounding earth and rocks couldn't withstand it and scattered into chaos. The first move is unleashed. Yugon was momentarily stunned by the overwhelming power before him. This is the Heavenly Thunder. He just started the fight and already unleashed a deadly move with such immense power, as the dark clouds gather lightning and surge towards Yugon. That giant cloud seems ready to swallow you up. In front of it, you are truly a tiny being. But you still remain undaunted. Yugon begins to grasp his sword firmly. "I didn't expect this to be your first move. They could be very dangerous." Bim is pleased. "Did you dodge?" "That was a wise judgment, because if you had tried to block it, you would already be covered in blood now." "Are you calculating mana, or what is called internal strength in the martial world?" "I didn't expect the penalty to be lowered so much that a Donko could use this much internal strength. He really is well prepared. This is the second time I've fought against a Giant Ko, but he's on a completely different level." Crisis was injured fighting with Uncle and received a heavier punishment. He assessed the situation and realized he was much weaker than the Qianshu. The master of the house doesn't give you a chance to rest. He continues to channel his internal energy, preparing to strike with his second move. His hand swiftly moves through the air. His movement's very agile. No one can see through it. Try to dodge this. This is the 100-step Thunder Fist. Yugon used the clairvoyant skill to anticipate the fight. Those 5 punches aimed straight at his face, but Yugon quickly dodged. "You dodged again." He silently thought, "That guy's movements are not only fast, it's as if he can read my moves." Batlim looked closely at him, his eyes turning red. "Is that a skill? A skill that can see through my attacks?" So he has a reason to be so confident. It seems he thinks I only know how to use this one move, so he starts to look down on me. B. Leem shouted loudly and charged forward. "The martial world is too vast for you to rely on just one skill to fight." Qian Vuong's murderous hand raised, ready to strike a punch directly at you. He is pleased. "As long as we stand under the same sky this time, you won't be able to escape." Sword King is watching from above. It seems this move will even affect beyond the training ground. "We will need to set up barriers to protect the spectators. War King is quick. I'll do it now." Looking at the ground below, it has been shattered by the terrifying internal energy of the Sword King. Yu Jun observes from above as the Celestial Lords act. Does this move have something different? He quietly calculated that with this scale, it would cover the entire training ground and I couldn't dodge it. Yugon guessed, but a larger scale likely means it would be less powerful. You decide to take this move yourself, then use the strength of the giant to cover your arm and partially transform into a giant. Belim asks, "Are you not going to dodge anymore?" That might have been the right choice, but you've picked the wrong opponent. Kim Yugon said this, his eyes showing a fierce look, and a decisive strike was quickly delivered. This is the third and final move, the Skybreaker. True to its name, its destructive power is immense, like a bomb dropping on a city. Up in the stands, at this moment, a Death Knight was thrown out due to the impact. He was struggling to breathe. "I'm going to die." Everyone was in shock. Is this the level of skill of the Lord? They wondered as they looked through the wreckage. How is Sei Kim Yu? Is he still okay?
The system displays a notification. You have successfully blocked 3 punches from Pung Bim.
You have passed the second trial of the Heavenly Demon Sect. You seem a bit frightened. He is a martial arts master and also a climber of the tower. His strength exactly as rumored. Yu marvels that he successfully blocked it. But the combination of his martial arts and skills is truly astonishing. Batlim here is just as surprised, so you actually managed to block it. He seriously assessed himself, thinking he couldn't, but unexpectedly, you endured it without a scratch. Thinking of this, my grandfather's face broke into a sly smile. Batlim excitedly shouted, "Do you want it to keep playing?"
The Wind Spirit's opinion appears. Will you continue the trial? You are calculating the increasing punishment. Now he will use all his strength.
This is also what I've been waiting for. You didn't say anything, but I can see you've already started channeling your internal energy into your black sword. Ben was so surprised he stammered, "How did you get the Heavenly Demon Spirit?" Yugun explains that this still can't be called a true Heavenly Demon Spirit, just an incomplete shield at best. Sword King asks, "Did he spend a month studying it in the library?" It's not dark. It seems the Lord also looks quite surprised. The Sword King carefully observes the basic principle of the Heavenly Demon Spirit, which is the shape and expression of mana. The shape forms a thing with its own will. Even though it's just the basic principle that creates the form, it's still considered a Heavenly Demon Spirit. Kim Yugon, who is he? On this side, you start raising your sword, but it seems like he has no intention to attack, so I will strike first. At this moment, Yoon's face shows a fierce glare as he looks towards Beach Lim. You breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, it seems to have some effects. If it really is a heavenly demon spirit, it would only make him more obedient. It's really unfortunate. In just a moment, you successfully blocked Pung Bok Lim's attack 47. He angrily shouted, "Damn it." Bok Lim thought that even just a shield would make the martial artist of the heavenly demon sect terrified because of its incredible difficulty, but it would definitely become different from the first time. The incomplete demon spirit of heaven and earth will gradually weaken. B. Lim shouted loudly, "Now let's fight me fairly!" Kim Yu-gon, you remain calm. I never thought I would hear these words in a battle between players in Janker. You keep launching attacks, but you quickly block them with your sword. By now, you've successfully blocked the 59th move of Pung Bim's owner. You're starting to get tired. His power is truly terrifying. As time passes, he continues to replenish his strength. Is he gradually getting used to the heavenly demon spirit? Or is it because my heavenly demon spirit is weakening? B. Lim continues, 59 moves? Ha, that's really surprising. He glares fiercely, but it seems he won't last much longer. Isn't that right? Kim Yu-gon said, clenching his fist. The punishment is increasing, and this time it will definitely happen. Before he could finish speaking, he was struck hard in the stomach, blood splattering everywhere. You quickly use the giant transformation skill, the giant strength covering Yu-gon's arm, with low stamina causing only a partial transformation. You continue to aggressively use the monospear skill to attack through. On this side, Bim clenched his teeth fiercely, to continue channeling his internal energy. It seems he is also being punished, but he still refuses to give up, his arm swiftly moving to punch into the air. A huge explosion then erupted, causing the ground to be torn apart and thick dust and smoke to fill the air. Yet he stood firm like a statue. Bai Lim was somewhat surprised. Although he had learned some of the heavenly demon spirit, he didn't expect a rookie who had just reached the 3rd level to fight me for so long. He is truly on a different level, but I think the one enjoying this fight, won't be easily bullied. B. Lim shouted loudly, "Come here, Kim Yu!" He muttered angrily under his breath. "Damn it! What's wrong with you? Where's that relaxed look from earlier?" He turned around, just as the old man prepared to strike, with each attack growing stronger. No matter how tough he was, in the end he was still just an ordinary person. Facing the power of a giant, he still struggles a bit. Yu-gun has successfully blocked Pung Beklim's attack 89, but he doesn't stop and keeps fighting on. Beklim seems to be enjoying a much more interesting game now. You realize that Tianma Ling's time is up, and if you get hit by one more strike, it will be over for you too. But right now, he's not revealing any openings to attack. Yug is honest, but I don't feel happy. Batlim continues, "This is only the beginning, so people shouldn't say such weak words. Seeing that you haven't attacked all this time, he's challenging you. Are you just going to keep dodging? Fine, keep dodging if you want." At this point, Bim keeps swinging at you. Yan struggles. "If I keep going, I'll be at a disadvantage. I need to end this quickly. I should close the distance because just 1 second of stopping him from moving is enough." The giant Anna's skill is quickly summoned and his massive hand fiercely swings toward him. The system displays a message. All of the giant's strength is focused on his right hand. You tell yourself that, even just for a moment, you can hold on. Your strength has temporarily shifted to endurance. The battle is still ongoing, and the advantage leans towards the king of power. Suddenly, a crack appeared in his inner resolve, an opening. The fierce fist lunged forward, but his hand luckily managed to block the attack, though his wrist started to bleed due to the opponent's overwhelming inner strength. Ben suddenly, he managed to block from such a close distance? How is that possible? Wait, what happened to the sword he's using? Before he could regain his composure, you fiercely swung your sword through the chest of the King of Power, splitting it open with fresh blood pouring out non-stop. After this attack, it seems like Yu-gon is very exhausted. His large hand quickly returns to normal. Lim was completely stunned, unable to believe it. I never expected I would bleed in a fight against another player. Maybe the problem was that I was careless and let him attack my chest. Clearly, I would win in a few more moves, but this isn't just a fight, it's a test. If Yu-gon had a little more time, if only his rank and stats were a bit higher. Finally, he spoke up thinking about it. "I lost." The entire arena shouted in shock. The master of the house admits defeat. No way. Up in the stands, the other 3 felt excited. Ha ha! A miracle has happened. Mug silently thought, this must be the miracle. This young man really has talent. Someone spoke up, but the test has gone beyond the rules. Sword King said, "No, our only task is to observe." And he knows that the heavenly demon is also personally watching. System notification. You have successfully passed the 2nd trial of the heavenly demon sect. You have acquired the heavenly demon spirit skill. Is it okay to just stay in the Four Kings room like this? King Thuong is worried. Almost everyone is rushing to the martial library to find the heavenly demon spirit. Mug calmly said, "It's fine. The heavenly demon spirit must have a reason to be in the low-level martial arts area of the library." At first, the heavenly demon spirit was no different from ordinary cultivation techniques and breathing exercises. How many people do you think have touched it and could tell if it's the heavenly demon spirit or not? Not to mention mastering the heavenly demon spirit is a whole different story. Dav Wang nodded. "I understand. Discovering and learning it yourself is also a test. Mug reassured that's right, so Bok Lim shouldn't feel too ashamed about this. Who would have guessed he discovered and mastered the Heavenly Demon Spirit Finger in just 3 months? Bok Lim sat in deep thought, and upon hearing this, he sneered and said shameful. Suddenly he burst into loud laughter, confusing Dao Vuong and Thuong Vuong. Bok Lim, in that moment, was searching for a gap and found one. Thinking of this, he spoke. Kim Yugon. One day, he will become a high-level business owner and perhaps surpass the sect leader. It's been a long time since I felt this happy. Sword King is speechless, daring to utter such an insulting remark. Thuong Vuong also felt helpless. Anyone who looked at him would think he was the face of a loser. Bat Lim laughed heartily. Master Thuong, Sword Master, why don't you two fight Kim Yu? Having the chance to duel our future leader could be an honor. Diverse King, stop your fussing. Sword King is seriously contemplating. The sect leader will soon come to test him. A surge of energy appears and your secret power is now 98. Yu is lying on the bed resting. His arm seems to be badly injured. Seeing the score, he still wasn't satisfied. Unfortunately, his secret power hadn't reached 3 digits yet. He recalls the battle, the shallow cut on Beach Lim's chest. If he hadn't surrendered, I would have lost 100%. I used my left hand after blocking his attack with my right, but it's not just a matter of strength. Yugon continued to think that facing my rank was even more than just power.
But maybe I should feel relieved that I've completed the second trial. I estimate this wound will heal in 2 days.
He remembers that luckily his recovery speed is fast. Otherwise, he would have just sat and listened to the cold, and he would have received the Heavenly Demon Spirit. This is an exclusive martial art of the Demon Sect created by the sect leader of the Heavenly Demon Divine Sect, John Mujin. It dominates lower-level martial arts. You glance over and secretly evaluate that this is a skill you discovered yourself, not a reward. Not bad. Even in a desperate situation, you still crave an A-level skill. This is a skill that Minun has mastered almost perfectly. I wonder if in the final trial, instead of seeing him in the illusion barrier, I got to meet him face to face. Suddenly, a voice interrupted your thoughts. Is Lord Yugun there? The Heavenly Demon has called for you. He quickly made his way inside. The Heavenly Demon Sect's Grand Master. The subordinates bow respectfully. He ordered that only he could enter. Yugo quickly went inside a dark room. Where is he? I can't sense his presence. Maybe it's normal that I haven't sensed the presence of a secret chamber yet. Right now, it seems like the egg is feeling uneasy. Nyan Yugon's egg looks around to identify the location. It must be this way. From the darkness above, a faint aura emanates as a hoarse voice echoes. So the person has arrived. You are the Heavenly Demon Chan Mujin. Yugun bows respectfully. I heard you called for me. Mujin replies, That's right. How is your hand now? As you can see, I put my hand in front of you. Suddenly, your sword transformed, activating the Sunset Blade effect. Under the darkness, your healing speed increased with a healing rate boost of 102%. Tianmo's eyes quickly lock onto your sword. He says, That's a fine sword, enough to make me want to have it. Yu scoffs, so whenever swords are mentioned, he just has to get involved. He straightforwardly declines. Sorry, but no.
If I don't watch my weapons, that uncle will chew me out. The Heavenly Demon continued, So that sword was made by Heifa Estes?
He does have the right to say that. Yu asked, Do you know that uncle? I don't know. I just had the chance to use one of his swords before. As he said this, his hand quickly activated internal energy. Mujin told you, let's stop chatting and start the final test. Yugen was surprised. You mean right now? I look so pitiful. Even with my hands like this? He asked again. Didn't you just say it was okay? Yoon argued stubbornly. Moving around isn't a problem, but I can't fight yet. Mujin won't give you a chance to talk nonsense anymore. It doesn't matter. You won't be using your hands anyway. He's so annoying, he does whatever he wants. I was still hoping to perform the final test in the best condition. Immediately after, Mujin quickly disappeared along with the mist. Yugon's eyes swiftly turned red. He wondered, is this an illusionary barrier? A voice echoed. What are you doing? Why aren't you moving forward? You look around and assess that this illusion is different from before, more precise and complex, while Chanan is now struggling against the soul suppression technique, but he fails to resist. Yujun fumed and fidgeted for a while. Damn it, I can't break through this. If I'm not careful, I might fall into it. Suddenly, a fierce hand grabbed him and pulled him forcefully in. At last, Yan was forced to enter the Heavenly Demon Cave. And then, the final trial of the Heavenly Demon Sect will begin. Wuwan's location is shrouded in thick fog, and he can't help but raise his hand to cover his face. Then, after stabilizing himself in one spot, he slowly opened his eyes to look around. A familiar figure was walking ahead, surrounded by darkness, but strangely, he could see that person clearly. He noticed your dazed expression and spoke, Follow me. Yu used his internal energy, and a flicker of flame quickly appeared in his hand to light the way. Mujin couldn't help but be curious. So you have already mastered the Heavenly Demon Spirit? Yes, I also received that skill, so you should be able to control it easily. Skills and other miscellaneous things have made this world better. You are an excellent martial artist, so take good care of it. Yu asked in surprise, Why the flag? Yugo quietly wondered to himself, Take good care of it. What does he mean by that? Suddenly, your egg bared its fangs and then shrank. Its expression startled you a bit. He looked again, and in front of Yuan was a purple flame that illuminated the surrounding space. I think this is a power coming from outside the tower. Although it's faint, I can feel the strength of an external deity. Is this the reason for the reaction from the artifact when entering the Heavenly Demon sect? You look at what's in front of you in confusion. That is the notification bar appearing. The mighty fire skill is being shaken by mysterious power. Mudge seriously explains, sacred fire, that's what we call it. There is an ancient prophecy passed down from long ago. Since the sect decided to settle in Thien Sun and discovered this flame, the demon sect exists to protect this fire and find its rightful owner. The first heavenly demon of the demon sect, the second heavenly demon, even my master, they all lost their lives after dedicating their entire lives to this cause, and I will be the same. Yugon wondered about the prophecy. Do you really believe it? He continued, the heavenly demon sect was a sect before becoming a martial school, and the foundation of a sect can waver if its faith is shaken. After a long endless time, stronger factions than the heavenly demon sect have appeared. As the heavenly demon, I have no choice but to use tricks to protect the holy fire. At that moment, he issued a rule that from now on, anyone wishing to join the heavenly demon sect must undergo a trial of the demonic sect to prove their worth. Yugon guessed, are you creating a trial and using sanctification as a reward? Mujin admitted, yes, I can hide and protect the holy fire by disguising it as a trial, which is why it became so difficult. He asked further, has anyone ever reached this stage before? Mujin remembered that the swordmaster asked Mug, he had seen it before. He paused for a moment and then continued, but he couldn't defeat it. Then Mujin reached out and used his internal energy. This is the final test. Endure this fire until the holy fire recognizes you. You have no time to react, only able to stand blankly as the blazing flames quickly surround you. System guidance. When you surrender, this trial will end. He frowned and thought, even for him, this was very difficult, telling him to rush into the blazing fire. Although there was a great saint named Sun Wukong who endured over 40 days in the 8 trigrams furnace, that was a test for those who were asleep when he nearly reached the top of the tower. Mujin wondered if he could survive instead of surrendering. Even if he obtains the heavenly demon spirit and withstands the punches of the owner, all achievements become meaningless before this mysterious power. You are no different from an inferior human. He quietly observes your reaction, but Yugon remains unchanged. His eyes are now red, and this flame burns by swallowing fear. The fire eye is resisting the holy fire, and the fire shield is also fighting against the sacred flames. He thinks this is a power that takes the form of fire, which will then corrode and burn anyone who fears it. You tell yourself to think that it's not hot. Right now, your egg is opening its eyes, baring its fierce teeth. You, calm down. If you eat it all, there's no share left for me. He reached out his hand to feel it. It's been a long time since I felt this way. Entities capable of creating fears greater than death, entities beyond normal perception and understanding outside the city. The days I faced and fought them, if I was afraid of this power, I wouldn't have the right to wield it. Thinking of that, your eyes turned fierce. I don't know what you are, but I've grown tired of the outsider's monsters. The only thing that weakens when I go back to the past is my body, the long battle against the outer gods. Putting down the mirror, I tried to survive in this collapsing world. I made up my mind to fight when I went back to the past. He recalls the despair reaching the sky, the frustration trapped in the swamp, the unborn one, the foolish calamity. During the endless battle against them, I made hundreds and thousands of decisions alongside comrades who shed their blood. And after returning to the past, climbing from the first floor, my heart didn't become weaker. It grew stronger, much stronger. Yuen shouted loudly, I came here with only one purpose. I must return to defeat you all. Immediately after these words, the flames quickly attacked him more fiercely. Yug didn't appear weak. Instead, his eyes grew even more determined. At the same time, the dark holy crystal in his hand suddenly began to glow. The system displays a notification bar, indicating that you have passed the trial of the Heavenly Demon Sect, and from this moment on, you hold the title of Vice Sect Leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Immediately after, you received a higher level skill than the Inferno, which is Sacred Fire. Your strength stats have also increased. You can now teleport to the next floor since you have completed this challenge. You wondered, did I pass the test, so it doesn't want to fight me? I finally have this flame. Jin stands outside watching. He wondered as the flame suddenly disappeared. He silently thought to himself, has he given up? Maybe he's dead? As soon as I finished that thought, a familiar figure gradually appeared from within the flames. He survived, and the sacred fire is returning to its original state. You stand there like a demon. He couldn't help but have many questions in his mind. Min couldn't hold back and spoke up. How did the test go? But Min was stunned when he saw you, and he didn't know how to react for a moment. He briefly explained the position of the Vice Patriarch of the Heavenly Demon Sect, who holds absolute dominance and the authority to command the sect's disciples who have made a pact with the sect. This title can be revoked by the one who bears the title of Heavenly Demon, while the Holy Fire is an unquenchable flame. Depending on the enemy's emotions, it can unleash even greater power without consuming additional mana. It won't harm any targets you don't want to hurt. A few days later, in his private room, Mujin still couldn't stop thinking about him. He remained silent, recalling the images he had seen long ago. Only now did he truly believe that Yugon had indeed obtained the Holy Fire. Suddenly the door opens quickly and Yugon looks at him grimly. Mujin speaks, "You're here." The two of them went together to a small courtyard. Mujin said, You recovered quickly and it seems you weren't burned anywhere. Yes, by the way, you have no reason to stay here, right? I have been sanctified and I think you have fulfilled your heavenly demon duty. Muujin replied that habits are not easy to change. I feel uncomfortable thinking about going somewhere else. You go on, I received a nickname. Muujin interrupted, saying, You mean the vice leader, just accept it. You have both the holy fire and the celestial demon spirit. You have the right. Even if you become a business owner, I will not join the heavenly demon sect. He said, do what you like. It's not a burden on you, but a rightful reward for overcoming the trial. Although it is no longer as it was before, the demon god sect has been opposing the martial world for a long time. It is the power to control that strength, so it will be another precious reward for the person, just like the holy fire. He sighed in relief, glad that he didn't intend to make me the next heavenly demon. Yu quickly stood up, then I will gratefully accept it. Muujin asked, Are you leaving now? You told me to go immediately. I will come back when the martial arts tournament begins. Muujin looked at him with curiosity and asked, Do you plan to join? Yugen smiled softly and said, If I can, then I'll be on my way. He watched the boys back and wondered, Have I truly fulfilled my duty after this? The strong chains that have held for so long are gone. Thinking of this, his mood became restless. What should I do now? There's still that matter. The thing the heavenly demon sect craves even before the holy fire appears, it seems we have to return to the martial world. The scene shifts to the 11th floor, where the surroundings are incredibly clear and blue, as a man's trembling voice echoes non-stop. This time, please, 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 please. The one constantly praying is named Halaman. Finally, it has appeared. Turns out, he was waiting for the ranking results. He quietly thinks that Lot and Mai from his team must definitely be here. The others, seeing this, he becomes so panicked that he breaks out in a sweat. Are you kidding me? All unfamiliar names, and even some on the blacklist for causing trouble? Then he became curious. What about Team B? Thinking this, Halaman quickly clicked to watch. The Zoel player has a rare healing skill and their team is directly descended from Nam Gung. You can easily pass the 11th floor challenge, Nam Gung's team. He was terrified. That team was full of names everyone had heard at least once. Could luck be that bad? I've failed 3 times and this is the worst one. Looking back, my team couldn't be worse. Kim Yugon's name is on the list. Haruman was startled. Please tell me that was Kim Yugon. I've heard he's extraordinary, but with over 200 people and such a big skill gap, it's still unlikely. That guy's pretty unlucky too. Moving to another location, a person angrily slams their hand on the table. 30 points? He shouted aggressively. Why is the room so expensive? Trung Kui explained. Looks like you just got here, but this is how it is. If you don't want to pay, you can leave. Yugon, bored. This is so childish, all the names I've heard before. Major guilds and purebloods, all talented players are in Team B, and they pushed me to Team A. The judge of the 11th floor challenge is Hypnos, a spy from Olympus. So, they plan to take revenge on me this way? Do they want me dead or what? They really prepared thoroughly. This really is a terrible start. I look over at the counter, yawning loudly. Next customer Yugon steps forward. Are there any rooms available? He said there's only the top room left. That room costs 100 points. You generously reply. It's okay. A look of disgust appears on his face. Yu asks, do you have enough cash here? Upon hearing about the money, he quickly straightened up. Yes, of course I do. What kind of paper money is that? Yu quickly took out a stack of money and placed it on the table. Asga, 374 notes of 1,000 points. He said, after deducting the commission, convert everything into points. At this moment, he looked at him shining brightly. The demon felt that the person in front of him was extremely dazzling, so he quickly replied, understood. You quickly received 366,320 points, bringing your total to 931,420 points. And the system appears, are you going to summon a minion? You quickly call someone. A spirit immediately appeared. How can I assist you? You're surprised. Is this the taste of the 11th floor administrator? Well, it's better than a clown grinning from ear to ear. Thinking of this, he continued, I want to use the shop. It happily told me what you need. We have everything except what we don't have. What do you need? Yugun thought to himself, this fairy is way too friendly. Can it smell the scent of money? I'll take a look. It smiled brightly and then snapped its fingers. Yes, I understand. Soon after, the shop opened, revealing a dozen useful items inside. He thought to himself, I need to find the material to complete the divine black crystal adamantium. It must be here. Finally, I found the adamantium. It is the strongest metal, every blacksmith's dream metal. Excited, you quickly asked Little Fairy, how much for this? It's adamantium, high quality material here. But why did you buy unfinished materials? There are many better items. You explained that completed items are very expensive. Buying the materials and making it yourself is cheaper. Little Fairy smiled brightly. I understand, but the price of adamantium is an exception. An ingredient that never breaks. A mineral that even amplifies mana. Amazing, isn't it? There's no other material like it in the world. Yuji secretly thought this guy has quite detailed information. Xiaoxian continued. If it can be melted down, there would still be a little left even after creating an excellent item. That's right, you're surprised and thinking to yourself, Yes, what it said is completely correct. Due to its hardness and strength, fewer than 10 top blacksmiths can melt it down. But with its extraordinary properties, it is called translucent mineral by the smiths. Little Fairy asked, and you are very close to Hephaestus, right? She wondered, what does that have to do with anything? It explains, of course it's related. If you have this, how many top-tier items could you create at will? Ordinary people would find it hard to find a blacksmith, and even if they do, they would have to pay a huge price. But you're not right, so the value of adamantium sold to you will be much higher. If I calculate all the information for 1.5 kilograms, adamantium would be worth 1.5 million points. Hearing this price, you quickly turn pale. I don't have that much money. Little Fairy quickly suggested, don't worry, can you take a loan with an interest rate of 11.5%? You have a high infection rate, so we can offer you a 10% interest loan. You said, so? Then there's no other choice. He happily made the right decision. Then we will record the remaining points and interest rate as a debt. He interrupted, saying, I will buy elsewhere. Xiaoxian's sweat dropped and said, so we can offer a small discount. You might not know, but this item is rare and hard to find elsewhere. Yugen calmly replied, that's fine. I can still climb the tower as usual without it. I have plenty of time and other floors also have many minions. Oh, and there's an auction too. If that's the case, I can buy a different item. Too bad, but let's forget about this deal. Little Fairy hesitated. Wait a moment about that.
Yugen interrupted, oh my, I already told you.
Forget it, I'm not buying it. Little Tien looks sad as he watches him. You're so cold. Little Tien still doesn't give up. Sir, wait a moment. I can lower it to 1.3 million. Yun looked annoyed. Forget it, he's lowering the price again. How about 1.2 million? You still stick to your original plan. I told you I won't buy it. I can't lower the price below 1 million. That price leaves no profit at all. You act so annoyed, so troublesome. All right, if you want to sell at that price, I'll buy it for 850,000 dong. Little Tien gritted his teeth and muttered angrily. Damn it, this bastard. He's thinking, but I don't know when I'll find a big customer like him. You said, 850,000 is the best I can do. Little Tien thought about this and was filled with determination to sell to him. He sighed softly. Can you raise it to 900,000? I will be at a loss if I sell for 850,000. Seeing your face like you stepped on poop, I grit my teeth and say, fine, I'll sell for 850,000, so please stop making that face. Think it over. If it's 850,000, Little Fairy forces a smile and I'll start the deal. Yui was pleased that he managed to buy it at a slightly lower price than the market. He asked further, do you need anything else? He replied indifferently, that's all. Having secured a big order, he was extremely excited and softly said, if you need anything else, just call me. Yu sneered, how disgusting. You look at the item you just bought, now I have to deliver this letter to my uncle. But I don't know what the damn Olympus gang is planning for the test, so I can't leave the sacred black crystal behind. It might take about 1 to 3 months to complete. Training it isn't easy, so all we can do is wait and not rush. I have to meet him right after I finish the test. There's a whole week before it starts, so maybe I should go for a walk first. The scene shifts to tell the story of a pure-blooded descendant of the Namgung noble family, someone born to lead a mid-tier martial arts sect like his father. With extraordinary talent, skills, and leadership gained through relentless training, Nam Gung-hoon is regarded as a prodigious player. In the 11th floor dungeon of Agria, everyone is fighting fiercely, and one of them can't help but wonder if this is really the easiest dungeon on the 11th floor. They're noisy, so we must be the only ones who got through this place so quickly. Maybe we'll just go straight to the end. It's not that hard. Of course, don't forget who's coming with us. Let's hurry up and clear this place quickly so we can rest before the exam. The crowd is noisy, but it seems we don't need to prepare anything for this test. Have you seen the squad list? Squad A is full of boring people. But Team A still has Kim Yugon. He's a well-known figure. I heard he even passed the trial of the Heavenly Demon Sect. So what? His team's luck is terrible. Namgung speaks up, telling him to stop talking nonsense and to hurry up. No matter what the situation is, we just need to do our best. That's all. After hearing him say that, no one else talked anymore. Yes, Captain. All right. He's very trustworthy. Namong thinks to himself, I've never seen Kim Yu-kwan's face, but I keep hearing about him. I don't know where he's from, but that means he's very talented. I hope I get the chance to face him in the test. While thinking, Namgung suddenly discovered something. He was momentarily terrified, then quickly ordered everyone to stop. Wait a moment. Stop! There's something stuck above, like trapped monsters. The people of Namgung are curious. What is this? Is that fire? Is that thing stuck to the ceiling? To satisfy his curiosity, Namgung quickly leapt up to investigate and swung his sword to cut it open to see what it really was. That corpse quickly fell after the slash. Everyone was very curious and asked each other, is this Cole the dungeon boss Agria? Has someone already conquered this place? But it's strange. It's more than just burning, but there are no gray marks on the walls or ceiling. Namgung examined carefully and concluded that this is not a burn wound, but a sword cut, about 1.3 meters long, made by someone who pierced through a graya, which had softened from the heat in a single strike. Someone capable of killing a boss monster in one hit? Could it be a machine? But will rankers be allowed to unlock dungeons on the lower floors? There's no other explanation in this situation. Then Namgung told everyone, "Let's abandon this dungeon and go back. It's already been conquered." The scene shifts to a luxurious room where a man sits, deep in thought. He figures that no matter how he looks at it, the gap in strength between the two teams is huge. Han must have been incredibly unlucky to get stuck with such an unfair test. He was puzzled. Why would someone with such a bright future like Kim Yu World be offered a reward? This person is the 11th floor challenge administrator Hypnos. He remembered the words of the person who ordered him. This is the command of the great Olympus. Eliminate the player Kim Yugon and you'll be rewarded handsomely. Hearing this, Hypnosis sneered with contempt, like a dog driven mad. As soon as he finished his thoughts, he sat on his mount. The preparations must have been completed. Suddenly, a message was sent to Hypnosis, who was surprised by the check and wondered who could be sending him a message. The message was from none other than Hera. The scene shifts to the dark Elam forest. The atmosphere here is extremely gloomy. Yugon looked at the report list, only 51 participants. He observed that more players had dropped out than he expected. Hypnos was surprised, not expecting him to actually participate in such a clear challenge like this. After a brief pause, he continued to speak loudly. "Hello everyone, I will briefly introduce and explain a few things. I am Hawes, the challenge administrator on the 11th floor. Team A seems short-handed, but nothing will change. Just proceed with the two current teams. We will start as soon as I finish explaining the challenge." Then he raised a flag, and the challenge this week is to steal flags. Hypnos continued. "It's very simple. First, when you get these flags, combine them. The number on your flag will show how many flags have been collected. Isn't it great? All thanks to magic technology. The question is, where did you get these flags from? This forest has been sealed off by the administrator for a long time to carry out this challenge. There are many monsters of various levels, and the flags are scattered throughout the forest, on the ground, at the foot of cliffs, in trees, and even on monsters' bodies. You have no idea how much effort we put into creating this challenge. Just gather as many flags as you can. The team with the most flags at the end will be the winner easily. But this challenge is called flag stealing, not flag collecting. Am I right? In this challenge, you can steal the flags collected by the opposing team. The method doesn't matter. Stealing, threatening, and killing are all allowed. Hearing this, some players started to feel scared. Hypnos hasn't finished speaking yet. In the end, there will be a king in this challenge. One player from each team will be randomly chosen, and the number on the flags held by the king will be doubled. But this isn't chess, so don't worry. You won't fail just because your team's king dies, but having a strong king would be great, so good luck. Isn't luck extremely important in this challenge? Yun thought to himself upon hearing this. Another challenge based on luck, meaning they will choose the weakest player to become the team of king. The rules have finally been announced, so let's start the challenge. Hypnosis extends his hand, a beam of light quickly enveloping all the players here, like a guiding compass. The system summarizes once again. The 11th floor challenge, the flag theft, begins now. You can steal flags from the opponent at any cost. After 24 hours, the team with the most flags will win. Your contribution points will be based on the number of flags you have collected. If you give the flag to the king, your contribution points will be doubled. If the king's flag is stolen, your contribution points will disappear and the reward will be based on your contribution points. Team A has no flags, Team B has no flags. Halliman stared blankly at his glowing body. What's going on? Am I the king? He was extremely confused. What should he do now? What should I do now? Yukun watches from afar. I knew it, Yu sighed helplessly. Yu-Chen couldn't help but wonder what he was doing on the 11th floor. At the same time, Halliman ran after him. Kim Yugon, where are you going? Yugon replied coldly. So you're asking someone else to protect you like that? I will protect you, so calm down. You won't be fighting anyone from Team B right now. Then I guess it's time to start. Naemon quietly observes your movements from this side, a complicated look crossing his face. Everyone around is whispering and speculating. Look, it's obvious. The gap in numbers is too big. Let's just finish this quickly and enjoy. Naemon thought to himself, I understand why they're not worried because their team has 4 times as many members as the other. But they are letting their guard down. Suddenly, a voice broke through his thoughts. Are you worried, sir? Namgung looked back in surprise. Roll, the respectful girl, it's an honor to be remembered by you. He frowned and said, I believe and understand why she's called an angel. Even among the few support players, her strength is very rare. Roll continued, don't worry too much. Clearly the two teams are very different. You can relax. Namgung finally spoke up. Don't you think? Even if it was just a coincidence, with such a huge gap in strength, Roll calmly said, it's just a coincidence. Namgung interrupted, my world's strength isn't just a coincidence, Roll thought seriously. I see, by the way, who is the king of our team? If no one knows, he seems to be an ordinary player. Do you think they would be interested in knowing who the king is in this situation? I think I remember seeing someone shining with a golden light when the challenge started. Something feels strange. I have a very good memory and never forget what I've seen, but I can't remember his face. He wondered to himself, what does that guy look like? Over here, Halliman is sitting idly looking at the scoreboard of both teams. Another player speaks up. There are fewer flags spread out than expected, and all the ones we picked up are in the monster's hands. However, we have collected quite a bit. With these banners, we can defeat their king and take the lead. Harem thinks, that's right, there's someone on our team who can do that. You found the most among the 59 flags owned by Kim Yugon. The last time you met him, cooperation didn't seem likely, but as long as I am the king, we can't win if we focus only on protecting ourselves. He coldly left himself behind but told us to stay put and wait, so he'll be back soon, right? Another player spoke. But this forest is so vast, it's hard to find the way. They discussed together, everyone wondering where Team B might have started from. Let's rest for now. We'll meet again at midnight. Suddenly, a strange noise made everyone here turn pale. A cunning voice echoed. A has been captured. I told everyone to be careful. Right now, the opposing team's players are out hunting, and their mission is to protect the flag from enemy attacks. Team A members said, it's really troublesome if Yuan is on Team A. Even Kim Yugen can't do anything if the king is defeated. Moreover, if we catch the king, we'll get a large amount of contribution points. So one of Team A grit his teeth and charge forward. Damn it, don't be afraid, we have 10 people. Just as he was about to finish speaking, a fierce sword swiftly sliced through his neck, and the man who had just stood up was no longer breathing. Are you guys proud? It's already 9 o'clock. The guy with the cunning look then glances at the Team A players. Team A now looks like a disturbed hive, everyone quickly dispersing to avoid the man who just killed someone. Team B charged forward, one of them shouting loudly, "Where do you think you're running?" The frantic shouts quickly echoed. I give up, save me." Seeing him dazed, someone quickly pulled him away. Halliman here. But then, my blood quickly sprayed out all over him. The one who just led Halliman away was cut in half. Get out of the way, the king's head is mine. Halliman, witnessing this scene, was so frightened that he fell to the ground. The other man, like a hungry tiger, lunged forward with his sword, ready to strike at him. Halima closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. But luckily, Iwan arrived just in time. You successfully rescued the king. He's annoyed. I told you to stay put and not wander around. Why won't you listen to anything? Halliman was so happy he started crying. He now looks at you as if you were a savior angel. It has to be said that only you here could save Halliman. He cheered excitedly. Yugon! The people on Team B were momentarily frightened. Is Yugon Kim Yugon? Damn it, he must be real. Kaylee died in just one hit. Seeing you approaching, one of them shouted, "Retreat now!" as a powerful sword strike was delivered to kill the two of them. They kept shouting loudly to boost their morale. Idiots, we have the numbers, just kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, the masked man swung his sword fiercely to strike. But as he climbed up, a blade gently brushed past his forehead. That guy was too slow to react and was completely stunned, and just like that, he was decisively cut in half by the boy. The other players couldn't help but be startled, trembling before his aura. The guy shouted in panic, "Wait, spare me!" But of course I don't agree. He knelt down. I may only have 2 flags, but that's more than most people here already have. I'll give you everything, so please spare me. Seeing him beg like that, Yugon temporarily stopped his actions, and in the end, he agreed to take the flag and spare his life. Yuan's team has obtained 2 flags and earned 20 contribution points. Then he glared at the remaining people. What about the others? Hand everything over to me and go. Or do you want to continue? Hearing the word continue, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. They started to compromise with you. How many should we give? Quickly, Iwan's team received quite a few flags in an instant without any effort. Halliman trembled. Luckily, he was an ally. I'm really glad he's on our side. Sorry for the glare and clenched teeth just because you spoke directly to me, Yugon said. So half of the match has already passed. Halliman was stunned. Oh, right. We've only been at it for 4 hours. Yugon wondered where the other teammates were. Halima replied. Everyone has dispersed. They said we need to collect a few flags first. Yugon praised him. That was a wise decision. Just don't let yourself get robbed. Yugon counts the flags he has collected. Halliman is extremely surprised. 27? How did you get so many on your own? That's too many. Yugon calmly. There aren't that many. You're wondering about the calculation. Team A has 64 flags. If I got this many, the ceremony should have 67 flags. Yugon thought it was time to start stealing the challenge flags. Then, he told Halliman to listen carefully. By now they have gathered quite a lot, so they will start to think that hunting players from the rival team is more effective than hunting monsters, and many will message the king directly. Halliman was startled. Me? Yugon replied, Is there another king? Halliman is worried. You're right. But you advised that from now on you should stay at least 20 meters away from me. Even I would find it hard to win without the king. Your name is Halliman, right? You have to stay close to me. Don't forget 20 meters. Understood? He obediently listens. So you ran away after handing the flag to him? The terrified crowd recounted, You say that only because you haven't seen his skills properly. His sword is so fast that you can't even see it, and his eyes like a demon's made my spine chill. Namung felt utterly helpless. Although most of the teams are composed of skilled players, they still ran away from Kim Yugon despite being 10 against 1, and they are still arguing fiercely. So we can still be eliminated even if we stick together. Yes, there are 10 of us, but it's still useless, Royal said, confirming that Iwan had joined the team's king. So it's most likely that he will continue to protect their king. Contact everyone right away. Salam, Kai is hanging, and other skilled players. Namgung guesses you plan to use that tactic. Roll says there's still plenty of time. We can't keep running forever. We've lost a few people, but Team B still has many skilled players. Not to mention you and I, a decisive variable. Or do you have a better idea? But it seems that no one has a better idea. Everyone falls silent. She continued, "It seems we have made our decision now. Let's go capture the king and you gone." As she finished speaking, a cunning glint appeared on her face. Time quickly passed, and 12 hours after the test began, you kept gaining more flags by defeating and stealing from Team B players. Harriman was amazed and said, "This isn't just a team battle. It's more like a test where 200 people try to fight against a monster named Yugon. Yugon thinks that earning 100 or 1,000 points is enough. I've gotten quite a lot, but it's not time to give it to the king yet. I'm protecting him while moving, so there shouldn't be any major issues. But if this guy gets his flag stolen or worse, killed, the tax money won't be recoverable. I should just hand over the flag right before the test ends." Holloman stood up and said, "Now just seeing him is enough to scare people. I'm not sure if it's the atmosphere or their instincts." He stayed silent, listening, and only then remembered that the B team players had dropped the flag right bit soon after seeing him. Do they know what he looks like? Or maybe at this point, you blurted out loud. Did they exchange information? I think they have told each other that the king is you and that I am with you. As allies, they must have shared their flag numbers, so they are definitely united in exchanging flags and fleeing if they encounter me. Why would they do that? If they keep abandoning the flag, they can't win, you replied. I'm sure they're plotting something. Suddenly, while thinking, you feel a gust of wind heading straight toward you. Fortunately, Yuan managed to block the arrow just in time. The tip was only a little away from piercing Halliman's eye. He stood there trembling all over in shock. Halliman, terrified, collapsed to the ground. He couldn't hold back and shouted loudly as Yu fiercely broke the arrow. I see now. That's why they fight, to protect their teammates' lives and do what's right. A siege formation called Heaven and Earth Net has long been used in the martial world. You should be angry. I should have killed them all. Halliman panicked. Immediately after, he aggressively raised his sword to target Halliman, making him terrified. Hold on, Yugon. In just a moment, your sword fiercely swung a few times on the ground, creating a circle. Halliman was stunned. What is this? A drawing? Yugon continues, no matter what happens, don't leave this circle. Just consider that you'll die if you do that. He was startled. What? Are you telling me to die right here? Yug is annoyed. Did I stutter? When did I tell you to die? I told you to stay still, but he was about to say something. Yu interrupted. I told you from the beginning, if you don't listen to me and wander around like last time, you will really die. Halliman pouted. So I just need to stay inside this circle? Yu impatiently warned again, if you move even a little this time, I won't be able to save you. He is afraid. Will I survive? You're speechless. I already told you yes. Halliman still couldn't stop worrying. He promised he would save him. Before he could finish speaking, he quickly turned to leave. Halliman keeps running after him like a lost chick. You gone, you gone. You're annoyed and draw your sword to threaten him. I told you not to leave the circle. The scene shifts to a bush. Whispers of gossip fill the air. Why target the king first? 55 people had to work together just to defeat Kim Yugon. He's that strong, so we have to put him at a disadvantage by forcing him to fight to protect the king. That's what you think, but even if it's Kim Yugon, he's doomed. If the king dies, the one beside him cuts in enough. Yon is heading deeper into the forest, and he's moving alone, leaving the king behind? A gasp of surprise rang out. What? Alone? Another aggressive person approaches. Everyone step back. His name is Vok. Team B is made up of famous players with true geniuses like Nam Gung Hun and Joel, meaning the major guilds will be paying attention to this test. Vak thought about killing Yoon right here and then, but then he angrily shot the spear, thinking he would become a star that others would look up to. He was satisfied with his achievement. The throw was very accurate, but Yugon still stood still there, and that spear. Did it stop in midair? What's happening? Before Vok could regain his composure, the spear shot back and pierced the person next to him. This made him so furious that his eyes turned bloodshot. Quickly, all the guys standing nearby then collapsed to the ground, bleeding profusely. A quick voice rang out. There are only a few useless ones here. Vok saw him and panicked. Kim Yugon was also the only one left alive at that moment. Your eyes have condemned you like a demon from hell, demanding justice, Yugon said fiercely. Where is Nam Gung Hun? After obtaining the information he needed, he quickly leapt away. The ones who escaped earlier are only now daring to show their faces, but he's already disappeared again. They're all talking about you. Your stealth skills are quite high, and I can't even see your figure. You're so tall that unless he's right in front of me, I wouldn't be able to tell where he is. I don't think so. I didn't expect you to be behind that guy already. Assassins don't use long swords and even deliberately wear black. On the other hand, Yugon and Tianli Nan have pretty good skills. He suddenly looked up in surprise, and they all shouted in shock. When did he arrive here? Yugan couldn't help but praise you guys have a very skilled scout and even use a good strategy like the Heavenly Net and Earth Trap. Maybe because there aren't many people, this formation has many gaps. The white-haired one earlier looked angry. Not many people, huh? Are you sure? You look at his eyes, thinking to yourself, finally, it's happening. Namung snorted. Namung spoke, leaving the king behind and wandering around. Are you going to skip the test to fight? Either way, it's a shame this happened. He remained silent. He continued. Although unintentional, I have a skilled team. Not many people. Of course, that doesn't mean feeling embarrassed about this situation. It's just a test. This time, luck wasn't on your side. I don't understand what you mean, Namgung replied, getting straight to the point. I really like it. Give up. I don't want to fight like this. Yu suddenly smiled softly. So, that's what he meant? Then you drew your sword, which isn't like what I know. You're quite talkative. Namo unexpectedly realized he had predicted correctly, but he truly did not follow through with his words, perhaps having no other choice. Thinking of this, he quickly shouted, All back! I will fight him! Yugon was a bit surprised. Do you want a one-on-one fight? Because I don't care how many people rush in. Namgung replied, Thank you for your suggestion, but I will decline. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly gathered his inner strength and charged straight at Yu. A sword strike was unleashed, but Yu also swiftly blocked this first attack. Yugun found it quite interesting. Look at that. A level 11 player with such strength makes me curious about his stats. His eyes flashed with the fierce light as a barrage of sword attacks relentlessly struck towards him, but Yugon still hasn't made any move to fight back. The Emperor's sword form of the Namgung family, the Namgung family sword, can create pressure around just by swinging it. It's heavier than any sword from any sect. So what does this difference mean? Min still loses to the sword. The two sides are fighting intensely. He quickly transferred more power to him, and Namgung's entire body radiated a strong internal energy. The blessing of the Archangel grants you strength. Your own power, your physical endurance, your body becomes more agile. Increase the rate of mana recovery. Why is Namong annoyed by Joe's cowardly behavior? She replied, Even if you receive mana from me, you are still being pushed back. Doesn't that mean this fight is over? Look, it seems like he thinks the match is over already. She keeps pouring mana. Namong couldn't help but wonder what the ending was. Suddenly, he was surrounded by a purple flame. Namong was startled as he looked over. That pure flame was the same one I saw in Agria's dungeon. It can't be a coincidence. He must be that person. Your face still looks very calm as you face the opponent. Namong can't help but wonder, but there's something very strange. That move he just used is different from the one that cut Agria's body, almost like it's someone else's skill. With his level of attack, he couldn't have killed Agria with just one strike. Am I just imagining things, or is he holding back on me? Rowell wondered why they just stood there staring at each other like that. Why did they stop fighting? Then she heard a voice from Namgung. Let's retreat. Continuing to fight is pointless. Our only outcome is death. Rowell realizes this is a telepathic message. Namgung Hun is admitting defeat. Why? Over there, Namgung couldn't help but ask curiously, Do I have your permission to ask you something? You are the one who conquered Agria's dungeon, right? He replied, So what if I am? Namgung said nothing. I understand now. The boy thought, It seems he has lost his will to fight, and then he stopped attacking and simply sheathed his sword. Whisper spread, Agria, the most difficult dungeon on level 11 has been activated? The one conquering it is UN? Everyone is reluctant to move forward. Could the captain really not be with us? This isn't like him at all. I know our opponent is very strong, but giving up before fighting means nothing. If we all charge together, then we have a chance. Namung said, What's the point of winning like that? Yoon is alone making up for the ridiculous difference in numbers between the two teams. Isn't he worthy of passing this test? You can keep fighting, but we will leave. Let's go, Royal taunted. You're not what I heard. You're a coward. Namgung doesn't care. Say whatever you want. I value my teammates' lives more than my own pride. Everyone was moved. The team leader. Everyone was excited. He's too stubborn. I feel a bit sorry. But I also like that about our team leader. Always able to redo the test afterward. Roll felt she couldn't say anything more and clenched her stomach in anger. You remembered saying it was just for caution, but the fewer of us who die, the better. It's not good for adults to get angry before kids' matches. That's right, we are the ones needed to fight alongside the suburbs later on. Some of them will definitely be future assets. There's no need to unnecessarily weaken our side. You thought that if Hercule were in this situation, he would definitely avoid killing anyone. Not only does he have the ability to do so, but he's also a hero who never breaks his promises. I like that, but I'm not a hero like him. You frowned and said, I hoped everyone would retreat on their own, but now I can't be sure what will happen. You told yourself to try, but if you can't avoid it, then so be it. Roel still wouldn't listen to Namgung's advice. She wasn't willing to accept defeat that easily. And so Joel empowered everyone following her with holy blessing skills, shouting loudly as they all attacked him together. Yu sneered, It's probably time for me to join a child's game. He channeled his inner strength, a powerful aura quickly forming, enveloping them all. The crowd was in chaos, but the flames pierced through their skills and kept advancing. Yugon was alone, but they had no strength to fight, each trembling at the sight of the flames. Everyone shouted in terror, The demon is a demon! Yugon thought. To them, holy fire looks like a demon. This fire grows stronger by devouring their fear. Even I find it hard to control once it gets too powerful, so I have to hold it back. Their sword-wielding arms trembled. A few struggled to shout, I must kill Yugon! You think they can withstand the holy fire for a while, thanks to Bap? Yugon looks toward Zello. She probably has quite a bit of Bap she can use. She uses all her strength to Bap for the players. It seems she really wants to kill you. Roll fumed.
What the hell is going on?
I was chanting the right spells for each player, but they all froze in fear and couldn't do anything when approaching that fire. It's like facing an unbreakable AO barrier. They can't even get close to him, let alone hurt him. Thinking of that, she decided to unleash a deadly move directly at him. A large sword fiercely pointed straight at Yugun's head. Roll clenched his teeth, gathering all his strength and shouting fiercely, "Die!" But strangely, her power not only failed to affect him, it didn't even activate in the face of that aura. Yu channels his internal energy and slashes fiercely, causing the sword to shatter apart. Roel, unwilling to accept this, screams loudly, "How could this happen?" At this moment, the surrounding scene becomes extremely devastated, and there are quite a few casualties. Everyone is trembling before Yugen's power. Namgung's words now replay like a slow-motion film in Joel's mind. Retreating is the only option. Continuing to fight is pointless. Our only outcome is death. Say whatever you want. I value my comrades' lives more than my pride. A feeling of regret spread through Roel's heart. Namgung-hun, you were right. Namgung transmitted the message to retreat all of you. We don't have a chance. If we all die here, even if we catch his king, we will still lose. Yugon said, "If you're going to run away, leave the flags behind, then I will spare you." Roel was surprised. "Can you hear our telepathic message?" Yugon calmly said, "I don't need to listen, just looking at your faces tells me what you're thinking." Roel asked, "What will you do if we say we're leaving without leaving anything behind?" Yugon replied, "Clearly, I won't let you go." "Hold on a moment," he continued. "Don't waste your energy, hand them over." And very quickly after that, he managed to recover quite a few more flags for his team. Roel couldn't help but wonder, do you really not intend to kill anyone? We may have lost all our flags, but we will gather more. You are alone and have no king anymore. In the remaining time, Yu interrupted. "So what? Do you want me to kill you?" "What do you want?" Roel said, "I heard you refused sponsorship offers from major guilds, but Gon is on a different level. I can't be sure you'll get better treatment than mine." He outright refused. "Thank you." Roel looked surprised. Why so quick to refuse? "Then at least give me your player ID." Yun still refused. "Thank you as always. I know your goal." Roel wondered why. "I'm asking for your future benefit. Your refusal to give up even in such an unfair test shows you have a clear goal. You can't climb this tower alone. Good teammates and a strong guild to support you are necessary no matter how many you have. It's still difficult to reach the top. Someone like you should know that you need more than just your skills when entering this tower. Why are you trying to walk this difficult path alone?" She doesn't know what giving up means. Maybe that's why she can climb the tower so quickly, but from now on, guilds and sponsorships will only hold me back. Guilds fighting for power within the tower can destroy everything out of pride, greed, and suspicion. So I can't rely on them. I have to become stronger on my own, so that when the worst happens, I can become the pillar supporting the tower. Yen asked, "Why does everyone want to know so badly? It's nothing special. You just need to know that I can climb the tower without teammates or guilds. Can I do it? I have to do it." As he says this, his face shows determination. The scene shifts to the forest where Halaman is sitting, feeling anxious. I wonder when he'll come back here. Since we're in the forest, the surroundings are very dark and eerie. It's so terrifying. Is the sky always this dark? Harima looked around nervously, wondering how much longer he would have to wait. Lost in his trembling, he didn't notice something in the distant bushes aiming to shoot him, and then it fired a powerful blast of fire towards Halaman. He managed to dodge. The mocking voice echoed. He managed to dodge. Maybe it looks like that, but he still has some reflexes. Are you trying to get us to kill you from out of the bushes? Why are you just standing there in silence? Finish this quickly. As far as I know, even with Namgang-hun and Joel, that group would still have a hard time dealing with Yugon. He must be incredibly powerful. Halima was startled. Is he really fighting alone against Team B? Fighting those experts? Halima remembered Jan's warning. If you move again, I won't be able to help this time. I told you not to leave the circle. He thought that running away would only get him caught sooner. I don't stand a chance of winning either. But if I don't leave this circle and stall for time, I'm sure Yugon will come back. My only choice is to trust and follow his instructions. Thinking this, Haliman swung his sword and shouted, "Come on, you bastards!" They mocked him. What is this guy doing? Forget it. He's probably confused. Don't forget we'll split the contribution points evenly. Got it. Remember to split the loot properly. At that moment, fierce darts were thrown at him, but an invisible circle blocked them. Another aggressive one charges straight at him. Halima is terrified. Damn it, I can't leave the circle. He charges straight at his face, kicking him so that blood keeps flowing out. Too easy. Halima keeps her eyes closed, as long as she doesn't leave the circle. The other guy wonders, what the hell is going on? It's not about revenge or anything. Just consider yourself unlucky. Now farewell. Suddenly, a silver-colored smoke spread behind him. I don't understand why he suddenly got thrown far away. Everyone is stunned. They're panicking. What the hell is going on? Demon? This is the celestial demon spirit technique. Halaman barely escaped. I don't understand what's going on, but at least I'm still alive. Recalling Joella's words, from many perspectives, you're truly an amazing guy. I hope next time we meet, we'll be on the same team. You annoyed. I wasted more time and money on this long conversation, but at least it ended smoothly. As long as Halaman keeps his promise, there's no problem. Suddenly, a sharp glint appeared in his eyes, and he thought to himself. Now that everything is settled, he spoke up. Everyone has left. It's your turn to appear. Do you know since when? You hesitated for a moment before the man, fully covered, stepped out. You are as clever as they say. He observed you carefully, using such a large flame, but there's not a single burn mark anywhere. That power is not just impressive. I've never seen a skill that can burn specific targets. A flame with its own will. If he sees it, he will want it, Yujun asked. What is the supervisor doing here, dressed like that?
That guy was surprised. Can you see my face? You said calmly, clearly.
The supervisor looked at you in amazement. Is it a skill? A skill that can see through the illusions of a demigod. He truly is exceptional. Thinking of that, he couldn't help but exclaim, Oh my god, I am very surprised. I thought you would chase after the king as soon as the test started. But unexpectedly, you fought alone against Team B. Yugon warns Hypnos. He is a famous hero from Olympus known for his illusion skills, a hero who interfered with the official exam. If the administrators discover everything that happened on the first floor, they will pay a heavy price. You sneers, They are determined to stand at my door, huh? I didn't expect them to set such a beautiful 7-petal flower for me. My whole body radiates a strong aura of danger, with purple flames surrounding me. Hypnos was surprised. An ordinary player would have fallen asleep as soon as he released all his mana, and his stats shouldn't be high enough to resist his mana. Is he just resisting with willpower? I thought the enforcers of a major guild were overreacting by only focusing on one player and sending a bounty to hunt him down. But I think I understand why the higher-ups are so anxious now. Looking back, he received a message from Hera that he must kill you at all costs, no matter how. Immediately after, Hypnos quickly used his night skill to envelop the entire space in darkness. The darkness skill causes illusions on all living things in the area and forces us to sleep. He warned this time would be different from before, so it probably won't be easy to resist. Stop suffering and give up. As he said, your body is starting to show signs of losing consciousness. Hypnos cast a hypnotic spell and said, I will let you dream a beautiful dream, and his eyes closed. You just stand there and fall asleep caused by Hypnos. If a low-level player claims to have faced a divine figure from Olympus, everyone would think he's lying. Even if he's on equal footing or not, they won't believe that a mere pawn has a chance to meet someone from the great Olympus. You're having such a revered encounter. If you survive an escape, you'll be able to boast a little. Unfortunately, at this moment, he had already pressed the blade against your neck, ready to end you. Suddenly, Yugon woke up, lunging forward and slashing across Hypnos' chest, causing him to startle. Fresh blood quickly pours out, bringing a wave of pain that makes him grit his teeth. Yuo's mockery is too shallow. Hypnos gritted his teeth and said, You bastard pretending? Now that you're so cowardly in your response, I don't think you have the right to say that. And I don't intend to boast about a fight with a famous player, but maybe I won't mind telling the story of my battle with the cowardly Olympus supervisor. Hypnos said, Nothing I do to provoke him will change anything. Yugon stared intently at him. No, there isn't. At the same time, because of the influence of the darkness skill, your stamina increased, and your stamina recovery speed was boosted by 200%. After a moment, Yu continued, Darkness is not something that belongs to you alone. You thought Hypnos was a melee mage who uses dark mana, perfect for illusions. I could have hurt him, but he's still one of Olympus's top fighters. He firmly held his sword and stared intently at him, but I am quite confident when fighting this type of enemy. Both of them silently looked at each other, each with their own thoughts in mind. Hypnos quickly charged forward, and Yugon no longer wanted to stay on the defensive. Both seem to be evenly matched. Even fighting against a noble, he doesn't appear to be at a disadvantage. You strike me, dodging one move only to counter with another. The surrounding earth and rocks are shattered and scattered by these tremors. Bayu's sword now emits a dark black light, making him look like a representative of darkness. Hypno is still a distinguished figure after all. He finally reached him and successfully struck him in the face, leaving Yugon stunned. But you didn't give up and quickly grabbed the sword to fight back. Hypnos was also struck in the chest by Yan, causing fresh blood to spurt out continuously. I felt something was off, so I turned around to look. The person Yan just cut wasn't Hypnos, but his shadow. At this moment, Hypnos in the flesh is behind you attacking, but luckily, Yugon managed to dodge. His sword fiercely slashed toward the back of your neck. But at the same time, a huge purple flame erupted from Yuan's body, engulfing Hypnos entirely. He gritted his teeth in panic as a terrible heat quickly swept over him. The flames spread more and more, feeling like he's standing inside a volcano, and they seem to have a soul, attacking him directly. Even if Hypnos tries to dodge in any direction, the fire still finds its target. Hypnos was momentarily startled. Damn it, the fire suddenly became more intense and hotter. But, as a high-ranking master, he quickly understood the theory behind this fire. Actually, it's not hot, it's just a sensation. I thought it was just a simple fire with a will, reading my emotions and responding. But I didn't expect its power to change based on how scared I am. That's quite a tricky skill. After figuring out the key point, he quickly channels his inner strength and fiercely drives the fire away from his body. Yugon silently admired, he's truly a master. I didn't expect him to blow away the holy fire like that. But to prevent him from getting cocky, he quickly drew his sword and charged forward. Two swords clash fiercely, and this battle will probably be extremely intense. Hypno leaps into the air, moving swiftly around him to find a weakness. But no matter which direction he's in, you can still guess and stop him in time. Hypno secretly fears inside. I knew it, this guy is truly exceptional. If time passes and he becomes a legend, what kind of monster would he turn into? We must avoid that situation at all costs. Thinking of it, envy and jealousy are clearly visible in his mind. Hypnos uses Moondream with the thought that Kim Yugon must die here. Yugon stands amidst overwhelming power. If it were someone else, they might have given up long ago. Still, he remains very calm as he looks at him. Aren't you afraid of the administrator? My loyalty is only to Olympus. It's ridiculous. You can say whatever you want, stupid kid. You could never understand the bigger picture. Yu looks down on it. That grand plan? I guess you still can't imagine the responsibility I have to bear. Remember what Kronos told me? Remember that anyone who uses this to go back to the past must carry the entire tower on their shoulders. So when you go back, you must be able to bear that burden and fulfill your duty, so that this place, where hundreds of worlds and billions of lives coexist, does not fall into despair again. You know, at least I am sure of one thing, that the greater good means sacrificing yourself, not others. Hearing this, Hypnos gritted his teeth in anger, thinking to himself, so I'm the one returning just to repeat those hellish battles once again. Yugon mockingly laughed at himself and said, that's more badass, right? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly struck fiercely at him, and rocks quickly fell around, as if Duquin's entire body was submerged in that massive pile of stones. Hypnos panted heavily from exhaustion. He shouted loudly, are you kidding me? How dare you say that when you don't even understand Olympus's great ideals? Hypno thought these actions could be a serious crime, unforgivable in the tower, but all for Olympus. Thinking this, he closed his eyes in satisfaction. It seemed Hypnos accepted all the punishments the tower imposed, but suddenly the boy forcefully stabbed his sword into the man's back from behind. This attack was decisive, and you used all your strength to strike. Hypnos looked back at Kim Yugon in surprise and stammered, but his fierce expression never changed as he stared intently at his opponent. Immediately after, Hypnos summoned all his strength and shouted loudly, channeling his internal energy, causing himself to be flung off the beam. He grit his teeth against the pain. Damn it! How could Yue Meng be a skill that turns fear into reality? Even if his eyes could see through his illusions, he still couldn't avoid feeling terrified, as if stones were falling on him. What are those eyes? Yugen calmly said, they are good eyes. Hypnos won't give up, damn it, I'm not finished yet. If the illusion skill doesn't work, I must have another way. Yugon exclaimed, no. I think although it's only half completed, it's the best skill to counter illusions and the reason I am confident in this fight. Thinking this through, he finally spoke to end it. He didn't understand what was happening and angrily raised his sword to strike at Yu. Suddenly, a great surge of power intervened, causing Hypnos' sword to shatter into many pieces. Hypnos turned around, and it was none other than the administrator. Hung Hang stared intently at him. Hypnos, terrified, knelt down and kept rambling, and Hung Hang shouted angrily, enough, explain immediately! Since he was the one who started the fight himself, he didn't know what to say at that moment. Hypnos stammered, realizing there was no other way. Hypnos had to back down. Please forgive me, Sir Administrator, he said impatiently. It seems you know you are wrong. Olympus ordered you, did he? Seeing that he couldn't answer, he suggested that the orders from ER, Heros, and Hypnos are all my fault. He immediately knew that was just a lie and sneered. Are you trying to take all the blame on yourself? Hypnos, he stammered. No. He interrupted and said, even if that's the case, I still have to hold Olympus responsible. Hypnos, from now on, your title as the challenge supervisor will be revoked, and all of Olympus's authority on the 11th floor will also be taken away, and he was unwilling. The administrator did that? The administrator immediately glared angrily and shouted, do you dare to raise your voice? His words carried a powerful inner strength that made Hypnos unable to resist and burst out. He was forcefully thrown to the ground, a wave of pain spreading through his body, causing Hypnos to cry out. He passed the judgment, saying that fighting with challenge participants as a supervisor is unforgivable. So you will face a punishment of living now and dying later for thousands of years. Hearing this, Hypnos couldn't help but feel terrified. He struggled to crawl to the front of the administrator and begged, wait, administrator. He hadn't even had a chance to speak further when his entire body seemed to sink into the ground. Hypnos, furious, had eyes blazing red as he stared fiercely at him, but at this moment, whether from anger or internal injury, he couldn't say anything except for the name Kim Yu. His whole body quickly sank into the ground. Yugo casually waved and teased him. After dealing with the administrator in front of you, it's you, Kim Yug. Just as I heard, you're not normal fighting a high-ranking master, so why are you so confident? You calmly blame me, saying that due to management flaws I had to face some troublesome issues. You think that administrators with power can rival top-ranked experts, the so-called rulers of the tower. But unless they break the tower's rules, they have nothing to fear. You said, this challenge has many strange points starting with how my team was arranged, right? And I believe the supervisor is acting under your authority. The man was surprised. So you mean this is my responsibility? You're straightforward, aren't you? You're right. I promise to compensate you after the challenge ends. You won't break your promise, right?
the administrator said confidently. I am the administrator. Don't equate my words with others.
He noticed someone lurking behind and said, there are quite a few spectators now, so let's end the conversation here. Before leaving, he couldn't help but marvel. It seems a new wave is rising over the tower. Namung realized that he was only following him because he saw the king of his team, but then he saw something unbelievable. At this moment, he understood that everything was part of a plan. The two companions wondered how Olympus could do that. Even if it was just the work of a supervisor, this issue was too big. Namgung was horrified inside. How could one person cause such a huge problem? Maybe we should do something about it then. If too many people find out about this, the tower will fall into chaos. And I don't think you want to spark a war between the martial world and Olympus, right? One of them replied. Yes, but how can that guy fight someone strong enough to become a supervisor? Yugun remained calm, but thought to himself, I heard that. Nam Gung Hun pondered that this wasn't the first time a famous figure had lost to a player. Even the Monkey King Sun Wukong had defeated a notable figure when he was still a player. But if the opponent is Olympus's Kim Yugon, the impact would likely be even greater than that of the Great Sage. Thinking of that, he asked, Kim Yugon, what will you do? Olympus is in a critical situation. Because of this, from now on, that huge guild will see you as an enemy. You plan to face them alone, but before you finish speaking, you cut in and say, I will fight until I defeat the King of Olympus. Nam Gung Hun was surprised. What? Why is that? Do you have a grudge against Olympus? You said, I only helped a blacksmith create a weapon that Olympus didn't want to make. Since then, they've always wanted to kill me. He was so terrified that his body couldn't help but tremble. Is he a blacksmith connected to Olympus Hephaestus? I heard about what's been happening in the tower recently from Nam Gung, and I never expected the main character in those famous incidents to be standing right in front of me. Nam Gung spoke up. I see. He turned around and left. Be careful. No matter how strong you are, your opponent is still Olympus. Someone steps forward. Where are you going, Brother Hun? He looked up at the message. The martial arts tournament will start soon, so we will return to Namjia. You just saw Halliman so happy he was crying. Why are you so late? I thought I was already dead. You sighed. But you didn't die. Halliman is overjoyed. That's right, but he's really determined. The boy glanced at him thoughtfully, then hesitantly said, So, hearing you hesitate like that? Halliman looked confused. So what does that mean? Did I do something wrong? Still, you didn't give up and the flags did well. Then he quickly took out the 618 flag and handed it to Halliman. He was so surprised he stammered, thinking we would definitely get a lot of points and rewards, but instead of being happy about it, the person who achieved the best results in a bad situation praised himself. I'm glad I was able to fulfill my role as king until the end. The system reports that player Kim Yugon has given 618 flags to the king. You received 68 flags. The total number of flags will be doubled. You received 1,236 flags. Team A earned 12,360 points. The challenge is over. Team A collected a total of 1,236 flags. Team B lost with 2 flags. Team A is the winner. But it didn't stop there for an unknown reason. Additional points were awarded. I received 10,000 points. From now on, you can use the point shop. The 11th floor leaderboard has been updated. You have permission to go to the 12th floor, and you can move up to the next level. In the 11th floor ranking, you still hold the top position with 22,360 points. The scene shifts to a small room on the 12th floor, where he is sitting and observing the leaderboard. Yugon can't help but feel more satisfied. Getting over 10,000 points makes me happy, but I doubled that. The extra bonus must be from the administrator. Adding it all up, I received a lot of rewards. You look up at the second-ranked person, who is ranked 36 and has surpassed many high-level elites. He risked his life to fulfill his role, so he deserves it. Sun Wukong is ranked 11th. Judging by his abilities, he's a bit below average and team challenges aren't his strong suit. Think about it. If the Great Sage Equal to Heaven heard this, he'd say, Team challenges, huh? What? Why would I do it myself? Yugon was speechless, knowing his reaction without even looking. And Hagon was indeed the 6th ranked player with a total score of 7,860. This is not surprising either. From the beginning, he had exceptional talent, but he grew stronger as he climbed the tower. He was affected by what happened during the tutorial and the first floor. Oh, maybe he's changed since the first time we met. I wonder how he looks now. Thinking about this reluctant friend of mine, I can't help but feel intrigued. Curiosity rises within, shifting to the Nam Gung family, the largest sect surpassing the Heavenly Demon sect and the leading hub of the Martial Alliance, a noble clan that produced many renowned figures and high-level masters who elevated the Nam Gung to glory. This is the man with the saintly face. He is the head of the Nam Gung family, Jinun. After hearing Hun's report on the situation, he couldn't help but ponder. I didn't expect the 11th floor challenge to be so chaotic. Hun respectfully said, yes, even the administrator has appeared. I felt that recounting this story to the player through a messenger would leave traces, so I returned earlier than planned. Jingun said, Olympus is preparing for the Gigantomachia battle and has found Hephaestus, but we failed to recruit him because of Kim Yugon. He poured a cup of tea and spoke fiercely. He really is a thorn in the side. You said before that someone on your team was supported by Asga, right? Hun replied. Yes, he's a guy named Jibons, Jinun continued. I guess sooner or later, Asga will hear about this. Kim Yu-gun seems to see the little star suddenly flicker and about to stand amidst a great storm. It looks like this martial arts gathering will be quite lively. Turning back to him, Yu-gon is holding a sacred sword, focusing his energy. It seems this is a test of spear throwing. After carefully observing, he fiercely throws it far away. His power bursts out, transforming into multiple purple rays shooting straight ahead. The stone tablet shattered into pieces under a great external force, leaving everyone in shock. He hit every target without missing a shot, and even from such a distance, his speed is continuing to increase. How many tombstones did he really plan to destroy? It seems he's definitely going to set a new record. I wonder how many gravestones he tore apart in just a moment. The system displays a message. You have eliminated 1,000 targets. Yu is satisfied. This place is perfect for training. I was quite confident when throwing the spear, but this was the first time I made a spear with holy fire, and just like that, you passed the 19th floor challenge. Now, you can move on to the next level. The system quickly levels you up and adds bonus points. You thought there are about 5 minutes left, and there are no more banners to be found. Looks like it's really over. The standard to pass the challenge is to eliminate 100 targets, and I did 10 times that amount. But the reward is too little. Outside, everyone is noisy. You know, I just realized there are people with that many points. I won't regret choosing either, I know. I got more points than expected at level 11, so I was able to get the item I wanted. But because my rank and achievements far exceeded expectations, I also reached my limit faster. Maybe I should aim for floors above 20 to get decent rewards. The previous floors also had high difficulty and satisfying rewards, but the challenge of level 20 is a bit complicated, so I'll pause climbing the tower for now. Now is also the right time to boost my magic power to the 3rd level. The most effective way to fill the magic bar now is to eat the 1 million point elixir. The type of pill created once every 3 years in the martial arts world is the Shich Dai Dan Duok. According to the information you have, the place to obtain it is the Martial Arts Conference. After completing the task, he quickly left and kept thinking. Just a few days left before he should go. The day before the 10th floor martial arts conference begins, a young attendant is excited as many people gather again. Someone nearby comments, "This is truly the biggest event in the martial world, almost like a festival."
The winner this time is surely Nam Gung Hun, right? I heard he's often called a genius in the Nam Gung family.
Come on, even so, he's just from a martial sect. He can't compare to the big guilds. So, will H-Gon be the final winner? I heard he reached level 25 and is waiting for this competition. With such speed, he could become a legend within 10 years. Even the 2 people sitting by the road are shouting loudly, Hey, there's hot news. The martial arts tournament is coming, and Kim Yu World will also participate." The other person was startled upon hearing this. What? I thought he was only focused on climbing the tower, but he's interested in these events too? Seems so. He refused invitations and sponsorships from the major guilds. But why would someone who has no intention of joining a guild want to participate in a competition? People usually join to gain attention. Is it because of the prize? It seems he's confident he will win. His name has been mentioned a lot in these matters lately. I bet many guilds will come because Kim Yu-gon is participating. How much are you willing to bet that the guild will try to recruit Kim Yu? Don't bet with points. Forget it. Returning to your side, you declined all invitations to join martial arts groups one by one, and everyone was surprised. The one finally rejected was the leader of the 12th branch on land, a noble from the Dragon Clan. Brand New On said that a bit bluntly. Don't you think we should at least go inside to talk? This isn't something to discuss out here. Yu is annoyed. This is too troublesome. A voice says, I heard your branch's guild situation hasn't been great lately, but I didn't expect the guild leader to come in person. That's really considerate. Hearing a somewhat familiar voice, Brand New turned around. Are you Surreal? He didn't bother to care and looked directly at you. So you're Kim Yu-gon. I come from the John Guild. Are you going to chase me away too? You wonder, could it be that even the archangels are coming and he's that skilled? Thinking of this, Yu spoke up. Today marks the 13th time already. Surreal interrupted. I understand. But if you change your mind, please contact me. John always has a place for you. In his mind, he silently cursed this arrogant brat. Yu said, even if you give me something like that, I won't contact you. Surreal said in surprise. What? A familiar voice quickly interrupted. Of course, Kim Yu-gon is the one who would say that. And what about me? I'm leaving too. H-gon quickly burns the business card. It's been a while since I saw you. Yu-gon, just go already, showing off like that. I can't believe my ears. Huh? Is that true? Yu-gon shows no mercy. It has to be real. Bran looked confused. Only when Hacken from Olympus mentioned it did he remember they were teammates in the tutorial. Yu-gon felt helpless seeing him shout so loudly. Just kidding. Come on in. Han pouted. What a boring guy. Then the two quickly went inside and the door slammed shut with a bang. Someone behind protested angrily. The guild leader's behavior is truly unbelievable. He didn't even bother to offer tea before slamming the door in front of us. Our guild's reputation will be ruined. Enough. We're not the only guild treated like this. Let's quietly leave. As soon as he stepped inside, Hawk-Gon couldn't help but gasp. The room is beautiful. How many points does this place cost? You must be very rich. Yu-Gon calmly replies, well, the points just keep piling up. I stopped climbing the tower and came down here to rest properly. As I was talking, a loud voice suddenly rang out. Kim Yugon, are you there? Let's have a quick talk. Yugon calmly as if used to it. Don't worry, if it was urgent, they would have broken the door already. Han looks tired for your sake, but with this kind of situation, you only get a nice room and no real rest. It seems these things keep happening all the time. It was the same just now, probably because of the martial arts conference, so today was a bit tense. Han sat down. You're quite well known, so it's easy to find where you stay. Yugo continued, if you asked, I would have told you already. Han quickly sighed. Then what's the point to the fun? I had to keep it secret to surprise you. Even though your face looks like you're not surprised at all, Yoon wondered. Where are your teammates? Han asked. In the dormitory, I said I would meet you there. Yugo wondered. No one was eliminated? Aegon said, not even one person. We all will become famous. We all have skills worthy of it. Enough of that talk. I heard you caused a huge mess, is that right? Are you the one stopping Hepha Estes from being taken away? Even if I am ignored, you know who my father is, right? I have almost all the information here. When I heard the news, I thought you were crazy. Why did you do this and turn Olympus into an enemy? Yu immediately asked. Yet you still came here. Aegon with full sincerity. You know I'm not the cautious type, and those looking for an opportunity are Hera's people. Ares too. The relationship between Ares and Hera isn't very good. I don't need to say more. Yoon interrupted. What about the ones who fell? How does he also know about this? Han was a bit surprised. This is the first time I've heard someone carelessly call my father's name like that. My father is focused on attacking the final floor of the tower. As. He hasn't let go of Olympus for a long time, so I'm not sure. Yuan thought, since no one has ever surpassed level 100 in the final floor of the tower, maybe that's why it's called that.
That's also why players who reach level 100 are called legends. I wonder how they'll look when they learn there's an even higher level above level 100.
Hagen continued, Olympus is extremely furious because you saved a sinner, so be careful for now. I will try to talk to my father when I have the chance. Yu interrupted. It seems you also call your uncle a sinner. What? Are you saying I should go somewhere with you? He looked confused. What's going on? Why are you suddenly planning to go somewhere? Yugen replies, to the place of the person he calls the sinner, to meet Uncle Hepha Estes. The image of the blacksmith with a rugged face but a warm heart appears in his mind. At this moment, the forge is still glowing red, and Uncle is tirelessly working without pause. He tightly grips the hammer in his hand. It has been with Vancaro throughout his long life. Sweat keeps pouring down his body, but he seems indifferent. The hot glow of the forge illuminates the entire area. Vancaro's face looks a bit tired right now. It's been 4 days already. Am I pushing myself too hard? But if I don't do anything, my hands just keep itching like this. Honestly, more than half of the items I want to make are weapons, but I can't stop here. The weapons I made for that kid, no, my benefactor will be my last weapons. Judging by how the rumors are spreading all the way down to the first floor, it seems he's climbed the tower again. He said he would come here soon, but when exactly is that? Just as I finished thinking, the familiar voice rang out again. Is anyone here? Hearing this voice, a hint of warmth appeared on Vancaro's face, but as soon as he saw you, he got angry and asked what you were doing if you were about to enter without knocking. Immediately, Vancaro's gaze quickly shifted to the unfamiliar Hagen. Vancaro cautiously examined the newcomer as he entered, then asked Yugon, who did you bring with you? He stepped forward and introduced himself, saying, I am Hagen. Vero immediately recognized Han upon hearing it, realizing you are one of the children of the father. Is it so hard to call me your younger brother? Vancaro honestly says, with the battle between us brothers so tense, how could I call you close like that? Suddenly, his whole body radiated deadly intent. Varo tensed and activated his inner strength. Are you here to capture me too? Han quickly explained. No, of course not. I don't have that power, I just came to see you. Vancaro was surprised. Meeting me? Why is that? Hagen admits. Because I can't trust Olympus. Varo was surprised to hear this. What? One of Jost's sons doesn't trust Olympus? Aegon continued. Since I was born, I have heard that my older brother is a criminal of the family. Then I heard that my friend here saved him. He helped me learn a lot of things. So I want to meet him myself and judge him based on my own feelings. Vancaro observes this man's younger brother. Now that I look closely, both his appearance and eyes are exactly like his father's. Is it because he inherited more of his father's blood? Vancaro crossed his arms aggressively. So, what do you think? Han, honestly, I'm not sure. I think I've only looked at your face so far. I know you're not making weapons now, but it hasn't always been that way, right? Because Olympus has a ton of weapons you created. He didn't deny it. You're sharp. Ishgan wondered, when did you stop making weapons? Hearing this, Ishgan was a bit contemplative and looked grim, while Yoon also seemed a little displeased. He repeated the question, when did I stop? Ah, after the battle among the giants. Talking about the giants, they are a race that rules through innate strength and powerful bodies. Some have accused them out of envy and fear of their abilities. But Olympus's current position is thanks to those giants, so they once stood on their side. For that reason, the giants see Olympus as their ally, no. They see us as friends indeed, and I also see them as my friends. But those friends were pierced through the heart by the weapons I created. The battle between the giants was the name of the conflict sparked by Olympus when the giants were exiled.
The reason behind that terrible battle is very simple and political, because the people's reaction to Olympus was not good, and now Olympus can monopolize the power it once shared with the giants.
The giants of Asga, the Olympus giants, and the representatives from various guilds all fought each other for territory, making that battle incredibly brutal. The sound of swords clashing echoed through the heavens like thunder, and the land inside the tower was stained with the blood of countless people. My friends, the giants, all sacrificed themselves to increase Olympus's influence and erase Olympus's loss of reputation for collaborating with the giants. And that was when I gave up my work at Olympus. That was also when I stopped making weapons. Hearing this, Yugon couldn't hide the sorrow on his face. Bai often recalls this as the story his grandfather told while crying uncontrollably before returning to the past. Even though a long time has passed, I am sure he still feels very distressed when sharing this. But now he is holding back his emotions as much as he can to maintain his image. Bunkaro continued. But then, a few decades later, they suddenly asked me to produce weapons again. I'm pretty sure it's because giants still exist. Do you think they might be planning to spark another war? I believe they are just preparing, but it's about 90% likely. That's my perspective on the story. Feel free to choose the person you trust. You might think I'm wrong. Maybe I am. But I will still fight against Olympus. After saying this, Bunkaro turned inside and loudly said, "Hey you, aren't you just here to introduce him to me? Follow me. There's work in the warehouse." Before leaving, Yugon sneaked a glance at Han to see his reaction. At this moment, someone who is usually noisy when meeting you suddenly falls silent, lost in thought. You decide not to disturb Han because you knows he needs time alone to think. I don't know what he's thinking, but his relaxed hands suddenly clenched tightly as if trying to suppress the chaos inside. Inside the forge's warehouse, as he stepped down, Vikyo was the first to speak. "He seems to be a good kid. I understand why you brought him here," the old man asked. "Do you plan to keep going with him?" Yugi said, "I'm not sure anymore. But maybe I should give it a try since someone rarely praises others and is actually speaking well of him." The man glared at him, hoping he would do so, but he thought too much. Yoon kicked back and replied, "Isn't that just like your uncle?" "I know you don't fully trust him, uncle." Burrow said his thoughts out loud. "He is still at an age where he's easily swayed because he can't predict the path he'll choose, so I have no choice but to keep observing. By the way, you're always trying to win when you talk." They went together to a room, and Vanku quickly unlocked the door. "The ceiling chain has been removed." He said, "I did it as you requested, but there were some troublesome issues during the creation. After hearing you name it, I couldn't let you keep claiming it, so I named it myself." "Kini, are you stepping closer to the item? Is this Kini?" In his previous life, my uncle also named Hades' helmet Kini. I never expected he would give the same name to a completely different item now. He explained, "I used up all the Edemu you brought, and the dark holy crystal is also embedded on the outside, but it's invisible to the naked eye." "You're very excited. Can I try wearing it?" Volcano was happy. "Of course. That's why I made it. Those gloves are very thin." "It's so thin you wouldn't believe it's made of adamantium," Gano observed silently. I don't doubt his skills at all, since he's been fighting the demon from the first floor. But the issue isn't whether he's strong or not, but whether he's worthy or not. Seeing you put on the gloves, Volcano was worried whether you could handle it. Yugon replied, "I understand. So how can the uncle reduce the dosage?" At this moment, he suddenly looks ahead and sees no one, as darkness covers everything around him. From the air, a pair of eyes gradually opens as if awakening from a long sleep. Its eyes are very much like a cat's, with a dazzling golden glow that makes it even more blinding. It opens wide and stares intently at you, a deep voice echoing, "Who are you?" That's actually my question. After a moment of silence, you quickly understood. "I see now, so this is Kini's challenge. I will introduce myself, Kim Yugon." That eye observed for a while and then said, "You're truly from a different time." Hearing this, you were a bit startled. "Different time, huh? Don't tell me it's saying I come from a previous timeline." Yugo, curious, "Who are you? What are you?" It quickly shifted its gaze and answered him. "I am the eye, not the mouth, so I can't speak," you calmly reply, "since you're the eye and not the mouth." Yoon felt a bit discouraged, especially since Kini was made from divine black crystal. There isn't much information about the 3 divine weapons of Olympus either. They disappeared during the Outer City invasion, and all I know is that one of them is from Kronos. In the past, it was Hades' helmet, so the Kini is that same glove sealed inside the divine black crystal? Those two are actually crystals. This time I want to know exactly the power of Kini, but just talking like this makes it very difficult. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Egg! Egg! Who is there?" Immediately after, the egg wakes up and is screaming. The ground around Yugon is now moving violently. He gippity panic, as the enormous dark attribute mana density threatens to corrode his body if it passes through. Holy fire quickly surrounds Yon. He grit his teeth and thought, "Do I just need to dodge it in time?" Yugon calculated and made a decision, quickly deciding to use holy fire to stop it. A streak of blue light quickly flashes past you. Yu is surprised. Wasn't that an attack just now? The system keeps announcing updates on the egg's status. It seems like it's about to hatch. The current hatch rate is 41.29%. It keeps happily singing, and the hatching rate has risen to nearly 30%, much higher than when it ate Orochi's remains. You are extremely tense. No one knows whose egg that is, what will hatch from it, or how to make it hatch. Yugen wondered and asked, "Are you waking up because you're hungry?" He remained silent for a moment. This egg must definitely come from the realm of the outsiders. If it's this one, then maybe it knows where those beings came from. That eye greatly increases the chances of the egg hatching. Thinking of that, he spoke up. "Hey, do you know what this egg is?" It looked at you intently, as if studying an object, but didn't say anything. Seeing it still silent, you raised your voice and said, "Anything. Just say something." The eye gradually closed, and it only briefly uttered 2 words, "Observe." Then finally, that eye closed completely. Yan shouted loudly, "Wait!" At the same time, a shockwave erupts, making everything shake around him. The familiar hammer strikes down fiercely, unleashing terrifying sparks of lightning. Yugen quickly realized that the one who created this was his uncle. He was shocked and snapped out of the illusion. His hammer earlier struck Yugon's head to wake him up, and now his face shows worry and urgency. At this point, he was fully awake. Varro looked worried. "Are you okay?" Suddenly, a strange wave of mana surrounded you. He sighed with relief. "It's good that you're okay." Yugon was a bit startled. "I just came back from the afterlife." Bunkaro continued. "That's right. How does it feel to use it?" Yugen asked.
Yes, that's good. The material is very smooth. It feels like I'm not wearing anything.
You really have an interesting way of thinking. Instead of focusing on how it feels to use it, I got distracted when I saw that thing. I will keep observing. Oh, I'm sure I heard him say that. The Black Divine Crystal, also called a fragment of kin, seems to hide a surprising secret behind it, consisting of 3 pieces, including the Black Divine Crystal. I remember I need to collect the other 2 pieces to uncover the truth, and among those pieces, I might be able to gather the now. Satisfied, I look at my glove, with the next target being JN's fragment, just as I saw 2 people come out of the warehouse. H-Gun hurriedly ran over, asking what had happened here. This was shocking. Volcano's dark face didn't know. He aggressively raised his hammer and asked that guy, "I'm just hitting the hammer, damn it." Nervously hitting the hammer. And then he still couldn't stop being curious and looked at you. "Kim Yugon, a new item, a glove." "Are you okay? What does your brother mean by that?" Yugon also said nothing. "I don't know." Han looked annoyed. "You say that too?" "They won't fight each other, right?" Yugon said. "No way. If I got hit by that hammer, I'd be dead right away." Han thought about it and realized it was true. Yugon reassured him. "There's nothing to worry about. I'm saying this because I don't know what really happened." Hagen will temporarily trust. All right then. Yu asks him if he's finished thinking, and Hagen says not yet. "Because everything is still very complicated, I think I should go see them first." "Who do you think I'm talking about?" "I have many siblings." Hgen said it was Apollo and Artis. Apollo and Artis are illegitimate children who look very much like Hgen and are among the few high-ranking figures in Olympus. Although he is one of the main characters in the Gigantom Machi battle, he wants to meet the 2 people who know the most about it, so he will investigate this matter more carefully. Han hesitated. "For now, I plan to focus on the martial arts tournament. The prize is one thing, but I need to spread my name to gain more power in Olympus." Yu asked, "Have you been planning this all along?" Hgen replied, "Of course, because I am different from Ares. If I want to recruit people to my side, I must keep proving my worth. Moreover, this martial arts tournament has more talented contestants than before, and I've heard many famous fighters will be watching, so I can't pass up such a big stage." "Do you know that most of the famous figures are paying attention to you?" Yugon thought to himself, looking very excited. "Are you feeling thrilled?" Hagen continued, "And there are rumors that someone extraordinary will arrive." Yugon is curious. "Who could it be?" Hagen replied seriously. "That person is the deputy leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect." Seeing your surprised and silent reaction like that, he secretly felt satisfied with his answer. "So, what do you think?" "You're excited, aren't you?" Yu Quan was stunned and momentarily speechless, wondering if it was really him. Talking about the deputy sect leader, that is the vice prince of the demon sect, a title that grants someone the authority to command the disciples of the demon sect. Notably, the demon sect is still currently in hiding within the martial world. The reason Thien Ma Jiao has been hiding in Thien Sun all this time is because some stubborn Thien Ma kept insisting on protecting the holy fire. So now that his long-standing duty has been lifted, their return to the world is no surprise. But choosing a martial arts tournament as the debut stage shows that old man is more cunning than I thought. Anyway, if the Heavenly Demon Sect has resumed activity, it will be very helpful in the upcoming battle against the external gods. Han continued, "The vice prince of the demon sect must be very powerful. Maybe he's a famous figure? Wait, in that case, he wouldn't meet the requirements to participate, so he must be a player." Yu Quan interrupted. "It's me," Ichken asked back in confusion. "What?" Yu repeated the words. "I told you that the Vice Duke of the Heavenly Demon Sect is me," he shouted excitedly. "Isn't the title of Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demon Sect equivalent to the deputy head of a prestigious family? Is that the reward for completing the Heavenly Demon Sect's test?" Volcano was annoyed. "Stop making so much noise. The main reward of the test is the Holy Fire Core, but in theory, the title of Vice Lord is also included, so what he said isn't wrong." Ishkan regretfully said, "Damn it, maybe I should give it a try too." Hagen said, If this gets out, your value will skyrocket. But I have no intention of joining any guilds. I know. But those guilds think differently. At this point, H-Gun is eagerly looking forward. Tomorrow will be very exciting. Time passes quickly, and the next day is the opening ceremony of the martial arts tournament. This is where the strongest among the 10,000 martial arts tournament participants will be revealed. A competition currently at the center of the tower with many of the most impressive rising stars in the tournament's history participating. Even the audience is filled with distinguished faces. Who will be the winner here? Who will be the one to possess the item worth millions of points? A voice echoes out. So now let's get started. Which qualifying round? In the qualifying round, every 10 players are divided into a group, and the last one remaining on the arena will earn the right to participate in the main event of the tournament. There are no restrictions on the fighting methods, and the groups in the qualifying round are randomly assigned to players for this turn. Below the stands, the crowd is buzzing as the players appear. Isn't that person from the Seomon clan? He's still participating even though he's only reached level 10. That is John Gunan, the bastard from Sapia Swordsmanship School. What? Where is Gunan? That bastard. He thought to himself, that bastard? Not a very good nickname at all, but at least someone recognized me as a good person. I finally made it to the 18th floor. Since only players below level 25 can keep the corpse, 18th place is quite high among the contestants. I will aim for a top position in the tournament to boost the school's reputation and gain favor from the leader. Gunning from afar saw a familiar figure. That outfit, that face, it's that scoundrel from before. That bastard Kim Yugon, it's really you. Someone shouted from afar, oh my god, it's really Kim Yugon. Gunnan couldn't accept this. Kim Yuon is here. We just went through the preliminary round and already got placed in the worst group. The preliminary round has ended. The announcement sounds 10 seconds before it begins and the commentator starts the countdown. Gunnan is determined. At least I have to take down that brat. With that in mind, he shouted loudly, hey you! The guy in the red shirt. Do you remember my face? Oui. And I have never once forgotten the humiliation you inflicted on me. At the same time, the preliminary round begins. Gunnan gritted his teeth and said, if fate has brought us together again, I will end you this time. Then Gunnan fiercely charged with his sword, but you quickly dodged. He was so stunned that he was speechless, having just been hit in the chin, and on top of that, you frowned and asked, who are you? Win was stunned. He didn't even remember himself anymore. Soon after, both of them charged into battle, and the fight became extremely fierce. One of them looked at you with black hair, black eyes, and a red cloak. There's no mistake. He's Kim Yugon from the Sion family. Seon Chang, Yugon spoke. You can go one by one, or all at once. Just finish this quickly. Then he said coldly with a serious face, and if you won't step in, then let me handle it. Before the fighters could react, he moved swiftly. His speed so fast that no one could respond, and they were already beaten to the ground. Everyone shouted in panic. Is he coming? Wait, he's already here. Right, left? Simonang was stunned in horror. Too fast, he's too fast, I can't keep up with my eyes. After everyone was defeated, he quickly changed targets. Seimun Treng was startled. Is he coming here? Before he could grasp his sword firmly, you quickly reached him and stood in front of him. Seimun Treng was startled and used the hilt of his sword, but he was not seriously attacking. Does he think of himself as playing with the child? Before I could finish my thought, he was knocked away. On the arena, there was no opponent left in an instant. Seimun Treng couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, a wave of pain hitting him as he quickly got back on his feet. Damn it, I can't move. My ribs are broken, but none of us are dead? It can't be a coincidence. Yugon must have held back on us. A loud voice announced that the contestant advancing to the main stage is Kim Yugon. He thinks, now he just has to wait for his match, if I remember correctly. His is the next one. And over here, Ishgan is also quickly using his aura to overpower all the other contestants. That loud voice rang out again, and the contestant approached the main stage. Han, you watched from afar. He's really gotten stronger. I can see his rank increasing with each tower climb. His rapid growth is truly unbelievable. I heard he just cleared level 25 recently, and his skills are already on par with players in higher levels. If he can fully unleash his potential, he will be even stronger. His magic power, talent for controlling electricity, skills, and even his appearance all look like they were dropped from the sky. He'll make a name for himself someday and surely meet the criteria to stand beside me. I can hear that voice coming through now. It sounds familiar, but that voice is shouting loudly. I found you. Stay still for me. You looked confused. Who are you? I feel like I've seen you somewhere before, Gunnan said irritably. I am Jiang Gunan from Thuongkiam Mon. You just saw me during the preliminary round. And on top of that, we met right when you just stepped onto the 10th floor. How dare you do that back then? At the same time, a deep voice sounded. Please forgive us. It seems that a disciple of our sect has been rude to you, Yu thought to himself. Is this person's aura unusual because he's a master? You speak up. What do you want? He introduced himself. My name is Sobi. I am the head of the Thuongkim sect, and he is also a distinguished figure. He continued. I came here hoping you would cooperate with our sect. Yug asked again, so your sect means pause for a moment, and you stay silent to probe. You realize that if he is the sect leader, then it's no surprise that he is a prominent figure. Still, you refused when I spoke. I'm not interested, so I'm not surprised. As expected, I heard you refused all invitations, even from other major guilds. Yugon wondered.
If you already knew that, then why did you come here? He said, essentially, Mon is not a guild. We can belong to the Martial Arts Association, but we are still a sect.
Furthermore, our school also has a long and glorious history. Although we are somewhat weakened now, Mon remains the leading sect that continues the tradition of the martial world. Yugon thought, I don't know them, which proves this is not a major sect. He must be their only notable figure, right? Still, I hope Yun will cut him off. Please go ahead. I'll take my leave now, he said with a dark expression. Is that so? It seems you have misunderstood my intention. This is not an offer. The hand on Yugon's shoulder tightens even more. You silently sighed. I also guessed that sooner or later someone would challenge me to recruit me. But you asked back, I am sure you are fully aware of what will happen if a faction causes trouble with the tournament contestants, so you're not afraid of the Namgung family? Starting a fight with the contestant also means directly challenging the organizers of the Sob tournament. Do you think it's because of the Namgung family that you dare to be so arrogant? The head of the J family is my blood brother. Why would I fear the Namgung family? Yugon realized no wonder he was so arrogant. He had someone backing him up, yet he still wasn't afraid. Do the head of the J family know that his own blood brother is wandering around tarnishing his reputation? Stop looking so suspicious. I just want to make friends with you. I'm sure you'll see that the Thuongkiam sect is a good place if you listen to me. Yufiko Kyoswan coldly repeated, Haven't I made myself clear? I refuse, so I am a bit surprised.
I've heard a lot about his skills, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. We're in trouble.
I need to prepare myself before facing the punishment, Yugen continued. He asked me if I believed in the Namgung family. No, I only trust myself. At this point, his grip on him tightened slightly before quickly using internal energy to throw him far away. He remained calm and composed. I also planned to use force if he refused, but it seems it won't be easy. Luckily, the tournament is reaching its climax, and it will be a while before everyone leaves the stands. Considering the punishment, I shouldn't prolong this. I need to finish it in one strike. Yoon added, I actually trust one more thing.
I was just wondering why you've been gone so long.
What are you doing here, Vice Commander? It's none other than Pung Bim, the de facto ruler of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Beck was surprised. The Deputy Chief Priest? But I thought he didn't belong to any sect. Wait, there's only one place in the martial world that uses the title of sect leader. Could it be that Yugon is actually the vice leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect participating in the selection? I knew Kim Yugon was the only one to pass the Heavenly Demon Sect's test, but I didn't expect they would give him the title of vice leader. Batlim said, It seems this guy has caused trouble with you. What should I do now? Like killing him, for example. Yugon said, We haven't even started yet, so it's fine. So, I'm a bit scared. This guy isn't an ordinary figure. If I fight him, I'll lose. And even if I win, I'll be considered an enemy of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Damn it. Thinking this through, he had to back down. It's my fault. I didn't know Yoon was the deputy leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect. If I had known he already belonged to a sect, I wouldn't have approached him. We are not part of any sect. Don't lump us together with you. He knew he had chosen the wrong person and left, but anyway, I apologize. Goodbye. Yu frowned silently, then spoke up to expose them. You guys are the ones spreading the rumor that the vice leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect will participate in the tournament, right? Bakim couldn't help but laugh out loud because his disciples were too excited about returning to the martial world and couldn't contain their gossiping nature. Yun knew right away he was annoyed. Batlim happily admitted it. Of course, that includes me too. Please don't take it to heart. Yun was speechless. Is he always like this? You should order to keep an eye on the head of the Du family, who seems to be backing the Swordmaster sect. It's best to watch them carefully. Bim shouted loudly. Yes, sir. Bak Lim continued. I will bring up this matter with the Namgung family during the upcoming dinner after the tournament. All shady actions must be punished accordingly. Would you like to join? Yugon naturally refused. No need, it's just for socializing anyway. As you reached out to knock, a voice from inside quickly responded. Come in. The heavenly demon Mujin seemed to know you would come here and was already waiting. He poured a cup of tea and then couldn't help but praise you. Good job, Yugon wondered. Check out my preliminary round, Mujin said. I knew you would win anyway, so I didn't watch. Seeing you stay silent without replying, he asked again, Did I guess wrong? Then he raised his hand to pour tea for you. Yugon replied, You're right. Suddenly, a surge of power quickly enveloped the entire space around him. Yug silently wondered if the demon god's mana was pouring into the cup along with the tea like a waterfall. Too heavy. Are they testing me? He clenched his teeth, silently telling himself to endure. The teacup in his hand couldn't withstand the force and water was spilling out. He couldn't let the cup break. His face doesn't look very good right now. Keenie's mana is leaking out. Yugon wondered to himself, It's reacting to his emotions. After a while, the heavenly demon suddenly spoke. That's it. Stop your movements. Moon wondered, Why did you join the martial arts tournament? Your skills far surpass these childish competitions.
Yon honestly says I've been a bit short lately, so I need the Great Xi'an pill.
Because I am not a true martial arts master like you. The system stats are very important to me, Mujin pondered. I see. The Great Sidon is indeed a good elixir. Thanks to it, the martial arts tournament has developed like this. Yuan was curious. What wind brought you here? Mujin asked. It's time for the Heavenly Demon Sect to leave the Heavenly Mountain. We plan to recruit new disciples, hold examinations, and strengthen our power to stand firm in the martial world. Thanks to advanced technology, traveling from Heavenly Mountain became easier, so I decided to officially appear before the martial world. Yui was pleased, finally agreeing to a reasonable test. You ask, do you think this is okay? As I said, I am not suitable for the position of vice sect leader, and I have no intention of being bound to any organization. I will not take on responsibilities while exploiting my power. There will surely be disciples strongly opposing this. Mujin remained stubborn. I am the celestial demon of the celestial demon sect. Once I acknowledge you, no one can oppose your will. Yugon asked again. Even if I could destroy the celestial demon sect? So it's the great giant war then? I've been in Heavenly Mountain too long to experience it firsthand, but that event was so huge that everyone in the tower has heard of it. Are you planning to stop the second battle? Yugon replied honestly, so you're asking again, is that why you said you're an enemy of Olympus? So I'll ask you again, are you willing to become an enemy of Olympus? Mujin said, you shouldn't stop setting sail just because you're afraid of storms, so there's no other choice but to face it. Why, do you wonder? Honestly, he and I are no different from strangers. Moreover, even for his beloved family in Tian Shan, this path remains extremely dangerous. So why did he agree so easily? Mujin seemed to anticipate your thoughts. He continued, if you don't understand, remember this. None of it matters except for one thing you must ingrain in your mind. Vice Commander Kim Yugon, from now on you are the Heavenly Demon Sect. The scene shifts to a luxurious room filled with priceless ceramics as a voice echoes. The head of the Thuong Kim sect, you've looked quite annoyed all this time. What's wrong? This tournament not only attracted many viewers, but also featured numerous promising young talents. There's the Prince of Olympus, the descendant of Asga, the Angel of John, and that Kim Yugon guy too. He's really strong. It would be great if we could invite him to join our holy martial school. I heard he climbed the tower after passing the Heavenly Demon Sect's test, which is truly incredible. Among all the sects, in the end, he chose the Demon Sect's test. And Sobch interrupted, saying Kim Yugon, he is the vice leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Everyone was surprised. The deputy sect leader? What do you mean by that? So I quickly explained that when I was trying to greet them, I got a bit excited because I met a promising young talent, then suddenly they shot murderous intent at me and chased me away. Oh my god, how could that happen? Is it so difficult just to say hello? You already know those strange sects. When do they ever respond like that? I guess those foolish disciples are no different either. As expected, the Martial Arts Alliance and the Demonic Sect can never coexist peacefully. Considering their calculations with those who have long held political power within the Martial Arts Alliance, the existence of the Heavenly Demon Sect is a major threat. Thinking of this, he chuckled sinisterly. Now, no one here will welcome you anymore, Kim Yugon. Thinking of this, he continued. Come on, everyone knows Kim Yugon is the strongest contestant and most likely to win this tournament. How can we let the deputy sect leader of a strange cult become the champion of such a historic tournament, right? That's how it should be. But have you made any plans yet? Then he forcefully stabbed the knife into the piece of meat on the table. I really have an idea. Why don't we do this during the main event of the tournament? 2 days later, it was already bustling here, and everyone quickly gathered together. Han wondered, is the main event postponed? They're even turning the tournament into a survival battle now? I guess the martial world will finally have to change after all. What do you think, Yugon? He replied casually. Who knows, but you seem pretty satisfied, so it's probably for the best that it will end sooner. Hagen replied. That's the main point, because if it were one-on-one, who knows when it would finally be over. Yugon wondered, so why are you here? Where are your teammates? Han leisurely goes out to have fun and enjoy the scenery, since today is the last day everyone is out too. Yu wonders why they're not participating in the main event. Oichin said that after hearing you were participating, everyone dropped out claiming they would win against you, so how could you possibly win? That was a clever move. The countdown timer appears on the sphere before the tournament begins. Hgan speaks. It's almost time now. Let's get ready. 2 streams of inner energy burst out fiercely in your room. Yu Quan spoke up. All right, let's go. Look at how happy he is. He must have been really looking forward to today. At the martial arts tournament where the main match is about to take place, everyone quickly gathered here to watch the intense battle. The 2 green-clad fighters stepped forward together like a well-coordinated pair. Are those murmurs around? Is that Kim Yugon? There's Hgan, Yugon thought. A lot of people are really looking at us. And with the flashy guy beside me, it's unavoidable. In fact, the fact that a talkative person like him hasn't said a word so far shows he's gradually getting into a position. Suddenly, a voice rang out, drawing both of their attention. Yugen has been gone for quite a while, hasn't he? Do you remember me? It turns out it's none other than my old rival Hun, a member of the prestigious Nam Gong family. Nam Gong Hun. You step forward to answer. He has a face you won't easily forget. Han interrupts. Do you know this person? Yu Gong Hun recounted that we both took part in the test on the 11th floor. Although we were rivals at the time, Hgan was surprised. My opponent, it's surprising that you're still alive. The 2 quickly shook hands and exchanged greetings. My name is Han, the great heir of Olympus. Hun said sincerely. I've heard a few people claim that before. Ichigan chuckled behind his hand. Our family can be a bit chaotic. Yugon didn't know how to react upon hearing this, and Hun quickly replied, I understand. Hun looked at Yugon, who had been standing silently all this time, letting the others greet each other. He guessed confidently that Kim Yugon is the vice prince of the Heavenly Demon Sect. At that time, I overheard them talking. The timing was perfect. The demonic sect started to move after the first person passed their test. And now that strange evil sect is aiming for the championship, even though they are not part of the Martial Alliance. They probably think that after Yugon passes the test, it will be their time. Damn treacherous bastards. Remembering that moment, everyone continued to discuss. Perhaps the reason why the date and format of the tournament suddenly changed was because he spoke up at that time. May I ask if the Heavenly Demon Sect has ever broken the rules before? Have they ever used dirty tricks outside the arena? Is there a problem with the most talented person winning? You can't expel someone just because they are not part of the central martial world. That's neither fair nor just. At that moment, one of them quickly spoke up. You really know how to play the hero. If you're that scared, then just leave. Hun is a member of the prestigious J family Jinon. Hun is annoyed. Jinon, the treacherous snake, looks at his arrogant demeanor. It seems to be a request from the family. For a second-rate family in the Martial Arts Alliance to act like this, most martial arts schools must have already sided with them. I can't believe that even as a martial artist, both seniors and juniors agree on using such dirty tricks behind someone's back. No matter what they do, they're just sealing their own fate. Seeing Hun remain silent and stare at me for so long, Yugon spoke up. What's wrong? What do you want to say? Hun thought. I guess I should warn him first. I'm not too worried because I've seen your skills firsthand, but you should still be careful in the main event. At the same time, an announcement was made that the main event of the tournament would start in a few minutes. All contestants, please proceed to the arena. I repeat, all contestants, please proceed to the arena. Han wondered what he meant by being careful. Yugon still showed no sign of worry. He told Han to just save him. Inside the lively atmosphere, everyone started lining up for their turn to compete. Han just entered and excitedly exclaimed, I understand why he said that now. Seeing the countless fierce eyes glaring at his friend, Ichigan couldn't help but tease him. You're really famous, Yugon. You quickly figured it out. I see. So that's how it is. Kids these days. Ichigan said clearly beforehand that your only opponent is me, so you'd better not lose to anyone else and take care of yourself. Yugon also quickly drew his sword, ready to fight. There's no way that will happen. The noisy discussions are getting louder. It's about to start. This tournament will surely go down in history. Maybe we should take this opportunity to change the format of the competition. Very clever of you. Well done, head of the Rui family. We almost handed over the glory of the martial arts tournament to the demon sect. The person sitting next to him is the head of the Duan family. He modestly replied, I didn't do anything. This is all thanks to your arrangements. When the match is over, I want to visit your sect. Another guy cuts in, so I just smile and welcome everyone. Over here, everyone was laughing and talking. Only one man sat quietly without saying a word. Jingun thought to himself, a bunch beyond saving, the martial world has become a place where words matter more than sword skills. Although we are only a second-rate family, a defeated person like me has managed to expand my influence beyond my own clan, and it's all my fault. That's why I take responsibility and have brought a turning point to the martial world. No matter what happens, I will use this tournament as a stepping stone for that. Suddenly, someone entered inside, causing all of them to be startled. Who could it be? Jingun was momentarily stunned and stammered. Kim Yu-gun is still on this side, while those people quickly left their seats. One of them is aggressive. Why is it that only one person still hasn't been dealt with? When did Mujin arrive? It seems my vice sect leader is performing very well. Please forgive this late introduction. I was invited here by the Nam Gong family. I am the Heavenly Demon Sect Master of the Heavenly Demon Sect, John Mujin. One of them panicked. John Mujin. Wait, why is the Heavenly Demon Sect here? Jingun asked. Hello, I have been waiting for you. Please go ahead, and thank you for making the long journey here. Lord, Heavenly Demon. Everyone in this room instinctively stepped back cautiously, some reaching for their swords. Mujin's face darkened, saying, I guarantee if you draw your sword, you'll die at my hands, so he hesitated briefly and quickly retracted his sword. Mujin coldly said, well, that's a good decision. As far as I know, if the tournament proceeds as planned, the Vice King of the Demon Heaven Sect will be the clear winner. That kid really is intolerable, right? How dare the Heavenly Demon Sect win the martial arts tournament? Seeing everyone remain silent, he spoke. What's with your expressions like this? Mujin sneered. Do you look really angry? It's a misunderstanding. What do I have to be angry about? The match you've prepared so diligently will all be destroyed anyway. Outside, you are still fighting fiercely without stopping, seemingly still searching for a worthy opponent, and soon another adversary falls to Yugon. Yugon clenched his teeth in thought, the secret sword energy transforming into what is called sword aura in the martial world. If someone in this martial world can use such a skill, they must be highly skilled. Now they are starting to attack me with less and less strength. Immediately after, Seimun Trang also fiercely strikes towards you, but Yugen's power makes him unable to hold back and tremble. He felt the situation was unstable, so he kept his distance from you. Yugen didn't hesitate either. It seems like you're only targeting me? Or am I just imagining things? He retorted. Don't talk as if it's a personal grudge. It's just that the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Martial Arts Alliance have long been enemies. Yugon thought, I already knew. So that's why the tournament format has changed. I don't know who came up with this plan, but it's simple and effective. In a battle with thousands fighting each other like this, it's normal for many to team up against someone stronger. No one sees it as cheating. You're careful with your calculations. However, you continue to say, some beast curse has nothing to do with me. Anyway, those guys are just ordinary players, using secret sword skills and a mystical energy that blocks mana, reducing the sword's power. Jin Qian quickly sensed his aura and realized no wonder he's a formidable opponent. To create such a large sword aura, his mystical ability stat must be at least 60, but not strong enough to match the legendary figure as rumored. So, the rumors were indeed exaggerated. We can take him down. All right, the calculations are done, he quickly ordered. Everyone, seize him now. Launch a full attack on him, and after that order, everyone quickly rushes forward like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey. Meanwhile, Han also quickly charged forward, unleashing powerful lightning bolts that caused chaos among the crowd. The two of them quickly found themselves surrounded in the middle, dozens of others closing in around them. Han shouted fiercely, Hey, you weaklings, are you shameless or what? Jinan asked, Do you mean that your actions are aligned with that faction? Hagen snarled. So what if it's true? My family is trying to build a good relationship with you. I wonder who came up with that stupid idea. Why are you all so cowardly? I guess only the R-Snake family supports you, huh? Another person was surprised and said, How can you say such vulgar things? He didn't bother to maintain his image and continued to scold. I'm just speaking on the same level as you, brainless fools. And then, in just a moment, he swiftly flew straight in front of Jin Chan at lightning speed and delivered a fierce punch directly to his face. Jinin's hand trembled as he thought with horror about how terrifying the power was. Then he shouted fiercely, I'll handle this guy. Quickly take down Yon and then come support me. He charged at Hagen like a madman, his eyes flashing with ferocity. But of course, he could never compare to someone from Olympus like Hagen. Didn't you already say that Olympus and Yugon are enemies? He quickly asked again. How do you guys know about that? It must be that the J family has colluded with Olympus. I guess Ka Yugon has also realized it. He looked at the guys standing here and couldn't help but wonder how rotten they really were. Then he unleashed all his fury on Jin Chan. How is this possible, Han? The sun is very strong, of course, but I am a genius who will lead the martial world in the future. Thinking of this, a straight punch to the face distorted his features. Jin Qian couldn't believe that he couldn't even resist, could he? Jin Qian kept being pushed back by Huan's strength. Jin Qian is furious. If you hadn't meddled, we could have easily eliminated Yugon already. H-Gon sneers. Do you really think that's so easy? Han's aura surges like a storm. Do you really think you stand a chance against him? Emerging from the smoke, a figure with a powerful aura quickly appears. Yu Chuan fiercely thrusts his sword towards Sun Trang, moving so fast that he cannot stop it. Yugon's face remained calm, casually observing his reaction. After a moment, Yugon fiercely drew his sword, causing Xiaomon Trang to resonate. Ikian over here is fierce. It's a pity. You prepared so thoroughly but still got defeated by someone using only half their strength. Jin Qian was trembling with anger. What do you mean? He thought he couldn't beat someone like him. But is it really true that Yan is even stronger? At this moment, Jinan was almost exhausted, slumped on the ground, angrily cursing, Damn monster. To prevent him from recovering, Haegan quickly delivers another blow, causing Jin Qian to collapse completely. He painfully and weakly says, Please, stop. Everyone around, seeing this scene, trembles in fear. They all drop their weapons to the ground and shout, I surrender, me too. Immediately after, everyone ran away in panic. No one dared to challenge these two monsters anymore. You stepped forward. It seems now only the two of us are left. Do you want to start right now? Ishgan excitedly exclaimed, Of course I've been waiting for this. At the same time, a powerful aura quickly radiated out. Han repeats what he said earlier, saying, The sweetest fruit is always the ripe one. Yu responds, I know you want to fight now, but first let me ask you 2 questions. Aiken couldn't hold back his impatience. Why ruin the mood like that? Ask quickly. You're making me so angry. Do you regret opposing Olympus? Hagen asked firmly. I'm not a fool. I know exactly what I'm doing. Of course I have no regrets. Now continue. So this is my second question. Did you forget the time I knocked you out with a punch? Hearing this, Hagan couldn't help but look embarrassed. I can't forget. That was the first time I lost to someone who wasn't a legend. This time, he's not using the sword at his waist, nor the secret sword. He's probably saving his magic power. Aiken charged forward fiercely. Remember? How could I forget? Now it's my turn to ask. Do I still look like the same Yugo as before? Yugo said casually. No, you look even weaker. Han is satisfied. I have heard your answer clearly. The strength you are trying to hide, I will make you reveal it all. Immediately after, both of them charged at each other wildly. But this was not a battle. It was a contest. Ishgan fights Yan's sword with his bare hands, but is not at a disadvantage. They are evenly matched, and the aura of their power is incredibly strong. It's like a storm sweeping through this arena. The people outside watching can't help but cover their faces and try to keep their bodies steady. What the hell, this is crazy. If those two are players, then they must be undercover agents. Over here, the two fighters are still battling it out without a clear winner. And Hagan is full of energy, shouting with excitement. Hey, give it your all and fight hard. You stay silent and continue moving towards Hagan with overwhelming strength. Ishgan quickly dodged, but the spot he just escaped from now revealed a large hole. The arena was now flooded with the light of the power from the fallen god's child. Some lightning bolts veered off course and shot directly at the spectators, causing some to scream loudly in pain from electric shocks. I surrender. Please let me go! Namung tightly grips his sword, struggling to hold on and avoid being affected. He was a bit frightened. In the end, this match is finally worthy of being called the final. I've heard a lot about him, but I never expected him to be this strong. As Z's son, he and I are often called geniuses of the new generation. I even considered him a rival, but with that incredible strength of his now, no matter how many of my clones there are, I can't beat him. He glances at you, and even Yugon seems to be struggling. Yugon really managed to defeat a master with such skills. I wonder when his speed and reflexes became so quick. Yugon saw Hagan rushing from behind and quickly dodged with his sword, unable to help but marvel at how fast he was. What is his agility stat? But before I could finish my thought, Hagan quickly struck again, leaving no time for him to breathe. The match has yet to reach its end, but Han still shows no signs of fatigue. One more hit. Yu raises his shoulder to force Aekon's head to slam down hard, then crosses his arms in frustration. You bastard! Yugon smirked with a cunning smile. Jagan seems to have become annoyed again as a shockwave appears. Yugon's sword shows signs of cracking. You exclaim, "You're pretty strong." Ajian sneers, "It looks like that pathetic stick you call a sword is about to break. Are you okay? I don't understand. Is that all you've got? What have you been doing all this time?" Suddenly, he looked back at the blood continuously flowing from his arm, startling Han. Yuchuan smirked with satisfaction. I didn't just stand there and take the hits. Hagan was feeling annoyed at this moment. Ishgan was amazed. He was unharmed after taking my lightning-fast punches. Although I don't want to admit it, Yugon's physical strength is indeed higher than mine. But when it comes to mystical abilities, mine surpass his. So let's keep going then, Yugon said calmly. It's up to you. Ishgan stomped his foot fiercely on the ground, determined to smash that stick first. With that in mind, he continued to strike aggressively at Yugon's sword. Ajan clenched his teeth and released a massive surge of electricity. He wouldn't give up either. The sword quickly strikes toward Han. Aegon's fist finally succeeds in smashing Yugon's sword, and he can't help but cheer inside. I did it! Yugon leapt into the air. That's quite impressive. Hgan couldn't help but be surprised by your nonchalant remark. What? I should have been the one in control. Why does he sound so relaxed? Right after that, Han suddenly realizes that Mana is pushing back against his attack. By the time he understood the problem, your fist was already coming at him. What the hell? He didn't have time to escape, so Han took that punch from him. A deafening sound rang out. He was thrown against the beam. The punch so powerful that Hgan was knocked to the ground, and the surrounding rocks shattered from the impact. At this point, Hgan was completely defeated. Yugon let out a sigh of relief as he looked at someone foaming at the mouth on the ground. Is there still one more guy? I don't have time, so I need to hurry. And of course, everyone knows the outcome of the match without being told. The referee announced loudly, Yugon, the martial arts tournament champion. The image of you appears all around. The nameless sword has broken. A sword forged from various materials with poor mana conduction but a very sharp blade, perfect for butchering livestock. You regretfully admit that this sword is perfect for practicing mana control, but it broke sooner than you expected. Its mana conduction is the worst of the worst, just as you requested from your uncle. I remember he said he did it because of you, and guaranteed the mana conduction is only the worst or better. The mystical power has been suppressed, so it should be at a level comparable to Hgan. Just pretending won't fool the powerful elites. That way, I guess I can mostly deceive them. Although I was a bit worried about the final punch, the referee quickly announced, Ladies and gentlemen, the champion of the 834th Martial Arts Tournament is player Yugon. May I ask how you feel about winning the tournament? Yugon calmly also ignored it. His indifferent attitude surprised the referee. That's it, Yugon replied briefly again. Wow, you're really not impressed at all. The referee is stunned. Ah yes, thank you for your answer. Now, I would like to present the award. As everyone knows, the prize is a great Sheech Dan. At Shaolin Temple, those who craft this pill say it works exceptionally well. You remain silent, thinking that it will take quite some time to absorb it. The next level is level 20. There are many things I need to prepare, but for now, I must reach the target score first. Speaking of this reward, the great Sheech Dan, a divine medicine produced once every 3 years at Shaolin Temple. It is made from hundreds of different ingredients and a unique ancestral formula only available at Shaolin Temple. When used, the user will gain a significant amount of mysterious power. The award ceremony was visible to Heaven Demon and everyone else standing here. He smiled contentedly. Jin trembled with shock. Why did Hagen side with that bastard? Isn't he Jost's son, Yugon's enemy? Everyone around is laughing happily. So the top candidate has won the championship, right? This tournament was truly a great success. That's right, the martial world is truly lucky. He couldn't help but despise them inwardly. Just minutes ago they were cursing the Heavenly Demon sect, And now they dare call the vice sect leader of the demon sect the luck of the martial world. It's ridiculous. Jin couldn't help but shout, "Nongung Jingu, what do you intend by forming an alliance with the demon sect?" He replied, calling them the demon sect, which is really not a good way to refer to them. Their organization is called the Heavenly Demon Divine Sect, not the demon sect. And I didn't propose an alliance. I suggested an official coalition. He shouted angrily, "The problem is right there. How can we let the martial alliance cooperate with the demon sect?" Jingu retorted, "Isn't it better than relying on Olympus?" His whole body radiated with anger. The issues of the martial world should be handled by martial artists themselves. Are you planning to hand this world over to Olympus? Everyone was talking. What do you mean Olympus is a star? In the end, he finally lost his temper. You should feel ashamed of yourself for that, Duin. Standing before this oppressive aura, he couldn't help but feel a little trembling. Jin thought to himself, "Jingu, you knew everything from the beginning, yet you stayed silent. Because my faction here holds the majority, you couldn't face us directly, but now with the power of the heavenly demon backing you and your damn arguments, the situation has tilted entirely in your favor. Has their era truly arrived? Tain, you are the leader of the factions in the martial alliance, the strategist of the martial world, and yet it ends like this." Mujin spoke. "Forgive me for interrupting while you are settling your conflicts, but before I leave, I want to ask one thing." Then he glared fiercely, and anyone here named Sobch, hearing his own name mentioned, who had been silent all along, was slightly startled. Standing before the imposing aura of the heavenly demon, he trembled in fear. "I'm doomed." Time has passed quickly, and a few days later, at the Nam Gung clan training area surrounded by tall mountains, there is a very secluded cave entrance. Yugun thought to himself, "Not everyone can borrow this place. I'm quite lucky." Usually, renting this place for 10 days costs a fortune. Hun already said that this kind of treatment is expected for the martial arts tournament champion, so don't underestimate the Nam Gung family. You think back to the first time you visited the tower, dreaming of becoming a famous figure in the Nam Gung family because it seemed so vast. But now it looks much smaller, so you take out the Shichdan. It is a divine elixir produced once every 3 years at the Shaolin Temple, made from hundreds of ingredients and a unique family recipe exclusive to the Shaolin Temple. When used, the user will gain a large amount of mystical power. Yugon calculates that only 1 point is left to reach 100, but it won't be easy. If I remember correctly, I heard before that the effectiveness of the Great Shichanen depends heavily on the user. That's right, people in the martial world say it's about controlling energy and breath. But the most important factor is still focus. I guess the barrier here is how much mana I can control. Immediately, he quickly swallows the elixir and begins training. Right now, I feel a thick and pure flow of mana filling my body. Its energy is surging violently. It seems more manageable thanks to the Masterful Mana skill, but that's not enough. Suddenly, I start to sweat a little. Honestly, I bet 50-50 that my stats would increase, but if this keeps up, I'll fail. The scene shifts to the 20th floor of Portuguia's High Quoc Portuguia, where the sounds of fighting fill the air. This is one of Portuguia Neptune's 12 islands. A frightened voice shouted, "Please let us go. We didn't do anything wrong." "Why are you doing this to us?" Another mocking voice echoes. "Are you crying like a child with that big body? Are all giants so cowardly?" These kids are not even 10 years old by human standards, but they are at least 4 meters tall. It's so crazy. Someone as big as you would have a hard time escaping. You guys shouldn't have betrayed Azga and allied with the demon race. Are you still not ready? Stop wasting time now. Tell me, the kid is scared. What did he say? That sneaky guy replied. The legend of Portuguia, the sea crystal. He is a member of the Shich Long Horong Society. The maritime nation of Portuguia has a legend. Whoever possesses the sea crystal will become the god of the ocean. The boy said that's just a lie. Horong spoke up. Of course I didn't believe it completely. But then I heard a credible rumor that the giant clan has hidden the sea crystal somewhere. Since it's just a rumor about Olympus, it must be very credible. You're scared. He already knows our relationship with Olympus, but still. He interrupted. I know. If I'm lucky, I can force you to reveal everything. Otherwise, the 20th floor is under Olympus's control. They won't care if I kill 1 or 2 giants. If you don't want to die, be smart and tell me where he is, a voice echoes. How dare you act like a thug in broad daylight? They all looked back in surprise at a familiar figure standing tall. Horong shouted, "Who the hell is this? Stop playing hero here and get out now!" Suddenly he was taken aback and looked more closely. Wait a minute, this guy! Yu closes his eyes tightly, activating his foresight skill to anticipate enemy moves as his senses continuously heighten. He remembered being in the cave, where a surge of mana was flowing into him at an extremely fast rate. I couldn't stop absorbing the mana, as if the mana wanted to become his own. Finally, your secret power increases by 1, reaching 100 in your mystical ability. An innate skill has awakened, marking a milestone with a specific stat. Returning to the present, the sensory stats are gradually increasing. At this moment, you have acquired the Pursuit Perception skill and activated it. This is the Perceptual Pursuit skill. You can gather information about all individuals and living creatures within a 50-meter radius. He remained silent. I'm pretty sure he's the champion of this year's martial arts tournament. You gone. The 2 giants silently watched the boys, their faces tense with constant strain. Iu continued, "Do you think this is a hero game? Then I will show you that I am not joking." He suddenly appeared in the sky like a sinister spirit, causing them to panic. How is he so powerful? Damn it, which sect do you belong to? I don't know which sect you're from, but you're crossing the line. There are rules everywhere. Horong hurriedly stepped forward to block his teammate. Wait, he looks familiar. He asked loudly, "Are you Yugon?" Horong grinned cunningly, surprised to meet the vice leader of the Heavenly Demon sect here. The little boy named Bua was surprised. Is he really the famous Yon? His younger sister hid in fear. They are agitated, just an inexperienced punk who recently reached level 20. Do you think we are like the little shrimp you fought before? Let's go, Horong said quietly with a dark face. There might be guards of the demon sect lying in ambush nearby.
Over there, annoyed, they walked while cursing loudly. You damn bastards. Lucky for you. Horong grinned cunningly.
Yugon, he's like a thorn in their side. If we seize the opportunity to sow discord, we will gain Olympus's favor. Lucky us. He quickly leaves after finishing his calculations. I need to get to the 20th floor headquarters right away. As soon as they left, I hesitated and then said, thank you, sir, for saving us. You wonder, even though you are still young, handling these few guys shouldn't be too difficult. Why didn't you resist? Honestly, you seem to know a bit about our giants. Which side do you belong to? Olympus or Asga? The little girl whispered. Big brother, he's still our savior. So what if he's honest? He's still a human. Do you think he's helping us unconditionally? Yun also didn't hide it. That's clever, Bua loudly said. I knew it. You're also looking for the ocean stone, right? Damn it, you humans are all the same. Why won't anyone believe us? We don't know anything, so why are all of you targeting us just because of those baseless rumors? Yugo interrupted. I know you don't have the stone. I have other matters with the giants. Wait a moment, Yuquan said. I want to meet your elders. Bua trembled. The elder is not someone you can meet just because you want to, and a human is even less likely. Go away, you already said it yourself. If I want, I can easily crush someone like you. Yugon thought, giants are not weak. They are born with overwhelming strength. Even though they could fight, they deliberately held back because they knew unnecessary conflict with humans could lead to the end of the world again. He's still young, but so perceptive. Bua angrily says, let's go. The girl ran after her older brother. Wait, Bua looked at the communication orb in Noah's hand. Did you contact the elder? The girl replied, yes, he saved us, so I think at least I should pass on his message. The girl honestly hands over the message saying, meeting with the elder now depends on him. Yu silently gazes into the orb, awaiting the elder's response. Suddenly, a message appeared quickly, and finally, the elder agreed to meet with you. Soon after, the three large wolves led everyone swiftly through the forest, their jaws clenched in frustration. I don't understand why the elder agreed to meet someone like him, Ingia wondered. Could he have a taming skill? Or maybe some illusion skill? How could he make the wolves obey so easily? He must be extraordinary. I heard he's also very outstanding in the martial arts tournament. So what if the kid is annoyed? He's not even a famous figure. Forget it. Basically, you don't like him. And it's suspicious that he knows the elder too. The kid falls into contemplation, silent for a moment. Your face shows you're calculating. Enya speaks up, revealing, you want to fight him, right? You can't do that. Hearing this, the boy doesn't look happy. I understand. They have arrived. The three figures riding wolves swiftly race through the forest. The speed of the wolf is unmatched. They quickly rush through a forest, effortlessly navigating the steep cliffs. Finally, they reached the giant village deep in the forest. Seeing the wolf lovingly licking Yugon's face, the giant shouted, Bad wolf, don't lick him, he's very dirty. Yugon paid no attention to the kid. After all, we've arrived. He looked at the vibrant scenery around him, a complex emotion filling his heart. In front of them stood a giant tree, an enormous atom tree that was incredibly proud. Beautiful, isn't it? Impressive, right? This tree will never burn or fall. Little Luyan Tuyen recounts the legend that it is a branch of the world, but I don't know if that's true. Hearing this, Yu Wan felt heartbroken, thinking that a tree that would never burn or fall had already been burned down before his regression in the giant extermination. Lost in thought and not paying attention, they quickly moved down around him. The kid shouted loudly, What are you doing? Hurry up and come down! Yug shouted, Let's go down here. Bua advised him to pay attention to his attitude from now on. If you don't want to be crushed to pieces, don't blame us. Follow us. The scene inside is as beautiful as a painting. It is incredibly peaceful here. The houses are packed closely together, and since you arrived at night, you couldn't see many giants going about their lives. The giant residents looked at you with surprise. What is this, a human? Are you going with Boo and Anwiga? Is he a guest? There's no way a human could be a guest, right? The girl said to reassure. Don't mind them. You're the guest of the elder, so there's no need to feel embarrassed. The elder's residence is not far away, with handmade stone steps in front that look very poetic. The three of them quickly moved over. Compared to you, that house is really very big. Bua feels a little scared. The boy asked, Elder, are you inside? And then a deep voice echoed from within the house. Come in. The door opens. Yu thought to himself, finally, I get to meet him. A high-ranking figure, a supreme being before the great disaster. Gigant Machi. He is the one called the living history of the giants. The man sitting leisurely in the dark corner, stroking a small fox on his lap, is the elder of the giant clan. Upon seeing you, he warmly greeted you, the human child, and asked your name, saying he's a bit old and his memory isn't as sharp as before. You quickly replied, I am Yugon. He spoke up, yes, that's right, it's Yugon. Hephaestus keeps mentioning you all the time. I'm confused. The kid, really? Oh, get straight to the point. I hear you're fighting against Olympus, with a kid who just reached level 20 and isn't even a famous hero. You're quite impressive, but that's not bravery. It's nothing but recklessness. If you still value your life, then give up. They only need to sneeze to easily destroy you. Yuchen spoke up. I heard you are a pacifist. Actually, he's just afraid. The elder seems a bit angry. You are speaking reckless words. Keep going. I'm sure you've heard already. Olympus is preparing for the next great Gigantomchi catastrophe. Are you still planning to sit idly by and watch your race head toward extinction at this point? I find that a bit surprising. My magic power refuses to activate on this child. He carefully observes Yugen's identity, emanating a commanding aura. The elder assessed that look and saw no fear at all. He judged that the boy's eyes were filled with unwavering determination. Thinking of that, he couldn't help but admire your courage, just as I had heard. The boy also pondered silently. His magic power and control are truly impressive. Opha said, if we keep running like this, the extinction of our race will only be a matter of time. Maybe in a decade, a century, or even tomorrow. Who knows? I heard Hephaestus say that you are looking for the sea dragon crystal, right? But contrary to the rumors, we never had it from the beginning. However, I know where it is. You wondered, why did you tell me? The elder said there are two reasons. First, Hephaestus's nomination of you confirms that you do not stand with Olympus. Wait a moment, he continues. The second reason is because of you. At this point, the elder suddenly fell silent and looked directly at you. After a long while, the sound of crickets chirping seductively outside was very soothing. You quickly went outside after finishing your exchange with the elder. The light shines on each step of Yugon as he raises his hand to think. Did he look at it then? You recall the second thing he said at that time. The second reason is that you are the strongest player of this era. You thinks Hephaestus probably spoke highly of him to Fa, but it seems he overestimated himself. Could this be his test to see if I deserve the Sea Dragon Stone? Whatever, I'll find out where the stone is soon enough. It's too spacious. Yugon walks while observing the scenery of this garden. You can't help but feel imprisoned by that Atom Tree. Its size might be comparable to the Rui Jingu Bang of the Great Sage equal to heaven. With my current level, leaving a deep mark on this tree is impossible. But on the other hand, it also means I can just go wild. I still can't fully control the divine fire. It might escape my control and fall randomly, burning anything it touches. I close my eyes and think, then quickly summon the Fire Eye Gold Star. Combat senses activated, scanning all objects and living beings within 50 meters. Awareness increased by 50%, surrounded by a giant purple flame. It kept emitting fierce flames that spread around the giant tree. Wherever you soared, the flames followed. Suddenly, I feel a bit strange in my body. Is it because I used multiple high-level skills at once? My head is spinning too much. At this point, his body suddenly fell, but luckily he quickly regained his composure. Yugon swiftly rolled to avoid falling. But suddenly that purple flame seemed to be fueled by gasoline, erupting into a fierce and intense blaze. You lay on the ground in regret, almost losing consciousness. You exhale, realizing that all I did was combine the sensory power of the domain with the vision of the Fire Eye Kim Tin. I didn't expect to see the world so clearly like this. Just as I thought, the synergy between these two skills is truly extraordinary. The problem is, the more my awareness increases, the more my brain gets overloaded. So I guess I just need to train more to get used to it. Suddenly a voice rang out. What the hell is that? Why is that guy here? He frowned and muttered. Is he a human or that damn bug? He is also a member of the giant race. Quan, I have heard a lot about you, that you are an extremely outstanding warrior, but I really wonder if those rumors are true or just exaggerated. Someone else spoke up to remind Quan that even if he is human, he is still a guest of the elder. You also saw that Bua personally escorted him, so isn't this a bit too much? He was surprised. Is it really gone? One shouted. To us, all those humans are enemies. The scene shifts back to the elder's room, where flickering blue flames illuminate the entire space. He sits silently, with the echoing words still ringing in his ears. Humans are the enemies. Humans are the enemies. Humans are the enemies. Seeing you, the image of the past reappears. The battle then took countless giant lives. The blood turned into a river, and he was so furious he shouted, "Damn it, you Olympus bastards!" A loud voice shouted, "Everyone run now! It's coming!" A helpless tsunami trembles. At that time, the one who arrived was the god of the sea. He sent his message without ever looking at the giant people. The elder woke up suddenly from his dream, the small fox continuously licking his face to comfort him. He gently patted its head and reassured, "I'm fine. Really, I'm fine." Oh, Fa wonders, how many times have I had that dream? But today, it feels so vivid. Could it be that human child? The elder grew tired of his dreams, constantly thinking about Olympus and Yugon, until suddenly a noise erupted and everyone started to get noisy. Hey, there's a fight over there. Really? Who is it? It's Kim Yuan. The elder keeps pondering. This time things won't go the way you want. Sea god Piden. On this side, the chaos quickly erupted at the Atom Tree. Yugon and Khan are fighting, both emanating intense killing intent as they stare each other down. Kan angrily looked at him and shouted loudly in rage. All of humanity is the enemy. And then the punch quickly sped toward Yugon, but he swiftly blocked it with his hand. Quan struggled to get his hand any closer to your face despite all his effort. Neither of you spoke for a moment, only exchanging intense gazes. Suddenly, Wai smiled a strange smile, not knowing what he was thinking. And today that smile looked especially dazzling, making him even angrier. You little bastard, do you think this is fun? As he spoke, he clenched his fist harder, but you forcefully squeezed back, causing a surge of pain that made him scream. The evil hand goes crazy. What the hell? How could someone like him, hiding his strength behind the scenes, dare to do this to me? Then he suddenly let go, causing him to fall face first onto the ground with a hard crash. The giant crowd trembled. Yu coldly said loudly, "You still have more than 5 people left, right? Call them all out here." Your face becomes incredibly fierce. "I will go all out with you." After a while, the giant Hot High ran away like crazy. "How many are left now?" One of them, Hot High, reports. "And even Tuncha and Vunka are about to lose. What is going on here? I knew he was a damn bastard, but why can't a bunch of giants defeat a single human? But over here, you're still fighting them nonstop, one after another, and everyone keeps getting defeated." The giant looked at him with a furious expression, unwilling to accept being defeated like this. Yugon still hasn't stopped. He places his hand on him and keeps absorbing his power. The person couldn't help but curse loudly. "You bastard. The system notification says your arm now has a portion of the giant's power. Partially transforming into a giant will be activated." He grimaces with eyes blazing red. "Stop naming them one by one and just charge in together. You still haven't given up, have you? You sit alone in the middle of a giant village, but no one dares to step forward anymore." Bua tells his sister, "I know you don't want me to fight him, but if he's set on this, isn't not fighting also a way to entertain the guests?" The girl kept trembling nonstop. The crowd was noisy, damn it, even those two are planning to fight? Who would have thought I would witness the descendants of the giant tribe fighting directly? I've never heard about them before. It turns out they hold a more important position than I imagined. Buan loudly said, "From the first time I saw you, I was already itching all over. It's time to see how famous Yugon really is. So go ahead and swing your sword freely." Yugon smirked cunningly. "As long as I have the strength to fight, I'll be excited and daring." Immediately afterward, he charged fiercely at Yugon. His speed and strength seemed impossible to ignore. The system announces that the Fire Eye Gold Star is scanning and activating the field perception. His eyes quickly discerned Buu's attack and movement direction. The fierce punch came rushing in, but Yugon quickly used his skills to dodge successfully. Bua immediately spun around and attacked again, but Yugon still managed to dodge easily. Suddenly, he fiercely kicked back, while Yuo quickly raised his empty hand in front of him. He was more quick-witted than I thought. Bua quickly shouted to signal his sister. "It's time," and those words suddenly surprised you. And Jia also threw a punch at you, but Yugon quickly blocked it with his sword. Still, her strength was so powerful that it knocked him far away. Yu was stunned. She was as strong as an ox. If she only relied on physical strength without using mana, it would be very difficult to fight them. But I decided to use this opportunity to train. I will fight them only with the skills I have practiced. Bua said, "Do you know why I can't argue with my sister? It's because she's stronger than me." As soon as I finished speaking, the little girl also struck from behind. Both of them quickly put him on the defensive. 2 punches simultaneously aimed straight at Yoon's face. He suddenly stood still for a moment, then a deafening explosion erupted. Rocks and debris flying everywhere, but it seemed like he had disappeared. Those fists slammed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Enya looked back in surprise at her hand. The girl was confused. Where did he go? Yugon had somehow moved away to a different place far from them. You used Ham's step to fly up. The he shoes, long lost, have been infused with divine power. Increase your jumping ability by 50% to double jump in mid-air and use the Void Stomp skill once a day. He thought this was the last thing he needed to train today. According to the ranking on the 11th floor, the rank will be determined based on the item I bought with battle points on the 11th floor. But I've already tried the double jump skill, so now I only have the Void Stomp skill left. And Jia snorted and then quickly lowered himself to slash at the other girl's arm. The pain quickly spread and blood kept pouring out, making him tremble slightly. Seeing his sister like that, he was filled with rage.
"Are you okay?" Bua shouted loudly.
"Damn it, that sneaky bastard. Enya, corner him." The girl replied, "Yes, I understand." Immediately after, a figure swiftly rushed up at an incredible speed, astonishing the giant tribe with its power and velocity. He shouted loudly, "Everyone move aside quickly!" The crowd was startled and stirred. The 2 brothers rush forward intending to catch him, while Yugon speeds away like an unending arrow. The 2 brothers work together very smoothly, one hugging while the other punches. But theory and practice are worlds apart. Yugo quickly jumps out of their sight. Frustrated and furious, what can he do when he keeps jumping in the air?
"In that case, he can change direction freely, so how can we catch him?" The girl was surprised. "He can dodge before we even attack, as if he already knew where we would strike."
Annoyed and frustrated, "I don't know what he's plotting, But right now, he's not fighting back. I won't let things unfold the way you want. Seeing my brother channel his inner strength, I shouted in panic, "Oh no, he's using his ultimate move! Stop, brother!" He may not be a famous warrior, but the fact that he poured a large amount of mana into one attack and used the Fire Distraction Gold Star to read the target shows he's going all out. He thinks and calculates that he won't dodge this attack, but will face him head on. Bua is determined to find an opening to break through. At this moment, the Fire Eye Gold Star is still analyzing the target. All of Bua's attacks were anticipated by him. Yugon calculated the strength of this raging magical tornado. Immediately after the attack was launched, Yugon charged in like a moth to a flame, catching Bua completely off guard. He stared at Yugon in shock, then clenched his jaw tightly. Damn it. Immediately after, your sword was at Bua's neck. He wondered, "Are you rushing in? You're crazier than I thought." I lost. Yu happily smiled softly. He only wanted to end the fight, not to hurt them. The surrounding citizens watched as they fought, all of them stunned. "What just happened?" Enya asked in surprise. That last attack from the second brother was powerful enough to trigger the punishment, yet he managed to pierce through it. Immediately afterward, he reached out his hand, showing that at least 2 people are better than the rest. "I look forward to learning from you in the future." Bu momentarily fell silent, gazing at the outstretched hand, lost in thought. Better than just that? Fine, whether it's tomorrow or any other day, I will definitely fight him again. At that moment, I will win against him no matter what. Thinking of this, Bu happily smiled with a satisfied expression. All right, very well. The scene shifts to the evening in the giant tribe village, a place that seems to be perpetually sunless. 10 days have passed in the blink of an eye, and Yan has been with them all this time. Now, Bua is biting into a piece of meat like a hungry tiger, while Yugon watches in amazement. He sat there looking at the plate of meat in front of him, speechless. What kind of huge meat is this? Bua is excited. After finishing this, let's fight again. Today I will definitely win. He impatiently shouted, urging everyone to eat faster and get ready to go. Everyone secretly groaned. At this rate, they'll get a stomachache for sure. Yugon spoke up. "Take a break." "I'm not fighting today. I'm so annoyed." "Huh? Why is that?" He sighed. "Tomorrow is the day of the 20th floor test. I have to stay in top condition." He pouts. "If you say so, then that's how it is." Enya looked confused when she realized it was her and her brother's first time fighting against him. "I thought we would win sooner or later, but even now, even with all 5 of us charging at him, we still can't defeat him. Even though we are still young, if a person can defeat 5 giants in just a few minutes using magic during battle, how strong could they really become?" Seeing the girl deep in thought, he asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing much. I was just thinking about the fight earlier. You seem to have gotten stronger compared to 10 days ago." Yugon calmly said, "So why do I not see much of a change?" "I still haven't mastered the skill I'm practicing." The girl was surprised. "Not yet, really?" Bua asked. "So, you're looking for Hai Duong Thak, right? Do you plan to come back here after passing the test and moving to the next floor?" "No, I plan to find it before moving on to the next level." I was startled. "What?" "But the test is tomorrow. How could you find it in time? Could it be related to the level 20 test?" "Elder, do you know about this?" "Maybe, but I think not only Opha knows about it, the giant god is an example. You say you are descendants of the giant god, so your father probably knows about it too. He just hasn't spoken about it." Bua wonders, is that item really that important? Yu answers, "That's right." Bua still doesn't believe. "If we really said what the rumors say, then why would the elder want you to know?" Yujin's face darkened. Immediately after, he responded to his own suspicion. "Am I the strongest?" One is furious. "Damn it, how could the elder do such a thing? Why does he remain silent despite knowing all this? Does he know we are suffering just because of that ridiculous legend?" Enya speaks up. "Calm down. Quan," he shouted. "Did I say something wrong? Do you know how many times those bastards provoked me just because of that legend? I almost died because of it. Honestly, it's not just me feeling this way. We're all suffering through it. Is that stupid stone worth more than our lives? I always have to be on guard whenever I go out. I have to hide and retreat. When caught, I can only stay still and take it." "What the hell is that piece of stone, Elder?" Yug interrupted. "No, he's doing the right thing." Hearing this, one felt extremely surprised. He can't believe his ears. What did I just hear? Yuan continued, "If they had the stone, you would have been dead long ago. Isn't silence better than destroying the entire race?" One angrily shouted, "You damn bug! What do you know to dare say that?" Immediately after, he charged at Yugon. A punch was thrown, but Yugon quickly dodged to the side. He forcefully pushed Quan down on the table, causing fast food to scatter everywhere in a mess. He was so furious he trembled and shouted loudly, "Let me go!" "So what about you? What do you know about the Oppa? Not knowing isn't a crime, but not knowing doesn't mean you can just shout your mouth off and say whatever you want. Understand?" After speaking, he quickly let go. One kept shouting, while Yugon paid no more attention and simply walked away. And Jia said, "He's gone." One of them stopped him. "One kid has been fighting him for days, but still doesn't understand why he can't win against him. Whether Quan is stubborn or not, I'm going to see the elder right now to get to the bottom of this." Bua stepped forward and walked away. "We don't know if what he did was right or wrong, but we'll find out the truth tomorrow, so let's not cause any more trouble."
Bua was also confused. Damn it, did the Elder and Father really hide this from us?
Yugon, what exactly have you found out? The scene shifts to Yugon's side, and he quickly returns to his bedroom. Yu lay on the giant's bed, feeling tiny inside, exhausted and sighing. After 10 days of using Fire Eye and Sensing Field techniques non-stop, he needed to rest before the exam started. Suddenly, he looked at the gloves emitting a continuous black aura on his hands. The only reason Kini reacts by releasing magic power like this is because of the weapon representing the sea god Porcelain, the oceanic crystal, which is also a fragment of the trident tree. It has been reacting since I stepped onto the 20th floor, but recently, the reactions have become more frequent and intense. The shards of the tree are items similar to the origin of the dark star crystal Kini. Could the fragments be connected to each other? If the 3 original fragments were one, it's not surprising that they react with each other. If my hypothesis is correct, then I can use this as a radar. I wish Kini were the key to passing the test, but first, I need to learn how to awaken that power. You can't break free from your thoughts. Kini, go find the remaining pieces. Find their existence. You keep pushing yourself forward. Open your eyes. Open them like you did before. You keep channeling divine fire into Kini. I will use you so well that even your uncle will jump with excitement. So don't sleep anymore. Wake up. You said this to Kini alone, but no one answered. In the morning on a large island, the water is crystal clear and refreshing, and this is also the location of the 20th floor test area on Chutan Island. Not only that, but there are also many giant monsters living here. Yu was surprised. This small island really has a lot of monsters. Bua falls silent. It looks very much like the Guide Island, right? It seems the Guide Island was created based on this one. Inouye cheerfully reminded him, do you remember? Back then, he almost died because of a chimera. The little boy blushed shyly, Bua explained. Anyway, we're with you because the Elder told us to lead you to the testing area. But I don't think there's anything here that can threaten you. Even we find this test as easy as eating cake. Yu sighed. Maybe this isn't just an ordinary test after all. Enya said, I heard even the giant clans are interested in this test, but not many come because they fear this place will turn into a battlefield. It seems this test is bigger than usual. Yu silently thought that Fa had made a major decision and they were too cautious. Since retreating after the Gigant High catastrophe, there was no way Olympus, with its enmity towards the giant race, wouldn't notice this sudden change. If things go wrong, I won't just lose the trust of the giant race. I must find the ocean crystal. The system notification says the test will start in 10 minutes. I have to go now. The rest is up to you. He told them, sending you here also means your clan's situation has changed, so go ahead and have fun. Bua smiled confidently. Of course I have been waiting for this day for a very long time. Immediately afterward, a group of fierce people charged forward. The kids shouted, don't worry, just go. We'll meet again later. One of them shouted, don't let him escape. Catch Yugon, we can't let him reach the inspection area. Hurry up and deal with these insignificant pests before you go to Yugon. Before he finished speaking, you quickly kicked him in the stomach. This assault team is incredibly powerful, causing a massive explosion in an instant, with rocks and debris flying everywhere. He trembles but still dares to challenge. Cowards, do you want to die that badly? Bu speaks up. Cowardly? I honestly don't know either. It seems you don't know, but the situation now is different, isn't it? That guy looks surprised, so you mean that. But before he could finish speaking, the girl fiercely struck another guy's head, causing fresh blood to spurt out continuously. Enya usually looks gentle, but at this moment she is like a bloodthirsty monster in front of her enemies. The girl's face looked at them with a very dark expression. It seemed that this time they had all the hatred for humans and these guys. That guy was trembling. What's with that terrifying look? They are completely different from before. Bua sadly announced the bad news, but from now on we will fight with all our might, so no more joking, okay? At this point, Bua's gaze also quickly turned fierce, while above on the 20th floor, 2 figures stood observing all their actions from above. A voice echoes out, So Yuan has saved the 2 giant children. And the one who has this information is Horong, the leader of the Crimson Wolf Society. He is the judge on the 20th floor. The person next to him replied, Yes, that's correct, sir. In addition, we just received a report that the giant clan has sent someone to escort him to the testing area. Gioso says, those crazy dogs, no matter how strong they are, they can't stop Yugon. He has already beaten Olympus twice. I've sent some people from the Bureau to stop him from taking part in the test. We will follow Yugon while the admin and his henchmen focus on the test. The other person quickly obeys. The giant next to him can't help but wonder, do giants help humans?
This is very strange. Most giants have looked down on humans ever since the great disaster of Gigant High.
Do you think that deep-seated hatred can easily disappear just because he saved a few children? Gio. Darl-So said, but who knows what he was secretly thinking. The giants are holding the Sea Dragon Stone. He continues, become a judge on the 20th floor and take the opportunity to find that stone. If the lowly thing you find that stone, I will acknowledge you as my son. He declared there is no way his father's words could be untrue. He is obsessed with the stone and dares to disobey orders to drop it. Yugon, a man who is allied with the giants, leaves the forest with them. Could he be connected to the ocean stone? Besides that reason, There's no other explanation for the giant race, who had been silent, to act again. At the same time, a voice reports, "Sorry, sir, we have lost track." Meanwhile, Yugon is also standing on a precarious cliff observing the situation as he begins the 20th floor test. Yugon thinks to himself, feeling a bit annoyed on the way, but in the end, he reaches the inspection area. I'm sure they'll handle it fine. They've endured all this time, so it's natural for their excitement to finally be released now. This time, the mission is on a small island with a wide variety of sea monsters. Over the next 12 hours, fight the monsters and seize the hearts of the sea. The achievement points will be calculated based on the number of hearts of the calm shells you collect. You find the core of this challenge quite similar to the flag capture test on the 11th floor. The difference is that there is no limit to the number of people who can pass through. So many have formed teams with the dream of advancing to the next level together. But unfortunately, except for myself, everyone else will be eliminated. Thinking of this, he quickly leapt into the sea. Yon gradually sinks down. At this moment, a voice echoes in his mind. I hear SSS say you're looking for the sea crystal, but we don't keep it like the rumors say. However, I know where it is, and you will face countless monsters beneath. If they wake up, aim for their stomachs, not their backs. Even if you can survive and get past them, you've only overcome one obstacle on the door leading to the sea crystal. Can you do it? I ask you, Yugon, do you have enough confidence to claim the sea crystal? Cut to another group of people. Are you all okay? The others are catching their breath and say, we are fine. This challenge seems easier than I thought. We have collected 15 of them, with each team member earning 1. The new test is less than half over. If things continue like this, we will quickly gather many sea hearts, and aiming for the extra reward is not impossible. Find Yugon and stop him. Since it's a direct order from Olympus, I can't ignore it. But with just this many people, there's no chance against him. He breathes a sigh of relief, glad he hid somewhere safe, and swore that being scolded later was better than losing his entire jaw for confronting him. Stay where you are, Yugon. Then he suddenly shouted, if we've rested enough, let's move on. We will split into 2 groups, divide up and gather more information. Suddenly, a huge shock erupted from the water, startling everyone. That guy looked at the water flow shooting up and was panicked. What is this? They all shouted loudly. Is it a monster? Is something coming? Get ready for battle. Suddenly, Yugo jumped out of the water behind them. The whole group was relieved and startled at the same time. Is he human? Is he a player? Wait, did he just jump up from the water? One of them quickly realized, wait, that guy is a bit exhausted and takes a breath. You, like a demon, stared intently at them. You guys were sent by Olympus, right? Dean looked surprised. What? How does he know? Could it be that the information has been leaked? I heard Yugon is at odds with Olympus, so what will happen to us now? Yugon nonchalantly says, I was just guessing. But judging by your faces, that's probably right. They looked confused. What do you mean he was just guessing? He wondered. Yeah, why are you all retreating like that? Forget it. I'm not in the mood to fight you right now, so there's no need to act so scared. Your opponent isn't me. As soon as you finished speaking, a tremor erupted from beneath the sea, causing the ground to shake violently. Many whirlpools appeared beneath the water, looking extremely dangerous. Soon after, the fierce giant creatures emerged from the water, causing these people to quickly become frightened. They are black with glowing eyes, constantly opening their mouths and roaring loudly. But what's remarkable is that it's not just one, but a pack of them, like hungry tigers, continuously charging into the mountain cliffs, shaking the entire ground. He frowned and asked, Sea Snake, how many of them are there? The others shouted, Master Akai, something big is coming. A herd of giant monsters is rushing from that direction. Akai panicked. We need to run now. I don't know what the judges are doing, but if we don't move quickly, we'll lose our way out. Let's get off the island fast. They hurriedly left the island, but that means we will lose our right to participate in the test. Akai spoke. That's not important right now. Is there something wrong with this test? Yon asked. There's nothing wrong. Quite the opposite. Stay silent for a moment, then draw your sword and continue. Now this is truly a test. System notification. The test is being adjusted. You think you should break the seal on that guy's stomach with the Tai US script when it rises from the deep ocean after escaping the seal. That's also when the difficulty of the test changes. How does Akai adjust now? So what was all our effort for? A frightened voice suddenly exclaimed. Akai runs immediately. Yugon recalls that it even told him to defeat it so that the reward could be exchanged for a sea crystal. Once that happens, the test will be adjusted by the administrator, and even Olympus won't be able to interfere. How do I know these things? Because you raised the golden turtle, making it swallow the spirit stone and fall asleep. It is I. The giant tribe will ensure Olympus cannot interfere until the test is over. So Yugon, your task is to prevent the sea dragon crystal from falling into Poiden's hands. You must seize it and protect it at all costs. The monsters have caught the scent of the stone and are frantically searching for it. I think if they've detected it, Olympus must be burning with anxiety right now. Why do these things keep charging at me? But I'm sure they've also realized that the test is no longer under their control. The system is announcing that the test is being adjusted. The sea turtle is about to appear. You think, so it's finally awake? Is that the way? And Hai Kui's body has been chosen as the testing area, defeating Hai Kui and obtaining Hai Duangthak. We haven't found Yugon yet. Team 2, we are searching above the island. We're still in contact with the other teams, so we'll find him soon. How come they haven't found him on this tiny island yet? Jisoo is anxious. There's no way he managed to escape the island. What on earth is going on? Something's wrong. The ground is shaking and the monsters are in a frenzy. He clenched his teeth and asked, "That bastard Yugo, what is he planning?" His system announced that the test was being adjusted. You have been forcibly expelled from the testing area for failing to meet the requirements, which left Joso extremely surprised. Perhaps he couldn't have foreseen this. And soon, they were being gradually expelled from this place with no other choice. In just a moment, the two of them found themselves somewhere else, no longer on that mountain. So looked up at the spot where he had just been standing, still filled with confusion. And at this moment, the system continued to announce that the test had been adjusted. The sea turtle is about to appear. Its body has been designated as the test area. Defeat the sea turtle and claim the ocean stone. From the water, a massive creature slowly emerges with a fiercely angry look in its eyes. It opens its mouth wide and then crashes its body into the mountain. It's the sea turtle, the only turtle that failed to become a black land turtle, ruler of the 20th floor and one of the most powerful creatures in the ocean. Frustrated and annoyed, did the administrator change the difficulty of the test after the sea turtle's seal was broken? I didn't expect the reward for defeating the sea turtle to be the sea dragon crystal. The enormous size of the sea turtle is probably also due to the influence of the sea dragon crystal. This must be because of that Yugon guy. No damn fool would do something like that. I have to report this to my father and ask for help now. Once the test is over, don't expect to come out alive. As he finished speaking, a figure quickly descended from the mountain. It was all members of the Crimson Wolf Society. They all got defeated in a humiliating way this time. Now Sora darkened his face and pondered. It's been a long time since the Giganto Machine disaster, hasn't it? It's been a while since I last saw Suda. Suda is a giant clan noble, the 21st son of Surt. He speaks. I don't think we're close enough to chat casually like this. I hear you're the judge for this floor's exam. So you should be in the exam area, right? But what are you doing here? Gio-san said. There is a little something that happened. So what about you guys? What are you doing near the inspection area? Suta replied. I just happened to see these guys bullying my kids. A big group beating up 2 children, so I decided to step in and help a bit. Is something wrong with you? Gio-so snapped, losing his temper. One problem after another, the situation is now completely out of control. He tries to stay calm, but if you want a challenge, I don't mind. Just remember this clearly. Now, So continued. Even if you are anyone, I will not let you interfere with this test. His men also quickly moved forward into a defensive stance. Sua said, look who's talking, someone who just had an unexpected problem and is frowning like you, and you still dare to say those words? Do you think our giant clan would ruin this test? Even in 100 million years, that won't happen. Listen carefully. By order of the giant elder in Fa, from now on, we officially join Yugon's side. The scene shifts to Yugon, who continues fighting monsters, each one rushing at him being swiftly defeated by his fierce sword strikes. You fought while keeping an eye on your surroundings. A few loud noises have disturbed the area. Yugon suspects it's Su. Some influential people have already joined the fight. It seems like Fa has decided to go all out this time, huh? If so, I can't let him down either. The oceanic rock will be mine. Yugon silently made up his mind and then charged straight at the monsters, opening their mouths underwater. And so, he decided to jump towards the giant sea turtle. Yugon boldly charged straight into its huge mouth. The surrounding sea monsters looked on in confusion. Inside its belly was extremely dark, activating the special effect of the dark armor. Under the influence of darkness, your stamina recovery speed will increase. Your stamina recovery speed is increased by 172% under the influence of darkness. Your magic power recovery rate will increase. Magic power recovery rate plus 56%. Under the influence of darkness, your major magic deficiency will increase. Major magic deficiency plus 56%. Down here, you are still fighting against those monsters. You fiercely used his purple flames to burn towards them, causing the monsters to cry out in pain. The system displayed a mission. Your task is to defeat the sea turtle to obtain the ocean crystal. Yugon thought to himself, good, I will overcome it and take that thing. Yugon remembered that whoever possessed the ocean crystal would become the god of the sea. That saying was passed down as a legend of the 20th floor. The more you fight it, the more spirited your armor becomes. It seems like Yuan is gaining control of the situation. The sea turtle sealing the ocean. Crystal is not just a legend. At least in this moment, its existence is truly that of the god of the sea. I don't know where you are, but this place is very dark. Not even a ray of sunlight gets in. Yu thinks many monsters have followed him inside, mostly attracted by the sea stone, and it's howling again. Including the monsters inside, this place is no longer just a turtle's stomach. It has become a dungeon with its own ecosystem. As you pondered, a flood of water poured in from outside its mouth. Inside, the monsters were howling wildly in frenzy. Yug clenched his teeth. With this size, every time he opened his mouth, he would swallow a huge amount of water. He quickly soared into the air, escaping from the deep whirlpool. Yugon came up with a plan, lighting the sacred fire at the tip of the dark black fang sword, activating its special effect under the influence of darkness. Immediately, a dark purple flame danced in the air, causing the monsters to become somewhat wary. He leapt into the air, gripping his sword tightly and fiercely stabbed into them. One after another, he quickly defeated each of them. His body swiftly darted toward them, but there were really a lot of them here. Yu was satisfied. Although it couldn't compare to Hades' absolute invisibility, at least with this he could hide from their sight for a while. One of them aggressively charged at you as if to devour you alive, while the others kept using their sense of smell to track the prey. It seems their eyes aren't very good, so they rely on their noses to smell, but Yu is currently invisible and using his sense of smell. Are you so used to this disgusting smell that you can't stand my scent? Am I a virus or what? At the same time, the completion rate of the Heavenly Killer Star keeps increasing steadily. I thought I would reach the maximum completion of the Chu Heavenly Star if I completed this challenge, but at this rate, it will be difficult. Things have turned out like this. I need to change my hunting strategy. I'll ignore the flies and mosquitoes. I wonder where the oceanic crystal is. Don't tell me it's just lying around somewhere in the stomach. The most dangerous place might actually be the safest. The core of a giant creature like a sea turtle is probably its mana heart, and I think it's located there. Kini is reacting more and more strongly. Maybe it's in that direction, but whether it's the sea crystal or the mana core, there will definitely be a thick layer of protection around it. I don't know how many more monsters will break in, but I need to break through with as little damage as possible. Wait a minute, now that I think about it, I've been using the fire eye of the golden star the whole time since I entered here because it's too dark. But if I use it to improve my vision, my combat prediction accuracy will decrease. If I give up some vision and enhance the other senses, but only using it to see the prediction ability of the heart eye will be reduced, then I might as well give up some vision and focus on the other senses. Thinking it, you quickly activate your combat senses. Yugon is standing among a horde of monsters so numerous that words can't describe them. They just caught your scent and quickly decided to rush over. You exhale heavily, satisfied like a fried egg. Now step aside and let me handle this. Your sword fiercely pierces through the monster's chest. He aggressively and decisively swung his sword at their people, cutting through two of the monsters with just one strike. Yugen is a bit tired. Don't appear anymore. There are actually more of these monsters than all the monsters I've encountered since climbing the tower. Luckily, my stamina and mana recovery rates have increased thanks to the Dark Cloak effect. There are so many of them that I can't tell exactly how many. Just killing them all only brings more. My stats are increasing, but if I keep burning my mana like this, I'll exhaust myself before finding the hiding spot for the High Duong Crystal. My magic power is now only half. I feel like I'm close to the destination. Am I in the right place? Hey, wake up! How much longer can I fight? It's been over an hour since I came in here. You get annoyed and charge in to fight wildly. Come on, appear already. Hurry up and appear before my magic runs out. Your hand keeps swinging wildly in search until finally you stop because you see something familiar. He quickly threw himself recklessly toward that place with all his might. Yugon was overjoyed. There it was, emitting a blazing red light, like a giant pool of molten lava. It seems like that thing is attracting the monsters here, surprising him. What a lively scene. Are you holding a festival here? Then he fiercely drew his sword and pointed it at them. He channels his inner strength and fiercely looks at them. Move aside. You have no reason left to protect them. The owner of the mysterious ocean crystal is me, the winged shoes of Hermes, Athena's chariot, and Apollo's sun chariot. Those are masterpieces representing the greatest craftsman of the Hepha Estus Tower. However, if I had to choose the most incredible masterpiece among all his creations, it would definitely be Rot's lightning. A single swing of this item can blow away an island and control the weather at will, and I am currently wearing it on my hand. This is an item that rivals it. Right now, you're fiercely staring at the monsters, and they are also glaring back at you. You're about to face a horde of monsters alone, as numerous as straw. Yugon calculates that adamantium can withstand the full power of Dark Starstone, Celestial Starstone, and Ocean Stone. Of course, the power of the item also depends heavily on the skill of its creator. In the past, Hades' Kini was made by one of Hephaestus' disciples, but my Kini was personally crafted by him. In other words, my Kini is even more perfect than Hades than a fierce purple flame shot straight at the monsters, leaving them momentarily stunned. Very quickly, they charged at you as if they wanted to swallow him whole. Yu Quan shouted, "You know you're only facing death, yet you still rush in? You little pests, you're just craving something beyond your reach." Quickly, he summoned hell, and a massive beam of light fiercely swept toward them. Yuo wondered the monsters disappeared with the flow of magic as if they were being swallowed by something, and he wondered where this dark aura was leading. Damn it, it feels like my right arm is being torn apart. Even though my magic power is over 100, does it still hurt this much? Just my body alone isn't enough to match Kin's strength. 2 more times. I just need to endure 2 more times. He quickly uses his shoes and Hermeg's stepping skill activates. The system notifies that due to the item's effect, your bounce has increased by 50%. Yugen leapt forward, charging straight at them. Fighting alone against so many sea monsters was exhausting, but Yugen couldn't let down his giant clan. Activate Sky Kick, increasing movement speed by 100% for 5 seconds. You can use Kick now for 5 seconds. You tell yourself, just 1 more time. It seems U-World is very exhausted. He quickly uses his eyes to observe. The system quickly reports that the fire eye of the golden star is scanning. Yu glances around in frustration. Where is it? Where are you finally? It seems like your Kini glove is reacting to a shard. Finally, you found it. Yu-gun grits his teeth in anger, ready to split it in two with a single strike. And so he quickly charged forward and beheaded one of the snakes, its fresh blood bursting out like a dam breaking. Its blood quickly stained everything around it, turning this place into a sea of blood in an instant. The water monsters were startled to see Min's companions like that, then continued swimming towards Yu-gon. One of them volunteered to lead the charge and was swiftly struck down by him and killed instantly. It seems that at this moment you are feeling a bit tired, your hair is disheveled, and your face covered in monster blood looks even more grim. He raised his hand to wipe the blood off his face while the monsters continued to stand still, watching his movements. Yugen looks at his hand. Because he's wearing a kini, he can't see it. But right now, my right arm looks like a battlefield. I need to increase my magic power and endurance even more if I want to use its full strength perfectly. For now, I need to focus on leveling up to improve my ki stats. Then I switch the sword to my left hand and tell the monsters, "Move aside, I'm tired." Immediately, he channeled his internal energy into the black stone. On this side, Sora just stood there watching Sua's group. Truly foolish. "Do you really think Yu-gon can get the Sea Dragon Crystal?" Suta said. "He will succeed." The Elder believes that. He thinks they're truly fools. He will fail. How could he defeat the monster that has become the ruler of the ocean and can use the power of the ocean crystal? For now, let's wait and see. But as soon as the test is over, I will wipe out those bastards. And suddenly the turtle reacted very strangely, thrashing and screaming, looking very pained. The waves crashed violently, causing another tumultuous upheaval that makes everyone on the shore hold their breath. The system quickly announces that player Yan has passed the test. Joe, furious to the point of tears, can't believe it. This can't be happening. Then he angrily ordered to find Yu-gon and bring him to me quickly. Sora is no less capable. Don't expect that to happen. Stop them. He shouted loudly, commanding them not to let anyone touch even a single hair of Yu-gon. Sora sneered and said, "So you plan to drag the giant race into this too? What will you do? Are you going to cause another giant Gigantoon-Machi disaster just because of you Suda exposes? Didn't you already have it planned all along? Stop pretending to be clueless, you Olympus dogs. Settle this once and for all." Now he shows a wicked glint in his eyes. How foolish. History will just repeat itself. Then, Sora tightly grips his sword, ready for battle. From the water, a massive chariot swiftly approaches. Sora challenges, "Do you remember the third time we faced each other?" "So all you do is cower and run away. Are you planning to keep running this time?" Suda was extremely furious upon hearing this. "Hey, you bastard!" Suta shouted. "Are you not ashamed to do this as Poiden's son? Since when do you also show respect for my father?" He continued to threaten. "I told you, history will repeat itself." A sudden shock echoes, rocks flying through the sky. The battle between the giants and Olympus quickly unfolds. Suta wonders, are we still unable to stop them this time? Could it be that this bloody history is repeating itself again? Remembering that bloody and tragic war, Sue couldn't help but feel a bit terrified inside. Suddenly, a shockwave sounded, causing this place to shake violently. Everyone was startled. What's going on? What's that noise? A huge wave rises from the sea and quickly crashes onto the shore. Everyone panicked. Waves? Could it be a tsunami? No, that's not a wave. It's monsters. As soon as he finished speaking, many sea monsters quickly emerged from the water. But it didn't stop there. Behind them, a fierce eye and a massive figure slowly rose up. It looks like a dragon but has the body of a snake. It seems like it is the ruler of those little ones, and that sea monster is also a high-level Leviathan. Those people are panicking. Leviathan, that's a monster that only appears on the 20th floor. Wait a minute, we're on the 20th floor. Damn it, that thing is the boss of this level. Why are a bunch of monsters coming here right now? They're not the type to live in packs. Gioso thought to himself that whoever finds the sea crystal will become the king of the sea. So that's why his father always longed to find the sea crystal. Could it be that the legend, which seemed like just a myth woven into stories, is actually true? The water surface trembles once again, with waves crashing in gentle surges this time. A familiar figure steps forward. "Sorry to bother you all while you're busy with your own matters, but right now I'm really exhausted. So could you all leave here, please? You are holding something in your hand that keeps emitting a clear blue light." As soon as Joso saw Yu-gon, her anger flared up again. "Yu-gon, you bastard," he shouted. "Hand it over. Give me the Hai Duong Thak. Hurry up, you haven't said anything until now." Yugo stared at him intently, seeming tired from the effort and thus less inclined to move. But at first glance, it doesn't seem like that. He suddenly lunged wildly toward you. He aggressively raised his trident, and a swift whirlpool gathered before him as he quickly struck toward you. But for now, you're just defending and not planning to attack. Yug quickly realized that without water, you probably can't do anything either. Like a fish. So shouted, "Shut up! How dare you utter such nonsense? Damn it, I am not wrong at all. Something has been interfering and disrupting my power. A great force capable of nullifying the water attribute magic. That's it." Hai Duong Tak Yu saw the strange phenomenon and quietly guessed to himself. Punishment? He quickly uses the Fire Eye Gold Star to scan and activates his sensory field. Immediately after, Yan swiftly rushes toward Joso, catching him off guard. Both of them fought fiercely, neither willing to give in. Their fighting spirit was intense, but it seemed that the pressure was slightly in Joso's favor as he continuously attacked forward. Yuguno gritted his teeth and calculated, I must quickly overpower him. His sword fiercely struck forward, while Joso used a trident to block. His father's voice echoed. Joso, find the sea crystal. If you succeed, I will acknowledge you as my son. No matter the cost, I must earn my father's recognition. I will be recognized as the son of the great sea god Poseidon and become the true heir of the god of the sea. He thought this and quickly struck. Yugon continues to fight back fiercely. The overwhelming aura surrounding him discourages anyone from intervening in the battle. In just a moment, he vomited blood, clearly heavily wounded from your attack. He quickly got up, not allowing himself to remain on the defensive for long. As expected of the son of the first god, he quickly launched another attack at Yugon, a long gash already torn across his face with fresh blood flowing out. It seems he's betting a lot on this one. Joso glared at you fiercely, saying, after I deal with you, it'll be the turn of those giant monsters. You chose the wrong opponent, Yon. I am the son of the great Poseidon. Now Yu thinks that things won't be easier if he maximizes Kini's power, right? Then he quickly points his sword at him. I knew it. I need to finish this and level up. Over here, the giants are still fighting fiercely with the others. The battle is becoming extremely tense, with no clear winner yet, and Yugon's side still unable to defeat Joso, because he's also exhausted from the fight with the sea monsters. Both of them have already spat out Zero, but still refuse to stop fighting Joe. Maybe he has poured all his focus into this attack. Josu quickly swung his spear, but luckily he managed to dodge the attack. He spun the trident in his hand and then stared at you as if looking at an ancient enemy. A fierce strike aimed straight at him. Yugon jumped back 2 meters and leapt into the air to dodge. He hasn't counterattacked at all so far, only dodging. I wonder what Yon is planning. Josu angrily shouted, "You sneaky bastard!" He thought to himself, why is this brat so difficult to deal with? He dodged all of my attacks. Not only was he fast, but it felt like he already knew my next move even before I swung my trident. Could it be related to his newly red eyes? At this moment, Fire Eye Gold Star is sensing and the perception field has been activated. Yugon thinks that because of the ocean crystal, he can't use water attribute techniques, but his strength is also incredibly formidable. Is it because he is Pideon's son or because of the rank difference? Josu wondered, why did you stop? Do you now sense the distance between us? Yugon bluntly insults the nonsense, then sneers. And what about you? You're in a hurry because you know the sea monsters are coming, right? Geo. So said, if you talk so arrogantly, it seems you still have a reason to keep living. I will tear apart that damn mouth so you can never talk nonsense again. Suddenly, a hand quickly stopped him. Sir, raise your hand. He is going crazy. You dare. Don't block my way, my loyal subordinate. We have to help the troops. The situation is getting worse. Now So is still stubborn and foolish. He is the one who should be. Before he could finish speaking, one of them's head was already chopped off. Suda, fiercely standing amidst the pile of corpses he had slain, then shouted loudly, pushing them to the limit, and ordered that no one be allowed to survive. You can use the enemy's arms and legs as trophies for this battle. One side is the water monster, and the other is his urgent subordinate. Please calm down and think carefully. I don't know about the giants, but we can't face the large number of monsters approaching. We must retreat immediately. Geo. Geo, despite saying that, still felt uneasy inside and hesitated, unable to make a decision. He gritted his teeth in frustration, saying, "You're telling me to run away when what I've longed for is right in front of me." Yoon watched his reaction and quietly smiled, realizing he had completely lost his mind. His subordinate pulled him. "Lord Duso, please hurry." Duso, furious and unwilling, shouted, "Let me go!" He now looked no different from a defeated general, staring intently at Yugon. In the end, faced with a no-win situation, he had no choice but to retreat. They hurriedly retreated. Everyone quickly climbed onto the sun chariot. Su'a cheerfully shouted, so the day had finally come when the arrogant Goso had to run away with his tail between his legs. "So, just now you were so confident and boastful, huh?" Suda quickly chased after him. "Don't be so cowardly and run away anymore. Let's end everything here." The chariot swiftly soared into the sky, fleeing without looking back. Suda and Yan also didn't chase after them, just watched until they disappeared. It wasn't until then that Su'a still couldn't believe and asked again, "Did we win?" "Yes," you replied, clutching the sea fish gem in his hand and saying, "It seems so." Su'a excitedly understood that we didn't surrender or run away in this confrontation. He loudly proclaimed to the Blue Sea that the giant tribe had truly defeated Olympus. As night falls at the giant tribe, everyone is happily celebrating their victory, bustling and bringing out another barrel. We must enjoy today to the fullest. Go get it yourself. You little brat, don't you see everyone is busy enjoying the celebration? Everyone's faces show happiness and pride. Yu sits alone drinking tea in his private room. You seem pretty tired after the battle. Yugon gazes out the window, enjoying the lively scene. They threw a party right after returning. Well, considering they've waited too long for this victory, it's only natural. Maybe I should join them and have some fun too. Nah, now's not the time to get excited. I would have lost the fight if it weren't for the ocean crystal. We wouldn't have held on that long. If the battle had continued a little longer, I would have been completely defeated by him. Suda doesn't stand a chance either. In the worst case scenario, the giants are already dead. Looking at my hand like this isn't enough to reach the center of Olympus. But overall, things are still progressing better than I expected. In just 5 years, I've come this far. Now that I have the hydrostatic crystal, I will move even faster and farther. You take out the communication orb and think about what to do next. Suddenly, a thought flashes through my mind. Though I don't know what it is, and I just see Yoon looking more cheerful. He happily hums a song to himself. Over here, Hephaestus suddenly kept sneezing, and wondered why his whole body suddenly felt freezing cold while standing in front of the forge. What's going on? Suddenly using up all my energy? Did I catch a cold? At that moment, the communication orb lit up. Hephaestus wondered who could be messaging at this hour. Hephaestus, take a look. How have you been lately? I just found a pretty good item. Hope to see you again soon. Hephaestus sighed, feeling that even catching a cold might be better. He quickly handed over the item. Hephaestus marveled, unable to believe it. Is it really high Duong stone? This damn ghost, you were really good at finding such high-quality items. Where did you get it? My uncle couldn't find it for 1,000 years, you know. You smile happily, I was just luckier. Stop pretending to be nice and just be annoyed. You act as if you just picked up a coin on the street. Losing the high Duong Thak, and with his outburst, Olympus probably won't have the time to think about you for now. Hephaestus looked at you. You must be very happy. Jan's bright smile must mean you're not worried anymore. He thinks his father will be busy controlling that furious uncle. No matter how smart this brat is, there's no way he could know the inside story of Olympus. Yet once again, it turned the tables and made everything go in the direction it wanted. How could it do that? Could that have happened right from the start? He watched the boy yawning up and down with intense focus. Hephaestus begins to consider. Now, let's see. Just as I thought, although the attributes are different, it closely resembles my father's lightning. You wondered? Can you craft it? The issue here isn't just forging, but we need different materials to create an appropriate item. You're bored, so it's just like before. How many days will it take to craft it? Hephaestus asked. About 10 days, he said. But now there's nowhere to find adamantium. Eugen said, I will get it for you as soon as possible. The uncle asked in surprise, what did you say? Adamantium, huh? Eugen confirms. Yes. Hephaestus widened his eyes. Do you have that much money, or is it from some son of Fu Hao? There's no way. And I also paid back how much money I had left since I spent almost everything on the Kini production. So what do you plan to do now? If it were you, it probably wouldn't be just words. If you've said that, then I'm at ease, he asked. So what do you plan to do now? You replied, just as you said, Olympus won't be paying attention to me for the foreseeable future, so I want to take this opportunity to focus on leveling up and not waste the hard-earned time I've gained. He looked at Yugon and asked, you seem determined to oppose Olympus, huh? He hesitated and said, if that's all, then that's great. Hephaestus wondered. What do you mean by that? Are you planning to cause some big trouble again? You're not answering? So you're relying entirely on him for the crafting? Don't worry about the fee. I'll pay the deposit later. Immediately afterward, he quickly said goodbye. I have to go now. See you later, uncle. The boy quickly leaves his uncle's workshop and heads to the town. On the way, he silently thought that his uncle seemed quite shocked. If he knew what he was planning, he would probably faint. Suddenly, the system notified that the egg was moving. Does the egg's movement mean a higher incubation rate? It must have been at least half a day since it woke up. Yug said, just wait a little longer. Soon you'll meet your brother. The egg tilted its head in curiosity. You will have a lot of fun if you persuade him. The brave parts of the tower will take turns coming to you, and luck will grow by eating those things, right? Cheng nodded. You comforted him. All right, just be patient a little longer and you'll soon have a hearty meal. Your food is waiting for us there, where Odin told us about. You think about losing what you've always longed for, and I can already guess how Poseidon will react. Now, I just have to wait and see if their relationship is the same as Het Queen remembers. Odin once said that the oceanic gem is something that should never fall into Olympus's hands, but if you manage to get it, the consequences could be unpredictable. You will become a target of Olympus. At that time, Hercules said, don't worry about that. I mean, my father is the supreme ruler of Olympus. Poseidon won't be able to touch a player, not even a minor one, just to get the sea stone. If the king of a major guild acts, other guilds won't be able to stay still either. And if that happens, everything will become very complicated. Odin wondered. So what if Poseidon acts alone? Hercules said, because my father is in control, he won't act easily. Although the three supreme gods of Olympus share the same bloodline, they are bound by an endless power struggle, especially my father and Paiden, who have always fought for the top position. But after my father obtained the divine sky crystal, one of the three spirit stones, and used it to create lightning, he gained half of Olympus's power. At that point, he also realized that the remaining two spirit stones, the ocean crystal and the dark spirit crystal, must never fall into the hands of my two brothers. Yug then asked what the answer was, and surely you figured it out, right? Hercules replied. Yeah, we can't give up the oceanic crystal. We have to make Rot and Poid and destroy each other. Back in the present, in that room, everything was thrown into chaos on the floor as an angry voice rang out. Why? Why does he say I'm not allowed to act? The person kneeling on the ground is unwilling, only because of a bet that he has to endure his father's fury like this. He is the third son of Poseidon, Orion. He's annoyed. Zogio is just because of that useless bastard. Orion spoke. The celestial realm has forbidden us from causing conflict with the giants anymore. Poseidon is furious. It's not those big guys. All of this was caused by a player. Damn it, that's just an excuse for that bastard to stop me from touching the Sea Spirit Stone. He even dares to get angry at me for interfering in Hephaestus' capture. Those bastards. At this point, Biden's fury erupts even more intensely. He turned to ask his son, Orion, what he thought, suggesting it really did look like a venomous snake. He bowed his head. How dare someone as insignificant as you have such thoughts about the Heavenly Lord? He was annoyed and said, the Heavenly Lord, that dried up monkey. Yes, what's the point of asking this? He has always been like that, a cruel, heartless, and terrifyingly pragmatic person. No matter how talented Yugotai is, he's just a player no better or worse. And he has decided to let that troublesome prey go and focus on his bigger opponent, me. He wants me to know how to behave properly. I already lost the Sea Crystal, and now I don't even have an excuse to mobilize the factions. Why am I the only one losing everything? Biden keeps destroying again. At the giant castle, everyone is spreading rumors. Did you hear? The Sea Crystal has fallen into the hands of that player. Odin is intrigued. A nameless kid managed to get the Sea Crystal? Serves you right. Those Olympus fools are all throwing up now. In a forest, a voice echoes. Yugon, the one you're talking about, isn't he already an incredible talent just by being famous? I wonder if someday I will have the chance to fight against him. This person is the war god Osura. At Fruit Mountain, the great sage Sun Wukong has also heard of your reputation, Yugon. Is that the person who obtained the sea blue crystal? It's quite interesting. I thought he was just a naive little kid. I really can't wait to see what happens next. We've reached the first floor of the tower. Thank you for riding the Sun Chariot, the pride of Olympus. You have used 1,000 points. It's been a pleasure serving you, and we look forward to seeing you again. Yug was surprised. Both this and what Joe used are copies. How many copies are there in total? You might as well stop wondering, because it helped me get here sooner. In front of you is the low wall at the edge of the world. Yu reaches out his hand. I hear no one has ever been able to break through this wall. Who would have thought that in the future it would collapse on its own? Now is not the time to be thinking about such things. I was told it's somewhere around here. The Fire Eye Golden Crystal is scanning the routes. You draw the sword from the system. This is the sword Susanu used to seal any great catastrophe. The sword contains a special power sealed inside, and it is currently in a broken state. You need to collect the remaining shards to unleash its full power, Yugon thought. Odin is not wrong. The difficulty of this challenge is not something that can exist on the first floor. The 57th Master's Dungeon and one of the three noble sons, Susanu. Before I regress, the dungeon he created was only discovered 100 years later. I heard that the other two members of the three noble sons have also found the three divine weapons. I'm not surprised that Susanu thought they would definitely find where he hid his relics. They're still brothers after all. Yeah, I do feel a bit guilty, but I have to get it in this timeline. At this point, he aggressively stabbed his sword into the ground. The system announced that you have discovered Susanu's hidden treasure dungeon. Yugon exclaims, Kronos' clock movement is pretty convenient too. The system then announces that the player has met the criteria and can proceed. I praise myself for jumping ahead by hundreds of years just by doing this. This time, my mission is to conquer the tower and claim Susanu's relic. You'll be able to leave the dungeon once you find the key. Pretty high, huh? The relic and the key are probably both inside there, so even entering the tower won't be a walk in the park. Yugon calmly thinks to himself, it's fine actually, the more the merrier. And as before, I fought alone against those spirit orbs. But the big problem was that the power of the Heavenly Slayer spirit was increasing very little. Yu continued to fiercely stab another spirit orb with his sword, then grabbed its neck and threw it away. The corpses of the spirit orbs pile up into a heap, and this whole area quickly turns red with their blood. You only think it increased by 0.003%? I guess 0.5% after killing the sea turtle is already a lot. It's a pity. I wish it had reached 100% back then. But thanks to my domain sense, my sensory abilities are much higher than before. Immediately after, he reached out and opened the door to the first floor. The outside light seeped in, and inside was pitch dark with no one there. He slowly descends the system stairs, then immediately announces that he is entering Susanu's dungeon, and his current mission is to reach the 100th floor. And in just a moment, he passed Susanu's tests. You thought that compared to his height, it wasn't very wide either. Could this be a labyrinth dungeon? 100 levels. It's like a miniature version of the tower. I've never met Susanu before, but I've heard quite a few bad things about him. Susanu? He's just as trashy as those vultures, right? It can't get any worse. That's all I need to say. I want to fight him. I heard he's very skilled with the sword. I bet he's the one who has killed the most people in this tower. However, along with those scandals, the common point everyone agrees on when mentioning him is that he is very strong. Suddenly, he feels that something is a bit different. You look down at your body, constantly wondering why suddenly your bag is... What is going on here? Yon quickly pulled out a long sword from the system, but it seemed like he didn't take them. Somehow, they just appeared on their own. There's something unclear but simple about it, and it's staring intently at Yon, looking like a tiny warrior. It wonders, where am I right now? Am I inside a small tower? Yes, I am dead. It looks at you. Hey, who are you? Are you the one who brought Tasuka Tsurugi here? Yoon replied, yes. That thing continued. So, judging by the way you speak, you probably still don't know who I am. You might be one of the three demons, Susanu. He is not only a sword saint, but also a spirit mage and death spirit master. He is known as a bloodthirsty killer and ranked 57th in the tower during his lifetime. Susanu was surprised. So you know me quite well. You continue, saying, and you died facing the 8 extremes. Hearing this, he seemed angry and asked again, what nonsense are you talking about? You continued. Anyway, I know you are a very great person, but I also have one thing I want to ask you. After living such a life, don't you want to be respected by others? Susanu replied, nothing much happens now that I am dead. Anyway, that much respect is enough because I didn't die just to be admired. But let me be honest with you about one thing. How dare you say that the life I once lived was not just like that? On the contrary, for me, it was the best. It was. You're honest. I can't believe you're proud of the countless lives you've taken. I'm glad you're dead. Susanu was surprised. I really am surprised that even after knowing who I am, your mouth still remains so insolent. You don't seem like the local here. Which faction do you belong to? I'm just a new player who reached level 21 not long ago. He scoffs. Level 21? You dare to talk big? Just because you've only just reached that level? This is no place for bugs like you. There are things here that monsters on level 21 can't compare to. I've already encountered a few on my way in. Susanu wondered, did you kill them all? That's impressive. As long as you hold the shard, I will have to follow you. That's how I was programmed. You didn't care, doing as he pleased. He asked further, do you have a companion? Are you purebred? But you don't look like that. You said, I don't have any companions, and I'm not purebred either. Susanu continued to greet him. Where do you live, and how did you find this place? And where did you get the shard of Tasuka Tsurugi? You looked grim and said, he's really talkative. Susanu, seeing you stay silent, gets annoyed. Why don't you answer my question? Yugon was displeased. Don't distract me, so don't ask any more. He remains patient. Just answer me this one question. Where did you get the shard of the clear sword from? You set a condition. If you truly want to know that much, then at least show me the way. Nothing in this world is free. I really hate maze dungeons because they take too much time. Susanu thought for a moment and finally agreed. All right, continue then. You'll have to go quite far to reach the door leading to the next floor. For now, just go straight down that path. I'm calculating that this is a pretty large and complex maze. Hold on, maybe I can use that method. He questions again. Now, answer my question. Where did you get the shard of the sword? Yugi, I got it on the first floor. During the Roman arena test, Susanu was surprised. The arena? Are you saying it was used as a reward in the first floor's test? Yugon explained that it was because that person appeared in the final round of the test. Susanu, upon hearing this, seriously considered it. He asked again, that person. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be startled. Could it really be the 8 Extreme Serpent? As he finished speaking, the boy shattered the wall in front of him, causing the debris not to fall. Susanu looked at him in confusion. Has this kid already defeated the Great Python of Bat Key? And now, his hand holding the sword was beginning to channel internal energy. Yon's aura is incredibly surprising. He stands there like a true warrior on the battlefield. Suddenly, Susanu unconsciously smiled without knowing what he was thinking, and Yugen wondered why he was smiling. Susanu replied no, just keep going. He silently thought, a kid with a strange item defeated the 8 Extremes Grand Saw. What exactly is his background? That's interesting. I'm curious to see how he will get through this place. It's truly something to look forward to. Susanu wondered why you broke the wall when I already showed you the way. Do you have your own reason? You frowned. I do what I like. You're talking too much. The system notifies you that you have leveled up, your stamina has increased by 1, and your perception has increased by 1. Agility increased by 1. Yugen thought these monsters all had demonic or zombie attributes. Could it be that way? Thinking of this, he asked, are they the people who died at his hands? Susanu said, maybe. He was amazed. The man in front of him was not only a swordmaster acknowledged by the war god Asura, but also one of the strongest spirit and death mages in the tower. For him, imprisoning the souls of those he has killed here was nothing. You imagined climbing this tower as if I were walking over the bodies of others. That's terrifying. Susanu despairs. Are you an ally of justice or what? He replied, justice, that damn thing. I've met all kinds of people. But like you, this is your first time. He said, you've only reached level 21, but act as if you've been through a lot. In just a moment, the system quickly announced that you have reached level 10. And as soon as you entered, a figure was already waiting. You have entered room 1. Defeat the enemy. The door to room 2 will open after you clear level 1. After completing room 5, you can move on to the next room. Yugon looked at the zombie in front of him with a deep voice. You don't need to stand up and do anything. You quickly use holy fire to burn the zombie's body. It seems your fire caused him pain, but somehow the zombie started crying, and then you passed through the first room. Susanu said, I'll tell you this. As you said, these are all the ones who died at my hands. From the spirits to the zombies, all are imprisoned here. The oldest man here must be over 5,000 years old. Unless you are more skilled than me in death spirit magic and spirit magic, there's no way to save them. However, at least they will be freed from this place if they are killed, but in room 6, the difficulty will increase tremendously. What will you do? An ally of justice. Are you planning to abandon those in the later rooms and move on to the next floor after finishing the 5th room? The boy frowned. As expected, they weren't wrong. You really are a scumbag. Susanu was surprised. How dare you? Yu continued, even if you didn't say anything, I would still try it. Hold on tight, and don't blame me if you're left behind. In just a moment, you passed through level 15, then level 20, and level 33. Countless zombies were killed by you, and they were also freed from their souls. The zombies begged and cried to Yugon, please save me. Isn't it a favor just to kill me? I want to escape from this place. He quickly absorbed their anguish as a painful voice echoed, I don't want to suffer like this anymore. Finally, you have cleared and completed level 40. Yugon wondered, what does it mean to absorb that much resentment? You quickly cleared floor 50 with ease, and here EU found Susanu's first relic. You swiftly took out that armor and put it on. The system appears, indicating you have obtained the 4 Great Elements robe. Susanu, covered by the robe, angrily shouts, damn it, this is the robe of the 4 Great Elements. The armor is blessed by the primordial kings of fire, water, wind, and lightning. It offers strong resistance to these elements and can be enhanced further using magic. He's still shouting over here. Take this thing off me right now. Doug comments, not bad. Physical resistance has decreased a bit, but I can compensate by using my sensory field to avoid hits. Susanu looked at you with admiration, already finding such a good item early on. Truly surprising. All right, let's keep going. Time quickly passes, and now it has been 42 days since entering Susanu's small tower. Yugon was exhausted, and at some point, every time he killed something here, he would hear their voices echoing in his ears. Then a strange message appeared, saying he had absorbed their wrath. What the hell is that supposed to be? Hearing the voices of the dead is something only high-level death mages can do. Could this be related to Kini Nai? But anyway, that feeling is terrifying, like it's gnawing at my mind. Susanu quickly realized, you seem to be getting tired, your hunting speed is slowing down. Anyway, this dungeon isn't ordinary, but considering you're just a new player reaching level 21, it's not bad. And this glove seems to have some special ability. Why aren't you using it? Is this your trump card that you've been saving? You didn't understand what he was talking about. Susanu said, you're just like me, that's why you haven't used it. Oh, so you're not using it because you don't know how to use it? You asked back. What do you mean? How am I supposed to use this? Susanu said, I don't know. You look down on me, yet you pretend to be knowledgeable when you don't know anything. Susanu annoyed, damn it, I already gave you a hint like that. Honestly, kids these days have no manners at all. You say that, but are you still thinking seriously and using it correctly? I haven't used hell since I came into this place. But is there something else? It's true I don't have much information about Kini. Now it's in a different form. Plus, I'm not really close to its original owner, Hades. Among the 3 highest gods of Hades, his whereabouts are the most mysterious. There must be something beyond the great demonic power. At least he gave me some valuable information, Susanu continued. Hey, you're a bit stronger than when we first entered, but compared to a top-tier boss, you're still inexperienced and far from ready. A new player reaching level 21 and making it this far is already a miracle. But you're still missing something, you're tired, just buzz around me like a fly. He continued to walk towards another door, while Jan stopped in front of it. Susanu warns that this time will be difficult. So you finally pay attention to me? That's all I have to say, go check for yourself, Yugon teased. Are you angry? Why are people so petty? As you entered, the system immediately announced that you had reached level 60. Yugon looked around and observed. What is this? Why is there nothing in here? Suddenly, your instincts feel a little different, catching Yugon off guard. There's nothing there. From the shadows, a large figure slowly approaches your position. His eyes are a piercing blue as he glares at Yugon fiercely, as if seeing an enemy. But this time was different from before. This one emitted a powerful inner strength that made him step back involuntarily. Yugon secretly felt terrified inside. His killing intent was too terrifying. He couldn't be an ordinary player while still alive. A loud explosion rang out, causing a shockwave to shake this place. Your mission this time is to defeat the Grim Reaper Knight. King Atho is different from the other zombies downstairs. This one wears a battle armor and wields a majestic sword. Yu was stunned. Athosao Ayu remembered Atho the first time I met him was when he just became an official player. His swordsmanship is extraordinary. Just from his aura, I can tell he's no ordinary opponent. He's also highly trusted by his teammates. The past suddenly floods back as a young man's voice echoes. Min! The young boy quickly ran over to his friend without raising his voice. Are you heading to the library again? Stop reading and go outside to get some exercise. But that friend didn't seem to like it. No, I'm fine. Back then, that young man was determined to drag his friend along no matter what. Come on, let's go. Atho's loyalty is stronger than anyone I know. I remember him. My friend? That is mine's recollection of Atho long before meeting M a long time ago. Back in the present, the person standing before him is Atho, the king of all knights, the king of England, and the leader of the Round Table. Then Tho slowly stands up. You've also started to get ready for the big fight. Yugen feels a bit sad. He never expected Aetho to die at Susanu's hands and be imprisoned here. But that thing remains intact even though he has become a zombie? The thing you mentioned is Aetho's weapon, the legendary great sword Excalibur. Aetho, who wasn't a high-ranking warrior when alive, but I heard he advanced at an incredible speed, quickly charged his sword and rushed straight at you with lightning-fast speed. A swift attack was launched by Aetho. Yu was startled, with ice attribute magic. Of course you can dodge, but when hit, a loud explosion rang out. Yu quickly used Hermicus' twin shoes to jump away and simultaneously activated Air Kick. Both quickly charged at each other and fought without saying a word. Holy fire was ignited at the tip of Mochinya's dark sword as the secret magic sword was activated. Yugon normally would never stand a chance against Ath, but Susanu, the master of the zombies here, was able to kill him. That's why Aetho's strength has also diminished significantly compared to the past. Seeing Aetho momentarily distracted, he asked, "Where are you looking?" Immediately afterward, he quickly launched a powerful attack. Suddenly, Yugen was startled as he realized something unusual during the fight. Yugon was extremely surprised to see a wall of ice in front of him instead of A. He quickly charged forward. Yugon clenched his teeth, silently alert because of the speed, as Aetho's sword swiftly pierced toward him. Luckily, Yabu was still able to dodge. The sword lightly sliced past Yon's shoulder, causing fresh blood to flow continuously. He was amazed, truly worthy of being called the king of all knights. He's a perfect role model for knightly swordsmanship. He stepped forward. Now I understand how he managed to reach level 60 while still alive. Suddenly, icy swords shot down from the sky, continuously pouring cold water below. A powerful collision causes another explosion around you, with smoke and dust filling the air, and the system warning that your body temperature is rapidly dropping. You are affected by the freezing condition. Snow is starting to cover your body, but luckily the four elementals cloak is resisting the cold air. You thought she had dodged the ice bullets using her fire eye and sensing field, but the cold air hit her hard, feeling like she had swallowed a block of ice. She continued to launch attacks from the air. At first glance, Aetho's attack seems simple, but it's so perfect that it's unnecessary. Aetho continues to attack without stopping. The area quickly becomes shrouded in thick layers of smoke, as if someone is burning a fire. And in that empty space, a strange purple light flashes. The system again reports that your body temperature is rising rapidly, countering the freezing condition successfully. Yu is pleased, considering it a very reasonable tactic, but soon after, your arm was enhanced with the strength of a giant. Endurance will be temporarily converted into a strength stat. Your endurance stat is low, so partial gigantification will be activated. This time will be different. Yugen grits his teeth and shouts loudly at the opponent. You don't need to fight anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, he fiercely swung a powerful sword strike directly at Aetho. His armor quickly caught fire from your flames and was burned away. Aetho's arm was severed by your sword. Not stopping there, he swung another blow, causing Aetho to momentarily lose his balance. It seems he was still unsure, continuing to strike repeatedly at him. And in the end, the victory finally tilted in Yugon's favor. He stepped forward to look at Aetho lying motionless on the ground. You can stop fighting now. Immediately after, Yugon quickly absorbed Aetho's fury inside. Yugon looked up at the distant horizon, wishing that Mlin could meet him again. Suddenly, this name made a voice ring out. Mlin? Yugon was surprised. Aetho's voice became more urgent. Did you just say Min? If you fulfill my request, I will agree to make any pact with you, even if it means becoming your subordinate for life. In exchange, please help me meet Mlin again. I have something I need to say to him. Aetho's voice kept trembling. Lancelot betrayed the United Kingdom. Yugon was stunned. Lelot, I have heard that name many times. The new owner of the Round Table and a high-ranking noble turned the Round Table into a great guild. Someone like that betraying Britain? Aetho spoke up again. Will you help me? Yugi, I am not a necromancer. Although I can hear your voice thanks to this item, I am not capable of resurrecting you as a zombie. Aetho was confused. How could that be? Yu continued, I will still do what I can because I don't think we have any other options anyway. We're going to meet Mlin eventually. It seems I will have to eliminate Lelot for the sake of the kingdom, so having Aetho as an ally isn't a bad idea. Then Yugon said, I accept your request. A satisfied voice echoes. Thank you, I owe you. The system appears, indicating you have accepted King Aetho's request to begin the purification of Britain. When you complete this mission, you will gain absolute loyalty from King Aetho. You have obtained the soul of the King of all Knights. Yu is surprised. Absolute loyalty? Really? I thought it was just a simple request, but it turns out there was this hidden trick behind it. Susanu said, ending the nonsense. But anyway, he's one of the useful ones among the zombies. Yugon wondered. You're back again. Where did you hide earlier? Yu's father asked him with a stern face. Was it a coincidence that you killed Aetho? Susanu hinted. Who knows what you're thinking? I will answer your question if you can reach the highest level. Suddenly, he aggressively threw his sword forward. Susanu shouted in surprise. What are you doing? Is there anyone in the world who stores items in their bag like that? Wen spoke. My fault. It's because I was lost in thought, wondering how someone could design such a terrible test. Yet holding that sword doesn't seem so bad. Hurry up and go upstairs to finish the tests quickly so I can rest. At the 50th floor of the ranking management tower, the two guards were trembling. Where did that guy come from? And where is he right now? That matter. His fist suddenly slammed down on the table as he shouted loudly, "Stop stammering and answer me!" Suddenly, another voice rings out, breaking the tense standoff. "Are you planning to cause chaos here again?" "Sun Wukong, or rather, I should call you a clone of Sun Wukong," said Sun Wukong irritably. "That's none of your business." He continued, "I am the management director here. You should at least show me some respect, or are you planning to destroy this ranking bureau with just a fragment?"
And I cannot answer your question because that is personal information. He is the administrative director of the 50th floor of the ranking management bureau.
Monkey King shrugged and said, "You cheap bastards, sharing a little information isn't a big deal." Then Sun Wukong angrily left, the door slammed shut, and a loud noise echoed again. One of them sighed in relief. "The pressure you exude is truly terrifying. Is that just a fragment of your true form?" The director replied that if it were the main body, the administrator might have had to step in personally. Anyway, unless someone involved, no matter who they are, we are not allowed to disclose any information except their rank. Is everything clear? Everyone, follow quickly. Understood. Putting aside the fact that we are not allowed to disclose information, even we, who know everything about the tower, have little information about him. Why is there no information about his background? I don't think this is a system error. No wonder the administrators are interested in him. He's been on level 21 for nearly 3 months now, but there's no way someone like that would be satisfied and stop climbing the tower. He thinks, Yugon, what exactly are you planning? And right now, Yugon is still relentlessly killing zombies. And very quickly after, he completed the level 99 test. He looked at the scorecard, struggling to increase his stats this much. I'm exhausted. Only level 100 left now. Considering how the difficulty skyrocketed from level 90, the final level will definitely be unimaginably tough. Susanu asked, "What's wrong? Why are you just standing there like a statue? Aren't you curious what's behind that door over there? I'm quite looking forward to it." Yu is annoyed. He's rambling again. "I need to hurry," Susanu continues. "Honestly, I never expected a rookie who just reached the 21st floor to make it all the way here. Even after witnessing your skills firsthand, I still find it hard to believe. Fire Eye Golden Star, Giant Transformation, even Holy Fire. I wonder how you two are still considered a commoner." Maybe Yoon spoke up. "I am no longer a legend now." Susanu wondered, "What do you mean by that right now?" And he quickly opened the door to this room. "You have entered the final level. If you succeed, you will obtain Susanu's relic." Yugo realizes that Susanu's soul has disappeared. A voice echoes, "There he is, the one who killed me." Yugo was startled. "Huh? But isn't it the person who killed Aetho?" The familiar voice echoes. "The brat on the 21st floor." Yu was startled. "Could it be? The guy sitting in the shadows is relaxed. Why don't we continue our conversation, Jongro?" Yu was surprised because it was Susanu. He continued, "I have a bad habit of being curious. When you say you're not a noble now, did you used to be a noble in the past? Who knows what you're really thinking? I didn't expect him to turn himself into the boss of the dungeon he created himself." Susanu continued, "Just pretend to be serious. It would be better if you answered my question." At the same time, the Fire Eye Gem is analyzing the target. Yu said, "Why don't we make a little bet? Because I also have a question I want to ask you. The loser will answer one question from the winner. No matter what the question is, what do you think? If you're not confident, then forget it." Susanu laughed loudly. "What do you mean? Not confident? Not a chance." "All right, I agree." After saying that, he quickly drew his sword. The betting system with Susanu has been set up. If you win, you will receive an answer to one question from Susanu. The question must be true. I can sense the presence of a huge number of angry spirits. I am sure that is the rage of those who died at his sword's hand. Yu thought further, finally understanding why Susanu left this dungeon behind. It's not to honor the souls, relics, or possessions he gained from killing countless others. He's not the type to be haunted by such fleeting things. He has bound himself to the system, even in death, so he can continue fighting. And your mission this time is to defeat Susanu, the Death Knight. Susanu asks, "Are you finished with him?" Yu stands alert, sword in hand. He said, "Don't say that, it sounds unlucky." Then Susanu grinned cunningly and channeled his inner strength to threaten him. Yu thought to himself his aura was completely different from before. It was the murderous aura of someone who had killed thousands of famous warriors, tens of thousands of players, and millions of people. Susanu stands up and looks at you, saying, "I'm glad to meet someone like you in this tower. Don't disappoint me. Give it your all." Then he quickly swung his sword fiercely at you. Yu gripped his sword tightly, gritted his teeth, and tried to block his attack. Susanu looked at you in surprise, unable to hide his amazement. "Do you think you can hold him off?" Both of them quickly charged at each other, their deadly aura spreading intensely. Yugon's sword lit up the entire space. This is the first time Yugon has fought such a fiercely aggressive enemy. Susanu kept shouting loudly, and he refused to fall behind, charging straight at him. He started using the Fire Eye Gold Star to scan, with his sensory field activated. Yugon couldn't help but be surprised. He's still this strong even as just a corpse? "You need to be more alert. If you let your guard down for just a second, you'll die. It seems that facing such a strong opponent, you're still having some difficulty attacking. Yugon quickly uses his arm, now enhanced with the strength of a giant, and the two continue to clash fiercely, still unable to determine the winner. But clearly, Susanu's strength is somewhat superior to yours. The aura of rage emanating from him made Yugon instinctively cover his face. In the darkness, the bony arm suddenly grabbed him. Susanu triumphantly caught you. You also quickly used your holy fire to attack the Grim Reaper Knight Susanu. Your flames fiercely swept towards Susanu. He quickly got surrounded. Yugon silently thought that the gap in strength and skill between him and him was too great. You're panting. Your strength, speed, magic power, everything, even the holy fire no longer compares to him. Susanu looks at your holy fire, calmly. Is it this same flame again? It's really funny. He mocks but also seems to enjoy it. Very interesting. How long has it been since I felt this excited? Ah, I remember. He was standing in the forest talking to someone back then. At that moment, Susanu was very surprised. So you're saying you want me to kill Atho? Aren't you just a spoiled brat who hasn't even grown up yet? Why do you have to do this? From the very beginning, who are you to have the right to ask me for help, to the point of requesting clothing to hide your identity? It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that what you want is correct, right? Susanu was then very surprised. What I want? That guy seems to have investigated Susanu very thoroughly. He said war. If war breaks out, you won't have to worry about punishment or intervention from the administrators. All you need to do is enjoy a bloody game full of pleasure. What do you think? Isn't this an enticing offer? Back to the present. Yes, there was once someone who ignited the fighting spirit within me, just like this young boy.
You're just staring off into space. What are you looking at? Do you still have time to look away? You're still trying to dodge the attack.
You're crazy if you think avoiding that sword won't cause more than just bleeding. Susanu challenges you. It won't be fun if you keep dodging. What can I expect from a kid who just reached level 22? If you're this boring, I'll end everything myself. At this moment, the sword in your hand has been chipped. Susanu doesn't hesitate to strike again, and you quickly lie down to deliver a fierce slash across his neck. He charged forward aggressively, swinging his hand fiercely at you. But what surprised him even more was that this encounter had become even more intense. Susanu was pleased and said, "Well done, so you finally decided to use it. Don't die too soon, we still have a lot to talk about." You grit his teeth, realizing that the reason he could hear the restless spirit's voices here, even though he's not a death spirit master, is because Kini absorbed those souls. And also recalling what Susanu said when he saw Kini. After all, that glove, remember, he once said it had a very special ability. Why didn't you use it? Is this your trump card? You and I are really alike. The sea crystal wields the power to control all creatures in the ocean. The divine meteor controls everything in the sky. And then there's the dark star crystal. At this moment, his eyes changed color and a surging source of power continuously emanated from his body. Susanu snarled, "Very well, the real battle begins now, Yugon!" And finally, Kini opened his eyes, glaring fiercely at Susanu and issuing a cold command. "Obey!" At this moment, a fierce surge of energy bursts out like a storm, engulfing the surrounding space. Your power now is somewhat like a fallen god. Susanu raises his sword, pleased. "All right, let the real battle begin." Suddenly, fierce eyes opened wide in the sky, staring at Susanu. He couldn't believe his eyes and shouted in panic, "What's going on? The spirits are escaping my control, and it's just a rookie who just reached level 22. Susanu shouted loudly, "What did you do?" Yugon calmly replied, "You said that Kini's true power is something else, absolute domination over death. Thanks to that, I awakened that power too." Susanu looked stunned. "I shouldn't have said that, but do you really think you can defeat me with just that? Don't even dream about it." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly attacked those spirits, then swung his sword towards Yu. Yu was no longer at a disadvantage. He swiftly moved forward to block Susanu's sword. And so the two fought for what felt like ages, with Susanu gradually losing his overwhelming advantage. Yugon chuckled softly. "Dream on, you're overestimating me a bit. Your arm has been enhanced with the power of a giant summoning hell. Thanks to Kini's help, you are a bit more confident. He's just a weed by the roadside." Susanu secretly judged him. Too different. No, not just different. Even the top-tier elites can't stay calm when facing me. But this brat doesn't. Yugon looked at the overwhelming aura of the young man before him and was a little terrified. Thinking of that, both of them resumed their close combat. He kept attacking, but all of his strikes were blocked by the boy. Yun's strength right now, if what Susanu says is true, surpasses even high-level divine power. He looked at the boy with annoyance. Damn it, why can't I control the spirits? Suddenly, Susanu realized something was wrong here. He looked into Kindi's eyes in confusion. Susanu shouted in panic, "What is that eye supposed to be?" The purple flame then charged into Susanu's body, burning him relentlessly as he screamed in despair. "How can a body reduced to just my bones feel pain?" Yu said, "Looks like you're afraid of something." He explained that the flames grew by devouring fear itself, and his terror and rage drove him into madness. Susanu charged fiercely towards Yu at all costs. He almost shouted, "How dare a man with such a noble name?" You say nothing, but suddenly a mysterious smile appears on your face as Susanu raises his sword again, aiming to kill you. But what surprised him even more was that when his body almost touched you, it suddenly froze and couldn't move. Susanu panicked. Why isn't my body moving? No matter how great a warrior he once was, now he is just a lost soul of the dead. You slowly approach, place your hand on Susanu's face, and accept this meaningless ending. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body also vanished into the void, as if he had never existed. Not a single trace remains in this world. The system announces that you have conquered Susanu's dungeon. You have claimed Susanu's soul. Yugon gazes into the void. It's over. The system continues. You have claimed Susanu's relic. Yugon feels this battle has taken too much time. You have earned the title of Death Spirit King. You can leave this dungeon by using the return command. And immediately after you leave, a notification will appear saying the dungeon will collapse in 30 minutes. The scene shifts back to the first floor wall of the edge of the World Tower. You received many items after defeating Susanu. Atho's voice echoes. Did you really kill Susanu? Yuon replied. He was already dead. To be precise, I only severed his soul from that body. Ah, I see. Yu quickly scans through it. Alright, let's see what I've earned. First is Kusanagin Saruji. Kusanaguruji Spiritual Sword, the reward Susanu received after defeating the 8 Kyu Great Sha, one of the 3 divine weapons of the 3 noble sons. The Spirit Sword can instantly increase the wielder's power, but it will gradually consume their life force. Well, I have to criticize this one. And this one, Death Spirit King. I am already very familiar with this title. As an S-rank title, you have become the King of Death, the ruler and master of wandering souls. Embrace that burden and become their leader. You can control spirits using magic and breathe life into a body with magic. You can summon a body from a soul using magic and use hatred to strengthen the undead. You gradually found the answer. So Hades' ability comes from this title. You think this is more like a reward for unlocking Keeney's power than for clearing the dungeon? A death mage, huh? I didn't expect I would win it, a thought. What is it? You said, I earned a title related to necromancy, but I don't know how to use it. Ao explains, souls in Susanu's tower have both body and spirit and can control those existences. What do you think about starting by infusing a hollow body with a soul first? He seriously considered it. An empty body? A body, huh? Can summon a soul's body using magic, using hatred to strengthen the death spirit. Yug feels amused, as if he has become my tutor in necromancy. Thank you. Atho, annoyed, what nonsense are you talking about? A spirit master? Don't lump me together with those lowlifes. I am Atho, the king of knights. Yug grinned slyly. Atho, of course I know very well that you are the king of knights. Atho? Immediately after, Yugon tested his new power by summoning his first spirit. The system appeared. Do you want to give it a name? Yugon asked. And so the poem was completed. He was annoyed. What the hell is this? Give me back my body now. Yugon said, the small tower of Susanu has collapsed, so his original body has disappeared for good. Just use that body for now. Tho is crying and sobbing over this crude body. Yu regrets not being able to retrieve his body, but this will have to do. Now look at your glove and continue. You should come out now because didn't you say you would keep your promise? Susanu heard this, but the other side still remained silent, seeming to be stitched up. I never thought I would have to pay for my own actions. It's disgusting. All right, what do you want to know? Does it have anything to do with the fool behind you? A little annoyed, that idiot. Yugi, who was the one who asked you to kill the king of the knights? Susanu said, I'm sorry, but I cannot answer that question. Even I don't know who that person is, Yugon said with a hint of displeasure. He doesn't know? Susanu continued, I will show you my memories instead. So you've entered Yugon's memories. How surprising. Is this inside Susanu's memory? Are you saying you want me to kill that brat Atho? Is it just some low-ranking thug who hasn't even grown up yet? Why should I do this? No, from the very beginning, who are you to ask me for such a favor? Who I am doesn't matter. Isn't what you want the most what truly matters? What I want. Rebellion. If war breaks out, you won't have to worry about punishment or intervention from the administrators. All you have to do is enjoy a bloody game full of pleasure. Yu thought to himself, knowing he was an entity capable of becoming anything and doing everything, and the oldest god who had infiltrated the tower. So what do you think? Isn't this a very tempting offer? The other person replied, it is truly enticing. Zoichio continued to tempt. The death of the Night's King will be nothing more than a small seed, but those seeds will soon spread throughout the tower. The other side is also Susanu from the past. He grins cunningly. A seed? Just a seed? Well done. I like it. I'm really looking forward to dancing on the stage you've prepared. Yugen couldn't help but ponder upon hearing this, quickly returning to reality after recalling the memories and realizing the ominous conversation. You stood silently for a long time, while Atho on this side still looked confused, not understanding what was happening. Susanu asked you, how is it? You saw it, right? You sneered. Does he enjoy it? He really is sharper than a bunch of petty thieves. He continued. I don't know who he is, but not long after we met, the Gigantum catastrophe broke out. But unfortunately, I can't bathe myself in the flames of chaos because that bastard Hades interfered. Bloodshed. Seeing that Yoon looked a bit different, Susanu asked, what's with that expression? It seems you know who he is, right? I know very well indeed. He has killed my friends, and now he is the one I will destroy at all costs. The scene shifts back to Yugon's home in the afternoon, a somewhat somber atmosphere. He lies on his bed, lost in thought, realizing that after turning back time, he thought everything was going smoothly. But unexpectedly, the foreign gods had already gotten ahead of him. It has been 1,000 years since Susanu killed Otho, and now it's time to harvest the fruits of those seeds. Lancelot, the current king of England, is also involved in Atho's death. What other secrets are hidden behind the scenes in England? Anyway, Atho has become a trump card for England, so I have no choice but to keep climbing. For everyone's sake, I will change the situation at all costs. Yugon slowly closes his eyes, and the painful images of the past suddenly come into sharp focus. He looked around in stunned silence, thinking that Merlin and Asura had all abandoned him. Today, everyone will die here. When that brutal battle broke out, many soldiers surrounded and captured you. Yugon stepped over countless corpses, the stench of blood filling the air. He and his comrades fought bravely together against the foreign gods. Hercules sneered, "I didn't expect that you would lead the way," Yugon calmly replied. "I knew I should have done that from the very beginning." I clenched my teeth and thought, if only I had known this back then, I could have saved so many more people. I made up my mind that no matter what world you live in or what timeline you appear in, I will find and kill you because of everyone. In the dream, you fiercely wielded your sword and charged forward like a brave warrior. This dream startled Yugon awake, and he couldn't help but feel annoyed at that damn dream. Right after that, you quickly changed clothes and stood up. Yes, it's still too early to say those damn outsiders have gone ahead of us. This is just the beginning. Before heading to the 21st floor, I should visit Uncle first, right? The intense soul battle is probably over, and he's probably finished what he asked for. Maybe I even have to listen to him yell at me for not visiting in a while. At the forge, Hus immediately threw his hammer forcefully when he saw you, and Yugen didn't expect him to act so aggressively, nor did he bother to dodge. A wave of pain hit, causing you to kneel down. Turns out it's not just a scolding after all. Hus shouted, "What the hell are you doing, you little brat? Showing up only now. Just turn into it, you little brat." Yugo still isn't angry. Do you feel less upset now? Hus is annoyed. "Why didn't you dodge?" You trembled with pain but explained gently, "Because I felt that you would be less angry after I tested you. And also as a way to apologize. He couldn't stand this way of thinking from you." But Hus still gets angry. "I haven't seen you at the exam floor lately. What have you been doing all these months?" Yugon wondered silently. It seems he really cares about me, and even knows I haven't taken any tests lately. I went on a raid of a hidden dungeon, which was quite difficult and took a bit of time. The old man thought this kid was causing trouble somewhere strange again. Then, the uncle immediately asked, "What is it that I asked him for?" Heps cut him off, saying, "It's done, check it. Every time I think of your face, I just want to smash that thing. Luckily, I can hold back." The item in the box is pure ocean crystal, a gemstone made from water that contains water attribute magic, classified as a crafting material, ruling the ocean, capable of transferring magic to the water attribute and summoning the ocean. Yugo wondered, besides the attribute, it's not much different from a dark star crystal, but what does ruling the ocean mean? Hepus said, "Hand me your glove." The boy wondered, "Why, my Kini, why?" "Let me attach the oceanic crystal there so it's easier to carry around." Yu flattered. "It's only you who cares about me." He kept denying it. "I just need to finish it. Wait for about half a year more." Hep, he too said while working, "It would be great if Kini could use both types of power, but an item can only be used for one type." "I see. Should I give him a hint or not?" Then Yon immediately asked, "Can you upgrade Kini itself?" Hughes asked back with curiosity. "Upgrade itself?" Yon said, "Yes, like adding other materials or magic power, for example." Hearing you say that, Hughes couldn't help but be startled by this rather bold idea. Yugon looked at his expression with a hint of curiosity. Did he realize what I was about to do? Was that suggestion too much? Hughes couldn't help but whisper, "Is this kid a genius?" Yu, confused, asked back, "What?" He glared at him. Nothing. He continued, "Well, that's a good idea. Sometimes your little brat can be quite useful, huh?" Yoon teased. "You just called me a genius, right?" "I told you already, you little brat." "Upgrade?" I remember Yugen asked me if I could upgrade Kin himself, like adding other materials or magic power, for example. I am thinking hard. That kid could do it with a mage, but only temporarily. It can't permanently change the item's function. Still, my blacksmith instincts are telling me otherwise. "That's not entirely impossible," he frowned. "I really can't believe that kid." Before he could finish his thoughts, the relentless knocking on the door rang out, frustrating HP Hus. He stepped out to the door and shouted, "Who the hell is pounding on my door so loudly so early in the morning?" Suddenly, Hugh seemed to realize something and froze. It's not the Olympus bastards, but from behind the smoke and dust, a step gradually enters. What the hell is this? "Is this old man's house?" Hepitus angrily shouted. "You rotten monkey! Just by looking at your pathetic appearance, I can tell this is a clone. What are you doing here? Is your main body busy arguing with the people in the heavenly realm?" The great sage. Kitian chuckled softly. "What's with all the fuss? It's been a long time since we last met. Why don't you relax your facial muscles a bit? This place is so hot, but you're still doing well." Hepitus asked, "Where is the weapon I made for you and what's with that staff on your back?" He calmly said, I threw it away because I found something better. This used to belong to the Dragon King. I heard it wasn't originally a weapon or something like that. He was annoyed. So you threw it away? The great sage continued. Yes, but I didn't come here to talk about that. I'm looking for someone. I don't know if the old man knows a guy named Kim Yugon. Seeing Hoose's expression, the great sage quickly realized and exclaimed with interest. Ah, so he knows him already, he thought. The Fire Eye, Golden Eye, and Divine Eye can see through hearts and distinguish truth from falsehood. Although they might be weaker since this isn't the main body. But still, this is a clone of Tien Thien Dai Then Tong Ngo Kong. So if I lie, he will detect it immediately. But if it's about that kid, then it's a different matter. The great sage wondered, what's so funny about that? He decided to hide it. I have no idea who he is. The great sage was surprised. What? You're lying, Hep Hitus continued. I already told you I don't know. So why do you keep making me say it over and over? Great sage. Tien Quan's face darkened as he changed his tone. I don't want to do this, but if you don't confess, you'll really die at my hands. He also began to emanate anger. Even if you threaten me 1,000 times, how can I reveal what I don't even know myself? Let me say it again. Then he clenched his teeth in anger and gritted out each word. I don't know him. Have you made it clear who that brat is yet? The scene shifts to a cave where players are buzzing with excitement. Could it really be him? Look, see that red cloak? That item costs as much as 60,000. Who else could it be besides him? But I heard earlier that he was already dead. Is he planning to keep climbing the tower? You say it bluntly with a dark face. You dare to gossip about someone while they're standing right in front of you? Are you all tired of living? Is that Kim Yugon swallowing hard in fear? You look bright and cheerful, but your words are so sharp. This is Player Arena. Immediately after, the system announced that the 21st floor test had begun. A crystal block was created, protecting it from the monsters rushing in. There are an unknown number of doppelganger inside the team, and they are scheming to destroy the crystal block. If the number of players drops to 0 or the crystal is destroyed, the challenge will fail. Find the doppos and eliminate them. The challenge will end when you have removed all the doppelganger. The player was surprised. Doppo, huh? Is it saying there's a doppo among us? They started to discuss excitedly. No way, it can't be him, right? Ewan sneers. A bunch of fools. Are you afraid of such a trivial challenge? You draw your sword and step forward. Are you really that afraid of those guys? Immediately after, you stand in front of one person in the crowd. Both of you silently look at each other. What is he wondering about? At the same time, Jan wore a strange smile on his face. You said nothing, only silently gripping your sword and striking fiercely at him. But then something strange happened. His head, once severed, turned pale as a wax figure. All the players are stunned. What the hell? Are you a doppelganger? Yugen asked. I will stay here to guard the spirit stones so the doppelganger can't get close. You handle the monsters and keep them from approaching. Don't stand in my way. The crowd is trembling without even being asked.
Wow, look at that aura.
This really is Kim Yu World for real. There's no way that's a doppelganger. You smirk sinisterly and look at the players. All right, then, let's get started. Immediately after, a horde of fierce monsters charged at Yugon and the players. Everyone screamed in fear. They're coming. Damn it. This time, the wave of monsters is twice as large as before. Everyone get ready and take your positions quickly. One of them struggles to charge forward. Does anyone have a muscle skill? Tank, go ahead first. I will support everyone. The others are panicking. They're coming from that side now. Hey guys, calm down. All we need to do is focus on the monsters.
Yugon is now taking care of the Doppelganger gang. The guy with Renha seems to enjoy it.
Renha, I have a good feeling about this challenge. Everyone's morale is soaring like they're on cloud 9. He was startled. Don't let your guard down. Len Ha silently marvels that just his presence has such a significant impact. Yugon truly lives up to his reputation. Lost in thought, I accidentally bumped into another player. Len Ha quickly explained, sorry. I was so focused on the battle that I didn't notice. The other person calmly said, it's okay, I don't mind. Hearing the voice sounded a bit familiar, he was startled and looked closely, realizing it was Kim Yugon. But Renha quickly looked again. They looked so alike, he never expected there could be two people who looked exactly like two peas in a pod. He spoke up, saying I just mistook someone. The other person replied, don't you find something very strange? Renha asked back in surprise, what do you mean? The other person continued, Kim Yugon, that guy, hasn't found another donger since killing the first one. It probably takes some time. And isn't it already impressive to find one in such a short period? Do you really think so? You don't think it's just a coincidence, do you? The other person still couldn't help but doubt, so where exactly does that coincidence come into play? But he thought to himself, maybe it was his skill after all. Truly a strange guy. Does he suspect Kim Yugon is doppelganger? But there's no need to doubt like that. Thinking this through, Renha continued, no matter what the case, as long as Kim Yugon is still here, no one can get close to that crystal. So stop wasting time doubting and focus on the monsters in front of you. The guy who looks like you is secretly thinking, this feeling is strange, but pretty enjoyable. He looks at Yugon with a jealous gaze. All right, let's see how far Kim Yugon can go. Everyone believes in him. The system shows the remaining time as 25 minutes and 2 seconds. But the players started to get exhausted after continuously killing monsters. They said, damn it, I'm gonna die. How much longer do we have to keep doing this? We need to catch all the Ganger Dopas if we want this to end. But Jan still just stands in the same spot from the beginning. Is he really doing his job? The person next to him explained. At least thanks to him, no one dares to come close to the crystal. He looked annoyed and said, so what? If this keeps up, we'll die fighting the monsters ahead. Yugon just sighed and approached the gathered group, saying, those sneaky creatures are clever. After seeing me kill the first one outright, they probably planned to wait for us to tire out while hiding in the crowd. Hearing Yugon Jia say that, they looked confused. What do you mean by that? You're saying you can't find the Doen gang now? Yugon Jia brushed past him. No, I will overcome this challenge at all costs. He raises his sword and makes a suggestion. Everyone point out one person you find suspicious. Then Yugon fake smiles and says, if we keep killing the most suspicious person each time, this challenge will end soon. Are you crazy? What kind of suggestion is that? Others also said, how can we kill someone just because we feel suspicious? There's no clear evidence yet. Suddenly, someone from the crowd raised their hand. Sorry, I saw a suspicious person fighting earlier, and the person next to me also got involved. I also heard someone in front turn around angrily and shout, are you all crazy? Why are you doing that? Then they started arguing fiercely. If you want to die, die alone, but I want to save you. Though others don't agree. The monsters keep coming in larger numbers.
If this keeps up, we'll die before finding the donor gang. Let's gather all the suspicious people everyone has seen into one place.
The group of players quickly split up, with someone shouting, you've gone too far. Do you really think everyone here is a Doppelganger now? Is it really necessary to go that far? Yuan Fake interrupted. Let's see. Since most people agree with my plan, it's time to find out who the imposter is. Wait, don't come any closer. Ah! At that moment, Yu Goheng really stepped forward and grabbed hold of his sword. So in the end, you finally crossed the line. You keep talking. Saying that because you saw I was harmless, you decided to turn a blind eye. But if you're planning to interfere with the challenge, that's a whole different story. The players were all stunned. Wait, why do they look so much alike? One of them even exclaimed, no, it's not just the looks. They look like 2 drops of water. Yugo Fake suddenly had a bad feeling. Does he really think this guy is Yugon? Yugon didn't wait for him to finish thinking, softly smirking and saying, I'll deal with you later. In a flash, his eyes turned red, activating the truth-revealing trait skill. The Yan clone's body suddenly glowed before returning to its original form. He raised his hand to cover his face and groaned, "Ugh, damn it." Watching the two of them confront each other, the players were extremely confused. Wait a minute, is he Dogger? But isn't that very strange? At first, Doppelganger even turned into mud, so what exactly is he? Are you just copying? Fake Yugo stubbornly insists. This guy is a fake, I am the real Yugo. Yugo is also siding with him. Fine, whatever. After saying that, your foot suddenly kicked out hard, causing the imposter to fall to the ground and fully reveal their true face. Yugi, if you want, I'll indulge you. He was kicked far away in front of hundreds of watching eyes. The fake Yugon has been dealt with. He turned around and said, well, while you're at it, clean up any remaining mess. The person Jan looked at quickly changed expression and stammered, I'm not him. I don't even know what he is. The others also said, I'm just an ordinary low-level player. I can prove my name is Miles and where I live. Renha appears cautious. So you really are Yugon? Who am I? It doesn't matter if you ruthlessly press your sword against his neck. He said, are you suspecting that I am Dogger? Renha calmly explained, my teammates can testify that I am real. Since the challenge began, we haven't separated even once. That's right, I can confirm he's our team leader. Yu then chuckled softly. You say you're not Doppelganger because you're following the team? Then suddenly he yanks his collar. What do you mean by doing this? His teammates started to panic. The team leader began shouting at Yugon, telling him to let him go. Do you think you're doing something right? Renna's face gradually changed as he struggled to breathe. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to shove away Yugon's hand, choking him. It was too late. Renna had returned to the form of a Doppelganger. The teammate who was defending Renha earlier couldn't help but stammer in horror. Captain, before he could finish his sentence, his head was pierced through by Yuwando's sword. He only managed to say some damn thing before quickly turning back into a Doppelganger. The players, seeing someone who just minutes ago was talking about withdrawing teammates, now transformed into a Doppelganger, were filled with terror. Is that also a Doppelganger? Yugon said with a look of surprise. A Doppelganger pretending to be a player, huh? Acting so convincingly. Are you manipulating your own mind? That really opened my eyes. You shouted a challenge. Then let's stop beating around the bush and settle this once and for all. Imposters. A growl suddenly echoed from somewhere, and a few Ganger Doppas quickly appeared among the players. Seeing this, Yu sneered and charged forward aggressively. Then he activated the Heavenly Demon's spiritual energy. You have completed the 21st floor challenge and can now move on to the next level. Your level. The loud system noise made Mamos open his eyes. Yeah, he vaguely saw a figure in front of him. How did the challenge go? Seeing this, Yu sat beside him and said, wake up and sit up. Mamos was terrified and jumped back. Hey, are you friendly and saying hello? What's your name? Mamos, a bit dazed, asked again. What do you mean? Then Yugon clenched his fist and asked, Are you still not fully awake? He made him jump in surprise and replied, It's Mamos. He looked at Mamos with a doubtful voice. Seeing that you haven't disappeared, after the test it seems you're not a doppelganger, but I can't confirm that yet. What are you? Mamos bowed sincerely and told Yugon, I am a doppelganger, but also a player at the same time. Yugon wondered, So are you a pure-blooded demon? What bloodline do you belong to? You don't look like an ordinary one. He hesitated before revealing, My father is Belio. Yugon quickly asked, Who is it? Mamos replied, It's the Demon King Bio, ruler of the doppelganger. Yugon thought, the ruler of deception and one of the 7 demon kings of the Great Demon Council. Is he the son of the high-ranking demon Bio? The notification confirms the truth with a fiery gaze. In his mind, he now thinks of the palace and Hagon's identity. It seems he's not lying. In terms of strength and scale, the Demon Lord Society can rival Olympus. His position is quite similar to Ichigon's. So Yugon continued to ask Mamos, What is someone like you doing here then? He responded somewhat bored. Well, it's a long story to tell. Plus, this isn't the right place to talk about it. So Yugon couldn't help but feel a bit confused. After a brief moment of silence, Mamos stammered, but Iwan remained silent, waiting for him to finish speaking. Then Mamos changed his attitude, his eyes shining as he said, I am a super loyal true fan of yours. Yoon Yug froze for a few seconds. What is this? He can't hide his admiration and excitedly said, I've been a huge fan ever since I saw you break the ranking from the top floor, and I officially became a hardcore fan after witnessing your performance at the Martial Arts Festival. You don't need to hold back because I'm your fan. What happened earlier was my fault. I'm very sorry and promise I will never do it again. Yugon couldn't believe it. He quickly used his fire eyes to verify the truth once more. This is so exhausting. I really didn't expect this. So he copied me because I'm his idol, huh? Yu thought to himself. Anyway, befriending Belio's son can only bring benefits and no harm. The boy slowly stood up and said to MOS, I'm letting you off this time. Really? Thank you so much. Before he could finish speaking, Yu made a suggestion. Then he looked blankly at the suddenly appearing sphere in front of him and smiled, saying, If I've spared your life, you have to help me with this. Give me your number. A month later, Yugon received a message sent by Mamos. I'm also taking part in the next challenge. Semper Fidelis means always loyal in Latin. Yu is now lying on the bed, pressing on the letter he just finished reading. Semper Fidelis? He wondered if he would ever hear it inside the tower, then thought about the kid who just sent him a message. It seems this kid is an open-minded person, Yugon thought as he kept scrolling through the information. Whatever. I think I can finish clearing from level 22 to 24 within the next 10 days anyway, since they're just challenges around level 20. Jan looked up, lost in thought. Unless Olympus intervenes, it's as easy as pie. Climbing the tower won't be a problem for now. Now, suddenly his train of thought was interrupted by a new message from Agen, leaving him puzzled as to why this guy was texting him out of the blue. Yu, I am already on the 22nd floor. Let's meet for a bit. At the 22nd floor, outside by the water, Aegon was already waiting at the meeting spot for Yugon. Yugon approached, casually picked up his tea and said to him, You came early, huh? It seemed Hagan was still lost in thought, so he only looked up when he heard Yugon's voice. Yugon casually glanced at the empty cup and said, Looks like you've finished your tea. Hagen also didn't pay much attention to it and replied, You're here. Then he explained to Yugon, I had nothing to do, so I came early to sit and enjoy the breeze. Yugon sat down opposite him, thought for a moment, then asked about Hagan's current achievements. What floor did you reach? Hagen honestly replied, The 34th floor. Yugon looked at him, unable to help but feel a bit impressed. That was quick. Hagen immediately said upon hearing that, but now things are starting to get complicated. Climbing the tower has become more difficult. Yugon seemed to hear something unbelievable. You think you can act humble too? I don't want to hear that from you. Han frowned and said, What are you rambling about? Then he started asking Yugon. How did Yugon respond? It seems like Hagen caught a few rumors about Yugon. He asked me if I heard that you are the holder of the Sea Dragon Crystal. Seeing your indifferent attitude, Hagen immediately seemed to understand. He continued telling Yugon that, thanks to him, the Olympus is now in chaos. The relationship between my uncle and my father is now really bad. Things have been pretty rough lately. He also shared his own guess. I suppose you already know. But because of internal conflicts, Olympus isn't paying attention to you right now. But that's only temporary. You could really die. Next, HGN gives you 2 options. Either bow before Olympus and surrender the ocean crystal, or find a place like Asga, or the heavenly realm that can protect and support you. It seems Jan isn't really paying attention to what he's saying. He stood up casually and asked, Are you done talking? I'm done. I'll be leaving now. Wait a minute, that's not what I meant. I didn't expect Yuquan to actually want to leave. Hey, are you really leaving for good? Yuquan replied. Who keeps asking the same question over and over? Then you asked Han, What about you? Have you decided on the path you're going to take yet? He said angrily, raising his voice at Yugon. Of course, I've made my decision, so I'm sitting here talking to you. If I keep meeting you like this, one day I'll lose all my face as the son of a god. Han looked at you and then just sighed, reminding you. Whatever, just be careful on the 25th floor. He emphasized the point, especially the Heart of England, which is a trap set just for you. After Yugon left, Hagon's question immediately appeared as a new message from Apollo. How did everything go? Hearing that, he angrily recounted his conversation with Yugon. That guy is too stubborn. So he's really planning to die? Han annoyedly said, I have no idea what he's thinking about. Then he immediately asked about Apollo's current situation. How is your uncle's situation? Apollo replied, still seeming to be deep in thought. I know that too. This is a very important matter, so it's not easy to make a decision. Han asked Apollo seriously, do you really think we won't regret this? But perhaps Apollo has had his own choice for a long time. You may be sure, but that doesn't mean you can just stand by and do nothing, Apollo reminded Han. For now, focus entirely on becoming a spy. This is the time for you to increase your strength. Yan also intends to respond, saying, I understand, I will do that, then immediately shares his worries. I warned Yugon to be careful with the UK, but it seems he ignored what I said. Apollo just chuckled and replied, this isn't a game where a low-level player can do whatever they want. Really stupid, but Hgon has a different opinion about Yugon. Who knows? Look at Kreese, Hypnos, and Jerso. No one could have predicted such an ending. Han finished with a smile at himself, saying this might sound a bit dreamy, but I have a feeling this time he won't let us down. At the same time, Yugon also begins the 24th floor challenge, where players are tasked with stopping the wild bulls. The system then provides additional information. With each stage, the number of summoned bulls increases. You will earn 10 times the stage points at the end of each stage, plus 5 points for each bull you kill. You can summon a giant bull to attack the opposing team using 10 points. Teams must stay within the designated area or they will be disqualified if they leave or surrender. The team that lasts until the end will be the winner, and the first round will start in 5 minutes. The ghost runs up to Yugon, who looks extremely excited. It's a defense challenge. We're on the same team. You won. Yugon simply nodded in response. Then he reminded us that we will split up on the next floor. Remember that? Mamos asked in surprise. Yeah, why is that? It's such a waste. Why can't we stay together until the end? Yugon quickly cut off his thoughts. No, Yu continued. Besides, you'll change your mind after completing the mission I'm about to give you. Mamos, not understanding anything, curiously asked what he was planning to do on the 25th floor. The system notification sound was accompanied by a boundary circle appearing around each team. The boundary of the field is being created. You will be eliminated if you cross the boundary distributing the initial points. A total of 10 points, Yugon thought to himself. So everyone has 10 points, just enough to summon a mighty beast. The team members immediately relaxed their guard. Haha, looks like this challenge is a guaranteed win. Because Yugon is in the team, they immediately started chatting excitedly. Luckily, we have Yugon in the squad, someone to carry us. Damn it, I can't remember the last time I wasn't worried during a challenge. It seems everyone is counting on you. Yu replied with a very confusing answer. I hope they won't regret it. Countless notifications keep popping up, all announcing the summoning of a giant ox. The hundreds of summoned giants make the U team members turn pale. They exclaimed in horror, What? So many? This is only the first stage. How many of them are there? I can't even count them anymore. Mamos smirked, seemingly understanding Yugon's earlier implication. The other teams must have spent all their points to summon dream bulls to attack their team. I understand now. Big brother, are they trying to eliminate the team with the highest chance of winning? He continued. So this is a 1 versus 9 battle. Mamos suddenly fell silent. At this moment, countless monospheres surround Yan, indicating he has activated his shock magic skill. Mamos can't help but be terrified. Are you crazy? I mean, how much magic power do you have to be able to fire that many magic bullets at once? Yu interrupted the chatter to challenge them, then began using manospheres to attack the herd of wild cattle approaching one after another. They charged fiercely towards Yugon, and the cows hit by the monosphere quickly disappeared. In just a moment, the cows were all cleared out by him. The team members, witnessing Yugon's incredible power, couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy inside. How is that possible? I feel like we're just here to be punching bags. Then someone immediately suggested that it would be better for us to stay still, but before finishing, Yan cut them off. Everyone just try to hold out as long as possible. If you've decided to stay, at least pass the challenge with a better score, right? The other players immediately understood Yugon's point, that if we don't fight, we'll fail. But in Mamas' eyes, he looked incredibly cool. Yugon, from Team 3, casually commented on the easy game as someone from their area expressed amazement, and they were thrilled to see Yan's team having to fight hundreds of cows. They said it seems like our team hardly encountered any cows, right? You're right. Surely the other teams are thinking the same as us, while Team 5 has an even bolder proposal. Let's force the world team to be eliminated first. Everyone understands that, right? In Team 9, a person who seems to be the team leader repeatedly taps on the system interface, using 300 points. 30 people will be summoned in the next round. As he ordered the team members to follow, it was clear he was determined to eliminate Team Yuan. The training will only start when Yugon's team loses. The system quickly issues a new notification, saying the battle will begin in 5 minutes as the area is being reset. What the hell is going on? It's like we're facing 1,000 cows just from one herd alone. Has no team been eliminated yet? We're doomed. I think so.
That's why I didn't see any messages appear. It seems like we're the only team being attacked right now.
I don't know how many more will come next, Momo said. If this keeps going, it will never end. Whenever he tries to charge an attack, those cows are immediately stopped by Yan. Just hold on until stage 10, Mamos asked nervously. Level 10, I didn't think I could hold on until then. He asked Yugon again. Are you sure we can complete this challenge? Yugon just glanced at Mamos and said, You once said that 100 bugs are just like caterpillars. I thought you'd finally become a real demon. Mamos broke out in a sweat, nervously explaining it was just at that moment when the system notification continued to sound, startling the U-Team members. A giant cow is being summoned. A giant cow is being summoned. A giant cow is being summoned. The team members start to despair. I'm getting really fed up. Why are they increasing exponentially like this? Just send them to us. Damn you all. If this keeps up, I won't see tomorrow. When will it finally end? Yu then stepped forward and told the team members, Everyone rest now. From now on, I will handle everything myself. Mamos was startled to hear this. Alone he. Will he be okay? He couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Seeing that, Yu immediately said, For now, it's okay. Mamos looked at him in surprise, then quietly counted the number of manospheres that had just appeared, unable to hide his shock. 1, 2, 3 too many, even more than before. Yugon's skill information appears, showing mana user, one of the powers of a mana controller, classified as S+, proficiency at 21.49%, mana recovery rate plus 10%, mana resistance plus 10%, increased sensitivity to mana, and enhanced influence over mana. He thought to himself that thanks to this skill, controlling mana had become much easier, but it still wasn't enough. Around Yugon, countless manospheres were floating. I wonder how many I can create now compared to before I reincarnated when I could make 50 without breaking a sweat. As the system just appeared, the 9th status notification began, and Yugon was already ready. He softly said, Let's begin now. Mana orbs rained down in an instant, attacking the herd of cattle that are lazily approaching. Dozens and hundreds of notifications keep ringing non-stop. You have slain a wild ox, and the completion rate of the Heavenly Slash has increased by 0.001%. You have slain a dream bull. You have slain a dream bull. The completion rate of the Heavenly Slash has increased by 0.001%. You have slain a bull. You have slain a beast of legend. The completion rate of the Heavenly Slash has increased by 0.001%. Stage 11 has begun. Stage 12 has started. The area is being reset. The system is announcing the start of Stage 13. While Yugon was controlling the mana orbs, the completion rate of his Heavenly Slash crystal increased significantly, reaching an A+ classification with 99.994% completion. A series of notifications about cattle being eliminated were sent, increasing the completion rate of the Heavenly Cleaving Spirit by 0.001%. Yugon thought to himself that 10 should be enough now. He now knew how many he could create at once, and he should focus on controlling them. Then he called Mamos, who quickly replied, Yes, sir. Yan requested using points to summon Dream Bull to other teams. Your request makes Mamos feel quite confused. What do you mean? Aren't you planning to wait until you've accumulated enough points to launch a full-scale attack? Yugon said. We should also send a gift in return to provoke a more enthusiastic response from them. But Mamos thinks that now there are already thousands rushing toward us. Are you going to be okay? Do you even know what tired means? Yugon said indifferently. Not tired. Even if it's a bit over my limit, I have to hold on until the end.
Everyone is more amazed by what Yugon is demonstrating. They whisper to each other, wondering what his magic power level might be.
How can he control so many orbs like that? He's truly a monster. He is on a different level, a world apart, that I no longer even feel inferior to him. How has he not been exposed yet? But only Mose truly understands this. Yes, he's overwhelmingly powerful, surpassingly exceptional to the point of being unreasonable, a pure-blooded demon himself. I have grown up and met countless players beyond all expectations, yet witnessing Yugon's power from afar still leaves me in awe and amazement. He thought his destructive power might be lower than that of a higher tier realm, but has anyone ever shown such unlimited potential when they were just a player? The more Mamos thought about it, the more he admired Yugon. He's even cooler than what he appeared to be from afar. Great. EU keeps defeating the endless advancing herd of cattle. The completion rate of the Heavenly Cleaver has increased by 0.001%. You have met the requirements of the Heavenly Cleaver. The A+ classified Tramtheanting with 100.00% completion rate will be erased. The following notifications will appear. You have met the requirements for the Death Heavenly Spirit, the A+ ranked Death Heavenly Spirit. The completion rate of 100% for the Heavenly Assassin Spirit has been removed. Yugon couldn't help but be amazed. The system shows you have gained a new demon form stat. Demon power has been increased by 20 points. Demon form, the body of an evil spirit capable of controlling S-class demon energy with 0.00% proficiency, can acquire unique skills of the demon race. Demon energy increased by 20, a special 20 points that cannot be raised through leveling up, and can be applied to all skills. Yu clenched his fist, feeling the new skill just added. I never expected the final move of Tram Tien Tin to be such a high-level skill. He begins to raise his hand to control the monosphere. Demon energy is the unique power of the demon race. It's somewhat like magic power, but different in essence. And its destructive force is terrifyingly many times greater. Yugon uses the skill he just received. In an instant, he wiped out all the remaining monsters in one go, and everything happening so quickly left everyone in the team stunned. Oh my god, please help me. I'm so scared. I'm trembling as I tell Yon. Do you possess any relics from the demon race? How are you able to use demon power? Yu smiled and said, I don't really know anymore. Then he told him I got a new skill and just naturally used it. Everyone was even more terrified after hearing that. How could that be? So he's a demon. No wonder he doesn't look human at all. But he's just calmly revealing that. Is that okay? Yugon continued to tell everyone. So now that I have what I want, let's end this game. Mamos looked confused and asked, Yes, what game is this? Is there anything else? EU told Mamos to look at the mission board in front of him. Of course, it's this challenge. The total score of 24,355 quickly drops on the screen.
Then, you will receive a notification that you have used all 24,350 summons. 2,435 powerful cows will be summoned in the next phase.
Please select the team you want to summon to their state. Switch to another team. They still don't know that Yon has finished his counterattack. They yawn and sigh, complaining. What the hell is Yon so stubborn like a leech? The person next to him also looked bored, resting his chin in his hand. What stage are we at now? Seriously? He rests his head on his hand and whispers, Why does it have to take so long to hold out? Just give up and be done with it. The guy saw the system notification pop up. Humph! The second team has already used their summoning ability. Then he sat up angrily and asked those around him, Are they still timed to counterattack? Suddenly, thousands of notifications flooded the screen, almost like spam, announcing that the herd was being summoned, leaving them all stunned. What? Wait a minute. What the hell is that? In an instant, they were surrounded by a dense herd of bulls, causing everyone to panic. Are these sent by Yugon? The group began to question life itself, never expecting Yugon to deliver such a surprise attack. That demon? How many points has he really saved up, I wonder? Then someone spoke up. Quick, grab your weapons. I'll handle the front while you take care of the back. The people behind couldn't hold back their tears. What direction is behind us? They're coming at us from all sides. Then, the enemies are coming from all directions. The system notification sounded. Team 1 has been eliminated, Team 4 has been eliminated, and Team 7 has vanished. Each team takes turns falling under Yugon's hand. Good, the other teams are starting to get eliminated. You quietly calculate that each summon will bring about 200 more monsters. They are all players who have reached level 24, so there should be 1 or 2 teams surviving. The issue is the timing. Yugon's cold, piercing gaze looked far ahead as he smirked coldly. Will they survive the wave of giant monsters, or will they perish before the timer runs out? I'll keep playing until you guys get bored. Wild Value's attitude now is so terrifying that even his teammates can't hold back their fear. Are you sure he's not a demon? Luckily, we're on the same team as him, or I would have been covered in goosebumps right now. Tin, a new notification just appeared. You have passed the challenge of floor 24 and received 50,000 points. Everyone cheered and jumped in celebration. It's over. Thank you so much. Yugon, one of the team members speaks up. Thanks to you, we found it easier to overcome this challenge. Thank you for carrying the burden. I mean, you're so cool. We're heading out now. The system panel updates again. You have gained an additional 54,360 points. You have learned the wind step skill. When using wind step, you can temporarily make your footsteps lighter and create an invisible path in the air. Yugon was surprised and thought, isn't this the precursor skill for Head's footwork? Even though he received a new skill, he still looked down on it a bit. He'd rather use the existing skills, at least earning 100,000 points. Before heading to the next floor, Mamo stood nearby, regretful, and said, Hoo-hoo, are we saying goodbye now? I wish we didn't have to. But Yugon changed his attitude now. No, for now let's go together to level 25. He said in amazement, Yes, is that really true? Then happily took Yugon's hand. All right, let's go. The demon uses teleportation to the next floor. Both of them were teleported to the 25th floor of the UK Tower. They landed where a group of players was gathered, with faint voices in the background. So this is England, one of the people nearby said slowly. This place is famous as the capital of England. Seeing it with my own eyes truly lives up to its reputation. I heard it's also a famous tourist spot. Then someone asked, Are those statues the Knights of the Round Table? Yon's eyes immediately fixated on the place everyone was talking about, quietly assessing the Round Table Knights and their king. A giant knight statue riding a horse and holding a sword appears before Atho. Atho, lying inside Yuquan's glove, can't help but feel a bit nostalgic. Exactly, that is indeed my appearance. Yuquan then asked him upon hearing this. Are you still hesitating? Atho angrily scolds. He's still obsessed with that guy. Is it so hard for me to get a human body? You said, if you think it's okay, can we use the bull's head from earlier? Atho immediately shouted, Are you kidding me? Mamos just finished eavesdropping and reported to Yugon that I heard the reigning king of England is Lancelot, but the statue still hasn't changed. Yugon coldly told Mos that he was only a temporary king. He chuckled at Yugon's words. He's just a temporary ruler, but it's been a century since Atho disappeared. Mamos kept asking Yugon, and I'm also curious about that person named Yud. Ao has brought Britain to its most prosperous period in history. Lot has ruled here for thousands of years. Yugon replied softly, "You're about to see it soon. The round table I know won't stay still." While they are talking, a figure approaches. That person is riding a stone horse, wearing the armor of a knight of the round table. He has arrived. Are those the ones who passed the challenge? The attendant said, yes. As each player noticed his presence, they quickly introduced themselves. I am Tua. I am Orin. Nice to meet you. I am Eli Rosamond, completely different from Percivan's gaze. You sighed. Every knight in the round table seems to have an insatiable greed. You've thought it through and it's understandable. No guild develops as quickly as the round table. They can stay on this floor forever if they want. Mamos innocently asked Yugon in front of the group, are those the knights of the round table? It's not just one person. Among those here, the ones who caught Percivan's attention are Yugon and Mamos. He smiled kindly and asked, may I know your names? Both looked at each other, then said, Yugon and Mamos. After learning their identities, Percivan continued speaking. The two of them didn't say much, and the atmosphere they exuded was very different. I am Percivan, the 31st Knight of the Round Table. He smiled broadly. I am very pleased to meet new people here, but when Percivan opened his eyes, there was no emotion at all in his gaze. I am here on the prince's orders. The newcomers are being considered for the vacant seat on the round table. I'll explain the details later. Everyone must be tired after the recent challenge, so let's rest for now. Then Percivan told everyone, this is the border with other countries. The capital of England is not far from here. Follow me. Ma frowned and said to Yugon, they seem suspicious. I think they're trying to lure you. Then he put his arm around him and whispered, I'm just saying that to be cautious. Mamos blushed and hesitated to ask, hey, are you sure? I didn't expect them to be such despicable people. Then he looked at Yugon and said, if you say so, I will keep that in mind. He replied, all right, for now let's just follow them. They quickly arrived at the city gate of the capital. Percivan looked at the towering wall with pride and said arrogantly, Camelot, the capital of England, is behind this wall. The players looked up and exclaimed, it's so tall. This city is even bigger than we imagined. Bavon suddenly said, but before we go in, I have a request. Everyone's excitement turned to confusion. What do you mean by a request? Do you need to check something? He said quietly, looking down, with no emotion and nothing special. Paravan paused briefly before continuing. It's just that the UK is very strict when it comes to demons, so it would be very difficult for unidentified demons to enter or leave this place. Mamos, hearing this, asked confusedly, what did you just say? Then he immediately became agitated and shouted, what are you talking about? What era are we in that you still discriminate like this? Does Britain have such a law? Percivan began to explain. That is a law we have debated since the first king disappeared. Because this is a sensitive issue, I hope everyone can understand. At this moment, his gaze shifted to Yugon as he made the suggestion. But if Yugon can vouch for that boy, then it's a different story. Yugon asked quietly. Are you saying the entire Mamos people are burning with rage? What exactly are you trying to say? Who will testify for me? My very existence is proof enough. Do you know who my father is? Paravan couldn't care less. How should I know? I don't care who your father is. It's none of my business. Mamos was so furious he seemed ready to burn Percivan to ashes. He shouted loudly, my father is Belial. The old man is Shameless, one of the 7 demon kings leading the Demon King Council, one of the 100 strongest factions in the tower, and his son is me, Mamos. So you dare to doubt my identity? The guard heard this and broke out in a cold sweat. Belial, he means, Mamos is pointing at Percivan. Look, I'm going to tell my father. Huh, who does your father think he is to act so high and mighty? A subordinate reminding Paravan to keep the conversation going might not be a good idea, Your Excellency. Anyway, since we already know his identity, let's just let them pass. It's fine. The city gate opens, revealing the capital before their eyes. Suddenly, a new message arrives from Mamos. He was whining to Yugon that he couldn't believe those bastards didn't want to let him in because he's a demon, and asking who the hell his father is. But how did you know about that when I brought my father out and they were speechless? Did you study the laws of the United Kingdom? The new message from Yugon? It's just a feeling I have. Some people looked around and then sighed. So this is Camelot? It's enormous. Is that the royal palace? Yugon had just taken a few steps when a notification suddenly appeared. The egg has grown teeth. The egg is hungry. And the egg is starting to cry loudly. The egg is twisting and wriggling. I knew it, I knew it. There are remnants of the divine realm here. You quickly consider that I have already perfected the heavenly cleave, and now only worry about the egg, then decide to speed up incubation and find out what's inside. Yugon couldn't help but worry whether it would stand with him against the outer gods or betray him at his weakest moment. There was also a message urging Duke Ban's egg to hurry up. Yugon walked on, soothing it. All right, I get it. Be quiet now. Hurry up and prepare the egg of your companion. Yugon was so frustrated that he was annoyed. Is it because the hatching rate is higher? Why is it talking so much now? Inside the grounds of Camelot, from the balcony, he is dressed in formal royal attire and chatting with Otho. Since we entered Camelot's territory, he hasn't spoken at all. Why are you so silent? A part of Otho's spirit emerges from the glove and responds. Although Camelot has changed a lot, this place still feels the same as before. Then his spirit escaped from the glove and flew around the room. Hugo looked and said, "So you mean this palace? It just looks like an ancient fortress." Otho also seemed to agree. "That's right. It's even older than my age. I can't help but wonder. But why did you come all the way here? They might have reported your whereabouts to Olympus." Yugon was also unconcerned. "You've heard what Percivan said on the way here. He told me to come here because Lalat wanted to see me, since after entering the capital, Percivan had made a request to you. Yugon, His Highness wants to see you. Why didn't you and your companion come with me to the palace?" Mahmud already refused. "Is that okay? If a filthy demon like me steps into the noble royal palace, then I have to go alone." Otho was in a bad mood, she said.
You know I didn't ask about that. Jan is talking to him again.
"You are the one who told me there is someone you need to meet. Do you mean Emlyn? You came all this way to help me meet my friend again?" I reply. He wanted to ask for something, so I also wanted to meet him. Otho was moved to tears. "You sound so moved. When you gave me that brain body, I thought you were just a bastard with zero emotion." Yugen laughed loudly. "Do you think of me that way?" Otho continued. "You're not just like that." Then she also said about your appearance, that you always overthink the purpose and reason behind everything. You look like someone who always plans ahead, and you have the skills to do that. Otho suddenly asked, "Do you do this because of me?" Yu lowered his head close to his body and honestly said, "Well, I didn't do this just for nothing." Otho replies, "Maybe it's because you lack enough experience, but even with iron will, you're still a low-level player." He adds advice, saying that to become a mastermind, you must learn to discard those soft emotions. You must always keep a mind as unchanging as a diamond and a steady, pure heart. Yu interrupted, "No, that's not it." Then he frowned and said, "I came here with a plan. Watch carefully how I turn the United Kingdom upside down." In a garden, a servant is bowing and thanking someone. Thank you for earlier. I didn't expect him to be so angry just because a small branch hit his head. Turns out she was threatened by a crazy knight earlier. "Do you dare to stain a round table knight's armor? You will pay for your sins with those hands." She bowed her head and clenched her fists. "If you hadn't stepped in, I would have been in much bigger trouble." The man replied, "Even among the round table, there are worms spoiling the broth." Turns out, the one who saved the girl was an old man with long silver hair and a beard, who kindly added, "If you keep being scolded for such unreasonable things, you'll soon be unable to bear it." The servant hurriedly thanked him. "Yes, thank you." While he was admiring the flowers, she stood behind him hesitantly and said, I've only recently started working in the palace, but the knight earlier was very startled when he saw you, so it seems you hold a very high position. May I know your honorable name?" "I hope I haven't caused you any trouble, sir," he said calmly, as he reached out to touch the nearby flowers. "So you want to know my old man's name? If you truly appreciate me, please care for this garden with all your heart." And as soon as he finished speaking, the beautiful flowers quickly bloomed. Then he continued, "I often walk here when my mind is troubled. This is Marcello." After leaving the garden, he descended while speaking. "The knights these days really don't know where they've lost their chivalry." He shook his head and sighed. "The pride of a round table knight is gone. My era was not like this." Then he glanced somewhere else and asked, "Do you admit you're Yugon?" The boy stood there and replied, "Who knows?" Then the boy approached him, walking and saying, "The great wizard who founded Britain with the king's knights. Is it called Malin, right?" "Yes, but it seems like I've never seen you before." Malin glanced at Yugon and asked, "You've been following me for a while, haven't you?" You stood facing him and introduced yourself. "I am Yugon." "Huh?" he said, surprised. "Why are you suddenly mentioning your name?" "Yugon? Yugon. I think I've heard that name somewhere before." "Yugon, honestly, I am a new player." "So what now?" "Yacht probably invited you, so what are you looking for me for?" You didn't answer and pulled out a sword from your gear pouch. King Aetho's sword, shown to Merlin, startled him. It was Excalibur. His eyes darkened. "Where did you get that sword?" UW replied, "It's going to be a long story." He crossed his arms over his sword and added, "I don't think we can discuss such an important matter here in the celestial blue sky." "May I ask for a cup of tea from you at Merlin's residence?" After pouring the tea, he spoke up. "All right, now explain quickly, why do you have Aetho's sword, my friends?" Yuquan calmly replied, "It could also be said that I found this relic by chance," Malin repeated. "A relic?" Hearing that, he immediately recounted the story of him and Aetho from the past. Malin fell into memories. I don't know if he disappeared or simply abandoned Anquuk. After 1,000 years of silence, what I feel is not only anger but also an endless sadness. Otho is a friend I can never forget. I miss him very much. To me, Otho is someone truly important. After a moment of eating cake and drinking tea, Molin continued, feeling at least relieved to know that his will still lives on, then voiced his question. "So how are you involved with Aetho? How do you know about our friendship, and why did you come to find me? Yugon calmly recounted that the first time I met Atho was a few months ago. Lin straightened up at that. Was he still alive a few months ago? But then you raised your hand and said, no, not exactly. Then he summoned Atho from inside the glove, and I couldn't help but glance at Atho in surprise. Death Spirit Technique, your ability is very valuable. So why did this happen? In front of a giant demon beast, he remained completely calm and asked, do you summon it to kill me? Yoon simply replied coldly. Of course not. Instead of making me explain everything, I think it would be better for you two to talk directly. Do you want me to talk to him? Immediately after, King Atho in the form of the demon suddenly spoke. It's been a long time since I saw my old friend. Then, both of them fell silent for a while. Marlin just let out a sound, his eyes filled with tears as he called out the soul inside the demon's body. Atho, do you recognize me now? Marlin then jumped up from his seat in anger and approached. Atho scolded, you idiot, only you call me that. You don't show me any respect at all, even though I'm a few years older than you. Atho then calmed down. Calm down, old man, you're acting like you just saw a dead person come back to life. Then, Molin looked at that big, ugly corpse and asked curiously, so why do you look like this? Why do you look like that? Hearing this, Atho immediately glared angrily at Yugon. It's because of that damn brat. So what I need to tell you is what exactly? Is it about the bastard who killed you? Seeing Merlin's terrifying expression, Atho temporarily swallowed her words. Your gaze is a bit frightening now, as if you're about to tear apart the one who killed me right away. I'm fine. You don't need to avenge me. There's something more important right now. Then Atho regretfully revealed that the person who killed my son was inside this palace. Hearing this shocking news, Mai's face instantly darkened. He asked again, why Ko? Mo asked again, what do you mean? Atho looked at him and quickly said the name Lot. He was the one who killed my son. After hearing that, he fell silent in an unusual way, but the manner around him seemed ready to erupt. A hand placed on his shoulder said, please stay calm. If you push too hard now, it'll only attract more eyes and ears to us. Molin's face darkened, and he replied, how can I stay calm after hearing this? After. Still, you have to endure it. Mo took a deep breath to suppress the rising anger and glanced at Atho standing beside him. So then he hesitated to ask, is Lancelot also the one who killed you? Yeah, right. I guess you were much stronger than him back then, but now he's a high-ranking spy. Then he continued explaining, even if only temporarily, he is still the King of England. If we kill him without a plan, both England and the Round Table could collapse. That's why I think you should take action yourself. Atho, however, looked towards Yugon, who was sighing and clenching his fist in anger. As long as I want to, I can do it. If I step forward in this battered body now, he will find an excuse and claim I am being controlled by someone else to assassinate him, because zombies are forced to obey their master's orders. And so the story seems to have reached a dead end. Mo asks, what should we do now? It's not impossible either. Yug then asked Malin when the roundtable meeting would take place. In about 10 days. Then I will ask if outsiders are allowed to attend. I hesitated a bit, but then said usually not. But if I get involved, that won't be impossible. Good. Then you expressed your intentions. On the day of that meeting, we will overturn the round table. Inside the castle, a knight in a red cloak approaches the throne. The two people behind hurriedly followed and asked, have you finished your work? The gods are pleased that you are safe. Your Highness, thanks to both of you. I've been gone for a while. Has anything happened in my absence? No, I understand now. We must always prioritize the interests of the people and then sit before the throne. That is the will of the Knights King that we must always remember.
The people behind also kneel to receive his orders, clearly showing themselves. Your Highness, his face reveals that he is Lancelot, the temporary King of England.
Then the two knights, Lola and Thao, both looked up and reported that the player named Yugon Vivon had brought him into the palace on your order. Then I asked for Lilot's opinion. Would you like to summon him to the main hall? Lilot said again, all right, meeting him in person is still better. Then he clenched his fists. While I was away handling affairs, I learned about him through Asga. While most medium-sized guilds are trying to recruit Yugon, Asga, a major guild, remains cautious and reserved. Lilot then sat on the throne and recounted what he had heard. A player with no backing power and an unclear background is climbing the tower at a dizzying speed. They consider this suspicious and have been secretly investigating him, and the investigation is still ongoing. Lancelot once again tries to twist the story, and I have heard shocking information that the person behind Yugon is connected to the death of King A. He emphasizes the owner of the Round Table and the backbone of England. La and Thao below are startled and furious. What about the flag? They clenched their fists and angrily asked, is that true? But Lenz deliberately downplayed it, saying there is still no clear evidence. However, considering the source is Asga, its reliability is certainly not insignificant. Their eyes filled with hatred. They gritted their teeth and asked, so the reason you summoned him to the palace is because of this I, as a knight of the Round Table, cannot stay still. Please give the order. Your Highness, Lenz pretended to speak in a sad, lamenting tone. I was just as angry when I first heard the news. However, as the king of a country, I worry that revealing this truth will plunge the kingdom into chaos. Then he pretends not to want to get involved, not to mention we would lose the favor of the administrator if a business conflict escalates with a player, which could negatively impact the relationship between Britain and Asga since they are the information providers and conducting a secret investigation. The subsequent act continued, but of course we couldn't let him do as he pleased. Lola and Thao's anger was evident as Laylat said, "I'm sure you understand what I mean. As Knights of the Round Table, they must not reveal any information. No matter what happens, they follow orders strictly." Lancelot sat on the throne and said clearly, "Your deeds will be remembered forever. With me, you are now sitting on the throne alongside the late King Atho as a witness. Never forgive anyone who dares to threaten King Atho and the kingdom." The sneaky laughter of Lancelot echoes throughout the palace. It's unbelievable that they are still blinded by a 1,000-year-old grudge. Ha ha ha. His disgusting and despicable nature continues when no one is around. They are so blind they don't even bother to check if he's a friend or foe. Then he breaks into an excited smile, feeling the thrill of holding the fate of a great nation in his hands and being guided by loyal hounds like a hunting dog. The taste of power is so sweet. Ah, Atho, you once indulged in this sweetness alone, but now it belongs to me, all for the sake of Olympus's ocean. Inside a room, Yugon, using a tracking device, observed all of Lalot's actions. "I just entered the palace less than a day ago, and they've already started moving?" Then Yugon used his fire element to see through the door. He couldn't help but scoff. Late at night, and they're knocking on someone's door with a fire hose. It seems they are eager to deal with me already. Through their skills, I can see 2 streams of mana almost piercing through the door. Their magic is roaring as if it could explode at any moment. Yugon quickly deduces that a furious rage is suppressing their magic. Wat must have said something to provoke them, only now do the 2 outsiders start to speak. "Is Jan in there? Can we talk?" "Thank you for accompanying us." Yugon calmly said, "No need to be polite. We can't exactly be sword fighting inside the palace." Thao's face darkened, quickly drawing his sword and saying to Jan, "Surely something is bothering your conscience, making it hard for you to sleep." He pointed his sword at you and said, "I will ask you a few questions now. If you don't answer or lie, I will cut off a limb of yours. Who killed King Atho?" UW frowned and asked again, "Why are you asking me that question?" As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly dodged the incoming sword, and Yug scolded him. "Is this how a ranker repays a player?" Thao, with deadly intent, said, "I will ask again. Who killed King Atho?" You stepped back and asked, "Was it Lancelot who ordered you?" Thao was furious. "How dare you?" Then he roared in Yugon's shock. "Who do you think you are to call him by his name?" Under Thao's fury, he quickly drew his sword from his gear pouch to block the attack. The 2 sides kept throwing punches at each other. Due to such reckless actions, Thao was quickly overwhelmed by the tower's punishment skill. Yugon saw him look uncomfortable and realized that the punishment was real, while Lancelot stirred the knight's desire for revenge, manipulating others to do their dirty work. It seems his move is starting to work. Then you approach him again, but first I have to take him down. The hand reaching out caught Thao off guard, and in an instant he was kicked away. The man furrowed his brow, wondering what that was just now. He lost sight of me for a moment. A chilling sensation made my skin crawl. Then a voice rang out. "Atho, don't kill him. He's only being used. I know that everything comes from the loyalty of the knights." Yug chuckled softly. "What should I do? Or should I let them meet Atho?" But then I thought, never mind. Merlin and Atho have known each other for a long time, so they will definitely believe me. But these 2 knights are misunderstanding and think I killed Atho. Then Yugon looked at the 2 knights for a long time. No, I have to hide Atho's existence before the roundtable meeting begins. But then a knight stepped forward without hesitation. The 42nd Knight of the Round Table sees you as a threat. The 42nd Knight of the Round Table demands a one-on-one duel. EU has no choice but to face them. The match must be one-on-one. The skill effects will end if a third party intervenes. The match begins. Yu looks at the other person and asks, "Aren't you going to fight back?" Layat said with a very righteous tone. "My honor does not allow me to use numbers to oppress a single player." Hearing that, you smile. "It really is the knight's spirit. Are you sure only you can beat me? You shouldn't underestimate your opponent." Layat frowned as he looked at Yugon. "We've always used this method to win against the Round Table." You frown, thinking to yourself, as if this Round Table is so noble. Before Britain and the Round Table, this land was always engulfed in bloody wars lasting hundreds of thousands of years. Yet they shamelessly take the glory built by others and act as if they deserve it. Yug assured him that this way they wouldn't win. "Let me handle it." He pointed his sword at him to make everyone see clearly, then activated the giant's strength skill focusing on his arm, temporarily turning endurance into power. Thora immediately looked worried and said, "I told you not to kill them. Stay calm, I promise it won't come to that." Then Jan rushed forward and faced Law Lei, and an explosion erupted immediately afterward, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. But that knight isn't an easy opponent either. He quickly used the Round Table Knight's shield to protect the target, but behind the shield, Lolat's face looked far from pleased. "Just as I thought, this guy is no pushover. He blocked all of Yugon's attacks with his shield. I shouldn't underestimate this player." But a few seconds later, he also realized something was off. Thao used his shield to push him back. Yugon, no longer a rookie in combat, jumped back. After dodging Lolat's attack, he also showed more respect for his opponent. As expected of a ranker, his fighting style focuses on defense, but he also possesses the incredible strength of a war chariot. That knight remains calm after taking the hit. If you want to fight, I'm ready to return the favor. Yug, after hearing that, continued to charge forward. Here's another blow to him. Let's see how you handle this. The endurance stat will temporarily turn into strength. You have enough endurance stats. The strength of the giant covers your entire body. Full giant transformation successful. Then Yon punched the shield hard. He was punched so hard he shuddered, making him grimace. What kind of strength is this? You silently thought it's not just about strength. Kin is made from adamantium, the strongest metal, forged by a master from the top of the tower. Then he threw another punch. You will pay the price. Then Yon punched the shield again, breaking it apart, followed by another punch and a flurry of strikes. The shield now looked unable to hold up any longer, with more cracks appearing. Gritting his teeth until blood came out, his eyes turned red. Damn it, he has no special skills but can still use them to push me into a disadvantage? Immediately after, Loret activates his aiming skill to shoot at Yugon. That skill caused you to hesitate, but Yugon quickly regained his focus and then charged forward, punching the shield again, this time with even more force than before. Although protected, the shield still cracked open, and as it nearly shattered into pieces, it became frantic. How can he do that? He's not a ranker, just an ordinary player. Then, a loud explosion sent rocks and dust flying everywhere. Through the thick smoke, Yugon's voice rang out. If you really think I'm involved with those who assassinated King Atho and truly want revenge, then drop that fake knight persona. Meanwhile, the one-on-one arena effect has been nullified, because the one-on-one rule is no longer in effect due to third-party interference. Thao quickly stepped forward to protect Laolet. I don't care how many people you're fighting. Yu touched his torn shirt and said, fighting alone. Then he tore it off, which only meant stubbornness. Thao quickly explained, I know I am stubborn. He only pointed his sword at you. But if you say you want to fight both of us, don't regret it. After saying that, he used his sword enhancement skill to become enormous. Yugen quickly drew the sword from his bag and charged at him. Thao's giant sword swung down forcefully onto the ground. Yuquan jumps into the thick smoke, focusing on the target before activating Divine Stride. EU dodges the flying swords and then activates the ability of non-steps. Your speed will increase by 100% for 5 seconds. You will be able to move freely in the air for 5 seconds. Activate the Fire Eye Gold Star to plot the route. The 5 senses are enhanced. After approaching Thao, Yu World swung his sword down, and the two swords clashed, causing them to be thrown apart. Even though he dodged the attack, he still couldn't escape punishment. Then, they charged at each other again, causing a massive explosion. Yugon fights more fiercely, causing sparks to fly as the two swords clash. Unlike Yugon, Thao is now almost unable to hold on. His eyes are cloudy, his lips bleeding. Damn it, the punishment orders are getting harsher. This can't go on. I have to find a way to take him down with a single strike. But judging by his appearance, he couldn't. Yugon then knocked Thao away, giving Thao a chance to seize the moment. He quickly called his teammate Laolet. Let's go. Understood. Before leaving, Laolet also planted his shield on the ground. Immediately after, a giant sword appeared, blocking Yugon from them. Laolet muttered angrily, damn it, it's just defense and the punishment is this severe! Grinding his teeth, but even if this body is destroyed to death, I will do everything for the Empire. Yug also stopped to assess the situation. This is dangerous. If not handled well, it could be disastrous. He gathers power into his remaining hand. I can only use this for a maximum of 1 minute before quickly activating my aura. But if it's enough to stop him, Yuen will try to rush forward using his remaining mana. After a moment of observation, Yuen saw Lolet standing behind the barrier. I see it. There's a convergence point where I can break the flow of magic. The Round Table's judgment has fallen, and the protective layer has disappeared. You just swing your sword like that. I have to put all my strength into it. A big explosion then occurs. From afar, the explosion looked as massive as a nuclear bomb. Lolet and Thao, after taking that hit, quickly collapsed. He turned to ask Thao, are you okay? La wondered. Is this guy unconscious? Luckily, he is still alive. There's no mistake. The final attack he launched contained demonic energy. The man couldn't help but wonder how both those powers could coexist, especially since he also used magic. There's no way he could have survived that last hit, so there's no more information to gather. Luckily, there's still a small lead. In Lolet's eyes, Yugon is still the suspect who killed King Atho. We must track down the identity of the demon connected to his demonic aura. Amidst the thick fog, a figure suddenly appears. Seeing the person emerge from the smoke, it was Yon. Layet stammered in horror. Why are you still here? Then another voice suddenly spoke up. Everything here has been destroyed. Yugo also glanced back, while La shouted loudly. The king, you secretly thought, did he come in person? Lalot, the traitorous knight. He hurriedly knelt before Lenslot and kept saying, I am truly sorry, your majesty. I beg for forgiveness. He slowly said, yes, repentance is good, but for your actions that ruined Britain's reputation and the Round Table, I sentence you to death. Then Lalot swung his sword and beheaded both of them in front of Yugon, their fresh blood splattering onto Lalot's cold face. He calmly told Yugon as if nothing had happened. These bastards are truly a disgrace to the nation. I saw everything happen, and right now he just wants to bite Lenslot to pieces. Yugon keeps calming him down. Hold on, we have to restrain ourselves for now. You told A that if Lancelot dies here, people will still remember him as a noble king. You have protected Britain's peace on his behalf. You didn't want that to happen, right? Lot wiped the blood from his face and glanced at Yugon. At this moment, Yugon's egg shows some reaction, displaying a snarl at you. Could that look mean there's an outsider god inside him? It must be Olympus's order. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to attack me. While Ator's existence still remains undisclosed, the more he thought about it, the stranger it felt. Has Olympus discovered something? Could something have caused them to act? If this isn't related to the outsider god, then what could it be? Lot steps forward and, pretending to be a wise and generous king, apologizes to you on behalf of Thao and Lolette. He said, "These knights are in an unstable state due to the recent unfortunate events involving their king. Please forgive my abruptness." Then Lot suggested, "It's probably a bit uncomfortable to talk under these conditions. I propose we have a proper meeting to exchange words. As the king of kings, it is your duty to cut him off. Now or tomorrow, just let me know when you're done." You brushed past Lancelot in surprise, and his dismissive attitude only made you more annoyed. He started to regret. It was a mistake. He should have sent more people instead. Suddenly, a strange sensation enveloped Lancelot as Yugon walked by, using his ground restoration skill. When did he start feeling this way? What has happened to the people inside the castle? They are watching Yugon. Suddenly, a voice echoes in Lot's ear. "What wind brought you here at this hour?" The next morning, at the training grounds, the guards standing together were a bit curious and poked at the ground with their spears. Then someone wondered if the ground looked a bit strange. Did they do any repairs yesterday? Probably not. That's strange. Come on, stop chatting and focus. They discussed for a while before receiving the clear summons. The entire team is gathered. Yugon, while putting away the stake, thought that no matter how far they are from the castle, with magic flowing all night, everything still remains too quiet. The lot must have done something. He put down the sword and said, "This stuff is really bad. Full of blood smell." Linz mocked him. "Looks like you're not used to fine food, huh? From now on, we will eat things like this. This is what you deserve." Yoon repeated once more. "No, I already said I don't like it." So he quickly changed the subject. "How did you get to know mine?" I didn't really care before because he was only passionate about gardening and some trivial things. But since you arrived, he's become much more active. Even yesterday after you left, he showed up at the training ground. What wind brought him here at this hour? It's just noise. Just a few knights getting a bit excited and causing a little scuffle. Don't worry. Yu replied nonchalantly. It was just a coincidence. Lancelot hesitantly replied, "Is that so? You keep beating around the bush. Just get to the point and tell me what's really going on." The atmosphere between the two instantly grew tense. The lot said, "Say it straight." Yugon frowned as he looked at Lancelot. "He has used magic to completely cover this place. Clever trick. In this case, I won't be able to send messages or contact the outside." He clearly stated his intention. "Yugon, I heard you're holding the sea stone. Someone I know wants it, so I suggest we cooperate." Yu replied, "Poseidon needs the sacred coral, right?" Lancelot frowned. "Don't casually mention that name." He even revealed his earlier plans. "I intended to seize it by force. From the moment you set foot in Britain, like killing and burning the body. I have many options. What Lancelot said, you have also considered. Just as I thought, his plan is to put Mamos in danger. But for him to let the knight do that, he probably doesn't know that Mamos is Bello's son." Lancelot begins to give Yugon a choice. It seems that the power of the shield greatly supports him. "If you give me the stone and make me your ally, I will overlook everything and support you in the future." Hearing that, he chuckled coldly and replied, "Just yesterday you drew your sword to kill me, and now you're changing your attitude?" Then Yugon stood up and praised his generosity, saying, "You are truly generous and really warm-hearted. You keep talking. Maybe if I bow to you and show generosity, I might get a better deal." Lancelot was so angry his face twisted. Then he couldn't hold it anymore and cursed Yugon. "Who the hell do you think you are?" Before leaving, he left a final word saying, "I know myself very well, only you don't realize what you've become." Yugon left the dining room, but he couldn't stop thinking about how Pedan had contacted him first given his position. He can deal with me whenever he wants, but his sudden change in attitude must have a reason behind it. Don't tell me he's preparing to betray us, especially since he possesses the Holy Sea Stone and has the potential to become a high-level traitor. In other words, he overestimates his own strength, but in reality, I alone cannot resist falling. The more Yugon thought, the more problems appeared. Maybe he has another plan to ensure things, so let's just fight it out. I like that. Just quietly fill my stomach first. Then Atho also spoke up. "Don't be too angry. I'm not feeling comfortable either." He continued, "But we don't have much time now, so let's wait a little longer. I've already prepared the stage." A new message arrived saying, "But it's tomorrow. Get ready." The next day, at the round table in Camelot, EU, with Merlin's help, was given a seat at the round table. Even though you're not a knight, your quick glance toward Yugon revealed that it was him. I'm glad to see Merlin attending the meeting again after so long, but why did he bring him along? Then he looked back at the two empty chairs. This meeting felt very different from usual. Where are the two missing knights, Thao and Lolette? In this meeting, there are two of Lot's trusted allies, Otto's right hand, and the number one knight of the Round Table 1. Next, the knight of the Round Table Jidrak whispers to 1, Look at that, he's staring too much. Then he looked toward Landlot and said, I have a bad feeling about this. I understand. The lot suppresses his anger. He spoke to everyone around him, saying, normally those who haven't been granted authority can't sit at the round table, but this time I will overlook it for Merlin because I happen to have something to discuss with him. And then he glanced at Yugon. Everyone agrees, right? But even if everyone agrees, the truth remains that you are an outsider. Do you understand the value of sitting here, or are you just occupying someone else's seat? Yu deliberately sat in the chair beside him and nonchalantly said, the meaning I accept, but the seat probably belongs to Tao or Lao Li. Everyone at the round table started to get noisy. That's really rude. How dare you? Lancelot continued. So you must also know what happened to them. Of course, I saw him kill both of them with my own eyes. The knights immediately became agitated. Your Majesty, this is unacceptable. This is not a place for him to defame like that. We must expel him at once. Lancelot admits, stop making noise. Yes, I am the one who took their lives. He then continues speaking to Yugon, but I believe everyone understands why I had to do it. Tell the truth, Yugon. Yugon straightforwardly said to him, so him. Don't misunderstand, Lancelot. This meeting isn't for me, but for you to pay for your crimes. The knights continued whispering among themselves. How can he stay so calm when he's going into the tiger's den all alone? Lancelot clenched his fists and asked, what are you plotting, Jan? He voluntarily stood up in everyone's surprise. He has a guest. Then he pushed the door open. I think he was very happy to see this guest. The door slowly opens and a man steps inside. The stunned expressions of the knights gradually turned into tears of emotion. Night King, Though, you have been gone for over a decade. The knights immediately knelt down to pay their respects to Tho, your highness, your highness. Tho then turned to Asconin. Juan, how has your son been lately? I wonder if you still use the sword I gave you. But he only asked again, Your Highness, where have you been all this time? Then he looked at Jed again. That little brat who used to pick his nose, and now he already has a seat here. Your Highness, do you know how long we have been waiting for you? The people here are overwhelmed with emotion over Atho. Only Lot remains calm. He couldn't hide his trembling. What's going on? Atho must be dead already. Why? If this is really the person, and he wants to return to the Golden Russia, then my life is over. I can't let this absurd thing happen. Think, how do I deal with this mess? Think now. Lalot suddenly became extremely agitated, then loudly pointed at Yugon. Yugon came to Camelot with a demon bloodline from Bello, and insisted that the person was a fake in front of everyone. The Round Table Knights started to argue among themselves. Bio, the fake king. Yeah, that's right. I saw it clearly when I brought the player in last time. Yugon has connections with demons. What are you guys talking about? Don't you recognize the symbol of the Night King? This is definitely Excalibur. What else is there to doubt? But Landlot still insisted, no, this guy is definitely a fake. Then he drew his sword, and the person beside him shouted, what more do you want to do at this point? Then he looked at Yugon nearby and said, that's a terrible plan. Yugon, no matter how well you disguise him, I can still expose this imposter. Len suddenly swung his sword to cut down Atho to prove he was a fake, but Merlin quickly appeared and easily stopped him. Atho standing behind him suddenly starts to melt. Whoosh! You're quick, old man. Atho suddenly transforms into moss. A slight smile curved on his lips. He really is a fraud. The group of knights began to change their attitude, hurriedly ordering to arrest them. Mamos deliberately said to them, wait a moment, isn't it you who drew your swords too slowly? Just like you all are sure this isn't, right? It's the person you all know. Yugon stands behind Mos and Min, softly smiling at them. From behind you, a giant demon quickly appears with two sharp-pointed teeth, extremely ferocious. It is none other than Atho in his true form. He roared, Lancelot! That's right, Lancelot! Tell me why you know I am dead! He is terrified, every cell in his body reacting to the energy emanating from him. He is real. He is Atho. Seeing him silently stare at me like that, I quickly continued to speak. Mo Lin is blocking the way. Let them talk. Don't interfere. Gowie was surprised. Elder, Lancelot is trembling now. What do you mean by that? It's ridiculous. I only know that demon is fake. I don't know anything else. Thoroughly, he said. Do you still dare to utter that word? You keep talking. Lancelot, you said I handed you the royal seal, right? You reach out your hand to quickly place the ring on. That means I have chosen you as the next king. I am still holding one of the only two seals in the world. Lancelot, where did you get that from? Atho's eyes are now filled with tears. My son, that seal belongs to Modre Bendragon. At this moment, Thang cannot admit he killed Atho's son, so he keeps glancing at the mark. This mark. Suddenly, he looked at the knights, each one eager to know the truth. The fierce eyes of the knights kept scrutinizing their imposter king. Lot muttered curses under his breath. Damn it. Atho struck fiercely at him at the same time, but Lancelot quickly fled, his mouth mumbling, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. He jumps out through the window, leaving all the royal knights stunned. Everyone is murmuring, what the hell is going on? Who can we trust and who should we ask? Didn't you see Lot run away? Chase after him quickly. Wait, everyone stop. If all the knights of the Round Table act, the people will be stirred up. Isn't the people's benefit our guiding principle? There's no need to chase Lalot. He won't be able to leave Camelot. His top priority now is to escape from Camelot, but he won't just abandon Britain, so he's definitely planning to hide somewhere to scheme. At the same time, on Lanlot's side, he desperately ran toward the city gate, opened the door, and the soldiers were a bit surprised to see him appear here. The barrier was broken, but he didn't have time to explain. As soon as the gate was open, Lalot immediately rushed out. Suddenly, something in front of Lancelot made him startle, but strangely, Lalot was just a little further away from escaping. But a yellow barrier suddenly appeared to block him. Seeing him get thrown back, the soldiers shouted in panic. "What's going on? Your Majesty, are you all right?" The system then displayed a warning. "This area has turned into a prison. You can't leave here." Lancelot grits his teeth in anger. "Damn it, Merlin, this is definitely the old man's trick. Everyone stay away from the castle." No need to say it, but he also knows who is responsible for this, Lalot thought angrily. "Lean, it must be that old man." Suddenly, from the sky, long chains intertwined and tightly wrapped around Lalot's limbs. "The soldiers advance! How dare you insult the prince!" Lin shouted loudly. "Step back if you don't want trouble. This man is no longer the king of Britain. He's a traitor." He remembered exactly what Kim Yugon said. Even if he transformed the shape of the stand-in to look just like Aetho, the Round Table would still recognize that the magic energy was fake. So, use Aetho's energy to cover Mamos' body. That way, you can deceive the Round Table. Thinking of this, he told him, "Confess all your disgusting sins to everyone or be torn apart immediately." Then Mo Lin glared contemptuously at that despicable Lancelot. "But first, I have one question. Why did you do this?" He paused for a moment, then suddenly his face bulged with veins and he grinned cunningly. "I think I have some noble motive or something. I just want to be king." Lancelot's eyes are now covered by a dark energy. Suddenly, as he transforms, everything around him explodes, as if someone had set off a bomb. Lin looked at him, and Kim Yu said that the demon inside Lalot, what it uses doesn't seem like demon or magic power. He suspects it might be a new type of energy that emerged when Lancelot betrayed Atho. The Round Table King's notification system declares sovereignty over his territory. You will be punished if you attack the Round Table King within his territory. Lin shouted loudly, raising his staff, "I won't let you leave Camelot!" Petty tricks. Immediately afterward, he struck Lancelot with a powerful blow, causing the place where he stood to explode. His energy source didn't hit Malin, but shot straight in the opposite direction, destroying everything in that path in an instant. He gritted his teeth in frustration as he redirected his attack towards the city. "You are despicable," he shouted loudly, cursing Lancelot. "You're crazy!" And he quickly harnessed his inner strength to cover the city and protect Britain. He couldn't believe it and asked him, "Where is your honor when you want to become king by taking the people hostage?" At this moment, a long crack appears in the prison wall as the system quickly announces that the two sides are separated. Lancelot, cunning as he is, no matter how powerful a wizard you are, you can't beat high-level treachery. He silently lamented, "It's over. The prison's crack has healed." Lancelot gritted his teeth. His initial goal was to drain the prison. Now the system keeps announcing and repairing the continuous cracks. Lalot's eyes now turn crazed, just like a demon in disguise. He clenched his teeth in anger and fiercely struck at Merlin, but the Round Table shield protected him. And Jan's egg is now showing strange movements. The egg is swallowing saliva, and the egg is starving. The egg is starving. The egg is hungry. Yugon is panicking. If he escapes now, it won't be good. Although facing a high-level stronghold is still a bit too much for him right now, he was eventually surrounded. "You bastards, I've been waiting for this day for a long time," Atho roared. "Lancelot, I must personally take your life." Then the two of us strike fiercely towards Lancelot. But it seems that after evolving, he's stronger, and he alone can block Atho and Yugon's swords with his bare hands. How can he be beaten when he's foolishly provoking thy ma's body? Athor, I am no longer the landlord of the past. Yugo quickly channels his inner strength. The system announces that you have fully enlarged your body and summoned hell. Suddenly, many eyes appear around Lot, staring intensely at him, causing him to become a bit panicked. What the hell is this? It's dangerous. He nearly went insane. What is that? Why is there suddenly a voice? He is just like us. My broken piece. Our broken piece. Run quickly. He's just a player. Use your fear now and run. Calm down. This is the body of a high-level thief. There's nothing to be afraid of. No, it's too late now. Your body, your soul, and everything else will be devoured by it. Soon after, sharp iron teeth gradually emerge from the air as its eggs begin to feast again. Then, those sharp teeth viciously bit into Lancelot's body, tearing apart each part piece by piece. The egg reveals the true body. The egg is greedily and treacherously devouring Lancelot. He felt pain all over his body and couldn't look, shouting loudly, then fiercely looked in your direction. "Yugon! That brat!" Everything here quickly fell into chaos and ruin, as if abandoned for a long time. Mo watched him gradually being swallowed by the egg, and couldn't help but feel contempt. Truly pathetic. Lancelot only then felt terrified as he shouted loudly, "Save me!" And of course, no one was willing to help someone as pathetic as him. Lalot kept begging for mercy, saying, "I'll do anything you want." Atho couldn't hold back her voice. "Thou, Lalit, and Maudre too. They are the reason why you must die." "It's Lalot. At this point, his entire body has been reduced to a blackened, skeletal remains by the burrowing eggs. Finally, the skeleton quickly collapsed and the system displayed a message. You have defeated the greedy and treacherous Lancelot. The throne of Britain is vacant. The remaining 10 days to choose the new king. If someone gains the majority of votes, they will become the king of Britain. You have leveled up. Agility increased by 2. Focus increased by 1. You have received 200,000 points. Yugon thought, killing Lot also gives me points. Similarly, Orochi's head is also considered a boss monster. His name isn't just Lancelot, but also greed and treachery, foolish disaster, desperate sky, dark swamp, and the incapable of reproduction. It seems that all the external gods also have titles corresponding to their traits and powers. The foolish disaster seed and the Lancelot user are probably connected to greed. Now that it's full, the egg starts acting up, patting its belly happily and humming, with a 70% hatching rate remaining. Yugen observes that this time it eats more slowly than when it ate Orochi, as if it's digesting a large amount of food. A voice rings out. What is that? Meline stepped forward, emanating a dark, evil energy similar to Lalot's. No, even more terrifying. Could it be the source of your power? Yugon asked him. Does it look like that? He looked up at the sky. Outer Beast. Let's just call it that for now, since I don't know much about it either. Moen couldn't help but be surprised. Outer Beast, what a strange name. Do such creatures really exist in this world? You stay silent for a moment, as if realizing something. I don't think we can breathe a sigh of relief just yet. Lord Min. Yu predicts that a single strike will unleash a tremendous force upon us. The scene shifts to a palace, the man's voice trembling uncontrollably. Sir Poseidon, he is furious and storms in. Now you don't even bother to come out and greet him? I was already kind enough to open the way for you to come in. Poseidon nonchalantly said if I didn't open the door, I could just barge in myself, so it's boring. I don't want to waste more words with you either. Just say it straight, right now in your country. Very boldly, Lancelot was killed. You want to talk about this, right? Biden couldn't help but be surprised. That's right. He has a complete grasp of everything happening in Olympus. He continued, what do you plan to do? Lancelot spoke up, saying, it's best to avoid making a big deal out of this. We just have to accept this minor damage. We must leave no evidence of our connection to Britain, so the best way is to erase everything. As soon as he finished speaking, he decisively prepared to launch an attack on the city, just as Jan had predicted. Poseidon silently thought that if it dropped that thing, all of Britain would be destroyed, but then he continued. The administrator wouldn't let this go. Russ has calculated everything. I have discussed with them, and a single strike is still permitted. You still don't understand. You mean a single strike? Yugon explained. It's a lightning bolt. It seems he's about to attack this place. Immediately after, a new challenge appears on the system notification. Camelot's destruction is imminent. A lightning strike will hit Camelot within the next 10 minutes. Defy this lightning. Yugon contemptuously says you want to play that way. The challenge notification appears, meaning he has approved it with the administrator. As expected, that bastard comes up with all sorts of tricks to avoid punishment. Meline doesn't believe it. Even if Olympus really is the force behind Lancelot, why would someone like Rot need to use that much power against us? He looked up. Rot isn't stupid. If he destroys Camelot, Olympus will also face severe punishment, which would make us weaker compared to our rival force, Asga. On your side, the system quickly warns that a lightning strike will hit Camelot in 5 minutes. Yugon does not deny. That's right, even the mighty Olympus fears Asga, especially Odin. But that's also why they have to hurriedly erase all traces like this, even if it means paying a heavy price. Mind quickly responded, it's truly perplexing, but now is not the time for pointless arguing. So what can I say? Immediately after, he struck his staff hard against the ground. Mo covered Brit with a protective shield. He couldn't help but be surprised. Truly impressive. No wonder he's a great wizard skilled in thousands of spells. But this alone still isn't enough to stop the lightning. Seeing you standing still like that, he said, if you can help out a bit more, don't just stand there staring at the sky and clouds. Yoon replied, I'm not just standing around doing nothing. Immediately after, he activated his fire eye. Yugen remembered that a few days before coming to Camelot, he had received a message, and he was not only surprised at how quickly he found him, but also lacked confidence in pretending not to know him. So I just ignored that message altogether. But at this point, I can't ignore it anymore. And soon, a lightning bolt will strike Camelot in 3 minutes. Yugon transmitted mentally. Are you watching right now? Help me out a bit. At this moment, the Fire Eye's golden spirit of the great sage Heavenly is watching Yugon. He's just joking. What does he want to do? Yugon said seriously. So you want all of us to die? The great sage still looked indifferent. So what if I did? Was it not worth all the effort I put into finding you? He pretends not to know anything. Oh, looking for you? You directly expose yourself, stalking them for days. Of course, you have questions you want to ask. Time is gradually passing, and the system rings again, indicating that a lightning strike will hit Camelos in 2 minutes. Tithien Dithen asks with concern. It seems your escape skills are quite good, so why are you just standing here taking it? Honestly, I can't stand by and watch this place get destroyed. Just help me this once and consider yourself in my debt. After a long moment of silence, the great sage equal to heaven finally agreed to your request. All right, just this once. As he finished speaking, he quickly shot down from above. Mullen couldn't help but marvel. Wow, Sun Wukong is so proud. That's right. He introduced himself even though everyone knew he was the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Now time is up. A lightning bolt will strike Camelos in a minute. He happily looked at you. Finally meeting you. Kim Yugon, cut the small talk and let's get to it. Dealing with the current situation is enough. He glared at you. Remember that? There will be no second chance. Yugon calmly said, I have no intention of asking for anything else either. The great sage, Heavenly King, smiled with satisfaction. That went very well. And finally, time ran out, marking the beginning of Camelot's end. At the same time, he took out his Rui Jingubong and shouted loudly, stretching it out. So it quickly reached the sky, while above, a strike was also falling directly onto the city. But Malin's shield and the wish-granting staff managed to block in time. The old man struggled to hold on, fighting to withstand until he coughed up blood. And at this moment, the lightning grew even stronger, destroying Malin's shield. Now only the Rui Jingubang remains to face the lightning, and the situation is extremely dire. The great sage dethroned lovingly caresses his weapon. Oh, not bad, I guess, Yugen thought to himself. This Rui staff is just a copy created by a skill. Perhaps this clone of Wukong isn't strong enough yet to fully withstand Rate's lightning. Suddenly, his glove reacted strangely, and its eye gradually opened. You immediately sense the difference. You carefully observe Kini. Then you look up at the sky and think for a moment, but your intuition is unclear about what you're referring to. But then he loudly said, hold on a little longer. The great sage Tijen was stunned. Huh? What did you say? What the hell are you doing? You didn't answer. He directly kicked him hard in the shoulder and leapt high into the air. His eyes have turned red. Yu silently looks up at the sky. The great sage. The Heavenly Lord couldn't help but shout in worry. Where are you running off to? The heavens and earth know he's not that weak, but to charge in head first like that? Who is rushing to their death? As he speaks, he uses his fire-eye gold star to observe you. But far from what he expected and guessed, the great sage Heavenly King was extremely surprised, not knowing what the boy had done, but at this moment, the storm clouds in the sky were dispersing. On Yugen's side, the system was reporting that the shell of the 4 primal elements was resisting the electric charge. Kini is reacting to the lightning. The Shadow Dark Stone reacts to the lightning. The Dark Star Stone reacts to the lightning. Yu is pleased just as I thought. This reaction is exactly the same as when the Dark Star Stone is near the sea. Starstone. This lightning is one of Hedis' masterpieces made from celestial crystal. This reaction is definitely caused by the celestial crystal. Everything has become clear. Kini is made from Shadow Starstone, the lightning from Divine Starstone, and finally the Sea Starstone. These 3 crystals were originally one, otherwise their reaction wouldn't be this intense. Now, my glove speaks with my voice. All of mine. Kini absorbs the power of lightning. And in just a moment, Kini is filled with the power of lightning. Yugon couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, even after being dispersed into the wish-fulfilling staff, it's still incredibly powerful. Right now, you're enduring the electric shock effect, and the 4-element shield resists the electric shock but cannot withstand it. I've struggled so much just to gain this power, but it's still not enough to face falling. It's so frustrating. The system alerts that the electric shock state has risen to level 2, and the 4 elemental shields resist the electric shock. You try to endure, but this only strengthens your resolve. The system sounds again, unable to resist the electric shock. The electric shock escalates to level 3, making resistance impossible. In just a moment, the electric shock level rose to 5, and Yugen whispered to himself, I will catch up with you soon. As for Kini, it greedily absorbed the lightning bolt struck by Rot. In just a moment, the sky gradually returned to its original blue, and Rot's attack was no longer effective. Yugen struggled to let Kini absorb all the lightning from before, and he himself was battered by the electric shock. Seeing everything was fine, he finally relaxed and fainted. Yug immediately fell from above. The great sage, equal to heaven, is startled. That crazy guy is falling freely. Molin is also panicked. Not seeing him move, it seems he's unconscious. He quickly leapt up, annoyed and muttering to himself, I knew it. But luckily, his falling speed was slower than Wukong's movement, so I managed to catch him. Finally, the danger has passed, and the purge of Camelot has come to an end. It seems everyone will have a brief period of peace. The platform above the well used for observation exploded. He couldn't help but feel regretful. Who would have thought that the great sage Kidian would appear? Then Rot said to his brother, It's a failure. Poseidon, surprised, ran closer. What, damn it? Why would that great saint have any reason to oppose Olympus? Rut said, The great saint is unpredictable. He doesn't really care who his enemies are. Even the great celestial assembly can't kill him, so it's best not to see him as an enemy, just because he's targeting our affairs, Boss said, puzzled. But maybe after that attack, his main body isn't unscathed either. How could a clone block his lightning bolt? Rot said, Kim Yugon is an unpredictable wildcard. Poseidon was surprised that Kim Yugon received such praise from him. How strong is this Kim Yugon? Anyway, he's a difficult one to deal with. Even compared to the high-level mechanical soldiers, does he now stand on the same level? Poseidon feels anxious. So what should we do now? The incident in Britain must have reached Asgard by now. You must have already thought of this. Yes, there is a way. A surge of power strikes towards Poseidon, but luckily for him, he was prepared. Poseidon shouted loudly, "You bastard, I knew you would do that and try to use me as a human shield." With a cunning smile, he apologized to his brother. Everything was for Olympus, and then he immediately unleashed a lightning bolt. A powerful light illuminated the entire palace. Poseidon angrily struck down the brat. After the Camilla's purge was over, he received a bunch of rewards and his lightning resistance increased significantly. The great sage equal to heaven hugged him, unable to help but scold out of worry. "Are you really that stupid or just pretending to be? If you wanted to die, why ask me for help?" Hugo said casually, surprisingly hearing those words from your mouth. The great sage equal to heaven wondered, "Wait, you haven't even had a chance to speak yet," and he fainted again. When he woke up, Yoon was lying on a large bed in the British palace. You quickly sat up and asked what was going on. "I heard something faintly. Did I faint?"
He holds the sword in his hand. The Dark Knight enhances the 200% recovery effect of vitality. Merlin quickly enters. "It's been 5 days. I thought you had died."
What happened then? It seemed like you were struck by lightning and turned to ash, but then it suddenly disappeared. You look at Keeney thoughtfully and say, "Lightning. Let's see. I think I have a new skill now. Activate the lightning shard." Suddenly, lightning bolts kept shooting out from your glove with enormous power. Merlin teased, "So much effort to block that lightning, and now you want to use it to destroy this castle?" You frowned and said, "Sorry, it's a new skill. I haven't fully mastered it yet." Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed through the room, shaking everything. If this brat wakes up, he should behave and stay still, but instead, he's causing trouble. Emlyn remembered there was a guest waiting for several days. "I've been really hoping you'd wake up. The one who came isn't a stranger, it's Hoos." Seeing that you didn't say anything, he yelled again. "Huh? Am I wrong about anything?" "Oh hey, then go ahead and say a sentence." You frowns. "Why is this uncle here?" It goes without saying that what followed was a series of curses from Hoos. Both Yugon and Merlin couldn't fight back and had to accept their fate. Finally, after a long while, Hep-Het Hoos's outburst subsided. The three quickly gathered together. Yugon told him everything that happened, so that's why I was able to get a piece of the lightning. Surely the three divine stones can merge back together. Yugon then immediately wondered, where is he? Hep-Het Hoos is still furious. That monkey of yours is probably sleeping somewhere. Get to the point. What is your main purpose for coming here? If it's about Sun Wukong, then maybe your uncle can't help much. He's blatantly lying. Can I go sightseeing or not? You immediately couldn't believe it. Really? You have no tact at all and directly expose it? Maybe you're worried about me? Hus, too embarrassed, gets angry. I came to enjoy the scenery. Suddenly, the atmosphere around us fell silent. Meline couldn't hold back and covered her mouth to stifle her laughter. Seeing the slight blush in the atmosphere, he pretended to cough a few times to change the subject.
"Are you still holding the starfish crystal?" Yuan replied.
Of course. Meline was surprised to hear this. Hoos asked if he was holding on to the Starseed crystal and talked about the upgrade approach he mentioned earlier. I think I figured it out. It would be great if Keeney could use 2 types of power, but each piece of equipment can only be combined with 1 type of shard or be enhanced to level up Keeney. I have also gathered all the necessary materials. Is there a good blacksmith in Camelot? Would it be alright if I borrowed it for a bit? Lynn is generous. Who would refuse the greatest blacksmith of this tower? Please, go ahead. Yu ponders. Come to think of it, these 2 old men are quite compatible. This time, they even meet earlier. Look at the composition table. These 2 kilograms of adamantium are perfect for extracting the power of the 2 gemstones, and the durability will be very high too. Yig says 1.25 million, including manufacturing costs. What do you think? Heap Atus feels a bit resentful. This brat personally brought the materials here and still plans to deceive the old man? 1.5 million, you smile ingratiatingly. So it's settled at 1.4 million then, he said irritably, watching you think. If it hadn't been injured, I might have broken its neck. But still, whether in this life or the previous one, you've always been the person he cares about most. Finally, Hughes agreed. He let out a breath and said, all right, if I take the item, it will take about 4 days. After that, come find me, and this time don't be late again, you said happily. Okay, uncle, I just recovered a bit and went out for a walk. Morris said that after the king disappeared, the entire country fell into chaos. Yes, they will never be at peace as long as news of the betrayal spreads. You also saw them arguing fiercely over whether Aetho was real or fake, and if Lalot was truly a traitor during the meeting. Lalot's influence is not insignificant. The round table is divided, so regaining its former glory is extremely difficult. You asked if he felt regret. Millen firmly replied, no, this should have happened earlier. Removing the rotten parts so that new life can grow is the true law of nature. As for this matter, I am also very grateful to you because it was your trust in me that allowed us to correct our mistakes. Mo, he shot a sidelong glance at you, daring to call me Meline. So familiar. He looked at you and continued. I see your injuries are healing quite well. Let's go somewhere together. Can you call Etho out here? Immediately afterward, the 2 of them went to the place he mentioned. Mo recounted, after Leslet's death, I found this place while dealing with his residents. Maybe he couldn't bear to destroy it, so he hid it in the most secret place only the king could access. Otho's whole body kept trembling with excitement, and his breathing was becoming hurried. Otho's voice now broke and became hoarse. Molder Dragon, my son, my beloved son. Mullen stepped forward. I also want the prince to rest in peace soon. But a prince should have a proper funeral. If we make a big fuss, Britain might become even more chaotic, so for now I will keep him safe here. Yuquan looked up at Pendragon's body. A bold idea suddenly came to his mind. Then Kian suggested, why not use his body instead? Otho was surprised. What do you mean I can't do that? It was my fault that he died. If I do that, how can I still keep what little conscience I have left? Mo replied. That's right. This might be a bit too much for Atho. Even I feel this isn't appropriate. Yuquan exposes the truth. Do you think that if your son's body becomes a zombie under my command, his honor will be damaged? Otho admits it. Of course, only I deserve to bear the shame of becoming a zombie. You misunderstood me. Let me clarify what I plan to do in the future. Do you think it will harm Brit? No way. Thanks to you, our fallen country is getting back on its original path. So you think that by doing this, you're creating a brighter future for Britain with your son. This is the son you expect to inherit your throne, isn't it? So he must surely trust and follow in his father's footsteps. Hearing these words, Mullen didn't argue back, only feeling a pang of sorrow rising within him. Otho looks at her little son. My son truly cares for Britain. If you try to stop it, it will be for Britain's future, and I will happily follow your words. Yu chuckled softly. I won't let you regret today's decision. He quickly raised his hand to let Atho's soul enter his son's body. The body swiftly became lively as it was infused with life force, no different from a real person. A vow has been made. I will never betray you and will dedicate my loyalty from the bottom of my heart. Otho looked up to Jan with reverence and said, You are my king. Notification, you have received the vow of the Death Knight, Atho. The power of the King of Hell has increased. The power of Death Knight. Otho has been restored. You have gained the absolute loyalty of the King of Atho Knights. The scene shifts to Tathian Daithun. He is recalling memories of the boy. Are you really stupid or just pretending? If you wanted to die, why would you ask me for help? Ignorant? I never thought I would hear that from your mouth. Wait a moment, you know me. Did we know each other before? Hey, wake up. He looked at his hand, lost in thought, as if he had known me for a long time. And no matter how brave he was, he didn't show any fear when facing the great sage Tien, but instead spoke as if we were close friends. Just like two old friends, the phrase old friends kept circling in his mind, making the great sage Tien's mood extremely uncomfortable. Kim Yugon turned back to the present and asked Atho, How do you feel about your new body? Atho continued, It might be more comfortable now that the body has reached a high-level divine form. I still need some time to get used to you, so there's no need to be so formal anymore. You are now my king, Yuquan interrupted. All right. Immediately after, Atho disappeared and only a cloud of black smoke remained around Yuquan. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. I can't believe my eyes anymore. The great king of the knights now recognizes someone else as the ruler. Yuan looked up to the sky as that voice echoed again. Don't forget, if I hadn't helped you, you'd already be a skeleton. But it's strange, isn't it? I really can't understand what made you think I would help you back then. But when you think about it carefully, everything makes sense. You understand people very well. Hearing this, Yuan suddenly fell silent, staring intently at the great sage equal to heaven in front of him. You think I only came to help because of the Fire Eye's golden spirit, but is there any other reason? Everyone knows the Fire Eyes is a signature skill of Sun Wukong, but more precisely, it is a natural divine power of his family, the Monkey King clan. At first I thought you would save me first to question you about the Fire Eyes, to find out why an unknown player without the monkey lineage possesses this skill. You calmly, is there anyone who doesn't know your reputation? Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven, a high-ranking general who once caused chaos in the heavenly palace. I hear you've been in seclusion for a long time. The great sage heavenly king shouted, Stop the nonsense. He's annoyed. Don't pretend to be stupid. You don't understand what I'm saying? We need to repeat it again. Yugun retorts, Stupid! If someone else said that, I could understand, but I didn't expect you to utter such a word. He's annoyed. See? You did it again. Calling me stupid not just once, but twice. The more I talk to you, Tathian Daithun, the more certain I am that you know me. I can see things that your half-blind eye cannot. Don't even think about fooling the expert with your tricks. The system reports that the Fire Eye's effect has been successfully neutralized. Do you know me? I see my true body standing beside you, and you are very familiar and close to my true body as well. Yoon sighed deeply. How should I respond now? No matter what reason you come up with, his fiery eyes will see through it. Maybe there's no fooling this idiot anymore. Thinking of this, Yuan reluctantly had to admit to him, yes, we know each other from a world I once belonged to. The Great Sage. Qi Tian wondered, could it be a world you once belonged to? So, how do we know each other? Yuan continued, as friends. Hearing this, the Great Sage Heavenly King couldn't help but startle, his fiery eyes now resonating. You continue saying we are friends, but it's more like sworn enemies. The past suddenly rushes back, and the image of a proud monkey shivering in the cold, looking at you clearly, appears in Yugon's mind. You usually lie on a big rock, and the great sage Heavenly King always aggressively asks what's going on. Hey, is that guy sleeping? Yoon calmly replied at that moment, letting him shout fiercely. Get out, this is my place. Yug still calmly closed his eyes. No, this is the sunniest spot. The great sage. Equal to Heaven didn't hesitate and directly reached out with a burst of power, striking straight at you, causing rocks and earth to shake violently. He looked at you with cold eyes, annoyed. I told you to get out. But Yan also quickly flew away from the rock to dodge the attack, feeling a bit annoyed now. And then a powerful ancient cauldron struck directly at the heavenly great sage, forcing him to step back a few paces, and soon after, they both charged at each other in a fierce battle, more like enemies fighting than friends. But Yugon still couldn't match the incredible speed of the great sage Heavenly. He quickly launched a series of powerful strikes at you, leaving Yugon stunned. Finally, the great sage Heavenly Saint delivered the final blow towards him. A loud noise echoed, causing the birds in the forest to panic and scatter into the sky. You lie on the ground, annoyed as he criticizes you. Just as I thought, a weakling like you will never succeed. Lucky I haven't killed you yet. Suddenly, without knowing what you were thinking, you burst out laughing. Does the great sage equal to heaven look so happy? He laughs. Yuquan says, it's really interesting. His face at this moment looks like he's staring at a madman in front of him. Immediately after, they both continue to fight. Time keeps passing, but no one is willing to stop yet. A loud explosion echoes through the mountains, causing the water surface to ripple significantly. If others saw them, they probably wouldn't think that he and I have been close friends for years, because right now our eyes look more like enemies facing each other. We keep competing like this, from above the ground to beneath the water. Two figures dart through the air at lightning speed. Yoon's body is now covered in bruises and bruises all over. He clenched his teeth in anger, thinking that with 9 losses and no wins, he must win this time. The great sage, equal to heaven, couldn't help but be surprised. This kid is pretty quick. As he spoke, your fist suddenly swung fiercely, and then he was sent flying away. Your speed increased with each strike. The sky begins to rain. Yu confidently steps forward and says, 9 losses and 1 win. The great sage Heavenly King was also speechless at this remark of yours, seeing you now with swollen, bruised eyes all over. To see more clearly, it's clear that Yugon truly put in a lot of effort to win such a fierce battle. Sun Wukong's body was also quite dirty, but he was smiling happily. Alright then, Yun reached out his hand to help the great sage Tian to stand up. This warm gesture is very touching. This beautiful memory is shared with the great sage. He couldn't help but be surprised. It seems that both of us are really enjoying this. At first, I wasn't exactly happy either. Maybe because I've been used to a lonely life all along. The great sage. Tintan wondered why you are coming with me. You like being alone but are afraid of loneliness? I had no choice but to meet someone I couldn't beat. I guess I have to go along with it. But that time really was unforgettable. I opened my heart to him. Our memories of joking around happily after each shattered battle. When Yoon continued and I learned about the outside world gods, the gods beyond the tower, I decided to enter. As I say this, I can't help but recall the dark image from that night. The great sage equal to heaven, in the scene he showed you back then, he asked in surprise if all of them were gods. Yugi, their power truly deserves that title. The great sage equal to heaven quickly guessed, so that's why you fought alongside me. Yugi replied, not just me, our whole group will stand up and fight, even if we face a disastrous defeat. As he spoke, his anger kept pouring out. Even if he is reborn, he will never forget that terrible day from both his past and present lives. His comrades' blood was shed like rivers, and everywhere was a sea of corpses. By the time Sun Wukong and Yugon discovered it, it was already too late. Those of Yugon's survivors gathered together as a team to discuss how to turn the situation around, and the reason why he went back to the past was revealed. At that moment, Odin spoke up, saying, now decide who among us will go back to the past, who has the ability to rapidly increase their strength to lead us in destroying the external gods. He looked around and then told you, Kim Yugon, it's you, go. And at this moment, both of them quickly returned to the present. Yugon couldn't hold back his sorrow and covered his face to stop his emotions. The great sage Tian added, I understand now, you came from the future, and at this moment your mastery of the Fire Eye has greatly increased. You said one of my missions upon returning is to protect Britain because in the future that bastard Lalot will become a major threat to the tower. You asked if there has been any progress. You said, not much. What I've done so far to deal with those external gods is just a drop in the ocean. Tothian Great Sage asked again, so what are the chances of winning if I fight them? Yujun calmly replied, who knows, maybe around 0.1% right now.
What do you mean?
That's all? You're very optimistic. What's important is that there's still a chance. He scratched his head in annoyance. Are those monsters really that strong? Damn it, I hate complicated things like this. I just want to regain my body, Yuquan asked. That body stuck on the 40th floor? Hearing you say that, I couldn't help but be surprised. Great Sage Tintan opened his mouth in shock and asked, how do you know? Yuquan glared and said, are you deaf all this time? Yep, it's this damn idiot. Are you stuttering? Oh right, you come from the future. The Great Sage is confused and can't believe it. If you already understand the situation, will you help me now? Yugo quickly said. Of course, but for there to be gain, there must be loss. The great sage Kian was surprised. What? I just saved your life. Yugo chuckled softly. This is just to help you find your true self, but that's not enough. The great sage Kitian tries to argue. Hey, don't mess around. Just trade one for one. Suddenly, while paying the price, a troop of cavalry riding into the sky appeared above. Their clouds of air riding with great momentum and grandeur. What is the great sage so surprised about? It's Veneri. You're wondering if Azga has changed, with so many people coming together. Yugon guesses they probably came to assess the situation. The Round Table is a guild they support. Only Lot is connected to Olympus. This surprised the great saint. Are they bringing an entire Valkyrie army just for this? Yugon explained. It's not that simple. If the leader of the Round Table turns out to be a beast of Olympus, then things will get complicated. The Great War of Ragnarok that led to Azga's downfall originated from the Round Table. At this point, he secretly thought that all of this was Olympus' scheme. They were using Lelat to harm Azga. But now that Lelat is dead, I can feel more at ease, but I still can't let my guard down. The Great Saint is hesitating over Ragnarok. Are they coming because a fight is about to happen? Hey, where are you going? Aren't you planning to meet them? You don't even bother to turn around. Right now, contacting Azga won't do any good. He called out. They have a rule. They won't start a war unless they are sure to win. Yugon asked again. But when will that battle happen? Before the internal Olympus conflict, there are already signs of unrest forming. Hearing this, the great sage Tathian couldn't help but turn pale. He's truly a calculating person, making my skin crawl. So terrifying. Yu reflected that on the day he traveled back to the past, the strongest Vanko of the tower gathered and passed down their entire lifetime of knowledge to him to build a plan to save the tower. But even if I master every step of the plan and tell everyone I come from the future, will it succeed and how many variables could still happen? As for strength, I am still far from the target. But this is still a trust from the tower's core valves. They have poured all their thoughts and hopes into this hope. A voice rings out as he presses the system. Don't worry, we'll reach the 40th floor soon. You have used your skill and invited the administrator for a private meeting, 1,000 points. Agreed. The great sage. Equal to heaven is happily thinking. Administrator, that's right. This way you can immediately go to the next floor. But at this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded. The administrator was lost in thought. The administrator is lost in thought. After a moment, the administrator finally agreed to meet privately. The scene shifts to Yugon standing in deep thought on a tall city wall, with no one around except the crowd. EU silently thought that this was the border of Britain at the end of the world, surrounded by overgrown plants and a pervasive atmosphere of death and sorrow. Muck's knowledge along with Yugon's Ragnarok lecture. In the past, in the future where Yugon once lived, Lelat, the leader of the Round Table, ordered an attack on the Demon Clan, leading to the giants and demons seeking revenge. So Olympus, the power backing Lancelot, could not stand idly by as the Round Table was destroyed. But the Eska Council, claiming to uphold peace, decided to intervene when they saw their rivals starting a war. As a result, the conflict continued endlessly, leading to the tower being significantly damaged and its strength greatly weakened. Let's stop fighting and go after the gods then. So Kim Yugon decided to stop Ragnarok. It's that simple, yet the great sage Sun Wukong's head keeps twitching and turning. Yujun glances and asks, do you understand? He grimaced in pain. Oh, my head. A voice echoes. Here, higher difficulty will be rewarded with a worthy prize. But you know you'll have to spend quite a few points if you want to pass the test directly through me, right? Yuo continued. It's okay. Thanks to you exaggerating the challenge and meeting Jot's demands, I've accumulated a lot of points. He continued. If I don't do that, the old man will throw lightning everywhere. Administrators always prioritize, first the order of the tower, then the deployment of challenges. That is both our mission and the reason for our existence. Yoon told him, if so, then prove that duty. Immediately after, the system announced that the tower climbing challenge had been initiated. Do you agree? The entry fee is 30,000 points. The mission this time is to cross the forest and pioneer a path within a year. You can receive assistance from the Vanguard team in this test. Additional rewards will be granted if you complete it before the deadline. You stand silently, carefully reading the instructions. The challenge will begin as soon as you jump down the wall. You're thinking of a long-term challenge that lasts up to a year? Looks like they're serious this time. A voice rang out in the sky. I already know everything. Pioneering brave. Yuo looked up at the shining figure emitting a radiant aura above, and the voice echoed again. Do you need my help? The great sage. Equal to heaven teased with a flick of his tongue. But honestly, I don't care enough to help you. Yun didn't care. Whatever, you can go now. He explained. If I rely on you and happen to be accused of cheating, my participation fee will be wasted. The great sage Equal to heaven looked disappointed. Really? That's a shame. I actually wanted to help a little.
So I just don't have to wait a year?
He tiptoed and kicked the wall hard. One strike is enough. I'll call you once I'm done. See you later. Yugon finished speaking and then leapt down confidently. They said goodbye to each other and now the challenge begins. The scene shifts to the 25th floor of an uncharted world zone. The crowd started whispering and speculating as soon as they saw you. It seems that was Kim Yu-gon. I thought he should have been in the city by now. It takes 4 days to get here. How could he? It looks like he directly participated in the challenge through the administrator. He just showed his player ID card to prove who he is. Is that even allowed? The first player is the vice captain of the 3rd Advanced Pioneer Team, Wak. He told Yu-gon, if someone as outstanding as you helps, I would fully welcome it. Aren't you underestimating this challenge? It will take us at least a year, maybe up to 3, to get through this forest. How could you say you would complete such a challenge in just a month? Yu casually walks away, leaving him stunned behind. He replied, it's okay. Wak was a bit shocked. Is he leading? I thought someone as promising as him would be more cautious. I hope nothing bad happens. On this side, Yan begins to concentrate his power. A fierce golden light radiated out, causing the players to recoil in shock at the terrifying aura. What's going on? They shouted loudly. Suddenly, what are you doing? Over here, you're lost in thought. I still feel a bit tired, but on the bright side, there's a surge of energy flowing throughout my body. Is this the result of my stats increasing? Yu asked Wak. Is this your first time leading a Vanguard team? He stammered. Oh, yes. Go on. Even a moment of hesitation or shock from you could cost your teammates' lives. As a team leader, you must always keep a cool head no matter the situation. And then a deafening scream echoed through the mountain. Yu-gon quickly used his power to suppress the dark energy rushing toward him. The system simultaneously announced that the lightning shard was reacting with Kini. The Black Godstone is reacting to the shard of lightning and is activating the lightning fragment skill. Due to low proficiency, the activation time will be 30 seconds. He remained silent without saying anything. Yan's face now turned fierce as he swung his sword with a powerful strike, sparks flying from Yu's attack, lighting up the entire sky. At this moment, he stands tall like a true brave warrior, unafraid of anything. The energy he radiates is immense, and the other players even dare not come close. The fierce sparks shot straight at the monsters, leaving them no chance to dodge. The crowd gasped in horror. Wak sighed in amazement. He's really crazy. I didn't think he was joking when he said he'd complete this challenge in a month. Suddenly, Yu-gon spoke to him. What are you still standing there for? Let's go quickly. Wak's face now shows a hint of horror. On the 4th day of the expedition, the knights are exhausted. Everyone is covered in cuts and wounds. The person accompanying Renha said, Captain, you're too fast. If you keep this up, we won't be able to catch Kim Yug. Renha immediately replied, the expedition will end at sunset. I know everyone is very tired, but please hold on a little longer. The soldier thought to himself, recalling Yugen's power. He's truly a monster. I once heard of an upper-tier secret realm with similar skills. A god fallen with the power of heaven, claiming to be the ruler of the tower. He secretly acknowledged Yu-gon's strength. Of course, Kim Yu-gon at that time still couldn't compare to an upper-tier ranker, but his level should already be among the rankers. But like many other level 25 players, he's really stupid. At this rate, we won't be able to speed up progress in the next 2 weeks. No matter how talented he is, this place is just too vast. How could he possibly complete this challenge in half a month? Suddenly, the knights were blocked by the giant monster. His thoughts were immediately interrupted as a purple liquid splashed onto Wak's face, causing him to turn pale. In an instant, a giant serpent suddenly appeared before them, opening its huge mouth with sharp teeth and glaring at the knights as if ready to swallow them all. Wak stood there in shock, only able to think, damn it, it's too late. In an instant, Bim charged forward and decapitated the monster, blood splattering everywhere. Some of the Vanguard team members anxiously approached Wak. Are you okay, Captain? Did I just thank Bim? It's nothing. He politely thanked you for saving his life, but may I ask who you are? B. Lim has spoken now. Are you the Vanguard team? I am Pung Bim Thuong Teen Queen, the king of power of the Heavenly Demon Divine Sect. I am here by order of the young sect leader. Where is he? He looked a bit stunned. Is that the Heavenly Demon Sect? One of the 4 Heavenly Lords, representing the Heavenly Demon Sect. Not to mention the young sect leader who wields authority over 10,000 people, just below the sect master. He asked, why are you looking for the young sect leader here? Bitch Lim loudly said, I heard that he is here. Wak was surprised, wasn't he? Really? But we're the only ones here. You can only enter this place with the permission of the Vanguard Corps. So who could that be? He was stunned and immediately remembered the young man just now. Could it be? At this moment, a figure appeared from the distant part of the forest. Batlim was delighted. There he is. So you're nearby? Yoon said I turned back because it seemed you were looking for the wrong person. You looked at him with a serious expression. Don't tell me you're the only one who came, B. Lim continued. Of course, I'm not the only one here. It's your order after all. Wak was surprised and wondered what was going on. Kim Yu-gon is the little vice leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect. He blames himself, thinking he might have been too naive. Maybe this challenge will really be completed in 2 weeks. Suddenly, a group of people appeared. The Divine Sect members bow and say, we humbly offer ourselves to the young sect master. We request an audience with the young master of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Hearing that, Yuan was able to stop himself. He thought and questioned whether this challenge required him to handle everything on his own. I can't ask anyone for help except the Vanguard team. A system message appears on the screen. Kim Yu-gon requests reinforcements for the Vanguard team on the 25th floor. Bat Lim loudly says, Please send as many troops as possible. I will continue to think, but if I use the power of the Heavenly Demon Saint Sect's leader, it will still count as using what I have. After thinking, I say as the young sect leader, I order you all to help the vanguard team cross this forest as quickly as possible. The group obediently responded loudly and respectfully. Sir, it is getting dawn, and the white clouds have mostly dispersed. They finally found a place to set up camp and rest after the hardships of the vanguard. A small beam of light flickered from Yugon's hand. New message. Merlin, I'm wondering where you came from and why you're there. Why is the vanguard team? Wait a minute. Why is the Heavenly Demon Sect also there? Reply immediately. New message from Kim, Yugon. It's just as I thought. I only felt I needed to use my position as the young vice leader of the Demon Sect to mobilize more troops. I heard you are currently the king's representative, so I can request a meeting. Over there, they responded to the new message. Dream, the Empire is in such chaos right now, I probably can't send anyone. Bright blue flashes light up the sky in the forest. A voice says, King of War, this area is cleared. Vuong Vuong immediately replied, Good, open the way quickly. He then turned to Yugon and said, Little sect leader, you can finish him off. Golden lightning flashes from Yugon's hand, destroying the monsters in an instant. The system screen lights up again. On the 14th day, you have overcome the Pioneer Challenge of the world. You will receive a bonus reward based on your completion time. Your next secondary reward will be temporarily delayed. You can move up to the 26th floor. After moving up to level 26, the system sends a notification that you have gained an additional 50,000 points, bringing your total score to 5,450. You will receive a reward based on your completion time. The system continues to announce, You have earned 150,000 points. You have transferred 50,000 points to the deity, and what is meant to be will come to pass. A handshake to seal the deal. The familiar voice of the system rings out again. You have transferred 50,000 points to the spirit of the realm. King of Commerce raised his hand with a joyful smile and said, Too much money. Thank you. Yugon silently contemplated the unfolding scene before his eyes. There's no one more annoying than a boss like Tran Tru who refuses to reward his subordinates. Without the help of the Celestial Demon Sect, I wouldn't have been able to do any of this. I guess I have to go back to Camelot now. They keep pushing me like crazy. The image of my uncle losing his temper flashes in my mind now, his mouth growling and shouting familiar words. You've been gone for a long time. Why did it take so long? This time, I won't let it slide. Suddenly, Bim stepped forward and said coldly, Vice Chief, if this counts as a reward, I want a different one. While you was confused about what was happening with that guy, Beach Lim smiled excitedly, clenched his fist and continued, Forget about rank, just fight me. Vuong Vuong, unable to bear it any longer, shouted in anger, What kind of attitude is that? Of course, Yugon was already too familiar with Bim's antics. He pushed her hand to calm the side and said, All right, then you act instead of speaking. Shall we start? As for Bish Lim, he was happy, so he quickly seized the opportunity and responded promptly. Sure, thank you. You also responded enthusiastically. Nothing. Then he looked at the soldier and continued. Make sure the area is cleared so no one interferes with our battle. Bim. Full of energy and smiling, is ready to fight. The system also announces. The battle proceeded as agreed, and the punishment was temporarily lifted. Yugon thought about the strength of the final god of authority, who could potentially reach the title of king among the four, ranked highest in the celestial demon god sect, and wielded martial arts symbolized by a fist. I will not use demonic skills. After all, this battle is too difficult for me to unleash 100% of my power, Yu thought silently as he saw the blue lightning sparks emanating from Bim. He also felt everything surging within his body and wondered how much he had grown. Now, around Bim, thousands of blue lightning crackled as if ready to burn Yugon. Aren't you putting too much strength into this fight, Vice Commander? The two charged at each other like two mighty waves, their hands clashing to create a storm of fury, the surrounding earth cracking like a tornado. Batlim smiled and said, Isn't it true you'll be using the fire god? Yugon chuckled and replied, I've already trained a different move. He gritted his teeth and said, You will soon regret saying that, and then countless bolts of lightning with immense power shot towards Yugon. The climax is the Thunder God destruction technique. It looks really terrifying. Batlim seems a bit stunned after seeing Yugon dodge that move. What was he thinking? Blocking that attack? Even though a long time has passed, of course he has improved. But is it always this much progress? Yu confidently blocks Bim's entire barrage of thunderous punches, still smiling softly. The system sounds again, announcing that the giant's strength is flowing through you. Now I will give my all. He unleashes all his strength, double jumping 3 times at 100 kilometers per hour, then strikes with full force towards Bim. Lim clenches his teeth in horror, silently thinking that his bones and arms feel like they are shattering. Too strong. He was extremely surprised that after the unexpected defeat on that day, a player had consecutively climbed 10 floors of the tower. Bim has trained tirelessly until today to face you in a fair rematch without any barriers or limitations, seeing how strong he has become. Jan's eyes burned with an unwavering determination. Although Bim was at a disadvantage, he secretly felt satisfied, for his wish had now become reality. Yugon shows no mercy and punches him directly in the face, causing Bim to spit out a mouthful of blood. His momentum surges even more, but don't think this is the end. Immediately after, Bim clenched his teeth and used his internal energy. He leapt into the air, causing the surrounding rocks to scatter wildly. Bitch Lim's hand began to dance endlessly in the air, with powerful lightning bolts striking straight at him. This is the Heavenly Thunder Fist attack. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed in the sky, Beach Lim. But he still didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, a purple aura spun around him, and that voice echoed again. Beach Lim, Bim Bim. Tell me, do you see me or not? So this face and voice belong to the heavenly demon Mujin. He looks extremely angry at Bim, but he remains unfazed and strikes directly. Under this shock, the ground is gradually cracking open. B. Lim then opens his mouth to gasp for air. What did I just see? A terrifying oppressive power. He has been acknowledged by the heavenly fire. At the same time, Yuan struck. What did he just see? B. Lim looked a bit scared. Heavenly demon, I have seen the sect leader. Yugun chuckled softly. I see. The people of the heavenly demon sect have always feared the heavenly demon the most, right? Immediately after, Bim knelt to the ground, his strength causing the earth and rocks to crack once again. That Lim looked at him and said loudly, I have lost. Thank you for accepting my bold proposal. Yugan calmly replied, no problem. You've been on the front lines for a long time. Why are you only returning now? Get ready to handle some errands in the coming days. Did the great sage take you there? Yugan said, sitting and frowning in annoyance. You looked exhausted. I thought you wouldn't make it back alive. Recalling the past, you two had a chaotic fight with chickens and dogs running everywhere. Slow down. This crazy guy. Mo continued, you really owe the heavenly demon sect, but the entire martial world is involved. I never expected the heavenly demon sect to join the martial world. The martial world can now stand equal to the major sects, you replied. That's right. And what about the round table? Moyne complained irritably, and when she mentioned it again, she got angry. After causing trouble with Asga, some bold individuals even plan to leave the guild. Specifically who they are is still unclear. It's all because of that bastard landlord. Yugan added, more precisely, it was Olympus. Right now we're in the middle of a big storm, but everything will be fine. I promise. Lin continued, well, then I am at ease. Whatever happens will happen. Immediately after, he channels a burst of blue aura that quickly surrounds Yan. To do that, you'll need this. Take it and keep moving forward. I've named it Tam Din. Remember to use it well. I don't know exactly what you need to save here, but I believe you can do what you wish. Yugo thought to himself. High-tech, if I get it and forge it into equipment, it should be used for defense, not as a weapon at this moment. Yoon thought of whose. Uncle, this time you won't regret it. Malin explains. I think you'll prefer something more comfortable than armor, so I made this. Yugen put it on and replied, yes, it fits perfectly. I can feel it little by little. It's so light, it almost covers my entire body. If Keeney compresses adamantium, this will spread it out again. To explain a little, Tam Din, this is a suit made from pure shellfish and adamantium. It possesses the power of the sea, divine armor, controlling the ocean, transforming water attribute magic, and summoning the sea. Immediately after, Yugon drew his sword. For a moment, I was stunned watching him. Yugon's movement still didn't stop. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, What? What are you doing? At that moment, Jan decisively cut his shirt open, letting the fabric flutter wildly. The old man looked at him in panic. Is he going crazy? Why are you suddenly doing something crazy? Yug calmly smiled. I just checked the defenses and the effects of this equipment, that's all. He was speechless. How dare you cut your own hand with your sword? Yug reassured him. I'm fine. Don't worry. You think it looks like an ordinary shirt. Although it's made from adamantium, it's very durable. When I tried to cut it, it still had no effect. Even though it's as thin as paper, it won't tear easily. It seems I've caught the attention of another entity from this equipment. Just as I finished thinking, I warned Merlin that it could be quite dangerous, so he should step back a little. He looked at Jan with great surprise. Is this the Demon Lord's magic? He couldn't help but wonder whose back that was. And at the same time, the system announced that the egg was celebrating with Duong Nan's egg. Thinking about the egg, he couldn't help but wonder if it was a creature like the eyes he saw inside the tower before. It has its own ego and consciousness, radiating a dangerous aura. What are you? You have no name, you're not a monster, you're not human. What exactly are you? Suddenly, a voice from the sky rang out, startling him. For the second time, a powerful blue light enveloped both of them, like a miniature ocean. Mo Lin was surprised and said, What is that? It is covered by an unstable magic. I have wondered whether I should attack it or not. You said, I also don't know what it really is. You feel a bit uneasy, certain you've seen its face somewhere before, but can't remember, as if it has been erased from your memory. Could it be plotting something with the Thunder Spirit Gem that Rot possesses, just like I suspected before? I want to know and ask how it gained the power of an outsider god, and why it has such strength, and why it appeared in the form of an equipment. The success rate has also increased quite a lot now. Mo asked you, Are you leaving right away? You replied, Yes, I should go now. You're a bit surprised, rushing so much you can't even rest for a moment. I'm glad. Next time drop by if you have time. By then, there might already be a statue of you here. You quickly agree. All right, I will come back if I get the chance. I'm leaving now. The system quickly displays a notification. The world exploration reward has been granted. Power has increased by 1. Stamina has increased by 1. The level 28 challenge is starting. You have completed the 28th floor challenge. You earned 20,000 points and have cleared the 27th floor challenge. And so, the challenges gradually appeared. You must conquer them all. Time quickly passes as he completes his mission. Before long, half a year has gone by. At the challenge area on level 41, Yugon was calmly grilling a delicious fish. Suddenly, he heard a stranger from afar. He's here. One-eyed Name said, I have activated the silence skill so he won't hear anything. Just don't go outside this magic area. The troublemaker asked. 50 stones summoned at once is a lot for a collector, but still too little compared to what we have. They are excited, but you didn't see him on the 25th floor leaderboard, right? That means he's not that impressive. There are rumors that many people cheat their way up the tower like masked children protected by powerful forces. He ordered, everyone get ready. We should move together in case of emergencies. But on this side, he's calmly sitting and counting the stones he took out, while those people are signaling to each other secretly. The weapons quickly raised, ready, but Yuan didn't know if he had already sensed it or still remained unaware. Suddenly, he gathered all the stones he had into one large mass. At the same time, the leader shouted loudly and his accomplices rushed toward him to attack. On the other side, he quickly stood up. The three of them attack Yugon simultaneously. He just managed to turn his face, but the one-eyed man, upon seeing the number above his head, immediately clenched his teeth in panic. Yugon turns around to look at him, then a sinister smile spreads on his face. His current score is 817. He couldn't believe his eyes and stammered as he shouted, but he only had 50 stones. As soon as your fierce flames swept across the ground, there was no one left and you returned to silence. He couldn't help but look down on them, so pathetic. They were the last living team, so I thought they might put up some resistance. Anyway, they also have a bunch of summoning stones. The boy counts the stones in his hands, thinking that if the summoned ones are like this when separated, the total collected will change. So it would be very good to use these stones to lure them. Thanks to that, I quickly collected over 1,000 stones. It's an effective way to gather. Even if I don't go after the monster's stones, they'll come to me now. Let's get to the main challenge. Then he clenched his hands tightly together. I'm really looking forward to this challenge. At the same time, the system sounded a warning. You have used one summon stone. How many do you want to use? You smiled softly. All of them. Then the system announced that you had used 1,020 summoning stones and summoned the Demon King Diablo. Red sparks appeared all around the large bridge, gradually gathering into flowing streams like waterfalls. You can't help but be surprised, Diablo. The Demon King Diablo appears in the 41st floor challenge. This is a challenge created by the Tower Managers and Demon Clan Alliance for the fake tower climb, so it's very easy to complete. But I didn't expect a Demon Lord of rank 20 or higher to appear here. It is an existence too terrifying for an ordinary player to withstand the challenge's balance. The floor has completely collapsed, and I don't know who caused this chaos. A terrifying voice echoes, I was sleeping soundly, but anyone daring to disturb me, I didn't think there was a lowly crazy fool who used thousands to summon me. You lowly human, do you know who I am? You calmly faced him. Are you Diablo? The demon replies, if you know who I am, then apologize quickly. You quickly drew your sword. Isn't my meaning clear enough already? I will destroy you and take all the points you have. At this moment, your face still shows no sign of fear. Immediately after, Diablo punched forward with a confident attitude, daring to challenge me despite knowing who I am. The system quickly sounded and you entered Diablo's infernal heat zone. He continued to threaten. I will turn every bone in your body into dust now. The system warns that your senses are being paralyzed. You are fighting against the dominant status condition, defeating Diablo Yugon's calculations. An unfavorable condition, huh? Sounds like it's not very pleasant. I will start by resisting the shadow lightning. At the same time, the father figure successfully resisted the effect of the dark great barrier. Holy fire is burning the shadow realm. At this moment, you could say your flames are clashing with those of the Demon King. Both quickly launched fiery attacks at each other. You wondered silently whether his strike was effective. Suddenly, at that moment, a horrifying red hand fiercely struck towards you. The ground cracked and shattered everywhere, but luckily Yugon was able to dodge the attack. Diablo looked at you with a cunning smile, very amused. His sharp teeth were frighteningly long. He was very pleased to see Yugon charging forward. That's more like it, right? You shouldn't fall so easily. Then Diablo continued to unleash fire fiercely at Yuan. You swung your sword fiercely at Diablo, moving so quickly he couldn't dodge in time. He was momentarily stunned. Diablo spun around and then fell heavily to the ground, causing the earth to shake. You also lost your footing from the shock and were thrown far away. At the same time, his long, obedient tail swung straight toward where you were standing. Yug quickly leapt up to dodge and simultaneously swung his sword at him. The fiery attack strikes at the same time, and your strength is no less than that of the Demon King. For the first time, fire and fire clashed in battle without a clear winner, and Diablo fought on, growing increasingly frustrated. I don't like the fire you're using. Then he concentrates his fire in his mouth and blows it strongly toward Yugon. You've been dodging continuously since earlier and are starting to tire. Yugon realizes that holy fire has no effect on him. Of course, a powerful being like Diablo wouldn't be hurt by this kind of fire. After all, his mental strength is no different from his true form. Nevertheless, it seems that Kini's lightning strike has taken effect. Diablo's fiery body blazes as if he had emerged from molten lava. You cowardly rat, where did you run off to? Now I know which attack works on him. Compared to the powerful attack of the Demon King, he is indeed much weaker. Yugo chooses to temporarily dodge the attack first, then look for an opportunity to strike this Demon King. I can't find you anywhere, he roars out. You cowardly rat, where are you hiding? After observing for a while, Yugon finally figured out which attack could affect Diablo. Then, he grabbed his sword, leapt into the air, and prepared to end the battle quickly with a lightning-fast divine strike. The system displays the result. Your movement speed will increase by 100% for 5 seconds. You can fly for 5 seconds. As soon as he saw Yugon's figure, he grinned cunningly. Here it is. Then suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, shaking the entire area and causing the ground to tremble as if a natural disaster was happening. Yugon couldn't believe that after all his attacks, Diablo was still alive and resisting. At this moment, your face is extremely determined, and the system reports that your entire body has been enhanced with giant strength. The Demon King secretly fears. No, he's not just holding on, he's charging straight at me, Diablo shouted loudly, gritting his teeth in defiance. No, my body is simultaneously infused with giant strength as Yugon charges forward and slashes his arm off. Diablo screams in pain. You bastard! The system just announced that your entire body has been soaked with giant strength. A huge explosion then erupted around, engulfing everything in flames. Yu seized the moment and charged forward, thrusting his sword at the Demon King before he could react. Diablo said, I'm surprised you must be a player to be able to do that. I don't like this. Join the Demon Guild and I will grant you the right to become the next Demon King once you reach the flag level. I wonder, as a human, how can I be accepted into a guild that only accepts demons? Diablo explains, you are a human but also a demon. The dark energy flowing through your veins proves it. You have great potential to become a ruler of demons, just as I suspected. Hearing this, you start to feel a bit anxious. He realizes you possess dark energy. Ayu carefully considers. Diablo, I've never seen an invitation to join a guild quite like this before. It seems he's very interested in me. At that moment, Yugon swung his sword.
No, I am a human and I will not join any guild, Diablo roared.
You don't join any guilds? I see. You're that Kim Yugon. As soon as he finished speaking, another loud explosion echoed. You have finally defeated the Demon King Diablo and earned 1 million summoning points, reaching the maximum score. The test will automatically end. You have passed the challenge of Floor 41 and received 100,000 points. You have received Diablo's horn item. You have gained the favor of Diablo, the demon lord of hell and destruction. You can gain the favor of demons through this item. The mastery of dark magic has increased and evil energy has risen by 20 points. You have reached the 42nd floor. You start moving forward to observe your surroundings. Yugon couldn't hold back. This place is still as terrible as ever. The atmosphere was really damp and suffocating. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. I knew it, right? I don't understand why my uncle still lives here, and isn't this place way too damp? Yugon remained silent, just glancing to see if it was who he suspected. Han then stepped forward, holding a torch to light the way, welcoming him to hell. Looking back, you're still pretty amazing. You said hell, but it's not even the 42nd floor. I just got too happy to see the picture of me. You looked awkward. So that's how you react when you're happy to see someone again? Ichigon just nodded and welcomed me to hell. That's the nickname for this level 42. You silently ponder. I don't like the 42nd floor at all, even before I rewound time. Food and support are one thing, but breathing is hard in this crowded, suffocating world. Xian said, Hey, I heard something happened on level 33. You really are something else. I bet no one has ever caused Olympus the kind of trouble you've created. Yugon looked a bit surprised. So you already knew about that? Ichigan said, Maybe it's because I reached a higher floor and climbed the Olympus leaderboard. More of them have come to me. Now I understand more than I did before. You told yourself that Hran's reputation is definitely much higher now than when he was just a player. I bet those trying to get close to him are lining up. Looking at everything in front of him, Jan wondered, Are you sure this is the place? There are many paths like this along the way, Ichigan confirmed. I'm pretty sure this is a symbolic place of Olympus, and I've been here a few times before. Then let's go. This is where hell truly begins. They both looked down at the dark place below. They kept walking, but still hadn't reached it. You can't help but feel more overwhelmed than you thought. It seems like it's been over 10 minutes since we started descending. Suddenly, something made them stop in their tracks. He turned to look at his companion. Suddenly, a flash of light illuminated the entire area, and it seemed like something was watching them from the other side of the pit. Yu silently observes him, thinking there are many. I don't know what he's referring to, but it can't be good for us. He still feels a bit uneasy, as if there's a gaze scrutinizing him from somewhere. This must be the greeting from the owner of this place. Behind those rocks, many three-headed dogs are lurking and waiting in the shadows. Yugon doesn't let his guard down and begins to channel his inner strength. I don't know if this will work, but there's no harm in trying a little. It seems they can sense they've been discovered, so they're no longer hiding. One of them aggressively lunged forward, and Yugon struck it with a powerful punch, causing the three-headed dog to be thrown back. You stare at them and say, I don't have time to mess around here, so let's finish this quickly. As soon as Yugon finished speaking, a pack of them barked loudly and charged at him fiercely. These dogs come from hell, so their strength is no ordinary. But how could you be afraid of these dogs? Yugon quickly struck them again.
It can be said that they've never been hurt by humans like this before, so they temporarily screamed in pain and fear. You fiercely covered its mouth with both hands so it couldn't bark anymore.
This action of yours surprises the three-headed dog greatly. It seems a bit trembling, but also somewhat curious. At the same time, a notification appears. Cerberus is curious about your identity. Cerberus feels terrified of the giant's power. You is annoyed. What's wrong? Does it remind you of the past? Hercules' image appears before the young boy's eyes. He recalls how Hercule once taught hundreds of Cerberus a memorable lesson with his strength over several days, so those memories must be deeply ingrained in their bodies, or they wouldn't react so strongly to the power of the giant like this. At this moment, Dadnon is testing their nature, but the attempt fails, and Yugo figures it's enough for now. Suddenly, a deep, ominous voice from the depths of hell echoes, startling the dogs. What are you thinking? Hearing that voice, you finally threw the dog away in anger, and now it's finally here. You quickly realize that the second highest on Olympus, the most trustworthy and the only one ranked among the three gods, is the key factor in saving Kronos, who is being held at the top of Olympus. Hagen immediately bowed respectfully upon seeing him. Hello, Lord of Darkness and Wisdom of Olympus, Hades. He stood tall, looking at the two young men before him with a complex expression, and soon after they were invited to Hades' residence. He said nothing, and everyone quietly waited for the tea to be poured. The glass was quickly filled. Yugen politely picked up the drink and took a sip, but he was puzzled by the black color. Seeing his hesitation, Hades explained, It's very good for your health. Drinking it can help restore magic power as well as stabilize the body and soul. As he finished speaking, he also directly lifted the cup to drink. Yug then followed suit. At that moment, the system notified you that you had absorbed the green tea of hell. The recovery speed and the amount will increase within an hour, and your mind has become clearer. He was very surprised and said, The green tea of hell is a rare item. He surprisingly allowed me to use something so precious. Hades continued after you finished drinking, I still can't believe a kid like you could block that mighty lightning from Rat Hand. From now on, you should work with this kid, he replied casually. All right, I will do my best. This guy is very trustworthy, so I am willing to accompany him until the end of the journey. Hades was a bit surprised and responded without hesitation. Then he said to Yugon, I have a feeling you're hiding something when fighting me, but I don't know the reason for this. I don't trust those who keep secrets from me because those who don't reveal their hearts aren't trustworthy. Seeing Hades' attitude, I thought to myself, he's definitely not an easy person to talk to. However, you have kept a trustworthy person by your side for 7 years. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be surprised. Hades continued, Hephaestus told me to trust you when I asked about you. He even said I wouldn't regret it, and he was completely confident about that.
Yuo, looking pale, finally asks, So you rely on personal connections? Then why did he release Cerberus, for heaven's sake?
Hades asked, So which demon god sect leader are you referring to? What do you think? Will John Mujin act or not? Yuan calmly replies, I don't know. Hearing this, Hades' face didn't look very friendly. He explained, The scope of that person's authority is limited to what is assigned to the leader. Furthermore, we are in a situation where we should not be shaken just by a single word from the heavenly demon, so it is difficult to provide a perfect answer to your question. But under a different assumption, aside from Mujin, there is a possibility that someone might act. Hades was surprised. Is that possible? It seems that person had no intention of doing so. You argue, no. That action means the Heavenly Demon Church doesn't need to get involved because the battle only ends when they can face the king. That's right, this battle should end as a fight rather than a war. If the Heavenly Demon Church intervenes and allies with Hades, it would mean a war. We can achieve the best outcome with the least damage if everything stops at a fight. The upcoming battle between Narok and Gigantomachia will be the same. Hades said, Can it only end when facing the king? You say that even though you know the strength of that person right now. Yuan suddenly asked a question. Do you think I am being too greedy? I will do whatever it takes to make things better. Hades doubted, Do you think you can do it again when you've only blocked the first shot once? I'm not serious. I am not. He was surprised by this answer. What? What do you mean? Yu explains. Among the three gods, I know that Paiden's absence has affected the balance of power. Hades also does not deny it. So you knew everything all along. That's right. Rhodey has been watching Paiden, and I have been involved in pushing him into the underground prison for nearly half a year now. Yugon continued, That's also how it is in Olympus, where the balance of power doesn't originate from rote, right? Wait a moment, Yugon continued. What do you think about bringing Hercules here? Hearing you say that, Eschion couldn't help but be startled and stood up angrily. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Hades asked directly. What is the rate of exchange like? Yugon asked confidently. About 70%, Hagen stammered in confusion. Is it that tall? Yugon straightforwardly asked Hades. getting to the point. Now then, give your answer. If we bring Hercules to our side, do we have a chance to win? Hades looked at the passionate young man in front of him, Kim Yug, a man who alone changed many things in Olympus. He saved Hephaestus and defeated the challenge overseer Olympus Set. Not only that, but he also obtained the Celestial Sea Stone. He is the one who managed to capture the all-powerful drop. Surely the nonsense he just spouted is just from alcohol and words. He has a certainty that those who accomplish many things cannot possess. Thinking of this, he spoke, and it wasn't impossible. Hearing this, Yugon quickly stood up, and Hagon looked puzzled. "Hey, where are you going?" Yugon said casually. "To lure Hercules to the 40th floor, I need to take care of a few things first." Hgon's face darkened. "The 40th floor?" Hades quickly interrupted. "Let me make this clear. What you showed me in the battle might be enough to face Olympus, but it's still not enough to destroy it. The reason I let this continue isn't because of your skills, but because I am investing in what you have achieved and the history you will create. Thanks to your actions, Z's plan to use giants and demons to destroy Asgard has failed, and even Zot will be forced into a direct confrontation with Asgard. So he will act gently for a while. It doesn't seem like a good opportunity to talk to Odin. I will go to Asgard to meet Apollo's sisters." The man looks confused. "What, right now?" Hades warned. "It's too late now. Wait until the sun rises, then leave. You should go tomorrow too." "Kim Yugon," H. Genshin wondered. "The sun?" I looked at Yugon in confusion. "Where does the sun rise in hell? I don't understand either." They probably are just joking. Both of them were quickly arranged to stay in a luxurious place. He looked around secretly assessing that this was hell, but they still made it feel like home. Yugon stepped outside alone to observe the surroundings. The words hell echoed in his mind. Yugon looked at the gloves. Ever since he saw Keeney's skill, it kept lingering in his mind. A skill with the same name as the world of the 42nd floor. Should I try it? Keeney's eyes are starting to glow, as if it's sensing something. You looked at Kin with curiosity. Is he checking around the house? Suddenly, a system notification appeared. You are being summoned from hell. This makes him wonder in surprise, what is this? Suddenly, he was pulled down into the strong water. Everything around was pitch black. Only the glove was glowing. The current of the water temporarily threw him off balance as Yugen lay still, letting himself be carried away. But one thing surprised him. How could he still breathe underwater? The system sounded a warning at that moment. You are facing hell for the first time as the Death King confronts his own world. Yu was a bit surprised. Is this a river or the sea? No, this is Mana. You said it yourself and answered your own question at this moment. The group immersed in the water felt that everything here gave them a sense of infinity. Kini is the vessel to unleash this limitless power. In the end, U-World finally understood. This is the source of the mysterious black crystal. The system continues to sound a warning. The dead are kneeling before you. Under the dark water, you seem like a shining god. You couldn't help but be surprised. Are they worshipping us? And so he gradually sank into an unfamiliar place. The scene shifts to an extremely spacious area. The sunlight shines down along with fluffy white clouds in a scene that looks like paradise. And this place is also the 40th floor. A man looks around blankly, wondering to himself, where did you die? He says to Yugon, so you haven't even enjoyed the view from the 40th floor, but have only been lost in your thoughts. Yugon wondered, do you remember anything? So this is not someone else, but Atho himself. He told you that right after I died, I was bound by Susanu somewhere between life and death. So I'm not sure what happened after I died. Yu calmly said, you can't help me at all. Atho was disappointed, her voice also somewhat sad. I'm sorry. Looking back, I think I saw something like an ocean. Yoon was surprised. A sea? He said so, but it was too quick for me to be sure. He looked around and understood. He looked at the glove, just as I thought, maybe the dead person is the thing in the Kini water. This item is more important than I thought. Atho pointed far ahead and said, I can see it there. You wonder, have you been here before? Atho recounts, a long time ago before Brita was established, I was here briefly to meet a merchant at Olympus. The preparations are complete, Your Majesty. Please give me your instructions. Suddenly, strange objects appeared from the sky and shot straight down onto the tower below, causing a slight tremor. A disdainful voice echoed, startling the soldiers nearby. What are you looking at? Then Yugon threw his weapon directly at him, knocking the soldier away. His body was hit so hard that even the armor he wore couldn't protect him. At this moment, Yugon stepped inside, and in front of the trembling soldiers, he took a quick glance around, clearly seeing that Olympus was quite wealthy. They built this great structure for someone who just recently became a high-level criminal, or maybe because he is a direct descendant of Jot and Hera. So it's no different from being born with a silver spoon in your mouth. Hearing their noble master described so disdainfully, the soldiers shouted loudly for them to shut up. How dare you insult him? Duong, step down from your rank. Yugon remains unfazed and continues. If your master has been insulted, you should go and tell him. I, Kim Yugon, challenge the war god Ares to a duel. Over here, a man with platinum blonde hair and darkened skin faintly hears the commotion outside. He can't help but wipe his sword and shout, what's all the noise about? But it seems the soldiers still can't hear anything. He asked again. Can't you hear? It's the sound of swords clashing and blood flowing. Suddenly, Ares darkened his face and looked toward the main hall, his voice cold and eyes blazing with ferocity as he asked, Who is it? A hurried subordinate ran in shouting loudly, "Lord Ares Kim Yugon is here!" And he feels something strange about this name. "Kim Yugon!" Another soldier shouted loudly. "How dare that guy challenge our god Ares?" But before he could finish speaking, Otho and Jan struck first, fiercely slashing toward the man who just spoke. The people saw his weapon and were startled. That icy sword is Excalibur, so he must be Otho. Is this a challenge from the round table? But it's our round table under our command. Why would he? Ares quickly calms his subordinates. No, look closely. That's Atho's zombie. Deal with him separately. He quickly guessed that the daring guy was intentionally causing this, but someone else was pulling the strings. Hugo stepped closer with a teasing tone, praising him sarcastically. "You understand how to grasp things quickly." Ares looked at him and asked, "Are you Kim Yugon? Are you sure you can beat me? Everyone here is a high-level player, not like those useless ones outside." Yugon was fearless, ignoring the weak ones, and said, "Let's fight each other directly. Of course, I didn't come here just to fight. The winner takes everything the loser has." Ares sneered. "What?" He raised his voice. "I don't want anything from you." Jan sneered and replied, "It seems you're not very perceptive. You don't know what I have in my hand." Of course, as soon as you finished speaking, you reached out to show him that item. Ares could instantly sense that the important object he was looking for was the ocean sapphire, right? A soldier stepped forward and said, "Master, you don't need to fight yourself. Let us handle this brat." Ares raised his hand to stop him. "Everyone else, do not interfere in my fight until I give permission. You know what I hate the most, right?" He quickly looked at you and said, "If you bring out the sea stone, you probably are very confident you'll win this battle." Yoon remained calm. "That's right." Ares quickly summoned his weapon and shouted, "Accepting the challenge is necessary, and collecting the spoils after the battle is mandatory." He looked at you as if you were a tiny object. "I will kill you and take the sea stone." Over here, Yoon told Atho to deal with those guys. He quickly charged forward. "Yes, master." Immediately afterward, you channel your inner strength and charge straight at the war god with incredible speed. Jan's aura at this moment is no less than anyone on Mount Olympus. The two quickly engage in close combat. The relentless surge of powerful energies keeps emanating. Ares is extremely proud. He grins slyly and keeps attacking you, and the two of you fight so fiercely that the surrounding rocks keep flying everywhere, unable to withstand the force. Ares launches an attack, but Yugon quickly leaps away, keeping a safe distance from his opponent. He asks curiously, "Do you have a zombie as an ally? A death spirit master?" And at the same time, punishment was about to fall. Ares remained quite relaxed. "Whatever, it's interesting. If you've already got Atho, then it's not much different from cheating." You couldn't stand hearing him ramble anymore and said, "Don't hesitate anymore. Charge in." Ares smirked cunningly at him, showing clear contempt. "You are too confident in yourself." And then, the two of them charged at each other again.
This is the first time the player has fought against a high-level Vanco. At the same time, Fire Eyes is observing the opponent's sword technique.
His senses are fully activated, and the power of the giant is surging through his body. Ares leaps forward with a powerful strike, but Yugon is not backing down. Both fight fiercely. Yugon quickly dodges to deliver a powerful strike from Ares' side while also slashing fiercely at him. But he didn't stop there, after his previous attack. Failed, he leapt up and aimed his sword directly at you, as the surrounding palace had already been torn apart and turned into a pile of debris from the fierce battle. It seems the god of war is having a bit of trouble right now. He can't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. The system then displayed a message, stating that stamina was temporarily replaced by strength. Yugon quickly channeled his inner power and charged forward. You clenched your teeth and punched hard at Ares, who quickly raised his sword to block in front of him. Your strength surprised him. Ares looked at you, feeling a bit of fear in his heart. His giant transformation made his attack hurt a lot and also faster. You smirked confidently, challenging him. This is the power you envy. As for Han, that of course he couldn't stand this contempt, but it is undeniable. You are a formidable opponent. Ares, grinding his teeth in anger, looked at him. Why do you dare say that? Eat your words, you bastard! As soon as he finished speaking, he struck fiercely, not giving him a chance to rest. Ares' sword suddenly extended and stabbed fiercely at you, but Yugon quickly spun around to dodge. You glared at him and said, "Maybe you're angry because I touched your sore spot, but you should also look up." Ar didn't understand what Du Quan was saying, but at the same time, a bolt of lightning fiercely struck down from above his head. That was Yugon's judgment skill, but Ares quickly soared up to avoid the attack. You look at the flames before you, a satisfied smile on your face, thinking, good, it's working. Once again, suddenly a voice rang out from the smoke, making you startle. "Sorry, but that light is the power my father uses, not Hagen." He smugly looked at you and said, "Do you really think that the fallen god's successor was defeated by that power? On the side of Atho, a tremendous source of power has been unleashed. This place no longer looks as beautiful as it once did. Shards of earth and stone fall directly into the windows, shattering them apart." The frightened soldiers shouted to each other, "We are being pushed back. Get out of the way before it's too late. The magic power unleashed is too strong." One of the knights was stunned by the destructive force of the battle. Is this really a match between players? It feels like fighting against a high-level boss. No one dares to get close to the area where you and the war god are competing. Yugon secretly bit his lip in anger. Ares, this bastard, he doesn't even care about the safety of his subordinates, and he's supposed to be a war god and a symbol of courage. Seeing Ares' now furious face, you look down on him. He looks no different from a berserk killer. Ares goes completely insane. Kim Yugon, the one who possesses the Sea Stone, transforms into a giant, has fire eyes, and even the lightning power symbolizing his father. If I can kill him and take at least one of those powers, one day I will surpass my father. Thinking of this, he greedily charged straight at you, intending to kill Jan immediately. Suddenly, a voice echoed in your mind. How long do you plan to stand there? If you can't do it, then let me be the one to cut his head off. Doug wondered, is that Atho? He is very angry. Truly, he pursues the spirit of a knight more than anyone else. He must be disgusted with Ares to be so determined. I think I'm starting to feel like I have the advantage. I guess I have to end the battle here. At that moment, he summoned a fire eye and struck fiercely at the war god. The battle now seems to truly be starting. Ares is startled. What the hell is going on? In a moment, I saw my father. Yugo quickly appeared from the blazing fire. He sneered and asked him, do you say lightning is the power that Rot uses? So what about the opposing force? As Yugen finished speaking, a powerful internal energy rapidly radiated out, dark as if it came from hell. The surrounding rocks and dirt are now flying chaotically into the air due to your fury, and you now resembles a god of death. The system rang out at that moment, proclaiming the Lord of Hell, the king of the realm of the dead. Ares looked at Yugen in horror, silently assessing him. His mana was nearly limitless, and he knew the origin of the item and how to truly harness its power. Who would have thought the gap would be this big? I'm sure he realized that if the fight drags on, the situation will only become more unfavorable. He wants to deliver a killing blow on himself. Thinking of this, Ares smirked cunningly. You still want to struggle to the end? Your skills are indeed impressive, but if you can't get close to your opponent, how can you fight me? He thought, winning by stalling goes against the pride of a war god. I won't waste any more time. I'll end you right now. At this point, Ares grinned cunningly, but in front of his shock, Yugon only offered a faint, mysterious smile. Both quickly clashed fiercely, their murderous intent filling the air. Suddenly, Jan's power quickly enveloped the entire body of the war god, leaving him a bit stunned. Why can't my body move? Yoon sneered. So you're not very good at fighting. I didn't expect you to charge straight at me like that. Ares is a bit confused now. What do you mean? At this moment, Ares realizes that Yugon intentionally let himself lose from the beginning. Your goal is to draw out the black demonic energy. The system reports that Kini is reacting to the lightning shard, and then you rush in to attack. And so, a massive explosion erupted at the war god's palace, causing a terrifying shockwave. The roof of the tower was torn open with a large hole, leaving all the soldiers stunned and unable to react in time. One of Ares' guards was so terrified he turned pale and stammered, Lord Ares. The soldiers all shouted loudly in concern and rushed forward, but were stopped by a sword in front of them, making them hesitate. They shouted loudly, Stay away! I must protect my master! Atho continued. Unfortunately, you can't do that. Neither can I. Let them settle their fight. The soldiers are furious, but they are no strangers to Atho's aura, so they can only grit their teeth at the brat's name, while it seems Ares is about to be finished. Yu quickly takes the necklace from Ares' chest. He is now completely breathless, and a dark aura surrounds the two of them. At the same time, the system announced the Death King was summoning Ares' soul. He held the necklace in his hand, contemplating that his power could turn high-level dungeons into dust. Once he is familiar with it, this power can be used in many places. Seeing the situation before them, the soldiers couldn't help but shout, Master Ares, but the poem still won't let us pass. Around him, there was a pile of rubble and chaos among the soldiers like a disturbed hive, but they couldn't do anything to him. Yu silently watched the sky, whispering to himself that he had indeed known. At this moment, golden chariots shimmering in the clouds quickly gather and head toward Ares' palace. A calm voice echoes, Really? You are the one who killed Ares. The woman speaking to you is a high-ranking Olympus goddess, Athena. Seeing everyone remain silent, she continues, Say something. I can't be mistaken, right? The soldiers quickly knelt and shouted, Long live the god of war. Seeing the goddess's aura, all the soldiers were so scared they dared not breathe heavily. She continued, Do Ares really be dead? Jan remained silent in the face of Athena's fury. Seeing that you still remain silent, she deduces that you are indeed her brother's enemy, and at this moment, your eyes have quickly changed color. Yugon has entered combat mode. At the same time, both systems announced that Gogon heard the summon call from Olympus. The purge begins. Holy Fire is resisting the petrification effect. Fire Eye is resisting the petrification effect. Resistance successful. Yugon assesses the Aegis and Gogon shields. This is the strongest shield of Olympus. Originally, just a cry was enough to activate its power. Facing the pressure of the war goddess, Atho felt a bit confused. It's dangerous. What should I do? Yugon quickly intervened. Hold on, it's not our turn yet. He sighed, realizing he was too slow as the system's voice still echoed. Fire Eyes, the 12th eye of the great sage equal to heaven, is watching you. As soon as you finish speaking, a familiar staff swiftly strikes down from the sky. Yugon looks up and says, You're quick, now it's your turn. The great sage Heavenly Tathian appears cheerful, just like the main character often does in tense moments, leaving Yug helpless and exhausted. "It's okay. On the other side," Olympus's people shouted loudly. "It's the great sage Tathian." Athena glanced over and immediately knew she was telling those soldiers that he was an ally. The great sage, Heaven's equal, somersaults down and says, "That guy is definitely not my ally. Now what will you do?" Yug glanced over and said, "Nothing special, don't get in my way." He continued, "Now everyone is talking about Kim Yugon. You should focus on saving your own life." Over there, the soldiers wondered, "Great sage, are you really going to start a war with Olympus?" Then Athena ordered, "Punish Olympus's enemies now." The great sage, Heavenly King, sneered and disappeared. Immediately after, his massive staff swiftly struck the goddess's chariot, producing a loud crash. "I'm annoyed. Hephaestus's equipment is too powerful. How much adamantium did you put into it?" "But it can't compare to my staff," my friend said excitedly. "It's even more interesting than I thought. Kim Yugon, take care of the weaker ones. Let me handle the stronger ones so you can focus on this task." Yugon chuckled softly. "Why ask me such a simple question?" Then he ordered Atho to protect the weak and left the rest to me. Atho quickly obeyed. "Yes, your majesty." The great sage, Heavenly King, was very pleased with your behavior. "That's more like it, right? I like you now." Then both of them quickly rushed toward the goddess Athena. The great sage, Heavenly King, couldn't help but feel excited inside. Now, how should I play this? At that moment, the system sounded and Gogon's blessing was activated. The blessing of war surrounded the shield. The great sage, equal to heaven, immediately struck the shield at close range without hesitation, causing Athena to be somewhat terrified. "If he can break through the shield, I will lose." Just as she finished her thought, she also found a way to push the great sage equal to heaven away and keep a safe distance. Immediately after, Athena leapt up, stood on the tip of the Rui Jingu Bang of the great sage, then charged forward to attack. "But what are these things?" He quickly sneered and shouted, "Take this!" With just one strike, Athena was thrown back, and she was extremely surprised by this power. Not stopping there, the great sage equal to heaven continued to point his Rui Jingu Bang at her before dismissing it contemptuously. At that moment, his Rui Jingu Bang shot straight into the sky, knocking Athena away. The great sage, equal to heaven, looked at his achievements, then soared upward with a cloud step. Only Athena and Yugen remained fighting below. Actually, besides Athena, no one here is a formidable opponent. Right now, Yugon thinks he heard that Ares is a member of Olympus, but his strength isn't that terrifying, right? So, is that rumor false? I didn't think he had been beaten to this extent. At the same time, the system displayed a warning that the father label was vibrating, and the enhanced combat senses were active. You seem to consider that he had reached his limit fighting Ares. I can't endure staying here much longer. With that in mind, I quickly moved in to finish off and retreat from these Olympus soldiers. The blessing of peace is surrounding you. Atho told you, "If escaping is our top priority, should I just retreat instead of killing them?" You said, "You can do that in an emergency, but right now we have to run first and think later." He sighed calmly. "Someday I will be strong enough to face the outer gods. So for now, let's just retreat." Atho was surprised, unable to believe that escape was coming from his mouth. Then he continued, "I understand now." On this side, the soldiers shouted, "Stop them! Don't let them escape!" Yun said, "Have you ever heard of the duel magic technique?" "What the hell is that?" "Be quiet, you are enemies of Lord Ares." Then he summoned holy fire with his magic power. At the same time, a swift strike passed Yun as he continued, "You don't know, but it's okay. I'm tired now. Don't get in my way anymore." He was just thinking that he wanted to get out of here quickly and rest. Yukyun's eyes were blazing red. Tronon was maintaining the holy fire, and the Holy Spirit was also sustaining the holy fire. Then suddenly, a massive explosion shook the entire tower. You stand and watch the destructive power of the holy fire as it burns through all the soldiers, causing them to scream in agony. Yugen exclaimed, "The holy fire is truly powerful. Those who are not high-level geniuses are easily burned. Wukong can only hold Ares back for a little longer. It's unfortunate I didn't meet the goddess Athena here, but what we've gained is enough. You Olympus bastards, I have endured great hardships because of you. Now it's time for me to reclaim both principle and interest." You secretly smile with satisfaction. "My days of revenge have only just begun. Wait and see." Back to Athena's side, she is now fiercely fighting against the great sage equal to heaven, with many golden swords appearing above his head, ready to strike down. He looked down in surprise. What's going on? Immediately afterward, he told himself that Kim Yugen had escaped and he no longer needed to fight. Looking down at Ares' residence, it was now completely destroyed by his demonic gaze. The soldiers have been almost completely burned to ashes. The great sage Heavenly King couldn't help but cheer excitedly. "That's about the same level," Athena wondered aloud. "Did you come here with Kim Yugon from the beginning?" He said casually. "I just helped a little so everything wouldn't go off plan." Why is she so suspicious of that attitude? Could it be that the great sage Heavenly King is involved in this because he knows he's also coming? A big question echoed in Athena's mind. Why? The great sage equal to heaven sticks out his tongue teasingly. "We're done here." The mischievous boy smirked slyly at Athena. "Playing here is quite enjoyable too. I'm leaving now. See you again." As he finished speaking, he quickly rode the clouds and disappeared. Athena gazed absent-mindedly at his distant figure, whispering to herself, "Will we meet again?" The scene shifts to the 38th floor, where the air seems incredibly fresh. The trees are blooming everywhere. Yugon has quickly arrived here. He observed for a moment, then assessed that it's a bit hot here, probably because of the surrounding volcanoes. Who would have thought a powerful being was hiding in such a peaceful place? Immediately after, he quickly moved inside, observing everywhere as if searching for something. Suddenly, Yugon stopped when he saw many large footprints clearly imprinted on the ground. These footprints look a bit strange. He's here! You keep following the footprints carefully, while also taking out your sword to clear the dense forest leaves. Yugo walks on, wondering if he's close by, just following the trail. Suddenly, he looked around in confusion before stopping. There it was, a man with an enormous build and bulging muscles fiercely striking the tree in front of him. It looks like he's pouring his energy into that big tree, but no one knows what he's aiming for. He's just focused on the tree in front of him without noticing anyone nearby. Yu said nothing, simply walking over silently to observe the man. His entire body radiated a powerful yet pure aura. He didn't look back but could sense someone standing behind him. He didn't turn around and directly asked, "Are you drunk?" Yugon remains calm. Not exactly. "What are you doing here?" The other person replied casually, "I am hunting wild boar." You ask further, "So now you're a carpenter's apprentice?" You say yes, that's right, but you're still curious. "So he probably lives nearby too." He continued his work and replied, "That's right." Yu was silent for a moment. "You kept talking right after that. You saw it too." "I'm a bit tired. Can I stay at your place for a few days?" He looked at the man in silent thought. It's been quite a while since I last saw this face, but my feelings are still the same. It turns out Yugon is looking for his friend. The handsome guy in front of me is none other than Hollet. I secretly observe him and think, he can easily approach me. Even though he doesn't say anything, he still knows I just need to beg, right? He knows Yuan won't say anything, just stand silently staring at Hercule, constantly calculating insight. The high-level ranker, I need to overthrow Olympus, I must turn him into an ally. As a good person, I can't refuse, so I have no choice but to agree to that ridiculous request of yours. Thinking of this, he continued, "Am I not allowed? I'm so tired, I think I might die without even realizing it." In the end, Herculete still couldn't refuse. He turned around and continued working. "If you can wait, just follow me. I haven't filled enough trees yet." Yugon was moved. "Thank you, I will definitely repay you." He silently breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he had crossed the line. But he was not as immoral as Sun Wukong. He quietly assessed, unable to imagine that someone like him could earn the title of Giant Slayer. Right after Hercule finished chopping down those big trees, he kept his promise and took you to his house. Yugon stood silently watching the whole scene. It still looked the same. Herculete drops all those big logs on the ground and loudly says to Yugon, "The door is open, go inside." Yugon asked curiously, "What are you planning to do with all that wood?" "With this weather, there's no need to light a fire." Herculete replied, "Someone will need it, only players won't feel cold." "You keep asking, where are you sending them? You're so kind." He coldly replied, "Not exactly. I'll organize this pile of wood first and then find something for you to eat. So just wait a moment." Before he could finish speaking, you cut him off. "It's okay. Since you allowed me to stay, at least I will be the one to prepare the meal." Hulette was a bit surprised. "I thought you said you were tired." Soon after, time quickly passed. Yugon has also cooked a dish. H. Hulette feels a bit happy. "You know how to cook? Do you love cooking, or do you cook a lot?" Yug responds. Sometimes he can't help but praise you. Your skills are impressive. "Someone might think you've been living in this house for a few months already," Yugon said casually. "No way." The cold young man looked directly at Yugon, getting to the main point. "What is your name?" Yugon couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "You're asking directly?" "I'm Kim Yugon." Herculete was a bit surprised. "Kim Yugon, this is the first time I've heard that name. It seems you're not really a part of the group." Yu said, "I'm still just a player, but I am quite famous out there." "You've never heard of me before?" Herculete said, "I've been living here alone for quite some time now." Yugon couldn't help but advise, "Sometimes you should go out sometimes. Losing contact with the world isn't good." Herculete didn't hesitate to expose, but he didn't seem to be close to the outside world either. "You really don't deny it?" "You're right." Hercule quietly observes Yugon's actions. He also doesn't hide his feelings. "Even though it's our first meeting, I feel really close to you. You don't seem the type to smile openly." "That's strange." Yugon immediately replied, "How about you?" "Dad, people who are alike tend to get close easily." Herculete replied casually, "Is that so?" Anyway, the two of them have been very close friends since their previous life. At this moment, he couldn't help but smile warmly as he looked at his friend. Then, he suddenly spoke. "I still haven't told you my name is Herculete." Yugon pretended to be surprised. "I've heard that name before. So you're a high-level ranker?" And soon the sky brightened again, and Herculete continued his work chopping wood. This time, Yugon is helping out as well. The two of them continue working together. They rest together. Everything continues as usual. By dusk, the two of them prepare to enjoy grilled fish, with Yu diligently cooking dinner by the flickering fire. Looking up, I still see Hercule diligently carrying the pile of wood from the day. I feel a bit contemplative, but I only quietly observe my friend. Is it a starry night? Below is Hercule's simple wooden house in the middle of the deep forest. Along with Yugon's presence here, morning quickly arrived. Yugon is now helping Hercule chop wood and can't help but complain. Why is it so heavy? Hercule said casually. That's pretty good. The trees on this level are heavy and solid, even stronger than steel. So they are considered a top-tier resource. You quickly understood after hearing the explanation. You couldn't help but frown in thought. No wonder he's unbeatable in terms of strength, lifting heavy logs like this every day with his bare hands. Hercule asked, "Why are you still here?" "I thought I was better, so I'm leaving now." "Yugi, I just think living here isn't too bad." Hercule asked, "You still don't have to take part in the challenge for a long time, right?" You said, "That's right." His face suddenly changed a bit. "But you should still leave today before night falls. I really advise you." He thought. His expression suddenly changed. This is the face he had before entering the battle. "You wonder why today?" He explains that it will become extremely dangerous here. Yugon still persists. "I can take care of myself." Hercule still refuses to change his mind. "Listen to me and go, consider it my request." His face is serious as he advises you. You quietly thought that he seemed to be very conflicted. "I know he's worried I might get hurt, but maybe the main reason is that he doesn't want others to see him fighting. In the end, I don't want to cause Hercules trouble. Before I go, there's something I want to ask." Hercules paused and looked at you. Yugon continued, "You are very different from the rumors. Why do you hate giants so much?" His eyes blazing with fierce anger. "I don't know where you heard the rumors, but it's best to watch your mouth." Yugon remains unfazed. You used to get along very well before, but suddenly a fierce inner strength erupted from within him, making you a bit startled. Yu was a bit surprised with the dense aura of magic, feeling like her body was about to explode. HQ tried to stay calm. "Don't ask Hanlin 10 anymore. We're not close enough to be curious about such things." "Go ahead. This floor is very different from the places you've been to before." Yugon watched his back, knowing that since they've only known each other for a few days in this timeline, becoming close would be extremely difficult. It really is annoying. Maybe once you warn him and he learns the truth, everything will be different. Hercule didn't answer, firmly took the beast fur hat, and Yugon really wanted to hear it again from his mouth. An idol, a friend, the story of the greatest hero. The system notification begins on the 16th, initiating the covenant between humanity and the giants. The ruler of the world is changing, and the alien races in the area will face harsher punishments. The ruler of this world is now the giant, as disgusting hands begin to emerge from the ground. They look like a terrifying black-colored demon of some kind. Hercule told you to stay there if you don't want to get involved in this. As soon as the demons saw him, they fiercely spat fire and charged forward, turning the peaceful green forest into a blazing sea of flames. Hercule quickly charged forward alone to fight them, his strike so powerful that the demons had to be on guard. Amidst the sea of flames, he is like a lush green branch continuously sprouting new shoots, despite the furious demons charging at him. The system is now issuing a warning, but he remains focused on fighting the demons. Yu has been standing still all this time, not participating in the fight, while the demons on this side have already been beaten badly. Without any sharp weapons, Hercule only uses his bare hands and his large body to continuously strike at them, radiating an incredibly overwhelming aura. A huge explosion shook the entire forest, and the flames continued to spread. Although he had killed many of them, the demons still kept crawling up from the ground. Hercule didn't fear that. He clenched his teeth and kept charging forward, fighting relentlessly. You remembered Hercule's advice. Once you raise your fists, you must have a clear purpose. Fighting without ideals is just reckless slaughter. At that moment, I listened to those words in confusion, not understanding for a moment, with only the words purpose echoing in my mind. It seems that Yuan has now understood what was said that day. It's hard to believe that the slaughter he mentioned is exactly what Hercule is doing right now, still fighting fiercely against the demons. Yugen couldn't help but be surprised. Even witnessing it firsthand, he couldn't believe it. A senseless slaughter caused directly by Hercule. Is this his fate after the Great War of Giants? Fighting alone, raging in battle for thousands of years, he is bearing the burden of a war that was doomed from the start. Hercule's hand clenched the tree so tightly that deep grooves appeared, while the sky burned with a fiery red hue from the lingering flames, and the lush green forest had long since vanished. After finishing everything, he told Yugon, "Now this area is safe. If you want to live, go to a safe place or stay here and don't go anywhere." His mind was filled with thoughts. He was enduring a punishment beyond the endurance of an ordinary rancor. Indeed, this power cannot be underestimated. Yugon silently followed Hercule without saying a word. That surprised him a little. Then he spoke up, saying, "You don't know where I'm going, so why are you following me?" Yuan calmly replied, "Yes, I don't know where you're going, but I know you will do what eliminate all the remaining giants, right?" Hercule did not deny. "It's not some random ogre. I am looking for Gigantes, one of the 3 strongest giants of the clan. This journey is extremely dangerous, and I can't guarantee your safety when we fight him." Yug repeated the name Gigantes and then seriously told Holet, "I know where he is." The forest is still echoing with the aftermath of the battle earlier, with flames continuously spilling out like a river of fire. Yugon didn't wait for Hercule's approval and went ahead to lead the way. "Do you need me to guide you?" Hearing this, his fist clenched tightly and trembled. What did you say? Why? Herculate asked Yugon excitedly. How do you know that? Facing this, you seem very calm. Yugon touched the angry clenched hand on his shoulder. Just let go. I broke my bone and lost. Realizing I was too agitated, he stepped back. Sorry, you say you know the way? Where is he? He wondered. Is it in the Dungnam River? I went down there but didn't see him. You said, no, he's still further down. Under the blazing hot red lava that can burn everything that falls into it, Hewlett nervously tells you to step back a little and put this on. Yoon stood there blankly, letting him do his thing. Immediately, his firm foot stepped onto the lava without a hint of hesitation. Yugon stood still there, looking at Herculate as if he was searching for something. Hewlett bent down and struck hard, causing the lava to splash away. Those rocks quickly blocked the flow of the lava. You thought that with this much, China would be enough to shield him, but it's better to just wear this and wait here for him. Herculate couldn't help but be surprised and ask, Are you even deeper than this? Are we there yet? You calmly pointed ahead and repeated what he just did 3 more times. Immediately afterward, he followed your advice and struck the ground forcefully, causing the magma inside to flow out continuously. He kept hitting harder, and cracks kept appearing on the surface. Soon after, a streak of light appeared, illuminating the entire space where the two were standing. Herculate looked on in surprise. Is this the underground? Beneath the lush green trees, the scene is incredibly cool. Both of them go down together. Herculate is surprised and asks how you knew this place exists. Yugon simply said, I have my sources. He wondered, sources? Yugon looked serious. Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe it. But even if you want to, you won't be able to meet that person. Hewlett asked curiously. So what does that mean? Someone on a higher level that I've never been to? You keep talking, just pretend that's how it is. In my mind, I think I know that in the future I can meet him from what you said. But since it's hard to believe, it's better to just forget about it. Yi quickly dismisses it. Asking Han is enough. Just follow me if you want to know the truth. Seeing Yugon's back, Herculate couldn't help but think that after all this time, he finally met someone he could talk to and even become friends with. But is this really a trap? Could he be a spy for the Beast Clan? What is the truth behind what he said? Have I been deceived by anyone all this time? Even if this is a trap, I will destroy everything. Yu turns back to look at him, seeming quite cautious. You're keeping your distance from me. Hewlett remained silent for a moment. Seeing that you won't go any further, he became curious. Why did you stop? Can you throw a really strong punch in that direction? Just try it and you'll see. Herculate wondered why she couldn't sense anyone else, even though there was no path. Punching in that direction for what? Fine, let's see where this leads. Herculate, having just immersed himself in his power, caused that huge mountain to shake. He was amazed to feel this tremor, this strength. You're here. Gigantes UN remembers that in the future, Gigantes will be killed here by Hercules himself. The Second Giant War will also start from this event. As a result, many lives have been lost, leading to a decline in combat power to deal with the outsiders. I must prevent this from happening at all costs. Yugon asked Hercule, do you feel excited? Does getting revenge satisfy you? Hercule, with deadly intent in his eyes, looked at him and said, Revenge, how do you know about this? What are you here for? Who are you? I was still wondering who it was when the terrifying voice suddenly rang out, revealing that the giant hunter had gone out of his way to come all the way here. It growled, channeling its power as it stared intently at you. Hewlett, I know why you came here. The enemy of the giant race, the blood of the infinite giant clan that was spilled by you has stained every corner of this land. I will behead you and throw your corpse to that fallen creature. Humans like you will pay the price for breaking the pact. Seeing the situation quickly escalating, he stepped in to stop it. Stop it already. Using violence to talk, that seems to be your common language, doesn't it? Do you know why we have to fight? Gigantes asked, Who are you? The one there is a giant hunter. He has already killed many of my people and won't stop. Do I need any other reason? Yugon turned to him. So what about you? Hill, Herculate said, I want to avenge my mother. You died at the hands of the giant. Then he handed you the necklace to show him. Hercule immediately recognized its owner. He asked curiously, Why do you have this? Yugon calmly replied, I'll take it. Ares Hercule asked suspiciously why he was holding it, then said, Then see for yourself. He was very surprised when the system announced that the user had been verified. The user is Herculate, son of Ankmene. The memories of the necklace begin, and from within it a familiar voice suddenly startles him. Mom, I'm sorry for being born in a cruel world where everyone wants to exploit me like this. But still, I hope you will become a kind person and use your power wisely. My memories of my mother appear. Hercule, it's too dangerous. Let it go. Hera, this child is innocent. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. Hercule, hurry up. Sorry, hurry up. You must not use that power. When I grew up, I became very brave. Mom, I have completed the challenge. Your rank is even higher than your father's. Back then, she was so proud of her son. Hercule, it has become more skilled now. The happy images of him and his mother quickly appeared. That was probably the happiest moment of his life. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind her at that moment. Ankmene was sad, but it was still too young to fight in a war. The person continued. It's not the right time yet. For now, let it focus on leveling up. but it won't be long before that changes. She couldn't help but feel disappointed. Does he really want to turn our son into a weapon of war? The man coldly replied, "It is my son." She cried and knelt down. "No, even if your blood runs through its veins, it is still my child." He coldly lifts her chin. Anmani, the pitiful woman. Even though she didn't intend to give birth to it, just by looking into her eyes, I could see it. She cares for it a lot, doesn't she? She loves him very much. Her face then showed a cruel expression. Anmani was furious. He's gone mad. He only sees it as a weapon, not as his blooded, real son. Absolutely admitting, yes, it is a supreme weapon. She shouted, "Why do you dare say that?" He continued, "I have many children, women too, and they are ready to give me more. As long as I can stand atop this tower, I can create a second or even third hell. Then the scene will be filled with bloodshed and chaos." A familiar voice echoes, a guild leader and a merchant, but too weak. The speaker is Ares, the other dismissive. I was wondering how he would take Herculate away, so this is how it is. True to his nature, cowardly and shameful, do you think my son will let this go? Judging by his hurried appearance, it seems a war is about to break out. Poor little one, which HQlet are you? The second? The third? What is the name of this new hunting dog of Rot? Ares standing there. Doesn't matter. As long as you show respect to Rot, everything else will become meaningless. Then, he calmly accepted that Nene had died at the hands of the giant. That was all Herculate needed to know. Herculate's desperate scream as he replays this memory keeps echoing. Stop! No! Stop! His trembling hand couldn't believe what he saw and never expected Olympus to be so cruel. Herculate wanted to rush forward and hug his mother, but couldn't. Her weak voice echoed again. "Alina, you are very likely to die. He will never let the child he wants to raise become a peaceful weapon in your hands. He will definitely kill me and cause that child to drown in hatred." Ankmane listens to her sister and steps away from Herculate. Just tell him. Anmani feels pain but cannot turn away. Even if its destiny is to become a weapon against this world, at least I won't turn my back on it. How can you abandon that small hand, sister, and save your own life? Helena trembles. Is Armin driven by the responsibility of being a mother? She gently pats her sister's hand. No, I just paused for a moment as her tears fell like rain. Remembering the image of her tiny son from days gone by, Emily said, "I only truly love this child." She told him, "I never stop loving you. Every moment with you makes me happy. I always feel at peace seeing you grow each day." At this moment, as she was dying, she remembered her child, Hercule, and said thank you for being her son. Then Amini took her last breath. 3 years soaked in blood, never to see his little son again. Those memories are like shards stabbing deep into his mind. Aeschylus' voice trembled as he said, "I didn't know about this," he observed, seeming hesitant as if he wanted to say something. At the same time, Gigantes asked him, "Are you risking everything to come here to clear up the misunderstanding between Hercule and the giant?" Jan did not deny. That's right, so he also knows about the power of the ring and isn't too surprised. He ponders. That's right, now I remember. I heard before that your name is Kim Yugon. You wonder, weren't you always asleep until now? Gigantes says, "Not exactly. So why don't you stop Hercules at then?" Gigantes points to his wound and says, "This is the scar left by the lightning of the fallen chaos god. Healing it takes time, so I am using this time to prepare for the upcoming war." He calculated in his mind that the giants were also preparing for war. The second great battle would be even larger in scale than the previous one. Many major factions were destroyed, and a powerful race like the giants also shared the same fate. It was all because of that damn bastard that everything became irredeemable. You dealt a heavy blow to Poseidon. It seems Olympus didn't sit well with you either. So which side are you on? You momentarily fell silent, silently admitting it. Gigantes couldn't help but praise his cunning. When you're in a position like mine, just one decision can have a huge impact on this world. You have enough power to wipe out a floor of the tower, yet here you are trying to persuade me. Who would have thought I'd be so hospitable? A tiny human like you is making history right now. Yugen couldn't hide his smug expression. Honestly, I see it too. Gigantes looks at you helplessly, and he doesn't even know how to be humble. If you were a giant, I would have promoted you to a high position in the clan. Yugen doesn't find that an honor. Stop inviting me. I'm already busy enough. The ground is shaking. Gigantes looks at Herculate. All right, now let's see what this person's choice will be. He is still immersed in sorrow over the memories of that necklace. It is a secret that has been hidden for so many years. He even lived with the one who brutally murdered his mother. Now, he is drowning in self-blame and indescribable pain. His heart feels like someone is stabbing it with a knife so intense it's beyond words. He hits his own face hard with his hand. Then, Aeschylus helplessly collapsed to the ground. The painful memories of his mother haunted his mind endlessly, impossible to escape. He felt he couldn't forgive himself, so he kept punching his face until it was swollen and red. You saw him acting so crazed and stepped forward to stop him. Stop now, that's enough. Luckily, a bit of reason still remains. He's kneeling on the ground, that bastard Ares. Where is he now? Yugon calmly replied. They're dead, under my command. Hercules quickly stood up. So I have to avenge Rot. You kneel before Gigantes. I apologize for the misunderstanding that led to the death of your kin. I will offer my life to atone for my mistake under your command. There's just one thing. It's not now. Gigantes immediately understood and asked, "Are you planning to go find Rot?" Hercules sadly says, "I will kill my father and then come back to atone." Gigantes questions, "I will not be able to forgive you. Do you know how many of my people have died at your hands?" "Stop for a moment," he continued. "If you and your mother are only victims of Rop, then I will not punish you. But if you want to bear even a fraction of the guilt, then listen carefully. Destroy Olympus." Hearing this, Hercules' spirit relaxed a bit. He stood up, then put his mother's last magical necklace around his neck, speaking with a cold tone. "I will do it in my mother's name, for sure." The shell necklace was returned to its rightful owner and kept shining. H. Colette looked at Yugon and said, "Thank you, I owe you. This time without you, this battle could not have stopped." He got straight to the point. "If you feel indebted, then just say so." "Are you planning to go fight Olympus right away?" Ashkulet did not deny. "Yes." You look at Hercule with determination. "Then let me give you a gift." Immediately after, a powerful golden aura spun around the two of them. H. Culet wondered silently. A shadow that looked so familiar, so much like his father. "I can't help but be curious. What's going on here?" "Kim Yugon." "Who is this?" Yugon asked Hercule curiously. "Don't you recognize him?" At that moment, the system sounded, and he realized it was none other than Ares. He saw you and immediately shouted in anger, "Kim Yugon! You bastard Kim Yugon!" Ares clenched his teeth, glaring at you as if he saw a lifelong enemy, ready to charge. Yugon swung his sword. They say that spirit is weaker than flesh, but in some cases it's the opposite. Kulik guesses that's the strength of will, right? Yugon explains, when he was alive, Ares was a high-ranking business executive. Ordinary people would have been writhing in pain by now, but high-level executives are different. Then he pointed his sword at Ares and told H. Kulit, "Just beat him to satisfy yourself." Hearing this, Hercules' eyes suddenly turned cold. He stares at Ares without blinking, his fist trembling with emotion. "Please forgive me," Ares shouted loudly. "No way!" As soon as he finished speaking, a fist fiercely swung at his face, distorting Ares. Even Yugon was quite surprised by this attack, his face dark as the bottom of a pond, thanks to Hercules' even more brutal strike. After defeating Ares, Hercules couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, looking extremely satisfied. It really was much easier. But of course, he wouldn't stop at just that punch. Hercules keeps fighting fiercely, this time even more brutal than before. Ares was hit again and again. Hercules' fury kept pouring out on him. Yu stood silently outside watching this intense scene. Surely he won't disappear just because of this blow, right? Ares has been beaten so badly that he no longer recognizes his own face. He screams in pain and collapses. His face now looks no different from that of a ghost. "I'm sorry. All right, I'm sorry." Hercules looks at Ares with a deep voice. "Sorry? All right, let's continue." Seeing Yugon look so drunk, he couldn't help but think, "I wonder how long I can keep this skill up. I've never summoned help for this long before." On the other side, Ares screams in agony, "Kill me!" Yugon bit his lip in fear and made up his mind. "I have to stop him." In the end, you managed to hold back Hercules' rage. Ares lies defeated on the ground. You said, "If you're not satisfied yet, just tell me, and I'll fight as much as you want." He replied, "That's enough." He deserves to be beaten even more, but there are still others who are more deserving of death. He sighed. "That's true. Do you want help?" "I also have some useful information." Hercules was surprised. "Do you know anything else?" "You look grim. Who is colluding? Who agrees with killing Ankmane? Who is an enemy or a friend right now?" Hercules clenched his fists. "Hades, Hagen, Kim Yugon, and these people. My mother used to be among them." Yugon interrupted his train of thought. "Don't rush to attack Rot. You can't take him down alone." Hercules continues. "Destroying Olympus, right? I know that's your goal, but I hope you're not suggesting I endure until your plan is carried out." Yugon said, "Of course, except for dropping out, go ahead and destroy anything you want. I won't stop you. Just call me when you need to." Hercules was satisfied. "All right, I will start right now." Yu continued. "I will do it my way." Hercules said nothing, only silently glanced at him. He quickly sped away. Ares angrily cursed. "I forgot you're a death spirit master. Damn it." Yugon looked at him with disdain, carefully sealing his lips. Ares roared, "How dare you!" He quickly shouted a threat. "Hercules, it seems this move really works."
Ares was so scared he froze. Wait a moment.
Yugon, with a dark expression and emanating murderous intent, seemed ready to call Hercules back to fight him again at any moment. Ares was terrified like a small dog. "Please forgive the mistake. Yugon is satisfied." "That's right. I can erase the mind completely and use the person as a puppet, just like other spirits. But having the right to decide for yourself is still better." "Is that right?" Ares said confidently. "You want me to serve you? I refuse. You are an enemy of Olympus. I cannot point my sword at my father and mother. No matter how terrifying Hewlett is, you can't negotiate, so I have no choice but to force people into the battle in this situation. But no matter what you think, I will use your power to achieve my goal and then destroy everything, whether it's Olympus or anything else." You look him straight in the eyes with a determined expression. "But if you agree to help me, I won't force anyone to join the battle against Olympus. I swear on the honor of this system." Ares was surprised. "What? The reason you haven't tried to deceive me yet is because the soul of a high-level spirit like Ares is extremely rare. Although the mind control is a bit difficult, I still want to turn him into a conscious death spirit. In the end, he finally agreed. Fine, make a pact with me, but just saying that won't stop you from stabbing me in the back. Alright, the two quickly sign the contract and the oath is established. This soul now fully belongs to the player. This soul cannot participate in the battle against the Olympus players. If the oath is broken, the soul will be free. You have obtained the support of the War God. The War God's power has been restored. Cut to the 77th floor of Hera's temple. Everything here is extremely dangerous. A voice echoes, Hera still hasn't arrived yet? The other person replied, maybe so. This time she's gone longer than usual. Hera is frustrated. We're also doing what we can. The situation is getting more chaotic, and just one player is causing everything to fall apart. Mantis couldn't help but shake his head. Then he turned away from Poseidon. Why did one of the three great gods end up like this? There are rumors that Hades and Poseidon are working together, so Rot wants to take the initiative. Yes, I've heard about them too. They're not the type to be weak. Suddenly, a green light appeared, causing a massive explosion that shattered the wall. Here and Mantius are chatting when they look stunned after the shockwave, wondering to each other what just happened. Another frightened voice of a soldier shouted, what the hell is that? We are under attack! HQ-Let roared fiercely. Where is she? Where is she? Hera. She was terrified. He came here alone. That bastard. Which guild are you from? Mantis blocks the way. Wait a moment. He's Hercules' brother. Here couldn't help but be surprised and blurt out. What? Why is the hero of the giant war here? Hercules' dark aura radiates deadly intent around them. Don't make me repeat myself, Hera. The crowd was terrified inside, not knowing what had happened to make his eyes so cold. One of them replied, You've already left. What do you want? Hercules exudes murderous intent. So, as soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward fiercely. I will have to return after this palace is destroyed. One of them gritted his teeth in anger. How rude. A war hero is a thing of the past. Our Olympus rankers shouldn't be afraid of something so old. The person standing beside him blocks the way. If words can't settle it, don't rush to draw your sword. Our opponent is HQ-Let. He hasn't even used his power yet, and everything here is already in ruins. One of the soldiers aggressively charged at Hercules with his weapon, but he didn't expect that he could dodge the attack so quickly and effortlessly. And of course, immediately after, he counterattacked the soldier. HQ-Let ominously said, If you want to stop me, come at me, all of you. The scene before their eyes makes the spirits tremble in surprise. They call him the Butcher King, and they are not wrong. Seeing his cold gaze, they secretly thought to themselves, We will die here. Hercules glared and said, All of you charge forward. At this moment, Yugon was exchanging messages with H-Gon and couldn't help but be surprised. Oh my god, Kim Yugon, you did it? Yugon said, The palace of Hera was just attacked by Hercules. Hearing this, H-Gon teased, Could it be that you were the one who incited it all? Yugon is now lying on the bed, waiting for news from Hercules, lost in thought. Hercules, you've caused trouble right from the start. Then you told Han, I only advised him to start from there. We are on the same side now. Hagen continued to make a fuss. Wait a moment. What did you say to him that made him follow you? Hey, don't just stay silent. Are you ignoring me? You stopped replying and turned over to rest. Seeing no response from you, he shouted again. Don't tell me you're sleeping. Before he could close his eyes, another message from Hades saying he's ready appeared. And upon seeing it, he quickly sat up. It seems their plan is about to start. Yugon looked at the message with satisfaction.
The message I've been waiting for has arrived. H-Gang keeps sending messages non-stop.
Hey Kim Yugon. I'm asking what you've been up to. Which floor are you on? Let's meet up. You lazily stretch. Everything is in place. Now all that's left is to move the last domino to make everything collapse. Right after that, he messages Han to go to the 42nd floor. I need your help with something. They quickly arrive at the 42nd floor. This is the underworld ruled by Hades, so everything can be kept secret. Hagen looked at Jan in confusion, unable to help but wonder and ask. Again, watch closely. You continue. The fight against falling. Your father, I want you to join. Hagen was surprised. Why the battle? You asked back. Isn't it true that you were already prepared to fight your father? He stammered. No, those are two completely different things. H-Gyan is talking about his father, the king of Olympus, ruler of the sky, lord of thunder, who is currently 9th on the leaderboard. You probably know better than anyone what it means to be 9th in this tower. Even though I climb faster than other players, my strength still isn't a match for my father. With my current strength, I can't gain much. What's the point of joining? You cut him off, and quite a lot more, Han wondered. I know you're not the type to talk nonsense, but I need to hear the reason clearly. Yug asked. There are 2 reasons. Which one do you want to hear first? Oh, and the first reason is the premise for the second one. But the first one will be very surprising. Han remained silent. Have you ever said anything truly shocking before? Stop beating around the bush and just tell me. Yug quickly replied. All right. He only truly loved one child, and that was you, Han. Hearing this reason, Yugon was not surprised. Han was so shocked he froze in place. It felt like the whole world had stopped, his inner voice screaming, his face hidden, everything around him going crazy. He continued, What then? Fine, if you say so, then rank doesn't matter when the only child you love is betraying you. But even so, it all sounds so childish. Even though it's what you said, you radiate determination. Why does my father love me and bring me into this world?
Well, I am also very grateful, but it was my mother who raised me.
If anyone loves me, it must be my mother. Everyone knows the path my father is taking. Just look at Hercules, Olympus. I know always values goals and results more than reasons and righteousness. They always use any means necessary to achieve their goals. So what are you talking about? Thuongyu said, if you don't believe me, I really don't know what to say anymore. But I am not lying, Hgan replied. I think so too. Everything you've said so far has somehow been the truth. It's like someone from the future has arrived. I need to think for a bit. Wait for me a few hours. No, just a few minutes is fine. Saying this really is cruel. Let's see if he makes the same choice as in the previous life. Suddenly, his phone rings. Han is annoyed, deep in thought, and this damn troublemaker just can't leave him alone. Immediately after, he hurriedly told Yan that there was trouble, as his father had just ordered him to attack the Heavenly Demon Sect. The message from Apple said that his father had issued the order to attack, and it said that your friend is the vice sect leader there. Then, the fiery chariot of Olympus quickly sped across the sky. Throughout the journey, he said nothing. Yan glanced back to observe. Finally, he spoke up. Are you ready yet? Are you feeling sad, Hgan? But he still spoke up. We must stop this battle at all costs. I can't just sit back and watch hundreds of thousands die pointlessly. Yugi sighs in relief. That's good to hear. Hgan asked, have you contacted the Heavenly Demon Sect yet? The situation is really bad. Yugi, I just told them I was heading to the 10th floor and warned them to be careful. Don Mujin is there, so it should be fine. There are also other high-ranking officials, so just reassure yourself. That's right, nothing major will happen. But deep down, I still feel uneasy. You doesn't understand. So why do I keep feeling uneasy? You're calculating that Apollo's brothers are targeting Hades, so they won't be mobilized. So it must be Athena, Hades, and Dionysus then? They called on other guilds for support. I don't think any guild would want to get involved with Olympus right now. Yugon asks Segun. Could it be that they will use that card if they lose? Are you surprised? Is it something only you know again? Yugon recounts that a high-ranking prisoner has been held at Olympus for a long time. And even among Olympus, only a handful of people know about him. Hgan, annoyed, asks how he could possibly know. The mysterious gods, and why do you think my father would use that person? Yug said because that person no longer has any value. The next huge war will not happen. H.C. Kolet has switched sides, and the three great gods are divided, unable to even sway Hephaestus. A significant boost in weaponry, and the war might still happen. However, Olympus will need a few more thousand years to strengthen its forces. So, it's not hard to guess that Rot will use that person, even if it's a double-edged sword. It's probably his trump card. Hagen spoke, but even so, why would doing that put Dad in danger? You said to him, when that happens, you'll understand, Yugon thought as he walked away. Now, I need to act more quickly. The Olympus battleship has successfully infiltrated the Heavenly Demon Sect's territory. The commander now is Athena. She stands fiercely inside, watching the situation, her face revealing her brutality. She then ordered to deal with Kim Yugon first, then to destroy the Heavenly Demon Sect. Recalling a memory, Athena said, Chai Mujin and a clone of the great sage Kitian are on Kim Yugon's side, and it will take at least 4 high-grade flying ships to handle them. The other person quickly agreed, taking Otis and Hem away, and I will bring the rest tomorrow. With Athena's cruel thoughts, it's time to eliminate them all. Suddenly, at that moment, a voice rang out, breaking Athena's train of thought. What a bother. Why do they have to call us for such a trivial matter? She gritted her teeth and said, don't be lazy. Focus. The other person is dissatisfied, but I hate fighting. He is Heed, the god of freedom and thieves, a high-ranking Olympus ranger, but he agreed later. All right, quick and decisive wins are enough. Then there's no need to spill much blood. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave erupted, and a fierce beam of light sliced the boat in half, making me flinch in surprise. The speed of the boat quickly slowed down, and although it was just a little away from the target, it couldn't continue any further. It seemed there was a source of power from the Heavenly Demon Sect's base surrounding and protecting this place. Wait for me. Is it really that I didn't do it and can't do it? I've never seen anything like this before, not even in the Great Battle. At least it should have been adjusted to fall in front of the Heavenly Demon Sect instead of crashing into the cliff. Athena glared, thinking the Heavenly Demon Sect leader only lived in seclusion on the mountain, but he hasn't neglected at all. He's become stronger. The one who has half the strength of the martial world finally spoke, and after today, the ranking of the Heavenly Demon Sect will surely change. Then Muji quickly drew his sword and stepped out, just a simple greeting. He glared at Athena and said, listen up. Everyone protect Thien Sun and our Thien Ma sect. Immediately afterward, everyone from top to bottom of the demon sect quickly dispersed under the order of the Heavenly Demon. They were now ready to fight to protect their land. Athena quickly channels her power into her staff, with 2 intertwined snakes, emanating a terrifying aura. After all, she is a war goddess facing this kind of presence. The Sword King and the Fist King were a bit stunned. Soon after, a series of powerful attacks struck the members of the Heavenly Demon Sect, but due to the great distance, casualties were minimal. Athena orders the 4 of you in front to defeat the arrogant elders of the Demon God Sect. He quickly receives the order. Immediately after, Athena shouted loudly, commanding her army to mobilize. The entire Olympus army destroys the heavenly demon sect. Her steely voice echoed through the mountains, causing the ground to tremble, and then the soldiers, following Athena's orders, quickly charged into the cave to fight and slaughter. In just a moment, my blood dyed the sky red all around, with corpses piled high. Our H over here is fighting alone against 4 celestial kings of the heavenly demon sect. B. Lim is annoyed. Why are those Olympus crazy daring to attack our heavenly demon sect in the middle of the clear sky white sun? Dagger King angrily said, this is because we let an outsider join Heavenly Mountain, vice sect leader, just for holy fire, right? B. Lim shouted, are you crazy? Why are you blaming the deputy sect leader? At this moment, Hem further used his internal strength to strike fiercely at their group. King of War intervenes. Be quiet, this is not the time to argue. What a chaotic guild this is. It seems that what Athena brought behind her is cracking open a deep voice echoes. What should I do? She said to stay put until further notice. Inside, they asked, if I follow the instructions, I will be released, right? She glanced over, not really caring, and answered perfunctorily, that's right. The person inside asked, are you Athena? But at this moment, where did the heavenly demon Chan Mujin go while she was distracted? The voice asked again, you're going to let me out, right? Athena replied, yes, my father promised, stay there until I call. Suddenly, the person inside the object seemed to be agitated, repeatedly muttering incomprehensible words. Dad fell. At the same time, a streak of blue light shot swiftly from the sky toward it. The aura inside the cage keeps emanating, and the person inside keeps muttering, I'm sorry, I was wrong, please let me out. At this moment, I happen to land nearby, and I can hear everything the person inside Yugon is saying. And even stranger, the egg inside your system keeps showing its teeth. The situation is now extremely tense, with the battle outside escalating much more fiercely than before. So no one paid attention to the movements of whatever was holding someone on this side. The dead squirrels around there somehow piled up into a heap. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the cracks. Blood and dead bodies piled around, and a female voice sounded incredibly gentle. She looked towards the residents of the heavenly demon sect and couldn't help but marvel. The light was so beautiful. She remembered someone telling her before, this is a gift for you, but you must not open this box no matter what happens. At that time, the girl recalled crying a lot and examining the box carefully, as it was a gift from the enemy who killed her parents. The beautiful light, just like what emanates from that box, is the light itself. It radiates outward from within those things. No one noticed the strange thing behind their backs because everyone was busy fighting and dared not let their guard down. Suddenly, a beautiful young girl slowly approached the scene of the chaos. The soldiers are confused. What's going on? It seems she's also one of Olympus, a support unit? Is the beautiful girl who has been imprisoned for so many years Pandora? The soldiers approach her, hands empty, rushing into the chaos. Are you tired of living? If you're support, step back. Her beauty makes them blush a little, but does Olympus really have a character like her? Where did she come from? She's so beautiful. That gentle voice echoes. You must be very scared. His gaze was infatuated with her, but at this moment it seemed no longer to be conscious. Pandora continued, you will die a horrible death in just a few minutes. There's no way the Demon Sex gang will leave Olympus alone. They will keep tearing us apart, just as their savage nature dictates. My body will not be buried in Olympus territory. I will have to be buried in a distant land. I will die a terrible death. I won't be able to return alive. I will die in pain. He might as well die alone like that. Those thoughts kept echoing in his mind. Dying now might hurt a little less, but there's a chance you'll be tortured first. As it turned out, the soldiers near Pandora couldn't understand why she would spit blood and die instantly after seeing her. Her eyes looked at these people dark and full of death, a cold gaze of the Grim Reaper. Mujin, witnessing the scene before him, couldn't help but wonder, what kind of strange thing did you bring here? I don't even know what you think it is. Athena silently thought to herself, Pandora, she couldn't hold back and went out on her own. If she joins the battle, we can wipe out the Heavenly Demon Sect in one go, but our forces will suffer heavy losses and only Head, the Heavenly Demon, and I will survive. She was confused. What should she do now? Why did she have to choose this moment to appear? From afar, a bright light quickly approaches Athena's battle zone, and she glances over with a satisfied whisper. It's here. For some reason, the closer Yugon gets, the more the egg can't hold back its excitement. At this moment, it's baring its teeth and swallowing saliva. The egg keeps urging it, making Yugon momentarily flustered because of it. Yugon immediately saw that it was reacting to Pandora and shouted loudly to draw her attention to his side. Pandora, where do you want to go? Yu shouted even louder. Stay here. There's nothing fun there anyway. Hagrin, who had just landed, couldn't stand Pandora's voice. He clenched his teeth, covered his ears, and his head ached faintly. What the hell is this feeling? Seeing Pandora's face unclear, he was suddenly asked by his ear, Who is that? Yugon advised, Hagron, go support the sect leader at Thean Sun. Don't stay near here. He quickly agreed. Yes, I think so too. There's a sense of danger here. Kim Yugon, you also need to be careful. Seeing how much he resembled his father, Pando even thought he had failed. When she saw Han walk away, she was furious. You know that doing that won't lead to victory either, right? It's useless. Everyone will die. Why haven't you given up yet? Why do you have to suffer like this? You also know that the chance of winning is less than 1%, right? Yu was a bit stunned. She's exaggerating even the smallest negative thought. This is the first time I've felt this terrible. The egg is reacting now, so that means this is also a seed sown by chaos. Yu held his sword tightly and said to the egg, "Let's get ready. It's time to feast." Right after you gave it permission, it happily opened its big mouth to eat. Suddenly, it stopped reacting and just lay still without moving. Are you trying to make me feed you by hand or what? Just go and see if it helps a little. Pandora is now covering her face and crying. Why do you stop me? Why? Yu calmly replied that her existence was harmful to us. Pandora couldn't help but wonder. At the same time, he quickly struck towards her. But somehow this assault team cannot reach the target. And at this moment, the shard reacts with Kini. A loud explosion erupts where he strikes, but no one is harmed. Yugon figures that with this approach, it won't work. I have to give it my all and not let any gap open. As soon as he thought of this, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes as he looked at his opponent. But what was most frightening was that before she even did anything, he suddenly collapsed to the ground where Yon was standing, the rocks shattering endlessly. Pandora's mere gaze already made him struggle a bit. She's truly a formidable opponent. Yugon still shows no fear. He smiles faintly, confident that this is a battle he must win. Thinking about it, his face suddenly paled. That's the theory, but how can I win now? Not willing to stay at a disadvantage for long, Yugon quickly got back on his feet after Pandora's surprise attack, then charged at her with his sword, but Pandora remained unfazed. Yuan's attacks were easily dodged by her. He fought hard but still couldn't get close to her. Her eyes seemed to hold a terrifying secret. Pandora just glances at the surrounding rocks and they explode into continuous blasts. I can't fight up close anymore. My stamina is running out. If you have any conscience, come out and fight me now. It's only now that it peeks out. You look really pissed off. I've been wanting to beat you up for a while. Yug quickly activates his fire eye and his combat senses, calculating silently. Pandora's rank was higher than Athena's when she was active. Now it's not much different, so direct confrontation wouldn't be effective. At this moment, the Thunder Shard reacts to Kini activating demonic energy. I feel a bit confused about what I should do. At this moment, Pandora spoke sadly again. Why? Why are you trying to kill me? What did I do wrong? She seemed to lose control, muttering nonstop. No, I don't want to. As Pandora speaks, everything around continues to be destroyed. Seeing that things are gradually spiraling out of control, he forces himself to believe there must still be another way. Think about it. Yugon started calculating Pandora's strength based on her negative emotions. In a battle like this, Pandora's power increases with her emotions, so she must be stronger now. If I can eliminate what boosts her power, I might have a chance to win. Wait, if I still have one thing that can swallow those negative emotions, Athena and Mujin are still facing each other on this side, and no one has been able to determine the winner. The relentless attacks and intense pressure cause rocks and debris to keep shattering and flying out from the side. This is truly one of the great battles between two powerful fighters clashing. The mountains continue to shake violently, but it seems that both of their strengths are now quite evenly matched. For now, neither warrior has sustained serious injuries, and so the demon god and the war god continue to fight endlessly as time quietly passes by. Mujin couldn't help but marvel at how fast she was, able to release that much mana. With that speed, it's truly astonishing. And on this side, Athena couldn't help but be surprised and praise him inwardly. He truly deserves the title of Heavenly Demon. As both of them just finished their thoughts, a massive explosion erupted, causing the surroundings to shake chaotically, with smoke and dust covering the sky everywhere. And Athena, having just fought an equally strong opponent, felt a bit exhausted. She thought to herself that Kim Yugon would fall soon. There's no way he could beat Pandora. The real issue is the Heavenly Demon. I need to conserve my energy to heal Pandora, but with such a powerful opponent, Mujin quickly moves forward. Just look away, Minun. Do you see anything inside the shield? Like the battle of the sect leader. Athena finds it amusingly contemptible. Both you and that little sect leader will die here. Today will be the end of the Heavenly Demon sect. You will regret ever getting involved with Kim Yugon, even in your next life. Mujin chuckled slyly. It seems the Heavenly Demon sect has been silent for quite a while. Even a group like Kit dares to look down on us. Kim Yugon's skills are superior to most other rankers. That's why he earned the title of the sect leader. But that's not all. Kim Yugon's special talent lies in his strength and determination, finding ways to overcome everything no matter how difficult the circumstances, never giving up. And you will never understand that. The ones who will be defeated are all of you. And now, Yugon has come up with a way to use holy fire to stabilize Pandora's mind. Facing his fiery determination, she hugged herself in fear and hesitation as a growing heat began to consume Pandora. Yugon saw her reaction and whispered in satisfaction. Though weak, it can be held back. The reason he decided to use this flame is that holy fire reacts to the enemy's fear. All of Pandora's current emotions are a delicious feast for the holy fire. As long as Pandora's feelings don't change, the holy fire will grow stronger. At this moment, he spoke while delivering a powerful strike at Yugon, leaving him no time to react. Pandora's power is still too strong, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Pandora shouted loudly, striking down, and luckily at this moment, the egg-shaped object finally showed some signs of movement. It keeps bleeding continuously. Yugun smiles with satisfaction. You finally decided to hatch, huh? You're finally ready. Stop them. Soon after, the sharp teeth of the egg Sig quickly realized. It surrounds its owner as if to protect him. This time, Pandora seems unable to react. She lies motionless as the egg gnaws at her body. At the same time, the incubation rate of the egg is gradually increasing. It seems like it's about to hatch right now. Yugon quietly observes. The incubation rate is increasing, and it looks like it's eating a lot. You seem a bit surprised, thinking, is it swallowing Pandora's power? Unlike when it ate Orochimaru and Lensrot, if it hatches, will an outer god appear? Now that it has finally finished eating, it is starting to hatch. The egg gradually rises into the air, emitting a beam of light. A pink hole is opening in the middle of the wet egg. 2 glowing eyes are staring intently at you. The egg is hatching. The first thing it sees is also you. A cute-sounding voice suddenly speaks. Huh? Where is this? Did Dad bring me here? Yuan curiously used her fire eye to see inside. I can't see anything at all. But it seems like something is hatching finally, and the egg has successfully opened. So now you quickly form a contract with it. At this moment, the egg hasn't developed anything. Just a small form like an angel and is at level 1. Yug carefully observes in confusion, and what hatches is completely different from what he imagined. It's not a terrifying monster, but a tiny boy. Is this an outsider god? The boy's eyes look at Yan with affection. 3 ladies. Suddenly, the boy's eyes flash with a cunning smile quickly appearing on his face. Immediately after, a powerful internal force shot straight at Yan, knocking him back. His eyes now glow with fiery intensity as a purple aura envelops Yugon. He reached out and touched his chest where something had just passed into his hand, then sat down on the ground, staring at Pandora in confusion. At this moment, she is lying quietly on the ground, a gentle blue aura emanating from her. She appears completely unscathed. You wonder to yourself, is it over? At the same time, a voice rings out. What the hell is that? Did you just call something here? He stared blankly at the scene before him, unable to hide his surprise. His face turned pale, and his whole body kept trembling. Him was feeling goosebumps that wouldn't stop. Yugon looked over with a puzzled expression. Is that him? You wonder if the reason you can't sense any mana is because there's no hostility. Thinking of that, he asked, do you not plan to fight? Him quickly approached. Yes, I do. Just now, Ung said, I guess you don't know that I dislike pointless fighting. Aren't you here because you were ordered to come? Hem looked over. Now Pandora has also spread, so why fight anymore? And by the way, those shoes are mine. I didn't ask for details, so just say it briefly. I didn't know they had gone missing all this time. Turns out they were with you. He pouted, not sure who knew, but Yugo secretly thought maybe he wasn't lying about knowing the identity either. Shouting angrily, why would you say that? Suddenly a voice rang out, please step back! And then a huge explosion shook the surroundings. B. Lim, annoyed, blocks in front of you. That sneaky guy is planning to sneak attack again after pretending to run away. Him stands up calmly. Everyone is so fierce, but I give up. This surprises Bim. Huh? You smile brightly and say, I don't want to keep fighting. I've already lost a lot of my fighting spirit, so what if that strange thing comes back? At the same time, another shockwave erupted, causing chaos around, and the voice of the person who just appeared rang out. Kim, you. It's you again. You can't help but show your attitude. Why does everyone keep falling from the sky? Athena angrily said. Was it you who caused Hercules' incident? What did you do to make an Olympian god betray Olympus? He sat calmly, swinging his leg. It's not my fault. It's all of you. I just pointed out what has already happened. Athena interrupted. Stop insulting my father. You must take responsibility for causing chaos on Olympus. He felt helpless. It is really like water spilling on a flat leaf. Doesn't Athena know about Jost's relationship with Hercule? Immediately afterward, he quickly used his fire gaze to verify the truth. Seeing Athena's attitude, he guessed that maybe she didn't really know. Hey, judging by this guy's uninterested attitude, you're sure that even if Olympus falls, he wouldn't care. I wonder if Athena finds out the truth, would she oppose it? Athena was the one who led the Jiganomakia battle and many other wars. This will be useful. For now, just arrest her. Thinking of this, he quickly gave the order. The members of the celestial demon sect and the gods capture Athena and Hemet for me. Yes, everyone quickly follow the orders. Yes, master. Athena clenched her teeth in frustration and looked away. Hem shook his head. We lost. The members of the heavenly demon sect quickly rushed forward to catch them. But what about the survivors? Just gather them together for now. Pandora is gradually regaining consciousness now, but her eyes no longer show anger and hatred. The first person she sees after waking up is you. Pandora whispers, save me. Yugon. I don't know what Pandora's past truly involved, but this girl radiates pure suffering. Scene shifts to a magnificent and grand castle. But it seems that today the atmosphere isn't very peaceful. Inside, the two are kneeling, not daring to breathe heavily, and Apollo can't help but think. Why did Hagen choose Kim Yugon as his only friend? Miss has his own thoughts, so why does he keep getting summoned all the time? What a coincidence. Over here, Rot is watching the battle between Athena and Hemet. He looks at his two defeated children being taken away and plans again, waiting another 3,000 years. Thinking of this, he can't help but darken his face. Sorry? 3,000 years to produce more children and raise them up, all to become the top mercenaries. We have to wait until Olympus's power recovers. Aftermist looks very furious. Just as I thought, he called us here to bind us with some kind of vow. Seeing her cruel father, she couldn't help but shiver. Artist figured she had to run now. If only she could ride a chariot to the sun, even if he was her father, catching up wouldn't be easy. Immediately after, she and Apollo exchanged a secret glance. The fiery red chariot quickly descended toward them, but Rot fiercely shattered it with his lightning. Both of them were startled, and he said, "I'm truly disappointed. It's been a long time since I met my family, yet you're already trying to leave." It didn't stop there. He also shifted his attack towards his own children. If you refuse to join the fight now, who else could you secretly meet? It sounds very gentle, but actually Rod is furious. He speaks in a deep voice. "I'll ask again, which side are you on?" The scene quickly shifts to night, and everyone hurriedly sets up tents to rest. Inside the tent, the familiar noise keeps ringing out, with H-Gun stammering and shouting loudly, constantly pointing at Pandora. Why is she here too? No need to talk, just throw her out. Yoon sighed tiredly. Just do it yourself. He shouted again, "What kind of high-grade armor did I throw?" And then he immediately ran away. "I'm leaving now. Unlike you, I want my guts and lungs to stay intact." Yu was stunned. He ran away immediately. Yu silently thinks that he also needs to be alone because of this. The little proof quickly reached out and touched your face. Then the adorable kid pressed his face close to yours, clinging tightly. "Dad, Dad," Yugen reluctantly. A poem. Immediately after, a voice rang out. "I'm here," Yu continued. "The gatekeeper at the camp won't let anyone in." Over here, the little egg keeps rambling on. "Dad, Dad." Atho quickly follows the order. "Understood." Yu called out to Ka. "Pandora, I didn't say anything to you." She responded calmly, but I heard her. You could tell she wasn't happy, and I didn't know why she suddenly acted that way. Suddenly, a system notification appeared telling you to give the little egg a name. Yugen was surprised. He hadn't even thought about naming his egg yet. Looking at the kid, he seems very excited, constantly repeating the name. Yugo looks at his face, and suddenly, the three words clever and sneaky pop into his mind. Yugon thought to himself, it looks a lot like the character from that League of Legends game I used to play. He told it, "From now on, your name is Kim Dan Bung." The system quickly updated, and the name was set. Dan Pung seems to really like this name. The contract is now complete. Kim Dan Pung can share some of his abilities. Pandora, speechless, said, "That's a strange name." Suddenly her voice rang out, startling him. "That thing is dangerous." Yu doesn't understand. "Is it scary?" You look at the Dan Pung in your hand and ask, "So this tiny thing is an instinctive rejection because it has been affected by external forces for a long time?" Suddenly, a strange purple glow appears in the boy's eyes, enveloping everything around him. Yu Quinn looked around in confusion, guessing, so this is the same space as before. These strange things can only come from Dan Pung. "Did me ask you?" Dan Pung said happily. Dad, Yugen couldn't help but wonder as he glanced at the small kid, who called him Dad. Immediately after, he found himself caught between Dan Bung's sharp teeth. Yugen couldn't help but smile. "Dan Bung, so young, and he's already calling me Dad. Look at Hugh Tao over there." "It seems like you just fainted," Dan Bung called out a few times. Dad and Papa are making Yan gradually open his eyes. He's lying among a pile of sharp teeth, wondering if he's been trained. But Yugon quickly realized he was still healthy. It turns out this kid had no intention of eating his papa. The pile of teeth had entered Yugon's body. Then, soon after, he quickly gained the Predator skill. The Predator is the source of the giant's power, an unknown mysterious entity that summons a monster to target and increases stats based on the size of the target. Yugon was very surprised by this new skill of his. He wondered to himself, Predator? Yugon remembered just now when he named it, because he quite liked that name. And after completing the agreement between the two sides, he gained the ability that Dan Bung possessed. Yugon spread his hands and looked at them. So, those teeth are the Predators. You observe carefully again and evaluate through Dan Bung. Unknown identity, so it's an outsider's label? As fierce as a rising tide, comparable to a major disaster. Can I get stronger by eating it? What's going on? Isn't it just like dinner? Looking at the stats chart, Dan Pung's level and stats don't resemble a divine beast, more like a player. Yugon couldn't help but feel pleased to have obtained Pung. This is a skill that can completely reverse the original plan. Do you remember your conversation with the great sage equal to heaven? What was your chance of winning? For now, it's 10%. At that moment, Wukong was very surprised. What do you mean? Is that all? You said, the important thing is that there is an opportunity. At this moment, you can't hide your satisfaction, as I said before. Now we can finally break through the pink barrier. Suddenly, it's as if you see all your friends gathering here. So what now? What is our current opportunity? Yu looks at his hands full of enthusiasm. It's no longer 1%, but 10% now. His mood is now quite excited. Bung Ni really is a lucky charm. The little boy also cheered, Dad. Yu continues, let's have a happy cooperation in the future. Soon after, Han finally had the chance to meet Dan Pung. He couldn't help but open his eyes in surprise. What is this? Han keeps pampering and cooing. They're so adorable. Yugon silently wonders whether he should be glad they believe his careless words or if they're really that foolish. Remembering that time, you showed Han the fruit I brought back that had blossomed into a divine beast. Thinking of this, you quickly pushed Gun away to warn him. Don't get too close or they'll bite now. Aishin was surprised. It can eat me? I guess I was a bit too affectionate since there's only one child at home. Gwen immediately turned around. Truly a parent's heart. You probably guessed that he didn't know his true appearance and just bumped into it, or he would have run in all directions. The two quickly got serious and focused on the main matter. Sit down, I want to get straight to the point. Tell me about your mother. Hagen couldn't help but stare in surprise. Why all of a sudden? Why? You explained. Roos will move on his own, so I need to get used to the tactics that can be used in this battle. He still doesn't understand what my mother has to do with this. Hey, wait, don't say I'm the one who used the spell. Yugon looked at him seriously. One of his halves was dropped, and he didn't understand what that meant. Yugon continued. Although his strength isn't fully developed yet, he's definitely halfway there now. How he uses that strength will be the key to victory. Agan said, I don't really understand what's so important anymore, but someone like you who knows how to calculate will find the advantage. Then he started to tell, my mother was incredibly beautiful, very calm, and she loved only one person her whole life. At this point, he recalls his father's angry face as he struck that water well, and quietly says to himself, how dare you pretend not to know anything? This is a pond that reflects the truth. Through it, I can see myself clearly. The faces of those in front of me and their reflections are completely different. Does he not understand that being loved is just something natural? So many people have entered my life, but only two have expressions that are the same inside and out. Hera has always looked down on me, the only one who smiles, and I feel very confused. Maybe I'm crazy, falling into love again, drawn in by that sincerity to the point of giving away half of myself. Ishgan, recalling his face, was lost in thought. Yugon couldn't help but feel curious. So she is the only woman who fell in love. Han does not deny it. Yeah, that's basically it. He continued, not sure if it's just them. Nemes was there too. Zeus as well. Did Ion tell you that both of them have joined Hades' side? Ishkin was quite surprised to hear that. Really? Is that true? If it were my mother, she would stay by my father's side even if the sky were to fall, Yugon honestly said. You're truly different from your mother. He nervously intertwined his fingers, overwhelmed by a love greater than anything else. Even if my mother knew what was right, she would still be a blind lover, you said. Are you okay with saying that about your mother? Hagon said it was her own words, so she didn't want me to live like that. Olympus was originally created to bring order to the chaos of the tower. I want to inherit that foundation because that is the true Olympus. You, speak up. Come on, get up. After dealing with that, I'm exhausted to death. Hagen looked at Dan Peng in surprise. When did you get on? Get lost. Yugon checks the message and immediately reports that your Beatties has already moved. Han was surprised. What do you mean? He gently pushed the needle back onto his head. Now it's our turn to hit Olympus where it hurts. Dad will be moving soon too. Olympus will soon realize the concern. Are you a little worried? Could this be the final battle? You said, maybe. The battle with Olympus will be the final one. HGAN is surprised. Olympus is surprised. Looks like you already have a plan afterward. Didn't I remind you of what I said when we first met? I will smash this tower's ceiling. HGAN looked puzzled. Oh, I already said I would break through the second ceiling. I didn't expect to meet someone with the same goal as my father during the tutorial. I'm curious what Kim Yugon has on that thing. Whatever is so important that both you and my father are so obsessed with it. Yug frowns. You don't need to know yet. Han won't argue with you either. Yeah, take it easy. No need to rush. I think when the time is right, Jan will tell me himself. Scene transition to floor 32. The peaceful world he'd once knew is now torn apart by constant fighting. The body on the ground is Poseidon's third son. Orion sneers at the clock and still uses his nephew as a weapon. Ah, he remembers Yugon's words. After destroying the second temple, no one will bother to stop from the third one onward. Anyway, it's already a loss. But on Thursday, they will deploy the Olympus army to drain your strength as much as possible. Only when you're about to collapse will you finally face Rot. Theo warned him carefully. He knows better than anyone how skillful and cautious Rot can be. So don't let your thirst for revenge blind you. Stick to the plan, keep pushing forward, no need for excess, just enough is enough. Han was surprised to find everything exactly as he predicted, with Kim Yu seemingly even above Rot, above that damn father of his. Thinking of this, he quickly charged forward to fight. Suddenly, a massive wave of power struck directly at Hercule. From afar, that dark figure emerged, calling Hercule's name as if seeing an old acquaintance. Hercule immediately recognized that this person was Dionysus. He sneered and told him to learn a lesson from his father. Then, a deafening explosion struck down upon his head. The surrounding land keeps shaking violently. He aggressively uses his high-level rancor and now directly wields his power. Finally, he's done pretending to hold back. Let the beginning be here. Let's sing the song of the battle that will decide Olympus's fate. The man above is staring intently at his strong son. He can't help but think. How long has it been since I last stepped outside the temple? I thought I would only go out when the next Gigantomachia battle took place. Looking at Hercules with obvious satisfaction, it endured many lightning strikes without using any special skills or techniques. Impressive, indeed. No wonder it's the greatest masterpiece I've ever created. But now I am curious how many more lightning bolts it can withstand before falling.
Hercules, will your effort to reach the peak I set for you lead you to destruction?
Suddenly a voice rang out. You still refuse to face me yourself? Meeting you won't be easy. At the same time, Hades finally arrived, turning without looking back and simply replying, Aren't you the same? Hades' brother, exuding a deadly aura from hell, looked at the supreme god before him with a contemptuous gaze. So you started a very unnecessary war. Is this really a war? Oh, it's just a family quarrel. I'm not surprised that your father mocked his own son. You really do have a big family. Rot glares, as if this is about to turn into a family feud. But wasn't this battle already predetermined long ago? Soon after, a cunning smile appeared on Rot's face. Anyway, you've never beaten me before, so a fierce lightning bolt quickly struck directly at Hades. His whole body emanates deathly aura. Yeah, you know that too, but you can't call it a brotherly battle without this person. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge wave suddenly surged and opened up a path beside him. This wave was incredibly familiar, as if I had seen it somewhere before. It is both blue and filled with a breath of anger. It is Poseidon, the elder brother who was long betrayed and fallen. He looked at his beloved brother, anger burning inside him. I have waited for this day for a very long time. Rost, as soon as I saw you, memories flooded back. How dare you throw me into the darkness? The fierce trident strike came in, but Rot quickly dodged to the side. On this side, Hades couldn't help but be surprised. Even though it was just part of the gamble, everything was unfolding exactly as he had anticipated. Remember what was said about freeing Poseidon from Asga's prison? If they have no intention of releasing him, try negotiating with Asga. We need Poseidon to coordinate the attack on Rot. Rot is surely a thorn in the side of many over there, an internal conflict within the alliance that they are most wary of. Furthermore, if it causes discord among the three gods representing Olympus, they will have no reason to refuse. At that point, Hades said, Odin probably anticipated the possibility of the three gods joining the fight against Asga. We can't afford to spend too much time trying to persuade him. Yugon explained that if we bring Hercules to our side, they won't suspect that the three gods are allied, since they can see the tense relationship between Rot and Hercules. At that moment, he was extremely surprised. Can you persuade him to join our side? Yu quickly replied without hesitation, Yes, I am confident. On this side, the gods are calm and Rot is fighting fiercely. One unleashes lightning. The other unleashes water. The aura of the two gods is incredibly imposing. Payton raised the water and struck fiercely at Rot, then quickly dodged to the side. Suddenly, something startled Payton, making him grit his teeth. Lightning streaks weave through Payton's waves, startling him as the entire blue surge is soon engulfed by fierce thunderbolts. Poseidon quietly wondered if it was conducting electricity into the water, and then he was electrocuted by his own ally, causing his entire body to go numb. In the face of Payton's anger, Rot continued, You seem to have forgotten that we are two opposite extremes. As soon as he finished speaking, Rot fiercely threw a powerful punch at his brother. Because he used too much force, Poseidon was thrown far away. He looked fiercely at Poseidon, but his expression made Rat curious. Is he laughing? Poseidon blurted out, You annoying bastard, just keep focusing on me. At the same time, Hades delivered a strong punch to Rot's chest from behind. He asked in a deep voice, So what is the compatibility between us, brother? A vein on his face kept bulging as he glared darkly at Hades.
That was a clever move, but it didn't hurt me at all. As he said this, Payton's eyes flashed with ferocity and anger.
He then used his inner strength to send Hades flying away, causing everything around to explode. Hades was thrown far away, constantly thinking that he couldn't even defend himself, let alone counterattack. Is the gap between us really that big? I looked down on my brothers. It seems they still neglect to train their strength. I haven't even started fighting yet. At this point, a fierce burst of energy quickly shot forward, truly the power of the ruler of the sky. The seemingly gentle attack swept away everything in its path, covering an entire corner of the sky with the powerful light created by the fall. Hades falls from above with such force that the ground quickly caves in and Poseidon is frustrated. That bastard is just joking with us, mocking us. You two are truly disappointing, not making any progress at all. Poseidon is furious watching that guy who just stays in the temple all day doing nothing. I find it very funny, just sitting around and doing nothing. That's how you see it. But you two are the ones who are complacent and don't know how to try. Poseidon shouted, What are you talking about? Have you ever even considered trying to reach a place higher than the top of Olympus? As for me, I will always use every means to reach a new height. And when that day comes, I will truly become the king, standing atop the tower. Hades couldn't help but wonder, You've already become the king of Olympus. Isn't that enough? Rot replied, A life without striving is no different from being dead, especially here, inside this tower. Seeing those who are content with the present fills me with contempt, Hades asked. So you want to spark another Gigantomachy? Is it just because of your insatiable greed? There is no higher peak at all. Stop spouting nonsense and just smile calmly. Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter. There is definitely a higher level. Suddenly a voice rang out. A higher level definitely exists. In the end, Yuan also arrived above. He stared intently at Rot, finally meeting that monster. Him. Rot turned his head to look at him. You say there is a higher level. What exactly do you know? The boy gently caresses and praises Dan Peng. Good job. The boy happily smiles.
Grandpa, Grandma.
Biden saw you from afar, and his face wasn't very friendly, but the smart kid knew that the person who just arrived was Kim Yugon. For some reason, even a god-ruling hell like Hades started to relax when he saw you. Finally, he has arrived. Yu stands before the three gods unshaken, his eyes steady. Glancing at Yugon, he can't help but feel annoyed and asks again, What do you know? Tell me, what do you know about what's happening here? And at the same time, behind him, the waves were gradually rising. But he did nothing. This attack simply couldn't reach his body. Hades observed, and at this rate, we can't get close to it. Poseidon angrily cursed out the bastard. Yugon couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. He is no different from a monster. This overwhelming presence is absurd, but you still remain calm. It seems you're a bit curious. You even prepared this stage for me. Yugon looked at him seriously, and ending it wouldn't be much different from what you already know. The only difference is that he learns from them while I explore it on my own, which makes me quite surprised. Is that so? I finally understand. Why can an ordinary player, someone who isn't even a chess piece, overturn Olympus and everything else? You're not just talented. You're someone who sees a bigger vision than I do. I'm sorry for underestimating you. Now, I will unleash my inner strength. From this moment on, I will consider you my rival. At that moment, a fierce lightning struck towards Yugon, but a bright blue light quickly shielded in front of him. Because of the pawns you gave me, I have borne all the pressure in the world. What have you done to me? Her appearance made him wonder. Are you using that woman as another pawn? Yugon calmly replied, You are not Pandora's punishment, but the one you created. Boss Poseidon was stunned. How did Pandora end up on Kim Yugon's side? Hades said, I'm not sure. I don't know either. He quietly observes his brother. The wave has risen, and he no longer pays attention to us. Like a chessboard, he focused entirely on Yugon, imagining that the match would end when the king fell. From this, we can see that Hades highly values his brother's abilities, even considering him on par with the king of the sky, and Rod is still fighting alongside Pandora. She was even unshaken when fighting against him. The clash of two enormous forces created a Chen Han. There are only a few people in this world who get the chance to fight Rot face to face. At that moment, Aiden quickly used his internal energy to assist, and so he had to fight Pandora, while also worrying about his brother. This was undoubtedly the biggest battle he had ever faced with the player Rot had gone through. Water and lightning clash once again, and the surrounding atmosphere becomes extremely dark. Maybe it's about the fallen sky god who is angry. As Rot said, his power and his brother Poseidon's are completely opposed to each other. Hades also didn't just stand by. He quickly used his underworld power to strike at his stubborn younger brother. His face now shows a flash of anger. This is truly a battle between brothers of the gods. While everyone was fighting fiercely, hell had been summoned. The other side of the sea had been summoned. The effect of the mysterious black crystal is being amplified. Seeing her standing still, he asked with concern, Pandora, can you fight or not? She replied quietly, Yeah, I believe my mission is to make a difference in this battle, even if just a little. And the first step is to prepare a stage that can maximize Poseidon and Hades' stats to their fullest potential. Hades couldn't help but wonder what you were doing. I see you're using the power of the mysterious black crystal, but it's affecting my strength. Yugon chuckled softly. Surely Hades was shocked because he didn't know about the mysterious black crystal. Are you joking? If I tell you, will you take it? Hades wondered. If I desire it, will you give me Asga like Poridon and turn me into a criminal? Of course not. So what do you plan to do then? Do you think this is enough to win? Yu said again. No, but I can increase the chances of winning from 0 to 1%. Hades couldn't help but criticize. That's too low. Without giving everyone a chance to talk longer, lightning quickly shot straight toward Yugon immediately. The scene everywhere now looks like an abandoned city, with destruction all around, and the awareness zone has been activated. Ayu quickly activated her demonic power, boosting her awareness as the system displayed a warning that the golden eye was watching her. At the same time, Hades and Poseidon continued to charge forward. At this moment, the shard of lightning has reacted with Queen, fighting alone against 4 people, but it seems the advantage still leans in his favor. Pandora stepped forward and shouted, It's still not enough! Yugon thought to himself, as expected, it has no effect. He remembered Han's words. What my father fears most is the invincible armor. That lightning is not just a weapon. It's a spear, shield, and armor all in one. The embodiment of my father's power. At this moment, he was like an invincible lion king. According to Hgon, if we can't destroy that armor, we won't be able to touch my father. Lost in thought, I didn't notice the attacking squad rushing fiercely toward me. But then a strong hand quickly caught his shoulder, steadying Yugon. It's accurate. Finally, you have arrived, and now it is the battle between father and son. Kill it with a face full of fury. I arrived a bit late because I was busy handling the gift he sent. You look at the person in front of you with a cold heart. Anyway, we have met, father, and right after that, the two figures soared into the sky. Down here, everyone can only see two lights blending into one. Han stands from afar, observing as they said, always someone stronger. Is this a battle between the highest level cultivators? He pondered.
Kim Yugon, what do you want me to do?
Hagen recalls your instructions. You only have one job. Keep the shard of Jot's lightning. Hagen wondered if that was possible. Yugon confirmed. If it were you, it would be possible. Actually, only you can do it. He confirms once again that I told you. You will inherit half of Rot. Immediately after, Hercule charged at Rot with his staff, striking him fiercely. The energy source kept emanating, but he was quickly thrown away by his father. Yugon, standing nearby, couldn't help but be startled. Hercule looked at him with a cold, piercing gaze. The system simultaneously announces that you have witnessed the power of the giant transformation. The giant's strength roaring in battle. How could Hercule be so submissive? He quickly launched himself forward, the giant transformation reacting to the opponent's pressure. Yugen watched him cautiously. With skills capable of igniting a passionate spirit with truly overwhelming power, they remained strong even after fighting against the fallen mechanical van. It seems we need to rely on the amount of magic energy the opponent has used up to counterattack when necessary, but waiting like this doesn't seem very promising. Right now, the two beams of light in the sky are still clashing endlessly. Yugo looks around and calculates, now is not the time for him to be at his peak strength. He must rely on his nearly infinite power to suppress his opponents. A blazing beam of light shoots across the sky. If you think about it, the chance of winning now is about 30%, so it's finally my turn. Han is still standing silently here, observing the situation. His heartbeat is now faster. He frowns, recalling the advice the boy gave him. You need to do something to keep the lightning shard from falling. If it were me, I could do it, only I can. I told you, you are the inheritor of half of Jot's power. Han thought about this and couldn't help but gaze at his hand in contemplation. Suddenly, the hero clenched his fist tightly, as if showing his determination. A surge of inner strength quickly enveloped him. At this moment, Rot's side is still focused on fighting. The system reports that the lightning shard is reacting with other fragments. The lightning shard wants to return to its original form. The lightning shard has chosen its owner. Having been fighting all this time, he didn't notice. But now, when he looked to the side, Rot accidentally saw a familiar figure. The person standing there is none other than Rot's beloved son. According to UW, he stood silently watching his revered father. Rot couldn't believe that was HA, and immediately had to turn back to fight fiercely against the three people on this side. Everyone rushed forward together. Seeing how distracted he was, Pyden shouted, "Are you distracted? Are you looking down on us?" Then, from three sides, three different internal forces rush forward at the same time. With one falling alone in the middle of the encirclement, he unleashes a massive attack. Suddenly, in the tense situation, a sword-shaped flame swung directly at Rot. It's Hagen! He unleashes a massive burst of energy from afar, causing a deafening explosion on the other side. It seems that to release this enormous power, he also had to struggle greatly. The entire carriage shook violently, and Han felt like he was about to break apart, struggling to cry out in pain. Yugon looked up, unable to hide his satisfaction. Good, we've caught him. H-Gun is doing well in his role as a bait to provoke the opponent. You grit your teeth, but no matter how strong H-Gun is, he can't maintain the high-level energy for long. If I miss this moment, it will be hard to get another chance. Immediately after, the area where Rot was fighting became chaotic as Hagon's overwhelming power shot rapidly in this direction. Rot was fiercely resisting Hercules' strength and his two brothers. Seeing the three of them struggling against him, Pandora quickly rushed in to help. Her speed was incredible, and she didn't hesitate to face the strongest ranker. She spun around quickly toward him. Of course, Rot didn't just stand and watch. Pandora's leg was quickly caught. Rot used his inner strength to tightly grip her ankle. Immediately after, he forcefully slammed Pandora's body onto the ground, creating a hole in the earth and rocks, and only then did Rot feel regret. He glared, wishing he hadn't given half of his power to that bastard. Now he felt useless and helpless. Thinking of that, Rot adjusts his stance and steadies himself on the ground. But it's all over now. There's no need to regret anything. It's time to keep fighting. But as soon as he finished his thoughts, Poseidon quickly launched an attack. Rot still dodged, but it seemed like he was slightly off. He still struggles quite a bit fighting his talented younger brother. Beast sighed and grits his teeth and glares at Rot. A powerful explosion echoes as the clash between water and lightning erupts. If an ordinary person were involved, they might not have survived this battle. Poseidon's trident continues to enlarge and thrust strongly at Rat's attack, but this time it seems like the divine trident can actually affect Rot. It gradually pierced deeper. Rat couldn't dodge in time when suddenly a hand reached out and grabbed his arm. It seems that Rot is now in a dangerous situation with enemies surrounding him from all sides, and Rat is shouting in fury. Dark Liver. His eyes now blazing with rage, his inner strength bursting forth. The flow of power from Han is shooting towards Rot with increasing strength, as if he has used all his energy for this attack. This is the first time he has done this. Aegon bowed his head, struggling to keep himself from collapsing. On this side, Poseidon and Hades grit their teeth, their eyes blazing with murderous intent. Over at Herculet, he also tried to hold his weapon tightly to prevent it from falling out. Rot's hand was still busy blocking Han's attack, who was his beloved son. But on the other side, receiving too many attacks at once, Rue couldn't help but shout in anger, "Why do you dare?" The image of the little boy and a gentle, beautiful woman appeared in his mind right now. Everything like a slow-motion film. That gentle smile was only for him. Ishgan, hearing his mother talk about his father, hugged her tightly with great happiness. A family of 3, like any other ordinary family, suddenly appeared and then shattered into 1,000 pieces like a broken mirror. This is probably the wife and the only son that Rat cares about and keeps in his heart. Remembering these things, he feels a sharp pain. His lips clench tightly, and his body involuntarily trembles. Suddenly, a familiar hand quickly reached out in front of Rot. Seeing him distracted, Yugon seized the opportunity and rushed forward to strike at Rot's eye. Rot's eyes quickly bled, but they continued to emit sparks like a broken puppet. Yon's face remained expressionless as another explosion erupted, filling the air with smoke and flames. He quickly leapt onto the beam. Losing one eye, Rot looked at him as if he wanted to devour him alive. On this side, poor Eden couldn't help but be surprised at how that guy attacked his eye like that. Even at such a critical moment, he was still joking. Amidst the wreckage and the dark scene, Jost's enormous energy now flickers faintly. Yugon recalls what Hercule once told him. "My father has never hidden his secret about the lightning. On the contrary, he always showed us its presence." At this moment, Yoon smirks confidently, thinking about the meaning of that word. The lightning divine stone. Who would have thought he hid those things in his eye? Now in his hand is Rot's other eye. He looks at it and explains, "We have obtained the powerful lightning, and the success rate has increased to 70%. Hades was very surprised. "What do you mean? Is that a lightning bolt?" Then you look at the mighty god standing weakly on the other side, with little time left for him. Rost! He's now like a headless snake, clutching his injured eye and glaring fiercely at Yugon. Immediately after, Hem quickly swung the weapon fiercely toward Rot, using his remaining strength to raise his hand and block the attack. H.C. Colette couldn't help but feel contempt, completely different from just a few minutes ago. Now, his father looked so insignificant. As soon as he finished speaking, H. Culet quickly leapt forward and struck his father powerfully, truly different from before. Now, you can gently strike Rot. He momentarily felt overwhelmed by Hercules' power, stomping his foot hard on the ground. Although his aura was weakening now, Rot still refused to surrender and fiercely gathered his inner strength to strike at H. Hewlett. An explosion rang out, and the ground kept shaking from Z. Hades wondered if they had really seized the lightning tongue, which is the true power of Just. Yugon explains that you can't become a high-level genius just by relying on one piece of equipment. He observes that eye carefully, but it has indeed changed completely from before. At the same time, the lightning tongue system notification was denied and had been used. The blessing of the sea had failed to resist. At this moment, he silently pondered, could he not control the lightning shard fragment if he didn't have Jost's mana to activate it? This is something I didn't expect. A sudden thought flashes through Rot's mind, leaving him stunned. Wait a moment, Z's mana. Then Yugon looked up at the sky. At this moment, lightning bolts are covering the sky everywhere, and not knowing what he's planning, he looks over at Pandora and says, "Throw me up there." She asked in surprise, "Throw? Really?" I confirm. "Yes, give it your all and reach for the sky," Yugon thought, thinking that being thrown by Pandora would be faster than jumping with divine footwork. Considering she could defeat me with a single blow, her physical strength must be high. At that moment, Pandora clenched his hand, channeling her internal energy, and her face also became serious. "I'm throwing it now." The boy was a bit confused. Hey, be a bit gentler." She remained silent, saying nothing, but in just a few seconds, Yoon was thrown straight into the middle. Pandora moves with incredible ease, without any difficulty. Truly, her strength cannot be underestimated. At this moment, as he approached Hagon's chariot, Yugon used his fire eyes to read the path. Finally, he saw his target. Over there, he also immediately activated his lightning step. Then Yugon sped forward. Ishgan, focused on watching, couldn't help but be surprised as he saw you land on his carriage with a 100% speed increase for 5 seconds and the ability to walk in the air for 5 seconds. He looked at Yon seriously and asked, "Are you done?" The boy calmly replied, "Almost there. Good job, now go to sleep." At this moment, the system alert sounds and the blade reacts to its own echo. Yugon couldn't help but feel satisfied. "Good, you're reacting correctly." Immediately after, he made up his mind to grip his hand tightly, gathering all his strength. A fierce bolt of lightning shot straight down from the carriage's top at lightning speed. This power is a bit overwhelming. Yugon clenched his teeth as the system appeared, with his mana owner resisting the lightning blade. The damage from mana is reduced, and the shards of the lightning blade are resisting the electric attribute's increased power. He struggles to clench Delkini's hand tightly. As expected, controlling the origin of the lightning net is a whole different matter. Just holding onto it is already a miracle, so I must endure even more. Both hands clenched tightly together, determined to endure more in order to crush Olympus, which he once thought could only be achieved after becoming a tanker. He glared and raised his hand high, whispering to himself. Now, the target is right in front of you. The system keeps notifying that you have created the first lightning net. The lightning net acknowledges you a little. Yugon feels a bit amused. Does this lightning net have consciousness? You look pretty funny right now. Even I don't know about this. With my current stats, I can only use the lightning net once. At this moment, a powerful bolt of lightning strikes out. You! Shout and catch it! Rot! As soon as he finished speaking, he also lunged forward. This is the power you have used. At this moment, Rot couldn't dodge in time and was hit by Yugon's attack. His face was filled with murderous intent and his whole body radiated fierce anger. A loud explosion echoed, the ground trembling violently and the surroundings heating up continuously. Immediately after that attack, a huge crater was clearly imprinted on the surface. It seems that Yugon's attack this time was effective. Boss sighed and looked at Hades in astonishment, unable to hide his surprise. What kind of crazy power is this? The ruler of hell remained silent. This is not just about strength or weakness. An ultimate level item, an ultimate rank drop. Suddenly, a green aura radiated out, and Hades was surprised. Could he really wield it to this extent? His other eye shone with a purple light, and after that attack, he looked like a demon from hell. Hercules remained silent, strangely grown larger. Hades standing beside him couldn't help but be surprised. What is that? The box looks like the one I opened earlier. Boss Sidon's patience is running out as he shouts, "You are so stubborn, it's driving me crazy." Then he suddenly threw his trident and shouted loudly, "This time I will end you." A terrifying aura burst out, making Poiden startled. He looked at his brother in surprise. A big question appeared in his mind. What is that? Is that really very powerful? Then Yugon rushed forward to block Poiden's attack, saying, "Step back, he's my opponent." He looked at the young man full of energy in front of him, surprised. "Kim Yugon," Poseidon said loudly, showing his displeasure. "With skills like this, what do you think he's planning to do?" The boy clenched his teeth and used his fire eye to reveal the truth. He is sure he won't be handed over this fight, so he shouts loudly for Dan Peng to come out and orders Dan Peng to eat them all. Immediately afterward, the boy's sharp teeth quickly covered the target. The system then displayed a notification. The predator revealed its sharp teeth, which quickly encased Rot's entire body. The purple monosaurus is gradually approaching and surrounding Rot's green energy. Faced with this strange power, he couldn't help but be stunned in surprise. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Rot's body trembled slightly and quickly reached out with his trembling hand. It seems he's about to do something, but a hand suddenly clenched tightly around Rot's wrist. Rot looked at him grimly and asked, "Kim Yugon, do you also have all the power at the top?" He calmly replied, "Not on the top, but outside." As Yu finished speaking, Dan Peng also quickly began hunting. And at that moment, a powerful aura appeared. The system kept notifying that Dan Peng had leveled up. Those sharp teeth slowly open in the air, thousands of eyes staring intently at the target. Yugon carefully observes everything around him, a voice echoing in his mind. "You have made a mistake. From now on, I am the bigger predator than you." The blue energy source is now gradually being swallowed and disappearing. Once again, the surrounding earth and rocks explode due to a massive wave of power. Dan Peng now feels extremely satisfied. The little boy happily rubs his full round belly. Not only that, but the holy power and mana development also increased. The system quickly displayed a notification that despair had been eradicated, swallowing dreams and earning 300,000 points. Yut is now very calm, the outcome is clear, and the surroundings have become a bit quieter. Hades is silently watching him. Actually, he has always valued Yugon's abilities. Poseidon, who looked down on him earlier, now can only stay silent and watch the situation. Jigan quickly jumps down from the carriage at an incredible speed. Everyone can see the outcome, but after all, he is the most beloved son. Seeing his father like this, he didn't feel entirely comfortable either. Hercule also had his own thoughts, and as he looked at the aftermath, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Aoyu is not excited. On the contrary, he remains very calm. My battle ends here. Now the ending will belong to them. Rot stands silently in place, bowing his head. After the recent attack, his hair has turned completely white from overusing his power beyond his limits. Just now, being knocked down by Yu gave Rot the chance to see the whole scene. Is the sky seen from this high ground? It looks straight at Hewlett, the son he has regarded as a tool of war for so many years. "Do you hate me?" He didn't answer, and he continued speaking. "But I have no regrets about everything I have done." The father and son face each other at close range, neither seeing where they are wrong. "Actually, you should be thanking me because I let you live as one, inheriting the king's power." Hercule had never had any good feelings toward his father, but hearing these words directly from him made him tremble slightly. Hercules' hand clenched the stick he was holding, his voice trembling. He is not worthy of being a father. As he spoke, he fiercely struck towards Rot. After the recent battle, Rot's strength had indeed diminished significantly. So it was difficult for him to withstand this blow from Hercule, his legs struggling to keep him from falling. Hercule kept smashing the staff toward him, furious over what his mother and sister had endured. Today everything is being paid back, and after the battle ends, the reputation of the strongest guild in the tower, built over thousands of years, is shattered. Ironically, it was resolved so quickly that no one could tell how many years of history had passed. Soon after, at Asgard, the place most concerned with this battle appeared alongside Valkyrie. Suddenly, a fierce burst of power shot straight down to the ground, causing the earth and rocks to shatter once again. And this time, though, leading the charge stepped forward to take their place. B-Sidon angrily shouted at you. Kim Yugon, hand over the ocean crystal. He took a deep breath and said, if you're so good, come and steal it. And the fallen with remaining magic power still sealed has been sent to Asga's deepest prison. He now looks extremely distressed. Yugon asked Hewlett, are you not regretful? Because you didn't kill Rot, be honest a little.
But I just want to stop here.
It's right here. After all, I've lost my strength, my dreams, and my future. Yuan listened in silence as he continued talking about his goal. Now I will live without thinking about revenge anymore. I'm exhausted, you said. Your decision suits you well, but you know that Hercules still carries a deep sadness. Glory that once shone brightly may have also held a hint of happiness. The radiant castle was built from a variety of memory bricks. Hades stood silently for a long time, gazing at the scene of this entire ruined castle. It was the hand that caused the destruction. The remaining residents in the castle comfort themselves in their own way. At this moment, H-Gan clenched his determined fist. Olympus will rise again and be reborn brilliantly. His face now looks more mature, determined for a new beginning. Right after the battle ended, Yu took off his cloak, gloves, and revealed Rat's eye. At the forge, Hephaestus stared intently at the items he left behind. Remembering what he said, that even if he fails completely and is destroyed, it's okay, just do what you want freely. At that moment, Yugon smiled happily, feeling like he had found the best item. Returning to the present, he forcefully slammed his beer glass down on the table. A flash of thought crossed Hephaestus' mind. Mysterious black crystal, mysterious ocean crystal, mysterious sky crystal, the strongest item combining the three gems. The excitement for a new beginning strengthened their resolve and comforted them to continue to the next chapter. And Yugon, just like now, had a shining golden badge in the shape of a tower in his hand. This is the ticket to the Valhalla Sanctuary, Yugon silently pondered. Remember this, Porygon gave it to Yugon when the battle stopped. It was a gift from my father. Take it, Yugon was surprised. Odin gave it to you? B-Sidon happily explained it's like an invitation. If you survive this battlefield, he wants to meet you once and will welcome you warmly as a guest. Hold that thing tightly in your hand, Asga, but it's better to let it go now. Meeting Odin can wait. Yugon remembers his close friend. Now it's time for Wukong to go and save him. You shyly scratch your head and realize there's a place you need to go first. The scene shifts to a desolate mountain covered in thick fog. The scene here seems incredibly peaceful, with houses built close together. On this side, the sound of hurried footsteps and commotion. If he's not a spy, what else could he be doing? They discussed among themselves, but the other interrupted. No, he's using a strange skill. He still looks like an easy prey. Let's rush at him together. At the same time, Bok Tuang let out a shockwave that shattered everything, causing everyone to jump back, covering their faces as they lay sprawled on the ground, trembling and whispering in fear. What? He's here, it's him, a voice echoes. Don't run, I don't mean to fight. I just want to ask something. Everyone secretly thinks it's a lie. You twist his wrist and asks coldly, is one of the three treasures here? Does anyone know anything about it? This is the 44th floor, the land of the three noble sons. As the scene shifted, a man was seen battered so badly his face was deformed, and a group of people were quickly thrown aside, overwhelmed by the force of the impact and staggering from the blow. Two more men were sent flying by a burst of internal energy, their faces twisted in pain. You're fighting Yugon! The others shouted loudly, don't kill him, just take the points first. I know, the commander ordered, pushing him to one side. Immediately after, Yugon glanced over, and then the sound of frantic screams quickly echoed throughout the area. The man clenched his teeth and asked, why is Tam Bao here? If only I had known I found Tam Bao first. He coldly asked again, do you really not know? He shouted loudly, I've told you so many times I don't know. That's how Yugon looked with a dark face. He asked again, but you're Kim Yugon, right? A non-cheating player, but so powerful. He smiled as broadly as he could, and everyone knew the man's fate was already sealed. He was beaten to a pulp. The scene shifts to a room where Yugon comfortably sits down and relaxes. He can't help but feel satisfied as he can rent a private house with 12 points. The prices here are really cheap. This is the land ruled by the three noble sons under the authority of the administrator. He couldn't help but sigh. A chaotic world worse than level 42 hell, abandoned under the guise of freedom. And in the end, nothing has changed. Feeling annoyed, he didn't come back here before returning. Ever since winning the tower battle, Sister Anne has been so terrible here that countless attackers had come to steal points and items, making her a perfect target. I was wronged in my thoughts. You attacked first. Memories of a justified self-defense. By now, the rumor that Kim Yugon is searching for the three treasures must have spread. The three treasures that the third young master possesses include the 8-armed Quin Cooknock of Terasu. He raised his sword, and the remaining one of the two items they were searching for was in his possession. Yugon closed his eyes, pondering. If he knew that what should have been in Susanu's hands was here, he would probably go crazy. At this moment, Dan Peng also poked his head out. His constant noise annoyed Yu Quan. You cover that little mouth of yours. You're throwing a tantrum. Yugon, already too familiar, refused outright, no matter how much they begged. Dan Peng bowed down to plead. Yugon couldn't help but chuckle softly. Now, every time I look at you, I don't know what to eat next. It's really scary. Seeing Dan Peng's face, Yug continued. In the place I used to live, there was an experiment called the gummy experiment. I put a piece of delicious candy in front of you. If you don't eat it and wait until they come back, you'll get 2 treats. So just wait a little longer. The kid still isn't satisfied and hasn't given up yet. Stop for a moment, then resolutely look into the cage. At that point, you'll get a candy much bigger than this. The scene shifts to a quiet inn, with no one around, when suddenly the sound of breaking glass echoes as someone forcefully throws bottles of alcohol onto the ground. It's Jan again, fighting fiercely with someone, his sword still sheathed. The other guy charges forward aggressively, and he quickly dodges, the sound of his weapon striking the ground echoing loudly. Yugo quickly summoned his giant strength skill, then threw a fierce punch towards the other guy. Just one punch was enough to send the opponent flying away. Everywhere is now a pile of ruins with corpses scattered on the ground. The 2 people nearby couldn't help but tremble at his aura. Defeated the gang with a single blow, Yugun calmly said, "Stop causing trouble, have a drink, and then leave." "Have a good time." The survivors looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. They quickly burst through the door shouting and ran outside. Yugun straightened his disheveled clothes and casually said, "This place is too chaotic. Should we move somewhere else to talk?" A voice suddenly rang out. "There's no need for that." You glance over and think to yourself, finally caught in the trap. The person sitting over there seems to be a strong opponent. He silently looks at you. You smirked confidently, his lips curling successfully. The person is Amador Tarasu, ranked 52nd on the leaderboard, owner of the Crimson Quinn Kuk Ngok, the center of Tom Kui-tu. He looked at you and said, "I think you already know why I came to find you right. Tambao Guangyada, where are you?" Yugun calmly, "I don't know either." "I had to look because I didn't know." You remained silent. "You just wanted to say that?" The other person replied, "There's nothing more." Amaterasu asked, "How do you know the 3 jewels are here?" You replied, "I found out from the reward after the level 43 test. The information sourced from the administrator. So I'm very sure." He doesn't seem to believe it, quite surprising, but it looks like you're not planning to answer my question directly, huh? This man seems very mysterious, but you also don't fear to speak frankly? What about the Tambao? "Maybe you know more than I do," he asked. "Do you know who I am?" You slowly said Amaterasu, a high-level member of the 3rd rank, one of the 3 treasures. He remained silent and listened as you continued. "I hear you won't show your face, so it seems it's true. That face isn't your real face, is it?" He looked at Jan for a while and said, "I heard you defeated Ares. It seems to be true. Or do you trust the heavenly demon sect behind you? Your attitude is really arrogant." At the same time, the system announced that the holy fire, fire eyes, and the clothing of the 4 great spirits resisted the sun mark. But the concerning part was that the resistance failed, and they began to enter a strange burning state. Yu shows no fear and immediately starts to gather energy. The Dan's Pung from his collar crawls out, and Yu whispers, "No, Dan's Pung, we must lose this fight." Yugon insists that because I have clues about the 3 treasures, he won't be able to hurt me. Then he asks, "Why did you do that? Are you planning to steal the treasure if you find it?" At the same time, the system issues an alert for abnormal status, raising the level to 2. "Are you stealing?" That was originally the property of the 3rd noble. At that moment, he quickly moved in front of you. "If you reveal the clues you know, I will spare you." Yun remains calm. "I might cooperate, but giving everything up would be too much for me." Amaterasu said firmly, "You're mistaken. Even if you get it first, I will destroy the entire heavenly demon sect to take it back." Yugon didn't care. "So what?" "Wait a moment." You continue, "Do you think the heavenly demon sect is the only one behind me?" At the same time, you take out from that yellow tower system. Amaterasu glanced quickly and was secretly shocked. That mark of Valhalla, not just anyone can possess it, and it is received directly from them. Thinking about this, he became a bit worried. Damn it, if Asga gets involved, things will become even more complicated. Amaterasu looked at him and realized he could no longer force him further. Thinking this through, he continued, "Well, I still can't concede on the Yada mirror, so tell me, what do you want?" At this point, Yoon has achieved 50% of his plan. He asked again, "Can you give me something comparable to the 3 treasures?" Amaterasu silently contemplates upon hearing your question about this matter. It seems he is quite serious. Immediately after, he continued, "I will kill the 100 people you want, meaning I will become your sword until we find the mirror you started calculating, capable of controlling a top-level person like a sword." This is indeed an extraordinary proposal. You are determined to get the mirror at any cost, aren't you? He asked again, "But what if it's not about killing but saving lives? Would that be okay?" Amaterasu continues, "I only count 10 people for saving them. I really hate things like that." Yugon also quickly agreed. All right, the 2 of them shook hands swiftly, as if their agreement had just begun from this moment. A voice suddenly asked in surprise if you believed Amaterasu's words, and you replied, "I don't believe it." Susanu couldn't help but wonder why he still cooperated with him. Yun continued, "There's no reason to refuse either. Both he and I are just wearing the same mask." He couldn't help but think, "Oh, is this Takuri? It's been a while since I last saw you." "You're indeed a fox in disguise." Susanu asked again, "Are you using the 3 treasures as bait to lure others? Isn't the reason you keep provoking pointless battles because of that? What do you want?" Are you planning another big scheme like the destruction of Olympus this time? He asked grimly. That's true, but you're wrong about one thing. A baiting operation without prey is doomed to fail. Susanu was surprised and said, don't tell me the Yata mirror is really on the 44th floor. At this point, he smiled softly, and Yugun finally didn't deny it. Yes, it's here. Susanu couldn't help but wonder, is the Yata mirror really on the 44th floor, and you can still use it without having it? Yugon was checking his message and said, yes, this is a very sure bait to lure Amaterasu. The number has also appeared. Susanu couldn't help but admire him, so cunning in both fighting style and speech. I hate people like you. I calmly asked, what kind of person do you think I am? I explained, we are perfectionists who only fight when we can win. Combat is a gamble with our lives, and only then does the sword become sharp and powerful. Yugon retorted, that's not convincing at all. Isn't it true that you also died because of that way of fighting? Susano argued back. No, what I am most ashamed of is not being able to fight to the death. Yugon couldn't help but wonder. What kind of nonsense is that? Susanu said. It's also part of Amaterasu's scheme. He begins to recount how he incited the battle with Yamata no Orochi, and then he promised to fight together and suddenly disappeared. I knew it was a trap. He wants to take the Kusanagi sword from me. On this side, Amaterasu is frustrated. Why is it that even with the 8 trigrams of Quinn Cooknock, I still can't surpass Susanu? He looks at the rankings with a feeling of dissatisfaction. I can't accept this. The ranking management committee must have made a mistake. Amaterasu calculates that if he gathers all 3 treasures, he will rise to a higher position in strength, ranking, and influence. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sneer maliciously. We're almost there, not far now. The weather is very gloomy today, and in the deep forest, the rustling sounds never stop. Yu seemed to sense something, looked around, and suddenly decided he no longer wanted to pretend, raising his voice to follow whoever was coming. One of them said, I don't plan to attack. Don't be too tense. Just do your job. Yu observed them silently, thinking that it seems Amaterasu sent them, but he himself wasn't there, yet he dispatched 300 subordinates? Thinking of that, he said with a loud voice, I don't need this kind of fame. Susanu spoke up. Amaterasu is still as cowardly as ever. I agree with you, quickly replying, this is the first time I agree with you. The others asked, what is going on? What's with that attitude? Are you planning to oppose the 3 lords? Yugon calmly said, I am not under the command of the 3rd noble, just an associate, and yet you want to supervise me. What a joke. You start to feel impatient and annoyed with these people. A powerful aura quickly gathers and surrounds Yun. At this moment, you no longer look friendly, and looking at the crowd in front of Yugon, you ask, choose carefully, do you want to live or die? And immediately after, a large area on the ground is stained red with fresh blood. Yugon felt a bit disappointed. Apart from Kini, other items were quite inconvenient, and magic tools are indeed very important. In just a moment, the ground was littered with corpses. Why is there a message notification from Amateur Terasu? Didn't we agree to cooperate? Yugon calmly said, I have no intention of getting involved with that kind of person. He explained, they are people I sent. You tell me. Amaterasu angrily says, do you still do that even knowing? Do you want to fight me? Yun remained silent as he looted and killed. Those lowlifes, you can do whatever you want with them, but don't drag me into it. Amaterasu was surprised that he knew about these things too. He stammered. What? What is that? But Yugen also didn't want to argue with such sneaky people, so he immediately deleted the message. Susanu couldn't help but feel excited. Dare to cut off contact with a faction leader like that? You really have guts. Amaterasu's confused tone sounds so delightful. Very interesting. You can't hide your excitement. This is the first time I've seen you truly interesting. Yu dismisses the thought. Amaterasu is still the same, gathering his followers and declaring himself king. You remember that the combined power of the 3 jewels is on par with Olympus, and such a force cannot be allowed to form. At this moment, Yugon is calculating in his mind for the future. It's best to gradually eliminate it now. Odin also regretted letting things get too far. Seeing him keep making noise, Dan Tung felt annoyed. Stop, your king is tired, Susanu retorted. But he is your king, not mine, Susanu angrily scolded Dan Pung. This naughty kid, he's staring at his soul with his mouth constantly drooling. Ba Yugen tiredly said that Dan Pung is not food. Both of them stop. Susanu asked right curiously what you plan to do now. Are you looking for the Yata mirror? Do you know where it is? Dan Pung still pouting. It's not that I lost to you. It's just that my king told me to go, so I went. Yukin spoke up to interrupt. I have a few clues. He said, first we need to find a cave. A cave? Susanu was surprised. Which cave? He explained that the Yata mirror is inside a cave. Susanu exclaimed in surprise, but couldn't help but be curious. Where did you learn that from? Yugon, while taking his weapon from the system, said, I have a way to know everything. Immediately after, he firmly grasped Susanu's sword. A wave of power enveloped Yan. At this moment, his eyes turned red, activating the fire gaze to illuminate the path and trigger the sensory area. Immediately afterward, he found the direction was far away. Yu Chuan alone ventured deep into the dense, shadowy forest, and Yugon raised his sword to cut through the branches. He couldn't believe that even with just sword intent, he could cut through. Truly, the demon sword is not just a name without substance. Susanu quickly asked, "What are you doing? Using such a good sword to light up the bushes?" He is outraged because swords are made to cut living things, and this sword embodies that philosophy perfectly. Yugen keeps swinging the tree. He shouted, "Do you hear what I'm saying?" And you replied while walking, "These trees are alive too, so I'm using them for their intended purpose." Susanu couldn't help but be speechless. Crazy. Suddenly, a gust of wind rose, leaves rustling everywhere. Far away on the other side of the cliff, it seemed like a cave entrance had appeared before them. Yu saw it. He slowly stepped closer to observe. Yu quickly reached the cave entrance. Susanu couldn't help but feel cautious, wondering if finding it was just too easy. The entrance is easy to find. He stands in front of the door, observes carefully for a while, then draws his conclusion. But the problem is that inside suddenly the sword looked a bit strange. Susanu glanced at it. "What's going on?" The sword is trembling. He clenched it tightly. It reacted to the Yata mirror. He just entered and said, "The three treasures have different shapes but are originally one. Only when they unite do they unleash their full power." Amaterasu also knew this, which is why she went crazy searching for them. Seeing you speak so smoothly like this, Susanu couldn't help but marvel. "You're so knowledgeable. Giving up is beyond me." Think for a moment, you ask, "Have you never met Amaterasu after obtaining Kusanagi?" Susanu sneers. "Yes, if I had met him, I would have been caught up in his dirty schemes and lost Kusanagi." Both of them had gone quite a distance inside. He continued, "Two deaths are better than one. I will absolutely not let it fall into his hands." Yugon asked, "So that's why you kept it hidden so carefully?" "I went through a lot to find it." Suddenly, Susanu spoke up. "Kim Yugon, you have to do well. Both the Yata mirror and the Kusanagi sword. If it falls into Amaterasu's hands, I will die with it." Your face shows determination. "That won't happen. I will personally take it." He was surprised. "I never thought there would be a day I had to cheer for you." "Yugon, are you just going to cheer from the sidelines? Why not do something more decisive?" He looked at him sincerely and said, "If there is a chance to defeat Amaterasu, help me out just this once, and I won't force you again." As I think about this, I realize I can only fully develop Andit when the soul is completely subdued. I already have both the body and soul of Susanu, but if I force him, I won't be able to unleash my full power. And because of that, Susanu had to voluntarily accept it. On this side, he remained silent, pondering for a long time. In the end, Susanu agreed. "Fine, but just this once, understood?" Yugon insists that one time is enough, then immediately raises his hand to summon his power. "Good, I now have the strongest trump card. And right now, mana is gathering and forming a mana bridge." A massive surge of inner strength quickly erupts. Yugon channels his energy and charges forward. Yugon calculates as the entrance to the cave remains quiet. "Now all that's left is to comfortably solve the maze in this mountain range," Susanu replied. "Yeah, take it easy." And this is the first day of searching for the Yata mirror. The destructive power of Kim Yon was so intense that the rocks couldn't withstand it and shattered, causing a large mountain cliff to erupt with overwhelming force. In that space, everything was completely shaken and destroyed. A few seconds later, Kim Yu World Guardian stepped out, still channeling his powerful energy. This is already the Yata mirror discovery. Today, after returning the sword to its sheath, he stood there observing his surroundings for a while. The entire vast space now shows no movement except for drifting dust particles. And sensing this unusual silence, a suspicion arises in his mind. "I haven't seen anyone these days. Not a monster, not even an insect. The 44th floor monsters are almost out of experience. Not bothering me, but not feeling very comfortable either. But not seeing the things that should be there is a bit troublesome." He looks very calm on the outside, but inside he's quite anxious. Where on earth could they be? The sword in his hand suddenly vibrated strongly, indicating something nearby. "Keep acting as a compass." Kim Yu-kwan's steps suddenly halt for a moment. Dan Pung's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had just discovered something. He rushed out with a very serious expression. I see the boy is flying around and keeps saying, 'Dad, Dad, Dad.' I wonder why he's been silent all this time." But in Yugon's eyes, the red light flashes quickly. He realizes, wait, if model suddenly reacts like this, then the system has also sent a notification that the fire eye is detecting the truth. The area sensed is activated, lowering his sword to the ground. Yugon notices the ground is completely different. The demonic energy is activated. His power changes constantly. The fire eye is enhanced. Now a mirror-like surface appears on the ground, reflecting the shape of the sword, and the sensed area is amplified. It turns out that this entire vast space is exactly what Yugon has been searching for. And just a second later, he receives a notification that the Yata mirror has been detected. Yugon stood in this hideout feeling completely small and a bit confused. This space is the Yata mirror. Looking ahead, he wondered to himself if the mirror was really this big. A vast shimmering barrier gradually appeared in the space, and the Yata dungeon was activated, beginning Yata's challenge. The system is now sending a request that temporarily confuses him about what will happen next. Overcome yourself. As Yugen slowly took his steps, he recalled the characters that worried him at this very moment. Tien the great sage Horkos, and the monsters alongside Odin, standing side by side at the forefront. He looked down with a more serious expression than ever, realizing it was himself from the future. Suddenly, a very familiar voice came from behind. Are you Kim Yugon? The Yada mirror not only reflects appearances, but also reveals the inner soul. Does that mean my true form is like that? Yugon's lips reveal a faint smile. Something's not right. The Kim Yugon in front of me isn't my current self. Facing that appearance, my mind was filled with conflict. If the challenge demands I conquer my future self, does that mean I cannot accept who I am now? At that time, I was at a completely different level. It was indeed troublesome. Staring intently at that entity, Yugon asked him, Are you Dopor? The power system immediately activates the sensory zone to identify the entity in front of you. Looking again carefully, he confirmed, No, it doesn't seem to be a simple doppelganger. That guy also has a foul mouth and a cocky attitude. Who are you? Before Jan could respond, he clenched his sword tightly and threatened, If you don't answer, I will cut you down. You too. A surge of anger suddenly rises within you. I knew it, he would draw his sword immediately. This happened just as I expected, and the feeling is really strange. Yu hesitated for a long time, then asked, What should I do now? It's best to find an answer that can make yourself waver. In the end, he decided to speak up. Yoon's answer left my true form utterly stunned. I am Sun Wukong. He sneered and asked back, Do you really think I'm a clone of that monkey? But he didn't bother to believe what you said. Fire Eyes, if you really are a clone of that monkey, I wouldn't fail to recognize it. He confidently delivered a final, precise statement. At that moment, Yu Quan's eyes suddenly grew tense, and no matter how you looked at it, it was clear that you were not a clone, but a real entity. Without saying a word, Yug charged forward immediately. The Supreme Magic Sword was activated, and Holy Fire was unleashed, both of them being formidable, so the shockwave from the attack caused quite a significant impact around them. The main body skillfully dodged, causing the two swords to clash, and he calmly reminded him that a surprise attack was not a good move. Suddenly, out of nowhere, two more opponents appeared and charged at the main body. He stepped back, a small wound already on his face, but his super regeneration skill quickly healed it. He looked over and recognized it as a necromancer, and at Ares seemed confident, saying, I only fight Amaterasu, while Yugon, standing behind, added that after all, he's just a pawn. Just cherish this opportunity, Tho has been in this situation before too. And at Tho simply gazed silently at the entity. Yu asks about the small burst of Susanu's power on his shoulder. Do you not intend to help? That's not Amaterasu, is it? Seems interesting, but I don't care. Tisk, since it's not my body, it's hard to control the distance. It even stubbornly threatens you. You will die here. The fact that the three treasures are buried forever is even more beneficial to me. Yoon became even more curious about it. It seems you really hate having your soul bound, doesn't it? Only now do you seriously question it. How can you accept me? It also honestly said, become stronger than me. Then I will consider you my master. Rank 57. Yu chuckled softly, his eyes full of confidence. It's not too hard. Looking at the opposite self, his thoughts seem quite relaxed. Rank, just let time pass and it will rise on its own. He leans forward, preparing to take a fighting stance. He let out a sigh, feeling a bit wronged, as if it wasn't fair. It's just seeing myself in the mirror before regression. So the difficulty of the challenge has suddenly skyrocketed, and it's not you who's making the move, but that other form. Since when were you right beside me? What are you muttering to yourself? He stared in worry, realizing this was beyond what Pleb Bond could imagine. As the entity swiftly swung its sword in a basic strike, but Yugon quickly parried. Eris, seeing the urgency, rushed forward with a strike. Using his spear, he successfully pushed both opponents away, gaining the upper hand over Yugon. Ares frantically charges forward, throwing punches at the clone's face, but he's not easy to deal with, and a single sword swing sends Ares into a cloud of dust. A strange sound suddenly came from behind, immediately attracting the attention of the original body. Seeing his teammate in danger, Atho quickly jumped into the fight and struck directly at the back of the original body. But nothing is that easy. Atho feels that his attack did no damage at all to him. Looking into the furious eyes of the entity, Atho guesses that he blocked the sword with magic force. Just a second later, a vast space was completely engulfed in ruins from the released magic of the entity. He lifted his face and put on an unpleasant tone. Now I understand, even though his eyes are like those of a monkey, he's not a clone, right? He keeps questioning and threatening arrogantly. It seems you have no intention of revealing your true identity. Do I need to force you to speak? Yugo secretly feels annoyed. His way of talking is really irritating. Thought he was pretty good, but it turned out like this. Yu lowered his hand, sheathing his sword, still pondering. Anyway, one thing is clear. The amount of magic power consumed corresponds to the damage Ares and Otho received. With precise calculations, that body can't be as strong as the original entity. Even if it's Tam Bao, it can't create one or two perfect hidden chambers in the top 10. Seeing Yan's action, he wondered, does drawing the sword mean you've given up? Over there, he opened the system menu and chuckled softly at his doubtful question. No way! From the shadow of the system panel, he drew a new sword. I was just changing weapons. Holding the new sword tightly, Yan was eager to fight to the point of madness. That's why I'm not suited for the demon sword. Don't show off. The main character in this fight is me.
His mouth keeps spewing dirty words and looking down on others.
Demon sword, I'm disappointed. I thought you would be better. So you rely on that to inflate your strength? No matter what, I am still the stronger one. As I thought, I dashed forward at the speed of light. I won't deny that my chances of winning are still low, but in the end, I will be the one to win. The first attacks have already been launched. Yugon is confidently sure, because I understand how he fights. The attack from the demon sword is incredibly powerful and sharp, with Yugon launching continuous assaults without a moment's pause or interruption. He looks cold and makes a comment. Seems like he's having a hard time. Yugon frowns, clearly showing his displeasure. Don't act so arrogant. It's not pretending, but he still insists that I am actually better. His arrogant words really irritate him to the limit. Before meeting this guy, I really had no idea how to be humble even a little bit. The system display shows a magic power stat of 118. Yugon's demon sword and his sword are now locked tightly, testing each other's strength. Damn it, Yugon is so frustrating. Although his mana stat exceeded 100, he was still overwhelmed due to lack of strength. But right at this moment, he made a bold decision to use his skill. The giant's power floods through his body, converging in his arm that has achieved full localized gigantification. The clone seems surprised by the giant transformation. Ares and Otho have escaped the chaos and are now charging forward, fully committed to the battle. The clone seems to be channeling magic into his sword. Ares and Otho haven't had a chance to react before they are surrounded by his sharp attacks. Surpassing those two, the clone quickly closed in on Yon, causing him to panic as his speed boost was activated and his movements and strikes became exponentially faster. I have to do my best to keep up. I can't take it anymore. Yon clenched his jaw in helplessness. Even knowing the attack pattern in advance, he still lacked the speed to keep up. It can't go on like this anymore. He reached out and activated his technique, instantly filling the space with his sacred fire to protect his body. Yugo quickly stands at the center, using his fire eye to suppress the sacred fire. His eyes flash with fierce determination to keep close to him. The entire space in his view turns orange, and the enemy's movements slow down. This battle will be decided by time itself. After a few seconds of struggling to observe, he caught sight of his true form over there. From the ground, Ayu shot up and closed in on the true form at lightning speed, activating divine footwork to double his speed for 5 seconds, with the supreme magic sword activated, unleashing a battle in the sky that the naked eye couldn't follow. A few seconds later, both of them descended and continued to struggle with their swords, Yugon's arm muscles growing stronger and more tense. The system keeps sending notifications. The giant's power surges through the body. Demonic energy activates, and the giantization is enhanced. The two fighters move like lightning, their strength erupting in endless succession. The clone's eyes start to show worry, but as they clash swords, doubt in his mind turns into certainty. He quickly realizes he's gradually being outmaneuvered, his attack pattern and next move all read and anticipated. Why is the battle becoming more intense and the fear in the clone's heart growing stronger? Why does the battle last so long when the opponent is only evenly matched? Every move and technique is eerily identical, so similar that it's unsettling, yet another drop of blood splashes out, and looking at the wound on his face, he realizes it's him. Then he turns his gaze back to Yugon himself. Yugon was truly serious, his gaze completely focused without a hint of distraction, while the consciousness of the clone grew more and more chaotic, constantly questioning himself and losing concentration on the battle. Then why did I lose the mental battle I set up myself while Yon kept using his ultimate skill to maximize his sensing range, making my main body furious and losing control of my emotions? If that guy really is me, he stared at the demon sword in his hand and then realized that the image of Yon before his eyes became incredibly difficult to deal with. The truth, he realizes, is the very thing slowly killing him, and the only way in is here. Seeing the perfect opportunity, Yon sharply swings his demon sword, delivering an absolute decisive blow while his other hand activates a spell. Just a second later, he charged straight into the clone's chest, leaving no chance for him to strike. The flames of power from his hand seemed to burn through every cell in his opponent's chest. That attack exploded violently, knocking the clone far away. He gritted his teeth in frustration but had no time to counter. His eyes are filled with the will to defeat Yugon. Yugon feels the same, even with his determination being 100 times stronger. Then both of them frantically charged at each other like moths to a flame, and the fight continued for a long time. Yugon completely dominated as he struck a blow to his side, causing a fierce bleeding wound. He immediately activated the super regeneration system, but surprisingly, a warning message appeared indicating it was unrecoverable. He grimaced in pain as he collapsed to the ground, his hand loosening the sword. Yugon reached out and the sword immediately flew up. Seeing the sword being controlled by his power, the clone couldn't hide his surprise and suddenly became worried. The art of controlling swords? For those who don't know, Daikim Ngukim is a martial arts technique that uses magic to make the sword float in the air at will. He calmly asked him, "Do you also understand this direction? Standing beneath this vast space, my mission is almost complete." At this moment, Yon hesitated for no reason and said, "Because it consumes a lot of magic power and is not very efficient, but it is very suitable for assassination, so I always keep it as a last resort." The true body bowed its head in self-blame and said, "If I lose in a duel against myself, then I am a fake." He stopped using the sword mastery skill, letting the sword fall before him. He tremblingly reached out and grabbed the sword, and the sudden action that followed left Yugon wide-eyed in shock, unable to believe he had stabbed himself in the chest to end his own life. Before logging out, the true self carefully advised, I don't know what you're planning to do, but you must win. When the physical body disappears completely, that's when Yon receives the notification that he has passed the Yata trial. As he put away the demon sword, he was stunned. Is it over? He looked at his hands covered with scratches from using the demon sword and sighed. Indeed, the sword takes away the user's lifespan. The murderous aura of the sword doesn't distinguish between our enemies. Suddenly, he remembered Kronos' words from before. When it's it you leave this place, there's no way back, so live your life to the fullest there. Don't hold on to anything here. He stood there in silence for a long time, feeling heavy-hearted, even though his time here was much shorter than before he turned back time. I thought I was focusing on the present, but it seems I still have lingering attachments. It's really not easy. Behind, a mirror Yata falls from the void. Until now, Yon finally let out a sigh of relief, so they finally found it? The system has sent a notification that the Yata mirror has been obtained. Amaterasu's hand clenched the glass sphere as he slowly took measured steps, his heart pounding with anxiety. There has been no news from Kim Yugon these past few days. Thinking about the moment he met him, he wondered if he was already dead. No, he definitely wasn't dead, because he had the potential to possess second-rank power. And then finally a crucial thought suddenly flashed, making him uneasy. Could it be that he found the mirror? Just thinking about it made him so angry that blood rushed to his brain, and he doubted that guy was just an ordinary person. There's no way he can betray me easily. Did he already trust Asuka from the start and plan to stab me in the back? The dark emptiness before my eyes makes Amaterasu's sinister expression even clearer. Does he think everything will go smoothly according to his plan? All of that is just negative assumptions projected onto Yugon. He will definitely try to climb to the top of the tower. With that strength, he can't just stand still. Activating his power, he infused it into the crystal ball and ordered surveillance of the area around the arena, strictly forbidding Kim Yuvon from ascending to the next level, only to be told that Kim Yuvon was still on level 44.